Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 1224 to Chapter 1308. Xianxia was also a very proud person. She had broken through to 6 tails on the eve of the competition and thought that she would be able to dominate the crowd. Who knew that another unknown person from Fengdu, Yunxing, would appear? That woman is not simple. Lu Yunxuan glanced at Xianxia. It doesn't matter. As long as it's an open competition, there's no need to hide anything. Yunxing smiled faintly. She would let them see the truth in the upcoming competition. News of 2 six-tails appearing in the first round of the Celestial Fox Saintess test spread throughout the entire Hu capital in less than 2 hours. After Hu Linglong returned home, her face was gloomy and extremely irritated. Even her personal maidservant suffered a calamity. Linglong, I heard that 2 six-tails appeared in today's competition? Is this true? Hu Qiansui entered the house. Yes, 2 women from Fengdu and Yudu. I don't know if the test is accurate. Let's not talk about that seductive Xianxia, that woman from Fengdu even retained her half-beast form. If Elder Jiu had not been present, Hu Linglong would have questioned it on the spot. I don't think it's fake. I heard that Elder Lu found that half-beast from somewhere. It said that she's a half-beast without a family. Earlier, that woman even injured Lu Xueyu. If it weren't for her high value and Elder Lu's personality, he wouldn't have allowed her to represent Fengdu in the competition. However, the one you really need to worry about is that woman called Xianxia. Hu Qiansui's expression became more serious when he mentioned Xianxia. Why, father? What's so great about that Xianxia? She's just a 6-tails who just broke through. She's only slightly stronger than me at best, Hu Linglong said angrily. If she was given another year or 2, she could also break through to 6 tails. Don't be too confident. The content of the second round of the theory test is out. Hu Qiansui's expression was profound. The content of the competition for the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate was highly confidential. Hu Qiansui had put in a lot of effort to find out the details. This was definitely an advantage for Hu Linglong. Remember, this opportunity is not easy to come by. You have to be prepared before the others, Hu Qiansui reminded. Father, don't worry. This time, your daughter will definitely not disappoint you. When Hu Linglong heard that, all her previous worries were swept away. Hu Qiansui nodded his head in satisfaction. He recalled Elder Lu's smug expression at the elders' assembly today. He felt uncomfortable for a while. Not long after the Celestial Fox Saintess bloodline test ended, the 9th elder gave 2 copies of the test results to Patriarch Hu Qianxia and the other elders. When Elder Lu saw the results of the test, his eyebrows twitched and he tried his best to hide the surprise in his eyes. Congratulations, Elder Lu. You found a good seedling this time. The other Celestial Fox elders congratulated Elder Lu. Elder Lu smiled awkwardly. He couldn't tell others that he didn't know that the half-beast human celestial fox he found was actually a 6-tailed celestial fox. Elder Lu, if this girl is chosen as the Celestial Fox Saintess, your Fengdu city will be strengthened. Hu Qiansui said at this time, reminding the other elders that Fengdu city was dominant and might even surpass Hudou city. Sure enough, after hearing this, the expressions of the other elders changed. Hu Qiansui, this old fox. Elder Lu cursed in his heart. Elder Hu, why do you say that? No matter talent, strength, or appearance, Miss Linglong is 1 in a million. What's more, there will be the civil and martial competition. It's hard to say who will be the saintess. Elder Lu said modestly. That's right. But what will be tested in the civil test? Hu Qiansui said with a deep look. That depends on the result of the discussion between the chief, the witch doctor, and the first elder. Elder Lu smiled. Everyone, the competition of the theory test has been decided. For the sake of fairness, I have already given the content of the competition to the 3rd elder. The content will not be announced until tomorrow at the competition venue. The first elder of the Celestial Fox Elders Guild walked in. In his hand, he was holding the content of the civil test discussed with the other 2 leaders of the Celestial Fox tribal nation, the chief and the witch doctor. The 3rd elder will be in charge. Elder Lu looked unhappy, but Hu Qiansui was happy. The 3rd elder and Elder Lu had always been at odds. They were on Hu Qiansui's side. After the meeting, the elders all had their own thoughts. In contrast, the chief of the celestial fox people, Xianxia, was much happier. Since his daughter Husheng was judged to be a waste, he hadn't been so happy in a long time. After confirming the content of the civil test with the elders, he returned to the celestial fox palace. The chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe was a guest in the celestial fox palace these days. Xianxia, congratulations. I heard that 2 six-tailed celestial fox appeared in the celestial fox tribe this time. It seems that the celestial fox tribal nation can make a comeback in this Bahuang tribe competition. Although the chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe didn't participate in the first round of the test, his eyes and ears were very smart. And he also heard from his subordinates that the half-beast woman he had taken a fancy to was actually a 6-tailed celestial fox. Thank you for your blessings. It's just a 6-tailed fox. How can it be compared to other tribes, especially a genius like the young chief LV? Xianxia was modest. Although Xianxia was happy, he wasn't a blindly optimistic person. Although there were 2 six-tailed and 2 5-tailed, compared to the other saintesses and young chiefs of the Bakra orcs, the candidates of the celestial fox tribe saintess, except for Hu Linglong, most of them weren't of noble birth. It was said that some of them didn't even have a clear background. Such a person, even if her talent was good, could not be compared to the other proud sons and daughters of the other tribes who had been baptized by the beast god altar since young and received the best resources. Even if the candidate was finally confirmed, she still needed to be properly trained and completely transformed into a saintess that could be used by the celestial fox tribe. We're going to be a family soon. There's no need to be so polite. The chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe chuckled. Chief. A celestial fox soldier came forward and whispered. Xianxia's face that was full of smiles suddenly darkened. Old chief, there are some matters in the palace. Xianxia will take his leave first. If you're interested, you can follow the 3rd elder to the celestial fox temple to watch the theory test. Xianxia hurriedly said a few words and left. In the celestial fox palace, several soldiers stopped a beautiful woman in white. I beg you, let me see the chief. The beautiful woman's appearance was elegant, but her expression was very haggard. She begged the soldiers bitterly, but no one paid attention to her. If Yinxing saw her, she would be very surprised. Because this woman's appearance was almost the same as her mother, Hu Jiuxing. The woman's pleas did not gain any sympathy from the soldiers. Madam, please don't make things difficult for us. The chief is greeting an important guest. Seeing you like this, he will punish you again. The celestial fox soldiers coldly pushed the woman away. How dare you? How can you treat the chief's wife like this? The maid behind the woman scolded. It turned out that this woman who looked like Hu Jiuxing was actually the wife of the celestial fox people's chief, Hu Rulan. The celestial fox tribal nation did not have an emperor. The chief and elders were the highest rulers. The chief's wife's identity was equivalent to the queen of a nation. She should have a high position and power. However, this woman in front of them had no position in the celestial fox palace. All these years, Xianxia had taken in a large number of celestial fox beauties into the palace and completely ignored the so-called chief's wife of the celestial fox people. The specific reason was that this chief's wife, who was once known as the #1 beauty of the celestial fox, gave birth to a trash daughter. After this trash daughter became the saintess, it was rumored that she was sold to the boundless land and lost her innocence. Although the chief had kept this matter under wraps, the celestial fox palace had long spread the news. After the news spread, the chief's wife, who was not favored to begin with, was even less valued. Even some beauties who had just entered the palace dared to bully her. Hu Rulan missed her daughter and begged Xianxia many times to send people to the boundless land to search for her daughter's whereabouts. However, she was mercilessly rejected by Xianxia every time. That trash is not worth the tribe's manpower to search for her. Hu Rulan clearly remembered Xianxia's ruthless look. However, she still did not give up and would look for Xianxia every few days. Hu Rulan, are you done? If you were not tested as a 5-tailed celestial fox, I would not have married you. Don't forget, in terms of status, you are just an orphan. Xianxia walked over with a cold face. Hu Rulan was an orphan. She was born in the wasteland and was adopted by the previous Fox clan leader. She and Xianxia were childhood sweethearts. That year, Xianxia had chosen Rulan out of countless women of marriageable age because she was beautiful, gentle, and had the bloodline of the five-tailed celestial fox. Xianxia was in love with her for a while, especially when she gave birth to the six-tailed celestial fox bloodline Huxing. However, everything changed after Huxing was found to be a good-for-nothing. Xianxia was the clan leader, but he had a useless daughter. This matter became Xianxia's biggest flaw. For nearly 20 years, he had been brooding over this matter. Who knows if it was because of that trash, but all these years, even though Xianxia had recruited countless beauties into his harem, but among his children, there wasn't a single high-grade celestial fox. Not to mention a six-tailed beast, he didn't even see a five-tailed beast. Xianxia attributed all these to Huxing. In the first few months after Huxing went missing, Xianxia was secretly delighted. That trash was finally gone. To him, it was also a relief. But who knew that something like that would happen later on? That trash was actually sold to the boundless world. Although Huxing was a trash, her appearance was the same as Rulan, beautiful and outstanding. A celestial fox woman would only have one outcome if she fell into the hands of a man from the human race. So from the moment he knew that Huxing was sold to the boundless world, Xianxia thought that his daughter was already dead. Xianxia, I don't ask for anything else. I only ask that you send someone to find out about Huxing's whereabouts. Yesterday, I dreamt that Xinger said she was back. On Rulan's face, tears rolled down like broken pearls. She had a weak personality. When the old clan leader was still around, there was still someone she could rely on. The old clan leader was afraid that she would be bullied, so he specially appointed Xianxia to take care of her. When the two of them just got married, everything was fine. But ever since her daughter Huxing was determined to be trash, everything changed. Her beloved husband spoke coldly to her and took in many beauties. Rulan didn't have any complaints. She just silently raised her daughter and relied on her for survival. In the Celestial Fox Palace, they lived peacefully for the rest of their lives. But, her daughter suddenly went missing. To Rulan, the entire sky collapsed. Her daughter went missing for a few years. She washed her face with tears every day. Xianxia said that her daughter was already dead. But last night, she dreamt that her daughter Huxing was alive and standing in front of her. She was still the same as before, gently calling out, "Mother, Xinger is back." Flesh and blood were connected to the heart. Rulan firmly believed that her daughter wouldn't lie to her. She must have already returned. Dream on, Rulan. You'd better give up. I won't send a single soldier to look for her. I really regret that I didn't kill her when I found out she was trash. Right now, the Nine Phoenix clan leader is a guest in the Celestial Fox Palace. Don't make trouble. Or else, I'll chase you out of the palace. Xianxia viciously ordered people to escort Rulan back to the palace. Rulan looked at the huge palace, but her heart was cold. Xianxia had never truly cared about her and her daughter. Guiji, help me pack my luggage. Perhaps because she cried too many times, Rulan's eyes were dry. Not a single tear flowed out. She believed that she wouldn't have such a dream for no reason. Madam? What are you doing? Rulan's maid was puzzled. I want to leave the Celestial Fox Palace. This is no longer a place for me. Rulan smiled miserably. In Xianxia's heart, there was only the glory of being the leader of the Celestial Fox people. The Celestial Fox Sanctus selection was in full swing. He wouldn't care about his daughter, Huxing. After leaving the Celestial Fox Palace, no matter if it was the Eight Desolates continent or the Boundless continent, even if she had to risk her life, she would find her daughter, Huxing. That night, the master and maid packed their luggage and quietly left the Celestial Fox Palace. Standing outside a side door of the palace, Rulan was a little timid. After she married Xianxia, she hadn't left the Celestial Fox Palace for decades. Hudo was no longer the Hudo of the past. For a moment, she didn't know where to find her daughter, Huxing. In her confusion, Rulan could only lead her maid and wander around the streets of Hudo. It was already around the time when the lanterns were lit. The bustling streets of Hudou were filled with pedestrians. Due to the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony, there were a lot of people coming in and out of Hudou during this period of time. Hu Rulan walked among the crowd. When she thought of her daughter in her dream last night, she felt sad. Unknowingly, she was separated from her maid, Guizhi. Io, don't you have eyes? How dare you bump into me? By the time Hu Rulan realized it, she was already on a completely unfamiliar street. In the midst of the crowd, she bumped into a fierce-looking man. That person grabbed Hu Rulan and was about to swear. Just as he was about to curse, he suddenly saw a light in front of his eyes. Hu Rulan's appearance was one of the best in the Celestial Fox tribe. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have married her. Although she was a mother now, her beauty was not any less than before. In the eyes of this passerby, she was like a celestial being. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Hu Rulan stammered and anxiously looked around for the servant girl. However, the servant girl, Guizhi, was nowhere to be seen. It's okay, it's okay. It's fate that we bumped into a beauty. The Celestial Fox people had a wretched look on his face and reached out to touch Hu Rulan's face. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm the tribe's. Hu Rulan had never been molested before. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She was about to reveal her identity. However, she thought about it again. Since she had left the Celestial Fox Palace, she was no longer the tribe leader's wife. Moreover, no one had seen her as the tribe leader's wife all these years. Who are you? Beauty, why don't you tell me? The Heavenly Fox clan member was considered to have some power in Hu City. Seeing Hu Rulan's beauty and the fact that she was alone, he had evil thoughts and wanted to snatch her back. Hu Rulan panicked and wanted to escape. However, she was surrounded by people. She stumbled like a headless fly. Help me. Hu Rulan called for help. However, the passers-by were indifferent. Get out of the way. This woman is my servant girl. She stole money and ran away. No one is allowed to interfere. The Celestial Fox people laughed sinisterly like an eagle pouncing on a chick. Stop. Someone in the crowd shouted. 2 men and a woman walked out of the crowd. With their backs to the light, the Celestial Fox people could only see a tall figure. Where did this brat come from? How dare you interfere in my business? Let me tell you, I'm the son of the second elder of the Elder Council. The Celestial Fox people shouted. Even if it's Celestial Fox, an elder of the Council of Elders, she can't kidnap a civilian girl on the street. You said this woman is your maid. What is her name and what did she steal? The leading man's voice was cold, and his body emitted a chilling aura. The Celestial Fox passerby was speechless. When Hu Rulan saw this person, it was as if she had seen her savior. She hurriedly said, Young master, I am not their maid. My maid and I have just arrived in Hu City. Due to the crowded streets, we accidentally got separated. She looked up and met the eyes of the kind-hearted person who saw injustice. When Hu Rulan and the kind-hearted passerby saw each other's faces clearly, they were both astonished. Hu Rulan was astonished. It was this passerby who had an extraordinary appearance. It was a young man. He was not very old, and his clothes were very low-key. However, from head to toe, he emitted an aristocratic temperament. Compared to the Celestial Fox people's leader, Xianxia, he was even more handsome. When the young man looked at Hu Rulan's face, he was also somewhat unnatural. Young master. Young master. Yaoji, who was standing at the side, could not help but call out when she saw that the 2 people were looking at each other strangely. The young master had never paid any attention to the young women in the clan. Why was he stunned when he saw this married woman today? Could it be that the young master liked this kind of woman? Yaoji's expression was unfriendly. She looked at Hu Rulan a few more times and found that this fox woman was indeed very beautiful. No wonder she was bullied by the passerby with ulterior motives on the way. These 3 passers-by who were walking on the streets of Hu City and saw injustice were the young master of the 9 Phoenix clan, Lu, and his 2 subordinates, who had arrived in Hu City in disguise. In order to stop his grandfather from matchmaking, Lu had rushed all the way here. He had just arrived in Hu City in the evening. He had wanted to find an inn to rest, but he happened to meet this woman. It was just a moment of injustice. Little did he know that the woman in front of him looked somewhat similar to Xianxia. Especially that pair of black eyes. Lu was absent-minded for a moment. It was not until Hu Rulan was a little uncomfortable under his gaze that he realized that he had been rude. Lu had met Xianxia twice in the Dutian blood realm and had a deep affection for her. It was also because of Xianxia that he was so repulsed when his grandfather mentioned the marriage between the Nine Phoenix clan and the Celestial Fox clan in the past few years. Although he had long known that it was impossible for him and Xianxia to be together, Lu still had a faint hope that perhaps he could meet Xianxia again one day. Just now, he also felt that this woman's back view was somewhat similar to Xianxia's, so he could not help but interfere. From the way this woman's hair was done, it was obvious that she was married. Although she was alone, her clothes and manner of speech showed that she was from a wealthy family. She was definitely not a maid or servant. Moreover, she was a celestial fox. Xianxia was from the human race. She would never have anything to do with this woman in front of him. Where did this brat come from? Since when is it your turn to meddle in my business? The celestial fox passerby saw that the beauty had been snatched away and became even more annoyed. He was about to step forward and make trouble. The celestial fox passerby looked at Lu's travel-worn appearance and knew that he was not from the village at first glance. Moreover, he was young, so it was already obvious that he was easy to bully. Get out of my way. Don't get in my way. The celestial fox passerby reached out to grab Hu Rulan. She was so frightened that she hurriedly retreated behind Lu. Seeing that the celestial fox passerby was so rude, Lu's expression changed abruptly. He took a step forward. On the surging street, the passers-by within dozens of meters only felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them. The crowded crowd was forced to create a gap of more than a meter. Before the celestial fox passerby who intended to provoke him approached, he felt as if his chest had been hit by a hammer. Before he could even make a muffled sound, his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. After flying out, he fell limply to the ground and never got up again. He's dead, dead. A nosy passerby went forward to take a look and found that the celestial fox passerby was like mud from head to toe. There was not a complete bone to be found. Such fierce strength. To be able to turn a purebred heavenly fox into meat paste with just one collision, where exactly did this young man come from? The onlookers all took a few steps back in fright and looked at Lu in horror. Let's go. Lu turned around and was about to leave without a word. Wait a minute. Hu Rulan looked around and then looked at Lu and the other two who were about to leave. After being separated from Guizhi, she was penniless and did not even know where to go tonight. Woman, young master kindly saved you. Why are you still pestering him? Yaoji was not in a good mood. Young master, I have lost my luggage and money. Can you take me in for a few days? When I find a maid, I will return the money to you. Hu Rulan plucked up her courage. Hu Rulan thought that she would be rejected. She did not expect that the cold-looking young man would agree to her request. Hu Rulan thanked them profusely. She followed the three of them to an inn in the city and stayed there. After finding an inn, Yaoji and Grey Feather were puzzled. Young clan leader, how could you agree to that woman's request so rashly? We don't even know who she is. Yaoji was especially displeased. Before the young clan leader left, he had ordered the two of them to call him young master in public and not reveal his identity. But now, as soon as he turned around, he brought a woman to his side. Although the woman looked weak and incompetent, who knew if she was a wolf in sheep's clothing? After all, this was the Celestial Fox tribal country, so it was better to be cautious. She looks a little like an old friend of mine. Just do her a favor. Green did not know why he agreed to a request from a passerby. Apart from some similarities in appearance, the woman named Hu Rulan did not look like Xianxia at all. Hu Rulan was like a fresh white jasmine, making people feel pity for her. Xianxia, on the other hand, was like a thorny rose. Anyone who touched her would be covered in bruises and bruises. But it was precisely this kind of temperament that attracted Green's attention. Well, I'll keep her for a few days. Grey Feather, how's the investigation going? Green did not think so. He had secretly checked that Hu Rulan did not know fighting energy or magic, so she would not be in any danger. young clan leader, I've inquired from the shopkeeper. The celestial fox Xianxia ceremony has already gone through one round. I heard that there were 2 6-tailed celestial foxes and 2 5-tailed celestial foxes in the bloodline test today. Grey Feather peeked at the young clan leader's reaction when he said this. Not to mention the 5-tailed celestial fox, the celestial fox people must be overjoyed this time. There were even 2 6-tailed celestial foxes. The old patriarch must have heard the news, and his determination to marry celestial fox must have been even more resolute. So what if she's 6-tailed? If I don't want to marry her, it's useless even if she's 9-tailed. Green snorted. Yaoji watched from the side and was secretly delighted. It seemed that the young chieftain really hated the women of the celestial fox tribe. In addition, tomorrow, the second round of the celestial fox Xianxia ceremony will be held at the celestial fox temple. Young patriarch, do you want to take a look? Grey Feather asked. It's good to have a look. I want to see what kind of people the celestial fox Xianxia selection has produced. Green decided to go to the celestial fox shrine tomorrow morning to have a look. After staying at the inn, Hu Rulan calmed down a little. She also knew that she had only met Lu by chance. Even if she did not find Gue Ji, she could not continue to follow Lu and the others. It was just that in the vast sea of people, she did not know where to find her daughter. Xing'er, you must bless me and give me some hints as to where I can find you. Hu Rulan sighed. She lay on the bed and closed her eyes. Hu Rulan softly chanted. At this moment, a very weak fluctuation appeared on her body. The fluctuation formed a milky white light mist on Hu Rulan's body. In the light mist, Hu Rulan fell into a deep sleep. This light mist was not an ordinary mist. It was a special kind of inheritance that was triggered after Hu Rulan used her own celestial fox inheritance. Hu Rulan was a celestial fox. The fox elder had tested her long ago and found that she did not have any fighting energy or magic talent. However, Hu Rulan had an inheritance that was different from the other celestial fox inheritances. It was this inheritance that made the old patriarch of the fox tribe think highly of Hu Rulan. That was, Hu Rulan could use dreams to predict the future. This inheritance was called foresight. Therefore, after Hu Rulan had that dream last night, she hoped that Hu Xianxia could find her daughter, Hu Xing, because she knew that her daughter, Hu Xing, must have returned to the 8 wastelands. In the dream, Hu Rulan saw a person in front of her. Xing'er? Hu Rulan called out. Hu Xing, who was in front of her, did not respond. She just walked forward slowly. She watched as her daughter walked faster and faster until she finally disappeared into a speck of light. Xing'er, turn around and look at me. Hu Rulan called out, but Hu Xing refused to turn around. Hu Rulan sat up in shock. She looked outside and saw that the sky was already bright. In the dream, why was her daughter walking further and further away? A sense of uneasiness grew wildly like weeds. Hu Rulan rubbed her temples and suddenly remembered. In the dream just now, she seemed to have seen the scene where her daughter was at somewhere before. Celestial Fox Temple. That is the Celestial Fox Temple of the Celestial Fox tribe. When Hu Rulan and Hu Xianxia got married, the place where they held the Celestial Fox wedding was at the Celestial Fox Temple. Hu Rulan remembered that there was a Celestial Fox statue in the Celestial Fox Temple. In the dream, she could vaguely see the Celestial Fox statue. Could it be that Xing'er is reminding me to go to the Celestial Fox Temple to find her in the dream? Hu Rulan muttered to herself. She had no clue at this time. Since there was a clue in the dream, she would not let it go. Hu Rulan decided to go to the Celestial Fox Temple today. She hurriedly got up. Just as she walked out of the door, she saw Lu, Yaoji, and the others who were also about to go out. You are also going out? Hu Rulan already knew last night that the kind young man who saved her was called Lu. He came from the Nine Wan tribe and came to Hu City to do business. Hu Rulan had a good impression of Lu. This young man not only had a good appearance and temperament, but he was also very polite to people. He was the type of man that every mother would be assured to introduce to their daughters. Lu was also very generous. After learning about Hu Rulan's predicament, he had already paid for her room for 10 days. Rulan could walk around freely during this period and look for her maidservant. Madame Rulin, we heard that the Celestial Fox Temple in the city is holding the Celestial Fox Saintess selection competition. We plan to go and watch the Celestial Fox Saintess selection competition, Lu said in a friendly manner. Saintess selection competition, hearing this, Hu Rulin was a little absent-minded. She had almost forgotten that the most lively thing in the city was the Celestial Fox Saintess selection competition. In order to establish a relationship with the Nine Yuan tribe, Hu Xianxia and the Council of Elders were very concerned about the Celestial Fox Saintess selection competition. That man did not care about his daughter's safety. Instead, he tried his best to find a saintess to replace his daughter in order to curry favor with other tribes. Hu Rulin's heart was filled with sorrow. Young Master Lu, I also want to go to the Celestial Fox Temple to watch the fun. Can you take me with you? Hu Rulin forced a smile. Yaoji was a little unhappy and was about to make things difficult for her. To be honest, young master, I came to Hu City this time to look for my daughter. She also came to participate in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection competition. Hu Rulin was afraid that they would refuse, so she lied. I see. In that case, let's go together. After all, the Celestial Fox Temple is a public place. Anyone can go and watch. Lu did not mind. Thus, he brought Hu Rulin to the Celestial Fox Temple. The Dutian Fox Temple was an important place in the Celestial Fox tribal nation. In modern times, it was similar to a temple with the most incense. Once a heavenly fox was born in Hudu, its parents and clan would pray for blessings. When a celestial fox died, she would also be cremated at the Celestial Fox Temple. Even celestial fox from other cities would go to the Celestial Fox Temple to burn incense and worship their ancestors when they arrived at Hu City. The news of the second round of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony, the theory test, was held at the Celestial Fox Temple. The next day, the crowd that came to the Celestial Fox Temple to spectate almost flattened the stone steps of the Celestial Fox Temple. When the third elder, who was in charge of hosting the second round of the theory test, saw the situation, he had no choice but to deploy 3,000 Celestial Fox soldiers to block the crowd outside. After resting for a night, Yunxing stepped into the Celestial Fox Temple. What greeted him was a series of antique buildings, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. Between the buildings, there was a large pool of green water. The pond was sparkling, and in the middle was an ivory statue that was almost 100 meters tall. The statue was lifelike, and it was a celestial fox. Behind it were 8 shocking tails. Anyone who had been to the Dutian Fox Temple would know that this statue was built by the people of the Celestial Fox tribal nation to commemorate the strongest Celestial Fox people in the history of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Yan. Back then, when the humans of the Boundless Continent and the Bakra orcs clashed, Celestial Fox Hu Yan and the chief of the Black Chilan tribe, Yi Xiao, sacrificed their lives to stop the humans from the 8 barren lands. They helped the Bakra orcs escape to the 8 barren lands and preserve their bloodline, making an indelible contribution. It was just a pity that in the end, Hu Yan died in battle in the boundless world. Even the Celestial Fox relics' whereabouts were unknown. The written exam this time was held by the pond under the statue of Celestial Fox people Chang Hu Yan. A large number of Celestial Fox soldiers blocked the crowd a kilometer away from the pond. More than 20 saintesses from the 10 capital cities gathered by the pond. Lu, Hu Rulin, and the others had just arrived. Although the crowd was densely packed, the gray feather guard had a cold expression on his face. When he swept his gaze over the crowd, the people beside him were so scared that they immediately took a few steps back. Lu and Hu Rulin easily arrived in front of him. His green eyes turned and swept across the 20 or so saintess candidates in Celestial Fox's group. Noticing that Hu Linglong was among them, Green's eyes flashed with unconcealable disgust. As expected, that woman was also there. Hu Rulin saw that the Celestial Fox saintess candidates were all gorgeously dressed. Thinking that her daughter's life was unknown at this time, she felt a burst of bitterness in her heart. They're all coquettish women. I really don't know what the old patriarch sees in them. Yaoji pouted disdainfully. At this moment, Yaoji's gaze changed. She noticed a particularly eye-catching masked woman in the crowd. Why is she here? Yaoji was naturally referring to Yunxing. Among these Celestial Fox saintesses, only Yunxing was masked. Therefore, when Yaoji mentioned her, the others also noticed her. That person is the female doctor in Songdo. She was the one who got in our way earlier. Yaoji had always been brooding about Yunxing. She was clearly a female doctor in Songdo. How did she suddenly become a saintess candidate? There must be something strange in this. Is this the woman you said could summon the subdivine beast? Lu could not help but pay more attention to the masked woman. Unfortunately, the crowd was too far away. He could barely see her back. Silence. Third Elder held a box in his hand with a solemn expression. He led more than 20 celestial fox saintess candidates and bowed respectfully to the fox statue of Patriarch Hu Yan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the celestial fox saintess represents the celestial fox clan. Not only is she of noble lineage, but she is also good at both civil and martial arts. After an overnight discussion between the Patriarch, the Council of Elders, and the Great Witch Doctor, the content of the culture test for the celestial fox saintess selection has been confirmed. It is in this box in my hand. Third Elder said with conviction. The eyes of more than 20 candidates lit up. They stared at the box with shining eyes. Hu Linglong looked at the box with a hint of joy at the corner of her mouth. This time even God was on her side. The content of the culture test is related to Patriarch Hu Yan of the Celestial Fox people. You will need to learn Patriarch Hu Yan's famous witchcraft, the corpse puppet technique, in 1 hour. As soon as Third Elder finished speaking, the crowd became restless. Corpse puppet technique. As soon as these 3 words were mentioned, the Celestial Fox clan became restless. Even the expressions of more than 20 candidates changed slightly. The corpse puppet technique was said to be the unique sorcery technique of the clan leader of the Heavenly Fox clan, Hu Yan. Back then, she had used this sorcery technique to make the pursuers of the human clan change sides at the last moment of the war between the human clan and the beast clan in the boundless continent, thus delaying the human clan's progress. Regarding this witchcraft skill, the upper echelons of the Celestial Fox tribal nation had always regarded it as a treasure. They worshipped and preserved it. In the Celestial Fox tribal nation, there were only a handful of people who knew the corpse puppet technique. They did not expect that this Celestial Fox saintess selection ceremony would include the corpse puppet technique as the content of the culture test. For the more than 20 candidates of the Celestial Fox clan, this had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that even if they were not selected in the end, they would still learn the corpse puppet technique. For them, even if they were not selected and returned to the capital city, their status in their respective cities or clans would be greatly improved. The disadvantage was that since the corpse puppet technique was one of the witchcraft skills that made Patriarch Hu Yan of the Celestial Fox people famous, it was no ordinary witchcraft skill. In just 2 short hours, it was practically impossible for him to learn and apply the technique. As soon as Third Elder finished speaking, more than 20 meditation magic arrays floated above the open pond. A scroll was placed in each magic array. In the next 1 hour, these candidates of the saintess would meditate in the magic arrays and comprehend the corpse puppet technique. It was the corpse puppet technique. Without batting an eyelid, Yunxing chose one of the magic arrays and walked over. She noticed that Hu Linglong could not hide the smile on her face. As for Yu Shang and Lu Yunchuang, their expressions were very calm. The more than 20 candidates of the Celestial Fox Saintess opened the scroll as soon as they entered the magic array. What's this? Yunxing frowned. The ancient characters of Celestial Fox were written on the scroll. The candidates of the Celestial Fox Saintess had also opened their scrolls. Some people could not help but grumble softly when they saw the ancient characters of Celestial Fox. The ancient characters of Celestial Fox were recorded in an ancient language. In today's Celestial Fox clan, only those purebred Celestial Fox clans with ancient family roots and some nobles would learn it. It was impossible for ordinary Celestial Fox hybrids to learn the ancient characters of Celestial Fox. More than 30% of the candidates of the Celestial Fox Saintess this time were Celestial Fox hybrids. One could imagine how many candidates of the Saintess were stumped by the ancient characters of the corpse puppet technique. As expected, they were discriminating against Celestial Fox hybrids. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you again this time. Yunxing sneered in her heart. 1 hour was a very limited time. No matter how difficult the scroll was, the 20 or so celestial fox saintess candidates had no choice but to study it. Light flickered in the meditation magic array. The celestial fox girls in the magic array were all as beautiful as a painting. Such scenery reflected in the blue sky and clear water was a unique sight. Hu Linglong could be said to be the most relaxed among all of them. Last night, she had already learned about the contents of the theory examination from her father, Hu Chensui. Third Elder was a well-known conservative in the Celestial Fox tribal nation. In his opinion, it was a disgrace to let a Celestial Fox mixed blood become a Celestial Fox saintess. Therefore, he set up an additional obstacle and copied all the corpse puppet technique into the ancient Celestial Fox language. I'd like to see what that Celestial Fox **starred who came out of nowhere can do this time. Recalling the six-tailed Celestial Fox that appeared in the crystal ball yesterday, Hu Linglong's heart was filled with jealousy. The theory examination this time would not be a problem for those two, would it? Hu Linglong's seductive eyes fell on the magic array where Yu Shang and Lu Yunchuang were. The two girls were reading the scroll seriously and mumbling something under their breath. However, no matter how good they were, they could not catch up to her. Hu Linglong's lips curled up. Hu Linglong had learned the basics of ancient witchcraft like the corpse puppet technique when she was young. Now that she had learned it, it was much easier for her to learn compared to the average person. 1 hour passed quickly. More than 20 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates walked out of the magic array. Except for a few specific people, most of them had a nervous look on their faces. Time's up. Everyone, recite the contents of the corpse puppet technique. Those who recite more than half of it will advance to the next round, Third Elder said. The 3 girls from Songdu were the first to go. The first to go was Huayan Luo. She recited about 80% of the content and successfully advanced to the next round. Feng Lian and Qin Yu had some trouble reciting, but they managed to recite about 50% of the words and successfully entered the second half of the round. The next few saintesses from the capital cities were not so lucky. Among them, several of them were mixed-race heavenly foxes. Among the 9 of them, 4 of them were eliminated because they could not recite more than 50% of the scripture. When it was Hu Linglong's turn, she walked up. Her voice was clear and melodious like jade beads rolling on a jade plate. Without missing a single word, she completely memorized the entire corpse puppet art. Miss Linglong is indeed talented and intelligent. Third Elder nodded his head in praise. Humph, Chen Qi snorted with a look of disdain. She was certain that Hu Linglong had cheated. The few purebred celestial fox from Hudou also successfully passed. You go up first. When it was the turn of the few celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu, Chen Qi gave Yunxing a push. She looked like she was waiting to watch a good show. Yunxing was a celestial fox hybrid. It was impossible for her to have learned the ancient celestial fox characters. She had attracted a lot of attention when she was found to be six-tailed. This time, it was her turn to make a fool of herself. It would be best if she was eliminated as well. Yunxing shrugged noncommittally and walked up. She began to recite the scripture. She continued until she was done. What the hell is that bastard reciting? She didn't get a single word right. How embarrassing. Qin Yu could not help but laugh when she heard Yunxing finish reciting. Hu Linglong was amused at first, but then she felt that something was amiss. This is... Third Elder hesitated. Good memory, Lu Yunchuang said calmly from the side. Looks like you beat me to it. Yu Shang sighed with some regret. What was that female physician doing? Yao Ji and Hui Yu had good hearing. They listened while Yunxing recited the scripture in a mess. That girl is really interesting. She recited the corpse puppet technique backwards. Hu Rulin covered her mouth and chuckled. Lu nodded as well. She had a better impression of that female physician. You recited the corpse puppet technique backwards? The Third Elder had also heard that one of the popular six-tailed celestial foxes this time was a low-grade mixed blood. He had received Hu Qianxia's instructions and planned to use the corpse puppet technique copied in ancient characters to make things difficult for this six-tailed hybrid. He did not expect her to really recite the corpse puppet technique backwards within an hour. Third Elder only said to recite it. He didn't say whether I had to recite it in order or backwards. Yunxing smiled. She must have hit the jackpot. If today's competition had been any other type of celestial fox witchcraft recorded in ancient characters, she would have admitted defeat. Xianxia did not recognize any of the ancient characters in celestial fox. However, Xianxia had already learned the corpse puppet technique in the celestial fox tomb. When she thought of this, Xianxia could not help but glance at the statue of the celestial fox people Chang Huyan. Could all this be because Chang Huyan was protecting her? Thus, Xianxia also successfully passed the test. The first half of the test was quickly completed. Lu Yunchuang and Yu Shang also passed without a hitch. Several of the 20-odd celestial fox saintess candidates were eliminated after the recitation round. Only 20 candidates were left. Witchcraft skills focus on application. In the first half of the test, you've already competed on memory. In the second half, you'll be competing on application. The corpse puppet technique is a unique witchcraft that can control people's souls. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, whoever can control the most people will win. If they can't control even one person, they'll be eliminated. The winner who hypnotizes the most people will have the right to go first in the next round of the wushu test. After the third elder finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and 100 heavenly fox soldiers stepped out of their ranks. These celestial fox soldiers were all carefully selected by third elder. They were all elites among celestial fox soldiers who had experienced the battlefield. Compared to the average celestial fox soldier, their willpower was also stronger, making it difficult for them to be bewitched. Among the 20 celestial fox saintess candidates who had just learned the corpse puppet technique, more than 80% of them were reluctant to use it to hypnotize 100 celestial fox soldiers. Lu Yu of Quandu, eliminated. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, none of the celestial fox saintess candidates were successfully hypnotized. Wang Chang of Quandu, eliminated. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. The corpse puppet technique is not something that just anyone can learn, third elder thought to himself as he watched. It was now Hua Yanlua's turn. Before her, only one celestial fox saintess candidate managed to hypnotize a person and successfully pass the written test. Hua Yanluo took a deep breath and activated her celestial fox inheritance, Fox Shadow Traceless. Beside her, a Hua Yanluo that looked exactly like her appeared. Using a celestial fox clone to use the corpse puppet technique together. This girl is quite clever. Third elder nodded approvingly when he saw this. Using a celestial fox clone? This time, Hua Yanluo is too clever for her own good. Yunxing shook her head. The celestial fox doppelganger seemed to enhance the effect of the corpse puppet technique, but the celestial fox doppelganger would disperse Hua Yanluo's mental strength. In this way, the effect of the corpse puppet technique would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Yunxing would not use the celestial fox doppelganger for this round of the competition. Hua Yanluo's talent in learning the corpse puppet technique was better than the other celestial fox saintess candidates. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, she had controlled 4 celestial fox soldiers. So far, she had the best result among all the candidates. Songdu Hua Yanluo, advance. As soon as the third elder finished speaking, Hua Yanluo's whole body went limp. She felt as if her bones were about to fall apart. I'm so tired. I won't use this corpse puppet technique a second time even if you beat me to death, Hua Yanluo complained, but her face was full of joy. In any case, she had passed the written test. She also knew that it was impossible for her to become the saintess with her current strength. But the main thing was that after passing the written test, her status would skyrocket when she returned to the Hua family. At least, she would no longer have to be afraid of the official mother and sister of the Hua family. Seeing that Hua Yanluo had also controlled 4 soldiers, Qingyu stepped forward. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Qingyu had already controlled 3 soldiers, but her mental strength was almost exhausted. There's still half an incense stick to burn. No matter what, I can't be worse than Hua Yanluo. Qingyu was also stubborn. She had always felt that she was the least valued among the candidates in Songdu, but this time, she wanted to be the first. She gritted her teeth and muttered something under her breath as she stared at one of the soldiers. This woman was still trying to be brave at this time. Yunxing had already seen that Qinyu's mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. This state was very dangerous. If she was careless, she would likely be counterattacked by the corpse puppet technique. Sure enough, after a while, Xianxia gave a short shout, and her eyes were full of pain. The third elder stepped forward to check. Xianxia of Tsangdu has overused her spiritual power. She has already controlled 3 soldiers and advanced to the next round. Sanctus candidates, I'm here to remind you that the corpse puppet spell is not an ordinary spell. Its side effects are huge. If you use it too much, you may injure yourself. Remember that. After the third elder reminded everyone, the competition continued. After learning their lesson from Xianxia, the Sanctus candidates became much more cautious. Feng Lian controlled the 2 of them and successfully advanced. When it was Hu Linglong's turn, she walked forward with a smug look on her face. When she walked past Yushang, Yunxing, and Lu Yunchuang, she even cast a provocative glance at them. Clearly, she had already viewed the 3 of them as her strongest opponents. Hu Linglong boasted that she was the most proficient in the corpse puppet technique. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she immediately began to chant. Her foxy eyes revealed an alluring light. The celestial fox soldier who met her gaze only felt a numbing sensation run up the soles of his feet. His entire being became muddle-headed. Hu Linglong's corpse puppet technique progressed very smoothly. In less than a third of an incense stick's time, she had already controlled 10 celestial fox soldiers. After those valiant and warlike soldiers were controlled, they surrounded Hu Linglong like loyal dogs. The onlookers could not help but sigh. This corpse puppet technique is quite impressive. If we encounter it in the Bahuang clan competition, it will be somewhat threatening. Green watched from the side and could not help but become more cautious. However, he did not know if this corpse puppet technique was also effective on experts. How many people do you think Hu Linglong will be able to control in the end? Unlike the envious faces of the other celestial fox saintess candidates, in Yunxing's eyes, Hu Linglong's corpse puppet technique was very crude. She must have learned the corpse puppet technique before, but due to her aptitude, she should have only learned about 30% of it. At this level, the closer she is to the end, especially in the last third of an incense stick's time, the more her mental strength is exhausted. The speed of controlling people will also be much slower. About 25 people, slightly stronger than me. Lu Yunchuang's face was still frosty. Yunxing also nodded. Her concerns were similar to Lu Yunchuang's. However, Yunxing suddenly noticed that Yushang, who was not far away, was staring at Hu Linglong. A hint of calculation flashed across her blue-green eyes, which resembled those of a Persian cat. Was that woman up to no good? Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's attention was now on Hu Linglong on the stage. No one noticed Yushang's strange behavior. Only Yunxing felt that something was amiss. Something seemed to float out of Yushang's hand. That thing, mixed with the sunlight, blew toward Hu Linglong. Just as Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang had guessed, in the last third of an incense stick's time, Hu Linglong's mental strength was exhausted, and the speed at which she used the corpse puppet technique became slower and slower. She did not notice that Yushang had done something to her body. So hot. Hu Linglong felt as if something was burning on her body. Everything before her was white, as if she was being illuminated by the dazzling sunlight. Hu Linglong's consciousness began to blur, and she muttered to herself. So hot, I want to take off my clothes. Hu Linglong ignored everyone's stares and suddenly unbuttoned her clothes, leaving only a red doo-doo on her body. Whoosh, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was looking at this strange scene. As Hu Linglong took off her clothes, she pounced on the celestial fox soldier, moaning like a clingy loach. Miss Linglong, what's wrong with you? Third elder was shocked. How did Hu Linglong, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly become like this? Unexpectedly, Hu Linglong did not hear him at all. She pounced on the celestial fox soldiers like a hungry wolf. Several celestial fox saintess candidates from Hu capital saw this and hurriedly tried to pull her away, but she pushed them all away. When Yunxing saw this, she took a step forward. A few needles flashed on her fingertips, and she stabbed them into Hu Linglong's Renzhong and Qihai acupoints. Only then did Hu Linglong stop. Her body went limp, and she fainted. What's going on? Third elder was still in shock. He looked at Yunxing, then at Hu Linglong. This time, it was really troublesome. Hu Linglong was Hu Qiansui's daughter. She had made such a big fool of herself in the Heavenly Fox literature exam. If this news were to spread, Hu Linglong's reputation would be ruined. She must have overused her mental strength and suffered a backlash, Yunxing explained, but her gaze fell on Yushang, who was not far away. This woman had secretly done something. Yushang glanced at Yunxing, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Only the two of them knew what had just happened. Yunxing did not expose Yushang's trick, but Yushang had already noticed Yunxing. That half-blood B*TCH had seen through her trick. Yushang's eyes were filled with fury. After Hu Linglong was rescued and woke up, she was embarrassed and angry when she found out about her embarrassing behavior. She rushed to Yunxing. "It's you. What did you do to me?" This human B*TCH was a doctor. The situation just now was so strange. She must have done something. Hu Linglong, be more polite. Yunxing could not be bothered with this idiot. She did not want to get into another conflict with Hu Linglong. Yushang was enjoying the show, waiting for the two of them to fight. When Third Elder saw this, he quickly persuaded Hu Linglong. After all, there were so many people present, and no one had seen Yunxing do anything. Hu Linglong's strange behavior could only be attributed to her improper use of the corpse puppet technique. After some calculations, they found that Hu Linglong had controlled a total of 20 celestial fox soldiers. However, because of her embarrassing behavior just now, everyone was looking at her strangely. Hu Linglong wanted to find a hole to hide in. She tried her best to recall, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not figure out what had happened to her. What happened? Lu Yunxuan asked Yunxing in a low voice. Someone plotted against us. Yunxing glanced at Yushang, who was also looking at her coldly. This woman had probably planned to do something to Hu Linglong long ago. Yunxing had also checked Hu Linglong's body. There were no signs of poison. Even if she confronted Hu Linglong face to face, others would only say that she was making false accusations. Yushang of Yudu's true identity was probably not that simple. Third Elder's expression turned ugly when he heard about Hu Linglong's incident. A few more Celestial Fox Saintess candidates took turns to go up, but most of their results were not as good as Hu Linglong's. Soon, it was the turn of the people from Fengdu. They were also more daunting than dangerous. Lu Yunxuan had received Yunxing's reminder and did not use her full strength. She used the corpse puppet technique to successfully control 13 people. Chen Qi's performance was barely satisfactory. She used the corpse puppet technique to control 5 people. Finally, it was Yunxing's turn. When Yunxing stepped forward, Yushang suddenly rushed out and blocked Yunxing's path. Third Elder, this kind of competition is too boring. Yushang has a suggestion. I want to compete with her. Yushang glanced at Yunxing. Yunxing and Yushang were the only 2 selected Celestial Fox Saintess candidates who possessed the 6-tailed Celestial Fox bloodline. The two of them had completely memorized the corpse puppet technique in the first half of the trial. Coupled with Hu Linglong's failure and her abnormal behavior just now, Yunxing and Yushang had become the strongest pair. How about it? Do you dare to compete with me? Yushang's blue and green eyes were filled with provocation. This woman had disrupted her plan with just a few needles. Yushang was already hostile towards Yunxing. How do we compete? Yunxing also wanted to see what tricks Yushang had up her sleeve. There were too many suspicious points about this woman. She might as well compete with her and find out the truth. Both of them had 6-tailed celestial fox bloodlines. What if they really competed? Third Elder pondered in his heart. Let them compete. A voice suddenly rang out in Third Elder's mind. Third Elder was slightly startled. It was clan leader Hu Qianqiu's voice. Could it be that the clan leader was also watching nearby? Third Elder no longer hesitated and agreed. He divided the 100 celestial fox soldiers into 2 halves, 50 on each side. The rules of the competition were also changed slightly. The winner would be whoever could control the 50 celestial fox soldiers in the shortest time. 50 people? Yunxing and Yushang glanced at the 50 celestial fox soldiers assigned to each side. The incense was lit. Yunxing and Yushang each began to perform the corpse puppet spell. Both of them began to chant. Unlike the previous celestial fox saintesses, Yunxing and Yushang were much more proficient in the corpse puppet spell. In just a few breaths, Yunxing had already subdued a celestial fox soldier. On the other side, Yushang was not slow either. Her blue-green eyes seemed to have a magical power. Any celestial fox soldier who met her eyes would lose their souls and fall under her control. The celestial fox soldiers who had been subdued walked to Yunxing and Yushang's sides like puppets. It's clearly not their first time using the corpse puppet spell. Hu Linglong had also noticed something was amiss. She would never believe that the B***starred and Yushang from Yudu had never learned the corpse puppet spell before. It's not the first time some of them are using it either. How dare they criticize others? Lu Yunchuang mocked them without holding back. Hu Linglong's face alternated between red and white. It was as ugly as it could get. So fast. Yushang continued to perform the corpse puppet spell while paying attention to Yunxing's situation. What surprised her was that the celestial fox bastard who had appeared out of nowhere was actually as fast as her when using the corpse puppet spell. The number of celestial fox soldiers controlled by both sides was almost the same. This was the first time in many years that Yushang had met someone who was on par with her in using the corpse puppet spell. However, if the other party thought that they could beat her just like that, they were gravely mistaken. A smile spread across Yushang's plump lips. She suddenly stopped chanting. There was a flash of light on her body, and something floated on her fair, jade-like skin. Having learned her lesson from Hu Linglong, Yunxing had always been wary of Yushang. When she saw the sudden change in Yushang's body, she could not help but stop chanting as well. Eye-like pupils appeared eerily on Yushang's body and face. The pupils were enchanting and emitted a faint blue light. Wherever the blue light went, the celestial fox soldiers who were still conscious quickly became dazed. Even some of the celestial fox soldiers on Yunxing's side walked toward Yushang. Celestial fox's inheritance, spectral eyes. Third Elder could not help but cry out when he saw the eerie eyes that appeared on Yushang's body. Spectral eyes was a long-lost ultimate technique of the Yudu lineage. It could strengthen the effects of the corpse puppet spell and allow more celestial fox soldiers to be controlled by Yushang. Even the few celestial fox soldiers who were under Yunxing's control were controlled by Yushang's spectral eyes. They did not expect Yushang to be proficient in spectral eyes. It seemed that Yushang's spectral eyes had something to do with her being able to break through to six-tailed when she was still five-tailed. No wonder that woman provoked Yunxing just now. Lu Yunchuang, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could not help but worry. As soon as spectral eyes were used, the celestial fox soldiers on Yunxing's side walked toward Yushang as if they were being pulled by something. It was obvious that they had been controlled by the eerie spectral eyes. If this continued, Yunxing might lose. A smug smile appeared on Yushang's lips. Showing off in front of an expert, Yushang of Yudu. You asked for it. Yunxing's eyes grew brighter and brighter. A golden light flashed through them like lightning. Yushang, you asked for it. Yunxing had wanted to pass the theory test casually, but she did not expect Yushang to provoke her again and again. Yunxing had never been an easy person to get along with. The celestial fox soldiers, many of whom were on Yunxing's side, were being forcefully controlled by Yushang's spectral eye. Yunxing's black pupils suddenly turned golden. The moment her pupils turned golden, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Bzzz, everyone heard a strange sound coming from above their heads. That is. What is that? A giant golden pupil, which was tightly shut, hung high in the sky like a scorching sun. The giant pupil opened abruptly, and the golden light emitted from the golden pupil shocked everyone in the celestial fox shrine. Oh no! Even Green felt dizzy at that moment. He hurriedly activated his magical defense. The spectators who reacted faster also hurriedly released their magical defense and battle energy walls in an attempt to resist the golden light emitted by the strange pupil. The celestial fox soldiers, who were already under the control of the spectral eye, felt dizzy when they came in contact with the golden light. They stopped walking toward Yushang and walked toward Yunxing. What? Yushang also felt dizzy. The spectral eye on her body was stinging under the golden light of the golden pupil. Needless to say, it was difficult to control the celestial fox soldiers with the spectral eye. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is up. The voice of the third elder woke the crowd up instantly. The giant golden pupil in the sky also disappeared. On the field, Yunxing and Yushang stood facing each other. Both of them did not look good. What kind of sorcery did you use? Yushang did not care about the competition anymore. Her face was red with anger as she stared at Yunxing. Celestial Fox's inheritance, golden puppet eyes, Leng Hao said coldly. Impossible. I've never heard of such a celestial fox inheritance in the world, said Yushang in disbelief. Not to mention Yushang, even third elder and Xianxia, who was secretly observing the competition, had never seen such a celestial fox inheritance. Even if I haven't seen it before, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in this world. This is an inheritance that I comprehended myself. Yunxing's golden puppet eye was comprehended by her by combining it with the Yan clan's Shenong eye. It could be said that other than her, no one else in the 8 Desolates continent could use the golden puppet eyes. Self-created. She created her own celestial fox inheritance? Hearing that Yunxing's celestial fox inheritance was created by herself, the third elder couldn't help but be shocked. Very few people were able to create their own celestial fox inheritance. The power of the golden puppet eyes just now was indeed not to be underestimated. If this was true, then this celestial fox mixed blood's talent was much higher than Yushang and Hu Linglong's. The people from Songdu and Fengdu were also shocked. If Yunxing really used the celestial fox inheritance, including the celestial fox claw and the fox's traceless shadow, she would have at least 3 celestial fox inheritances. This woman had not revealed anything earlier. Wasn't she a little too sinister? Third elder, the two of them have violated the rules of the theory test by using the celestial fox inheritance. They should be disqualified. Hu Linglong seized the opportunity to confirm that Yunxing and Yushang had violated the rules. The theory test is not the combat test. You can't use the celestial fox inheritance, said third elder. Yunxing and Yushang's expressions changed slightly. However, the two of you are indeed better than the others in the application of the corpse puppet technique. Third elder had already received the clan leader's instructions. He knew that these two women were very likely to be the most promising candidates for the celestial fox saintess in the future. At this time, if one of them violated the rules and both of them were disqualified, how would he explain it to the clan leader and the elders' council? Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to make an exception and let the two of you enter the next round of the combat test. However, the two of you will have to be punished accordingly. In the third round of the combat test, the two of you will be the last to depart after the other saintess candidates. Third elder made a compromise. As a result, Hu Linglong, who was originally third place at most, suddenly jumped to first place in the theory test. Yunxing and Yushang, who were supposed to have the best results, ended up at the bottom because of the golden puppet eyes and spectral eyes. Some people were very satisfied with this result, while others were very angry. After the theory test, the number of people in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was reduced from 20 to 16. The remaining 16 people would participate in the last round of the combat test in 3 days. Let's wait and see in the combat test. Yushang glared hatefully at Yunxing. If it wasn't for Yunxing, she would definitely be first in the theory test. Hu Linglong had profited from her misfortune. Just as she was about to show off, she suddenly saw Green in the crowd. Green, why are you here? Are you here to watch me participate in the selection ceremony? Seeing her sweetheart, Hu Linglong smiled and rushed towards Green. However, Green seemed to not see her at all. His gaze passed through the crowd. Hu Linglong's cry attracted the attention of Yunxing and Yushang. Only then did the two of them notice that there was an extraordinary young man standing in the crowd. It's him, the descendant of the Bahuang tribe. Yunxing still remembered Green, but her gaze quickly fell on the woman next to Green. With just one glance, Yunxing realized that this woman was very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing, and also to Hu Xin. Yunxing hesitated for a moment. Coincidentally, Lu Yunxuang walked over from the side. Only then did she dismiss the idea of chatting with the woman. Yushang also saw Green in the crowd. At the same time, she clearly heard Hu Linglong's affectionate tone. What was this man's background? Yushang's beautiful eyes darted around. A scheming glint flashed across her blue-green eyes. She brushed her hair and walked gracefully to stand in front of Green. This is the young chief of the Nine Yuan tribe. Nice to meet you. With that, she winked at Green. Whether it was Hu Linglong or Yu Shang, Green did not notice their attentions. He looked a little absent-minded. His gaze was fixed on the masked woman not far away. So familiar. This feeling. Green felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Why were those eyes so similar to the eyes of the person he yearned for day and night? Was it her? Why was she in the Bahuang continent? And why was she participating in the selection of celestial foxes saints? Big brother Green, are you even listening to me? Hu Linglong was even more annoyed when she saw Green ignoring her and Yu Shang fawning over him. It was then that she saw the woman next to Green. Big brother Green, why are you with the chief's wife? Hu Linglong yelled. The chief's wife, hearing Hu Linglong's roar, those who were not paying attention all looked at Hu Rulan. Although Hu Rulan was the chief's wife, she lived in seclusion, so not many people knew her true face. Because of Hu Xing, Hu Linglong had always been hostile to Hu Rulan. Why would the clan leader's wife be walking together with a young man? For a moment, everyone began to discuss. Hu Linglong, what nonsense are you talking about? This madam is here to find her daughter, Lu scolded. This time, he had come to Hu City in disguise. Now that Hu Linglong had made such a ruckus, everyone would know his identity. This woman was still so annoying. Find her daughter? Brother Lu, isn't her daughter that useless Hu Sheng? That useless person who disgraced the celestial fox tribe and is now a plaything of the human race. Hu Linglong looked at Hu Rulan's pretty face with disgust. Hu Sheng looked very similar to Hu Rulan. Relying on this face that men flocked to, she pretended to be delicate and pitiful all day long. Don't talk about Xing'er like that. Xing'er is not useless. Hu Rulan listened to Hu Linglong's words. Every word was like a knife, stabbing her all over. Her daughter's whereabouts were unknown, but Hu Linglong still humiliated her like this. Earlier, someone said that her daughter's disappearance was related to Hu Linglong. Even a clay figurine had a temper. Hu Rulan was angry and started to fight with Hu Linglong. Hu Linglong did not care about Hu Rulan at all. Even if she was the chief's wife, she was already the chief's wife who was no longer favored. The chief, Hu Xianxia, did not even bother to look at her. Go away, you old woman who no one wants. Hu Linglong lifted her fingertips and pulled Hu Rulan's hair, grabbing her face. Stop. Although he did not know how Hu Rulan suddenly became the chief's wife, he was the one who brought her here. Lu would not allow Hu Linglong to hurt her. He was about to stop Hu Linglong, but at this moment, he heard a paw sound. The slap was ruthless and accurate as it flew towards Hu Linglong's face. This slap came so suddenly that Hu Linglong only felt a dull pain on her face. She was forcefully thrown back and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Hu Rulan, who had a terrified look on her face, had already been snatched away by someone to protect her behind him. Xing'er is not a good-for-nothing. Hu Rulan's face was full of tears as she muttered unwillingly. Madam, everything is fine now. The soft female voice woke Hu Rulan up from her dream. She looked up and saw the masked celestial fox saintess candidate looking at her. Even though her face was covered, her eyes were filled with worry and heartache. Hu Rulan had only seen such a look on her daughter's face. The woman in front of her, her figure and silhouette, was so similar to the daughter she yearned for day and night. You are. Xing'er. Hu Rulan could not help but pull off Yunxing's veil with trembling hands. Yunxing did not expect Hu Rulan to suddenly make such a move. She wanted to stop her, but it was too late. When the veil fell, a beautiful face was exposed in front of everyone. Anyone who had seen the former celestial fox saintess, Hu Xing, could not help but gasp at this moment. Hu Rulan's eyes were filled with infatuation. Xing'er, it was really her Xing'er. Green was dumbfounded. He stared at Yunxing in a daze. This couldn't be a dream, right? It was her. Compared to a few years ago, the beauty in front of him, whether it was her temperament or cultivation, was much better than before. She was Yunxing, the Yunxing who made him lose his soul the moment he saw her. It's you, Hu Xing. How dare you come back? Hu Linglong was slapped by Yunxing. Her hair was messy and her cheeks were swollen. However, all of this could not compare to the shock she felt when she saw Hu Xing. Why was this woman haunting her? Why did she return to the Eight Wastelands continent? It's the Saintess. Isn't this the Saintess who has been missing for a long time? Everyone from the Celestial Fox tribal country, including the third elder, was shocked. No, you're not Hu Xing. Where did this imposter come from? Hu Linglong looked again and realized that this woman was not Hu Xing. Although she looked exactly the same as Hu Xing, her eyes and actions, as well as her cultivation, were definitely not that trash. She's Xing. Hu Linglong, don't slander her. Hu Rulan refused to let go of Yunxing when she saw her. Her daughter had been missing for so long. She was finally back. Madam, listen to my explanation first. Yunxing saw Hu Linglong bullying Hu Rulan and knew that Hu Rulan was Hu Xing's poor mother. She wanted to find Hu Rulan and tell her about Hu Xing's ashes after the theory examination. Who knew that Hu Linglong would be so hateful as to humiliate and beat Hu Rulan in public? She could not stand it anymore. Xing, Mother knew it was you. Mother knew that you would come to the Celestial Fox Shrine with a premonition. You're really here. Let Mother see if you're hurt or suffered. Mother is useless and made you suffer so much. Hu Rulan did not hear Yunxing's words at all. She touched Yunxing's face and held her hand. What's going on? How did this Celestial Fox bastard become the Saintess? The most shocked people were the Saintess candidates from Fengdu and Songdu, especially Qinyu and Chenqi. They were still mocking Yunxing's background. Who knew that she was actually the Patriarch's daughter? Third elder was also embarrassed. If Yunxing was really the previous Celestial Fox Saintess who went missing, then this Celestial Fox selection ceremony would become a joke. Hu Dou had prepared for the Celestial Fox selection ceremony for so long and had even publicized it to the public. The Patriarch had even invited the old Patriarch of the Nine Luan tribe to watch. All of this was wasted effort. Also, how should the Saintess candidates who had traveled thousands of miles from other capital cities, as well as the women who had been assassinated on their way here, be dealt with? She can't be Hu Xing. She's a mixed blood. Have you forgotten that Hu Xing is a purebred? This woman is a mixed blood. She must have used some method to deliberately disguise herself as Hu Xing. She has ulterior motives. She must be arrested. Hu Linglong was also panicking in her heart. No matter who she was, she would never allow her to become the Celestial Fox Saintess again. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, it will be too unfair to the other Saintess candidates. Yu Shang was also dissatisfied. If it wasn't for this woman, Yu Shang was completely confident that she would become the Celestial Fox Saintess this time. All of this was disrupted by this Celestial Fox bastard who appeared out of nowhere. That's right. Revoke her status as a Saintess candidate and arrest her. The other Saintess candidates also echoed. All the spearheads were pointed at Yunxing. You're not allowed to bully Xing. Hu Rulan was brave for the first time in her life in the face of these accusations and difficulties. She opened her arms and protected Yunxing like a mother eagle protecting her young. However, her shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. Yunxing was a little touched, but at the same time, she was a little emotional. Hu Rulan and her mother looked exactly the same, but their personalities and strength were worlds apart. If her mother was here, she would probably cast a magic spell on anyone who was dissatisfied. Yunxing did not cower in the face of all the questioning gazes. She patted Hu Rulan's shoulder as if she was coaxing a child. Madam, I will deal with this. Yunxing took a step forward and swept her gaze over everyone present at a leisurely pace. So what if I'm Hu Xing? So what if I'm not Hu Xing? Don't you want a Saintess? Do you really think that everyone wants to be the Saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe? Yunxing sneered. How dare you look down on the Celestial Fox Saintess? The third elder was provoked by Yunxing's mocking gaze. He let out a furious roar, and the 100 or so heavenly fox soldiers immediately surrounded him. Hold on. Green took a step forward and blocked the path of the Celestial Fox soldiers. Brother Green, what are you doing? That woman is not a good person. I remember now. I met this woman in the Dutian blood realm. She had pretended to be Hu Xing. She must be a spy from the boundless world. Hu Linglong was furious when she saw Green protecting that mixed-blood bastard. Shut up. If you dare to speak ill of her again, don't blame me for being rude. Green's gaze was cold. What's wrong with the young clan leader? Why do you want to get involved in the Celestial Fox tribe? Yaoji and Huiyu were puzzled by the young chieftain's sudden change. Before he left, Green had said firmly that he would not marry any Celestial Fox Saintess even if all the women in the world were dead. That's not right. Look at the young patriarch's face, why is it so red? Also, look at the way he looks at that lady. Huiyu saw some clues. Apart from having a good relationship with D clan's young patriarch Z, the young patriarch had never been too close to anyone else. But today, he clearly looked like he was experiencing his first awakening of love. Greyfeather then looked at Yunxing. It was undeniable that this celestial fox mixed-blood woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, the young patriarch was not a superficial person who would only look at a person's appearance. What exactly was going on? You again? I'll handle my own matters. Yunxing also had a puzzled look on her face. She recognized Green, but if she didn't remember wrongly, she even fought with him last time. Why did he suddenly jump out? Yunxing, don't be afraid. I'm here. Green said gently. What the hell is going on? A stern rebuke was heard, and the crowd parted. The Celestial Fox tribe's patriarch, Xianxia, and the Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch walked over together. Xianxia had given instructions to the third elder earlier, and thought that the theory test had been successfully completed. Who knew that the third elder suddenly reported that the patriarch's wife, the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch, and a woman who looked exactly like the previous saintess had all appeared in the Celestial Fox temple together. Xianxia knew that something was wrong, so he invited the Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch and rushed to the Celestial Fox temple together. Xianxia saw Hu Rulin and Yunxing at a glance. When he saw Yunxing, Xianxia was also shocked. This woman was too similar to his daughter, Xing. Knowing that the daughter was no match for the father, Xianxia, that kind of old fox, could tell at a glance that this woman wasn't Xing. Xing didn't have such sharp eyes, and didn't have such a cold aura. The Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch's gaze fell on his grandson, Green. But when he looked at his grandson, he didn't seem to see his grandfather at all. At this moment, he was gazing at a celestial fox woman affectionately. The Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch almost burst into tears. What was this situation? Wasn't this brat always clamoring that he wasn't willing to marry into the Celestial Fox tribe? Looking at his current appearance, he definitely liked the other party. The Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch looked at Yunxing again, and when he saw her appearance, he nodded his head in satisfaction. After looking a few more times, the Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch suddenly realized that this woman was the prospective granddaughter-in-law that he had taken a fancy to in the inn earlier. Who exactly are you? Xianxia questioned Yunxing. Yunxing was also sizing up Xianxia. This Celestial Fox tribe's patriarch looked very young, and his appearance was very scholarly, but his pair of cunning eyes betrayed him. This man was the Celestial Fox people that Xing said was cold and heartless. For so many years, he didn't care about the life and death of Xing and his daughter. Xianxia, she is our Xing'er. When Hu Rulin saw Xianxia, she was still a bit timid, but she was afraid that her husband would scare her daughter again, so she hurriedly walked forward. Nonsense, she's not Xing. Xianxia was just about to reprimand her. Hey, Xianxia, it doesn't matter whether this girl is your daughter or not. What's important is whether she is competent for the position of Celestial Fox Saintess. The Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch winked at Xianxia. Xianxia saw that the Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch's attitude was ambiguous, and then he used his finger to secretly point at Green and Yunxing. Yunxing and Green, one was delicate and cold, the other was tall and elegant. When they stood together, they were like a pair of jade. What surprised Xianxia the most was that from the moment he appeared until now, the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch didn't even look in his direction. That pair of eyes was incomparably gentle as they gazed at Yunxing. He was also an experienced person. How could he not see that the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch had feelings for Yunxing? Xianxia's heart jumped, and he immediately understood the Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch's meaning. It was said that a forcefully picked melon was not sweet. Previously, Xianxia was worried that the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch wouldn't fancy Hu Linglong, so he held this celestial fox saintess selection ceremony. Whether Yunxing was Husheng or not wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was whether the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch was willing to marry the celestial fox saintess. Looking at the situation, as long as Yunxing was the celestial fox saintess, the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch would definitely agree to the marriage between the two tribes. But if it was someone else, the Nine Yuan tribe's young patriarch might not be moved. Using the celestial fox saintess to become in-laws with the Nine Yuan tribe, wasn't this the result that Xianxia had always wanted? Thinking of this, Xianxia and the Nine Yuan tribe's old patriarch made a "you know, I also know" expression to each other. Old patriarch is right, the celestial fox saintess is for the strong. This is also the main purpose of this celestial fox saintess selection. Since the theory test is already over, everything will go according to the normal process. 3 days later, the final round of the celestial fox saintess selection, the combat test, will be held. At that time, the one who obtains the first place in the combat test will become the celestial fox saintess. Xianxia decided to confirm Yunxing's identity afterwards. Once the celestial fox people leader Xianxia spoke, the other candidates, including Hu Linglong, could not say anything. The Nine Phoenix old patriarch had a smile on his face as he beckoned his grandson over. Lu glanced at Yunxing and walked away unwillingly. "Rulin, follow me back to the palace." Xianxia walked up and wanted to take Rulin away. I'm not going back. I'll go wherever Xing'er goes." Rulin left the palace this time to find her daughter. "Up to you. I don't believe you can stay outside for long." Xianxia was exasperated. This woman dared to go against his wishes. It was only a few days and she had already rebelled. She did not think that she was powerless and had no money. She would come back obediently in a few days. Xianxia left with the third elder and the rest. Yunxing rubbed her forehead and looked at Rulin's face that looked like her mother. She was thinking about how to tell Rulin about Husheng's death. After learning that Rulin had left the palace and had nowhere to stay for the time being, Yunxing could only inform Green and bring Rulin to the inn where she was staying. "Madam, I'm not Husheng. My name is Yunxing and I'm from the Boundless Land. Husheng is no longer here. Before she died, she told me to bring her ashes back to the celestial fox tribe." Yunxing hesitated for a while and decided to tell the truth. She took out the box containing Husheng's ashes. Rulin did not say a word and did not take the box of ashes. "Madam, please restrain your grief." Yunxing sighed. She knew that Rulin and Husheng depended on each other for many years. It would be hard for her to accept her daughter's death. "No, that's not true. You're Xing'er. You look exactly the same as Xing'er." "Xing'er, why are you joking with me?" Rulin smiled, her beautiful face full of disbelief. She lovingly caressed Yunxing's face, her eyes filled with stubbornness. "Madam Rulin, I look very similar to Husheng. Also, you and my mother were both born in the Dutian blood beast sector. I don't know if you still remember, but the two of you look exactly the same." Yunxing couldn't bear to see Rulin's expression and comforted her. "No, Xing'er won't die. You're Xing'er. Xing'er, don't worry. From now on, Mother will never leave you again. Wherever you go, Mother will follow. If you want to go to the boundless world, I will go with you." Rulin despaired and held on to Yunxing's hand, refusing to let go. Tears filled her eyes. Yunxing knew that Rulin wouldn't be able to accept this reality in such a short period of time. She could only use acupuncture to make Rulin fall asleep temporarily. "I won't be able to hand over the bone ashes for a while. However, the trouble I caused this time is really big. I don't know when Rulin will accept the news of Husheng's death. This celestial fox saintess selection ceremony must be completed successfully. Only then can I obtain the antidote to save Ying and baby sheep." Yunxing pondered. There was only one round left in the saintess selection ceremony. Among the remaining 10 people, only Yu Shang and Hu Linglong could pose a threat. Especially Hu Linglong. She had been taught a lesson by her a few times. She would definitely do something in this combat examination. She was the daughter of the chief's younger brother. She must have some influence in the celestial fox tribe. Also, the power that the jade garment of Yudu had displayed this time should only be a small part of her power. She would be Yunxing's greatest enemy in the Saintess selection ceremony. There was one more thing that Yunxing was worried about. She still didn't know the specific content of the combat examination. However, no matter what, she had to prepare well. Yunxing decided to cultivate the corpse puppet technique and other celestial fox inheritances in the last few days. In fact, Yunxing wasn't the only one who was full of expectations for the celestial fox tribe's Saintess selection ceremony this time. After the old chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe met up with the young chief, Green, the old chief kept looking at his grandson with a silly smile. Green felt goosebumps all over his body. Hee, kid, didn't you say that you wouldn't come to Hu City? Why did you come here without a word? The old chief was tired of living in the celestial fox palace these few days. He might as well move to an inn. Isn't it because you randomly matched me? Green was annoyed. If it wasn't for his grandfather being a busybody, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble. He originally planned to leave after watching the competition quietly. Who knew that such a big mistake would happen midway and even let Hu Linglong know that he was also in Hu City? After his identity was exposed, those celestial fox saintess candidates all came to fawn on him. These few days, the inn's doorstep was almost broken by so many people. Green was so annoyed that he simply refused to see them and rejected them all outside the door. Kid, do you really think that your grandfather is wrong? Alright then, the marriage between the 9 Phoenix tribe and the celestial fox tribe will be cancelled. So you don't like that girl called Yunxing? The old chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe waved his hand and shouted that he wanted to cancel the marriage. Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't. Green stuttered. In short, do you like Yunxing or not? The old chief had already found out that this wasn't the first time his grandson and Yunxing had met. The reason why he was so against the marriage with the celestial fox tribe was not because he didn't like women, but because he already had someone in his heart. I like her very much. Green couldn't stand his grandfather's pestering and simply confessed. Then it's settled. This old man wants this granddaughter-in-law. I'll choose an auspicious day with Xianxia and let the two of you get married. The old chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe laughed happily, as if he would be able to hold his great-grandson on this day next year. Grandfather, don't mess around. Yunxing doesn't like me. She seems to have someone in her heart. Green was distressed. Yunxing's tone when talking to him earlier was very distant. However, this was not surprising. Speaking of which, he and Yunxing had only met twice. The time they spent together was not even a full day. In this case, how could he let the girl like him? Green thought that Yunxing was not the kind of woman who would be manipulated. If he provoked her, she would definitely fight to the death. So what if she has someone in her heart? She can participate in the celestial fox saintess selection, which means she is still chaste. Let me tell you, women are easy to deceive. My grandson is tall and mighty, and is the young chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe. Looking at the entire 8 Desolates continent, no one can compare to you. After this celestial fox saintess selection ceremony is over, I'll think of a way to make the raw rice become cooked rice. At that time, this granddaughter-in-law can't run away. The old chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe said and laughed. Green stood at the side, looking at his grandfather's intoxicated face helplessly. Seeing his grandfather's confident look, Green secretly shook his head. Grandpa must have been deceived by Yunxing's appearance. Yunxing was not easy to deal with. Green couldn't imagine what it would be like to have sex with Yunxing. That woman would probably not agree to the marriage. It was more likely that Yunxing had sharpened her knife and crippled him. However, even though she was such a ferocious woman, Lu was still very attracted to her. In Lu's opinion, the selection of the Heavenly Fox Saintess had undoubtedly brought him and Yunxing one step closer. What was the relationship between Yunxing and Hu Rulan? But judging from Yunxing's appearance, it seemed that she still valued the other party. Hu Rulan had a good impression of him. If he could fight for more, he might have a chance with Yunxing. Both grandfather and grandson had their own thoughts. Grey Feather and Yaoji, who were guarding outside the door, had different expressions. I really don't know what the old patriarch was thinking. That woman doesn't deserve to be our young patriarch's wife. Yaoji gritted her teeth. Yaoji, this is not something we should care about. Everyone can see that our young patriarch likes that girl very much. Grey Feather had watched the young patriarch grow up. The young patriarch had lost his parents when he was young. Although the old patriarch loved him in every possible way, the young patriarch had never accepted anyone except his good friend Ultraviolet, especially women. This was the first time that Grey Feather saw Green treat a woman differently. I will never agree with that woman. She may not become the celestial fox saintess. Yaoji thought to herself. No matter what, she would not let that woman become the young patriarch's wife. Moreover, Yaoji had already seen that she was not the only one who didn't want Yunxing to become the celestial fox saintess. In the outskirts of Hu City, there was a strange building shaped like a lighthouse. It was like a big sword, piercing into the dark night sky. Around it, the trees were withered. Only a few zombie owls landed on the trees, motionless. The interior and exterior of the building were gloomy. There were no lights in the building, only a few magic arrays that looked like hellfire emitted dim light. Inside the building, there was not a single soldier guarding it, but within a radius of 10 miles, there was no sign of human habitation. There was a long staircase, winding like a mountain road, all the way to the top of the tower. This lighthouse-like building was quite famous in the Celestial Fox tribal nation and even in the Bakra orcs. This tower was called the Witch Doctor Tower. It was the residence of the Great Witch Doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe. Celestial Fox was the only one living in the tower. At the top of the Witch Doctor Tower, there was a huge magical array. An old woman in a loose long robe was casting an incantation. As she chanted, the powerful wizard power was like a bat, occupying a coffin made of bronze. The coffin was no different from an ordinary coffin. Its surface was rusty, and there were a lot of ancient celestial fox incantations carved on it. The coffin floated in the air above the magical array, emitting a dim light. The old woman was very old. Her skin was loose, and her eyes were muddy yellow. But such an old woman was the most respected person in the Celestial Fox tribal nation. Even the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Xianxia, had to be courteous when he saw her. This was the Great Witch Doctor of the Celestial Fox tribal nation. In the Celestial Fox tribal nation, her status was comparable to the chief of the Celestial Fox tribal nation, Xianxia, and the Council of Elders. The Great Witch Doctor was proficient in all kinds of witchcraft. Her medical skills were also very good. The coffin was open, and there was a human mummy lying inside. The mummy was wrapped in a lot of bandages. From the shape of the body, the mummy should have been a woman. The Great Witch Doctor was chanting an incantation, and a mysterious wizard power fell on the mummy. After 6 or 7 hours, the mummy moved. The bandages fell off, and the ancient mummy revealed her true face. The first thing that appeared was a pair of blue-green eyes and snow-white skin that was even more delicate than white jade. After the bandages were removed, the mummy was none other than the Jade of Yudushang, who had shone in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony. My lord, your injuries are no longer a problem. The Great Witch Doctor was of noble status. Ordinary people had to bow to her when they saw her, but when she saw the Jade of Yudushang, she bowed. Yushang put on her clothes and waved her hand, indicating that the Great Witch Doctor need not be so polite. Yushang had returned to the Witch Doctor Tower after the written exam. Yunxing's golden eye scorpion was very powerful. The golden light from the golden eye had injured Yushang's spectral eye to a certain extent. Once she returned to the Witch Doctor Tower, blisters began to appear on her skin, as if she had been scalded. This made her look very disgusting. Fortunately, the Great Witch Doctor treated her in time. Now, there were no more wounds on her body. Can you tell what technique the opponent used? Yushang asked the Celestial Fox Great Witch Doctor. My lord, I don't know what kind of inheritance it is, but the opponent's technique is very special. If I'm not wrong, it must be a special martial art combined with the Celestial Fox's inheritance. She also seems to have a close relationship with the previous saintess, Hu Xing. The Great Witch Doctor treated Yushang's wounds with wizard power. Yushang was the Great Witch Doctor's master, none of the Celestial Fox people's patriarch, Hu Qianqiu, and the other elders knew this. Hearing the great witch doctor mention the previous saintess, Hu Xing, Yushang's eyes were no longer as seductive as they were during the day. Her blue and green eyes were filled with coldness. She's not the saintess of celestial fox. I'm the real celestial fox saintess, Yushang said angrily when the great witch doctor mentioned the previous celestial fox saintess, Hu Xing. That trash, the reputation of the celestial fox saintess had been ruined by her. My lord, please calm down. You are the real celestial fox saintess. You were and will be. You are the most outstanding celestial fox saintess in the history of the celestial fox tribe, the great witch doctor said fearfully. If it wasn't for that bitch Hu Yan, I wouldn't have become what I am today. I had to rely on this Yudu woman to survive. Yu Shang, or rather, the saintess of the celestial fox tribe nation, was from the same generation as Hu Yan. Venomous light shot out from Hu Yushang's eyes. Most of the celestial fox people had heard of Hu Yan, but not many knew about Hu Yushang. Hu Yushang and Hu Yan were sisters of the same father but different mothers. They had grown up together. However, because Hu Yan was too outstanding, her limelight overshadowed Hu Yushang's. Hu Yushang was a five-tailed celestial fox, while Hu Yan was a six-tailed celestial fox. Hu Yan became the patriarch of the celestial fox people, while Hu Yushang could only be the celestial fox saintess. Even patriarch Yi Xiu of the Qilin tribe, whom Hu Yushang had a crush on, fell in love with Hu Yan after meeting her. Hu Yushang hated Hu Yan to the core, but she was very cunning. On the surface, Hu Yushang and Hu Yan seemed to be on good terms with each other, as if they were sisters. However, in reality, Hu Yushang had always harbored hatred in her heart and looked for opportunities to frame Hu Yan. The Bakra orcs and the humans were engaged in a battle of life and death. As the saintess of the celestial fox tribe, Hu Yushang had a disagreement with the tribe leader of the celestial fox tribe, Hu Yan. Finally, she got her chance and used the conflict between the Bakra orcs and the Bakra orcs to cause Hu Yan and Yi Xiu to fall out. In the end, Hu Yan died in the Dutian blood world while trying to transfer the bloodline of the celestial fox. Hu Yushang was also severely injured, but with the help of the celestial fox witch doctor who had a crush on her, she escaped to the Eight Desolates continent. She thought that after Hu Yan died, the celestial fox tribe and Yi Xiu would fall into her hands. Little did she know that things were completely different from what she had imagined. Yi Xiu died in the blood world of the Eight Desolates. The idiots of the celestial fox tribe only remembered Hu Yan. They even built a celestial fox shrine to commemorate Hu Yan. Hu Yushang, on the other hand, was completely ignored. Not only that, the Black Qilin tribe who had lost their tribe leader, Yi Xiu, also vented their anger on the celestial fox tribe. They led their troops to attack the celestial fox tribe, and Hu Yushang was severely injured in that battle. On her deathbed, Hu Yushang gave a strand of her soul to the witch doctor and asked him to find a suitable body for her. When her soul power recovered, she could be reborn. Unfortunately, the witch doctor spent his entire life trying to find a body that was compatible with Hu Yushang's soul. He could only ask future generations of celestial fox witch doctors to look for a suitable body for a celestial fox woman. Until this generation's great shaman doctor. By chance and coincidence, she actually found the Yudu jade garment. Not only did Yudu Yushang look similar to the celestial fox saintess Hu Yushang, but her bloodline was also very pure. She was a five-tailed celestial fox. The witch doctor caught Yudu Yushang and shrunk her soul into a shaman formation. He then placed Hu Yushang's strand of soul into Yudu Yushang's body. After more than 20 years, Hu Yushang's soul and Yudu Yushang's body finally merged perfectly. At this time, the witch doctor proposed a new celestial fox saintess, and Yudu Yushang appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yudu Yushang's 5 tails, and celestial fox saintess, she became 6-tailed from 5-tailed celestial fox saintess. If everything went according to the grand shaman and Yushang's plan, Yushang would naturally become the saintess of the heavenly foxes. But then, Yun SSSS, Essens. She was which woman Yushang? S and Yushang and, fox at any one fox and S and foxes, and fox saintess. Fox and Yushang saintess Hu Yan. Yushang, who? Yushang. Yushang thought. Her face under the veil was very similar to Chang Hu Yan, the celestial fox people of the past. That woman is a hindrance. We must get rid of her during the combat test. Yushang had never been at a disadvantage before. Yunxing was the first person to make her suffer. She would never let Yunxing off the hook so easily. Don't worry, master. I've already set up an ambush there during the combat test. They will all listen to your orders. They will definitely kill her, the witch doctor said. The outside world only knew that the celestial fox witch doctor supported the previous celestial fox saintess, Hu Xing. What they didn't know was that the witch doctor didn't support Hu Xing. On the contrary, she only saw Hu Xing as a dispensable existence. She had been waiting for Yushang's return all these years. She thought that with Hu Xing's disappearance, it was only natural that Yushang would come back to inherit the title of Celestial Fox Saintess. Who would have thought that Yunxing's appearance would disrupt her and Yushang's plan? Also, did you find out what I asked you to investigate? Yushang picked up a mirror and looked at her charming face. There's no news about the Black Qilin King for now. However, I heard that the Black Qilin tribe has found the Qilin King's Sarira left behind, the witch doctor said. In Yushang's past life, the Black Qilin King Yeshou was her favorite. Unfortunately, Yeshou only loved Hu Shang's older sister, Hu Yan. I can sense Yeshou's aura. I'm sure he's still alive. Yushang chose to revive it this time mainly because she sensed the Black Qilin King Yeshou's aura. The man who was as handsome and powerful as the king of the night was indeed alive. But master, if Yeshou really does come back to life, the first thing he'll do will be. The witch doctor had a top-secret document in his hands. It was left behind by the first witch doctor who had participated in the Great War of Eight Baron. That's right. If a man like Yeshou really revives, the first thing he'll do will be to wash the boundless continent with blood. And this time, I'll stand beside him in Hu Yan's place. Yushang chuckled. For most people, these 3 days were very torturous. After Hu Rulin learned about her daughter Hu Xing's death, she became muddle-headed and spouted nonsense every day. She would either fall asleep or pester Yunxing. She did this all the way until the day of the Heavenly Fox martial test. Worried about Hu Rulin's safety, Yunxing thought about it and entrusted Hu Rulin to Green for the time being. She's wary of everyone, but she seems to treat you quite well. Please take care of her while I'm participating in the combat trial. Yunxing already knew Green's identity. She'd also heard from Lu Yunchuan that the Nine Yuan tribe and the Celestial Fox tribe had a marriage contract. However, even if she won the Saintess selection this time, she would not have anything to do with Green. In Yunxing's heart, there was only one person, Yi Baiming. Green was flattered by Yunxing's trust. Without another word, he took on the task of taking care of Hu Rulin. Unlike the literary trial of the Celestial Fox Saintess, the combat trial of the Celestial Fox Saintess was held in the Celestial Fox Palace. Early in the morning, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang arrived at the Celestial Fox Palace together. Yunxing looked identical to the previous Celestial Fox Saintess. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from the other capital cities looked at her with revulsion. Other than Lu Yunchuang, only Feng Lian and Hua Yanluo treated her slightly better. However, what surprised Yunxing was that there were no arenas in the Celestial Fox Palace. It seemed that the combat trial this time was not as simple as an ordinary arena competition. After all the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates had arrived, the leader of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Xianxia, and the old chief and young chief of the Nine Yuan tribe also appeared. Saintess candidates, congratulations on passing through the intense competition and entering the final round of the combat trial of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. The content of the combat trial this time has also been confirmed, the search for the Celestial Fox inheritance pillar. With that, Hu Qianqiu flicked his sleeves. An illusion appeared in the sky. It was a lush forest with a large number of flying demonic beasts circling above the forest. From deep within the forest, roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. The illusion showed the most chaotic area in the entire Eight Wilderness continent, also known as the Eight Wilderness Mountain Range. The Eight Desolates Mountain Range was the longest mountain range in the Eight Desolates mainland. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, like a giant dragon lying on the mainland. When they saw the illusion, the dozen or so Celestial Fox Saintess candidates all had different expressions on their faces. You should have recognized the place in the illusion. After discussion with the Council of Elders and the Great Witch Doctor, we have decided to hold the combat examination in the 8 Desolates mountain range. Your mission is to find the Celestial Fox's inheritance pillar in the 8 Desolates mountain range. Xianxia's thunderous gaze swept across everyone present. Celestial Fox's inheritance pillar? Yunxing was surprised. What was that? As if knowing that Yunxing did not know, Lu Yunchuang whispered a few words into Yunxing's ear, and only then did Yunxing understand. As it turned out, the 8 Desolates mountain range was not only the longest mountain range on the mainland, it was also the first destination that the Bakra orcs arrived at when they first arrived on the mainland. At that time, the Bakra orcs were in tatters, and many of the beasts were injured. As there were many native magical beasts in the mountain range, many Bakra orcs fell there as they fought. When they died, they were unwilling to let their ultimate techniques be lost, so they preserved their inheritances in the form of inheritance pillars. However, as the mountain range was vast and boundless, and too much time had passed, those inheritance pillars had not been completely excavated. To this day, there were still countless inheritance pillars scattered in various regions of the 8 Desolates mountain range. Your mission this time is to find the inheritance pillars. Whoever can find the inheritance pillar of the highest grade within a month will be the next Celestial Fox Saintess, Xianxia said in a low voice. I also want to remind you that there are many magical beasts in the 8 Desolates mountain range, and there may even be other beasts who intend to get their hands on the 8 Desolates inheritance. In the coming month, there will be both opportunities and challenges for you. Although the Heavenly Fox tribe was one of the 8 Wastelands beast clans, due to the gradual decline of the Heavenly Fox tribe, other tribes on the mainland that were not part of the 8 Wastelands beast clans had become very dissatisfied with them over the years. There were even orcs who threatened to challenge the Celestial Fox tribe in the Bahuang clan competition a few months later and replace the Celestial Fox tribe's position as the Bakra orcs. Under such circumstances, Xianxia wanted to unearth the strongest Celestial Fox Saintess candidates. If they were no match for the magical beasts and other beasts in the mountain range, it would prove that their strength was only so-so. However, if they could survive for a month and find the lost Celestial Fox inheritance pillar, their reputation would soar in the Celestial Fox tribal nation. Therefore, even though they knew that the 8 Desolates mountain range was extremely dangerous, the dozen or so Celestial Fox Saintess candidates present were still eager to give it a try. After informing them of the mission of the combat examination, the dozen or so Saintess candidates entered the magic array to the 8 Desolates mountain range under Xianxia's lead. Half a day later, Yunxing and a group of Saintess candidates stood at the entrance of the 8 Desolates mountain range. In front of them was a bottomless sea of trees with jagged rocks of strange shapes. Between the sea of trees, the mountain path was fragmented. According to the results of the theory examination, Hu Linglong came in first. She could enter the mountain 2 hours earlier according to the rules. Lu Yunchuang and another Celestial Fox girl, who had the second best results in the theory examination, could enter the mountain 1 hour and half an hour earlier respectively. The remaining 10 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates could only enter the mountain 2 hours later. A month later, I hope to see all of you return successfully, Xianxia said in a low voice. Linglong will not disappoint you, clan leader. Hu Linglong was the first to set off. She was dressed in a dazzling red dress that looked like a flame. She shuttled through the sea of trees and soon disappeared. An hour later, it was Lu Yunchuang's turn to set off. Yunxing, this trip into the mountain is extremely dangerous. I want to go in with you. Lu Yunchuang did not set off immediately. Instead, she walked to Yunxing's side. She and Yunxing had become allies. Regardless of the situation in the 8 Desolates mountain range, if Yunxing died, there would be no one to heal her ice fox constitution. Therefore, Lu Yunchuang decided to stay by Yunxing's side along the way so that they could look after each other. As for the Celestial Fox inheritance pillar, it would depend on their own abilities when the time came. Relying on the support of the human race, aren't you afraid of embarrassing the purebred Celestial Fox? Qinyu snorted when she saw this. She had been defeated by Lu Yunchuang back then, and she was still brooding over it. Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Lu Yunchuang's face was cold as she waved her slender hand. Qinyu immediately recalled the feeling of her hands being frozen the last time. Now that little b** tch Yunxing was not in their group, if she was frozen again, no one would be able to save her. Qin Yu shut her mouth obediently when she thought of this. Huayan Luo, Qin Yu, and Feng Lian only entered the Eight Desolates mountain range together after the first few people had set off. These women did not usually get along well, but they all understood that in a place like the Eight Desolates mountain range, an extra helping hand meant an extra chance of survival. Almost everyone had left. Only Yunxing, Lu Yunshuang, Yu Shang, and the other Saintess candidate from Yudu remained. Yu Shang was especially quiet today. She looked at the Eight Desolates mountain range, her beautiful eyes flashing slightly. Yunxing, we haven't decided who's the better one from our last competition. I will definitely find the best inheritance pillar. Yu Shang walked up to Yunxing, her blue-green eyes glowing like a beast's. Let's go into the mountains. Yunxing ignored Yu Shang's provocation. Every time she got close to Yu Shang, she would feel a chill run down her spine. This feeling was an instinctive rejection of unknown danger. Before Yunxing left Hu City, she went to Elder Lu again and obtained a month's worth of antidote from him. Elder Lu threatened Yunxing to do her best to find the Celestial Fox inheritance pillar. He also reminded Yunxing that the deeper they went into the Eight Desolates mountain range, the higher the chance of finding a higher-level Celestial Fox inheritance pillar. Xianxia watched the last few people disappear into the forest before leaving. In the Eight Desolates mountain range, a shrill scream rang out. Hu Linglong, what are you doing? A Celestial Fox Saintess candidate retreated in fear. What am I doing? A Celestial Fox mixed blood like you doesn't have the right to enter the Eight Desolates mountain range. I'll send you on your way. A murderous look appeared on Hu Linglong's beautiful face. She kicked out with her long legs, and her body wrapped around the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate's neck as if she had no bones. With a crack, the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate was ground into a pile of minced meat. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think you have the right to find the Celestial Fox inheritance just because you've entered the Eight Desolates mountain range? Hu Linglong looked behind her. After entering the Eight Desolates mountain range, she didn't immediately search for the Celestial Fox inheritance pillar. Instead, she laid an ambush on a path that was necessary to enter the mountain. 2 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates had already died at her hands. Finding the Celestial Fox inheritance pillar required luck. Hu Linglong boasted of her strength, but the more people there were, the lower her chances of winning. Therefore, she planned to find the weaker Celestial Fox Saintess candidates who were alone and kill them in batches. You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think you're qualified to find the Celestial Fox's inheritance just because you've entered the Eight Desolate mountain range? Hu Linglong looked ahead. After entering the Eight Desolate mountain range, she did not immediately look for the Celestial Fox's inheritance pillar. Instead, she laid an ambush on a path that was necessary to enter the mountain. 2 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates had already died in her hands. Finding the Celestial Fox's inheritance pillar required luck. Hu Linglong boasted of her strength, but the more candidates there were, the lower her chances of winning. This time even Green had come to Hudu. She must let him know that only she was the most suitable wife of the 9 Phoenix tribe's future patriarch. Hu Linglong planned to find the weaker Celestial Fox Saintess candidates who were alone and killed them in batches. After Hu Linglong and the Hudu Saintess candidate killed several Celestial Fox Saintess candidates, they lay in ambush on the side. Behind them, footsteps could be heard. Feng Lian, Huayan Luo, and Qin Yu quickly rushed over. It was easy to kill one person, but if there were several of them, it would not be easy to sneak attack and kill them. Tisk, looks like these women are not stupid. They know how to move around together. Hu Linglong's eyes darkened. She knew that she had lost the best opportunity to kill them. Her figure flashed and disappeared into the forest with the Hudu Saintess candidates. Hu Linglong and the others did not notice that in the process of killing the Heavenly Fox clansman, a bird was standing on a branch high up in the sky. That bird was different from ordinary birds. It had 3 heads, and the feathers on each head were different. They were yellow, white, and red. After the women left, the 3-headed bird landed on the ground and turned into a person with 3 heads. Big brother, those women just now are from the Celestial Fox tribe. Among the 3 heads, the white-haired man said. After waiting for so many days, they finally arrived. The red-haired man echoed. They're from the Celestial Fox tribe. however, the woman we're looking for hasn't arrived yet. The blonde man took out a painting. It was a portrait of Xianxia. Big brother, it's just a mere beast man. Do you really need us three brothers to take action? The three brothers had strange appearances and seemed to have unfathomable strength. If it were an ordinary celestial fox, I wouldn't bother to make a move. But since that lord has already said so, we'll go all the way. The golden-haired man snorted. It's getting dark. We'll wait for an opportunity to act then. The golden-haired man covered his face. The three-headed man once again transformed into a three-headed bird and landed on a branch, quietly waiting for the arrival of night. Yunxing, Lu Yunchuang, and Xianxia were flying at a low altitude. Magical wings and ice wings of different colors flashed behind their backs as they swiftly flew past. Since they had already confirmed that the high-level celestial fox inheritance pillar could only be found in the depths of the 8 desolate mountain range, Yunxing did not want to waste too much time on the way. She was also certain that Hu Linglong and Yushang would get in the way. Right now, she only wanted to complete the combat test as soon as possible and exchange the antidote to save Bobo and little Yingying from Elder Lu. It's getting dark. Night is the most dangerous place in the 8 desolate mountain range. There's an open space ahead. Let's settle down and rest for the night. As the sun gradually set, Lu Yunchuang looked at the sky. During this hour, a large number of nocturnal flying beasts would fly out of the forest. The mountain range would become even more dangerous. The three of them flew down and found a few tents in the open space. The two-person Yudu group, Hu Linglong, and a celestial fox saintess candidate were there. Including Yunxing and the other two, there were only about 10 people. These people were divided into two factions with Hu Linglong and Yushang at the center. This was not surprising. Hu Linglong had the highest status among all the saintess candidates, while Yushang had the highest ability for the time being. Both of them were purebred, so the other saintess candidates would naturally curry favor with them. Yushang and I have our eyes on this territory. You have no right to stay here. Get out of here immediately. As soon as she saw Yunxing and the others, Hu Linglong put on an unapproachable face. This open space had flat terrain and a wide view of the surroundings. Even if there was a night attack, they could see it clearly. If they missed this place, it would not be easy to find a suitable place to spend the night. The 8 desolate mountain range doesn't belong to you. What right do you have to make us leave? Yunxing looked unhappy. Because you're a mixed blood with an unclear background. The two of you, listen up. If anyone stays with this mixed blood, don't even think about spending the night here. Hu Linglong held her head high. Behind her, the celestial fox saintess candidates echoed her words. Numbers speak louder than words. I advise you to leave. Yunxing, no matter how strong you are, you're definitely no match for me and Hu Linglong. Yushang's tone was calm, but there was a hidden threat in her words. Wait a minute, I have nothing to do with her. I was just unlucky to be assigned to the same team. I'll announce that I'm leaving Fengdu's group now. Xianxia listened from the side and quickly abandoned her teammates to join Hu Linglong's group. What a joke. Without a suitable campsite, how could the three of them survive the night in the 8 desolate mountain range? If they had to die, let that mixed blood Yunxing die. Lu Yunchuang, what about you? Seeing that you're quite strong, we can consider accepting you if you abandon the B***TCH now. Hu Linglong could not wait for Yunxing to be abandoned by everyone. The 8 desolate mountain range was full of unpredictable threats. If Yunxing was left alone, her chances of dying were higher. Xianxia, you'll regret this, Lu Yunchuang said coldly, using her actions to prove her answer. The two of them were forced to leave the campsite. Actually, you don't have to anger those people because of me. Yunxing was quite touched by Lu Yunchuang's actions. This woman from the Ice Fox tribe looked cold on the outside, but she was very loyal to her friends. Just based on the fact that she did not betray her at the critical moment, Yunxing decided to wait until the saintess selection was over before helping Lu Yunchuang change her body constitution. Even without you, I wouldn't have joined Hu Linglong and Yushang in the mire. But what should we do next? Before entering the 8 desolate mountain range, Lu Yunchuang had heard many legends about this mountain range. The nights here were not peaceful. Especially in the depths of the mountain range, there were likely to be large groups of sage-level magical beasts roaming. One or two of such magical beasts might not be a problem, but if they encountered hundreds or thousands of them, even she and Yunxing would be helpless. What should we do? Haha, of course it's an eye for an eye. Those women made us homeless, so how can we let them spend the night so comfortably? Yunxing smiled. With a wave of her hand, the Phantom King and the Night Demon Queen appeared in front of her at the same time. You're a witch summoner. Lu Yunchuang was shocked when she saw the two of them. She had long known that Yunxing was very powerful, but she did not expect her to be a witch summoner as well. Witch summoner. I'm a witch summoner. Yunxing treated Lu Yunchuang as one of her own and did not hide anything from her. Queen of the Night Demons, King of the Spectres, I order you to lead your Chi-Mei and Spectres. Tonight in the 8 desolate mountains, ambush demonic beasts above sage level, then lure those demonic beasts to the open space ahead. Lu Yunchuang looked in the direction Yunxing was pointing. Was that not the campsite where Hu Linglong, Yu Shang, and the others were staying earlier? A large-scale attack by holy beasts. This would probably be the most unforgettable night of Hu Linglong and Yu Shang's lives. Lu Yunchuang looked at the relaxed Yunxing and secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she had chosen to be friends with Yunxing. This woman was really too cunning. Since they could not find the best campsite to set up camp, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang chose to rest temporarily on a large tree that was more than 10 meters tall before the sky turned completely dark. The two of them sat cross-legged on the tree. The sky was filled with stars that looked like sparks of fire. All around them, there was only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. Around midnight, there were hurried footsteps under the tree. There's someone here. Let's go down and take a look. Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang looked around and saw a figure moving quickly toward them from the forest. It's Qinyu. Yunxing recognized the person at a glance. The two of them landed on the ground in an instant. Yunxing, Lu Yunchuang, it's so good to meet you. Qinyu, who had hurried over, was also shocked when the two of them suddenly appeared. When she saw that it was the two of them, especially when she saw Yunxing, Qinyu's eyes lit up. She changed her attitude of disgust and ridicule when she saw Yunxing earlier and tugged on Yunxing's sleeve eagerly. Huayan Luo and I were accidentally ambushed on the way and both of them were seriously injured. Yunxing, you are a doctor. For the sake of Tsangdu, you must have a way to save them. Qinyu chattered endlessly with tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. She looked very pitiful. Yunxing shook off Qinyu's hand without batting an eyelid. The latter stood there awkwardly. Are you going to leave him to die? Yunxing, don't forget that you were ordered by Lord Hesher to escort us to Tsangdu. Now that the three of us are in danger, you actually stand by and do nothing? Qinyu gnashed her teeth. Yunxing, what she said seems to be true. Lu Yunchuang also recalled that she had not seen the 3 Saintess candidates from Tsangdu at the campsite just now. For the sake of Lady Hisi, I'll go and save them once. You'd better not play any tricks. Yunxing had never had a good impression of Qinyu. This woman had always been like a little white flower in the beginning and tried to please everyone she met. After seeing that she had been chosen as the Saintess candidate of Plentiful City, she had mocked her many times. Would such a person risk her life to seek medical treatment for her teammates? It was good enough that she did not betray her teammates. Yunxing sneered inwardly. Even if she knew that there was a trap ahead, she still wanted to see what tricks Qinyu was playing. The two of them are in the woodland not far ahead. Follow me. Qinyu quickly led Yunxing and the others forward eagerly. This time, let's see how you die. Qinyu walked in front, the sadness on her face from before completely gone. Her eyes flashed with the smile of someone who had succeeded in her scheme. In front of them, there was a shrub half the height of a person. Beside the shrub were 2 women lying on the ground. Judging from their figures, they were indeed Feng Lian and Huayan Luo. How are you? Lu Yunchuang reached out, wanting to touch them. Don't touch them. Yunxing's 5 senses were sharp. The moment she approached the shrub, she could already sense that the 2 women were no longer breathing. Unfortunately, Yunxing's words were too late. When Lu Yunchuang touched Huayan Luo, who had gotten up early and was lying on the ground, raised her head abruptly. Her face was green and ferocious. Her eyes were white and the flesh all over her body had rotted away. Hua Yanluo raised her hand and grabbed Lu Yunshuang's hand with a cold gust of wind. Where her hand had touched Lu Yunshuang's almost snow-white arm, there was now a green handprint on it. Fiery explosion. A fireball rushed toward Hua Yanluo. The other party cried out in pain as her arm burst into flames. Ice seal. Only then did Lu Yunshuang realize that it was a trap. She hurriedly chanted, and half of her arm turned into ice, temporarily blocking the poison from Hua Yanluo's fingers. Her frozen arm had turned green. If Yunxing had not intervened in time, coupled with the effect of the ice seal, Lu Yunshuang would have been poisoned to death by now. Tisk, you're still alive after being poisoned by the rotting poison. You two are really lucky. Qinyu stood together with Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. Her beautiful eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. Beside her, Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian had rotting flesh all over their faces like zombies. It looked like both of them had been dead for a long time and had become rotting corpses. Qinyu, did you set them up and cause them to end up like this? Yunxing had long known that Qinyu was not a good person, but she did not expect her to frame her companions like this. Don't put it so crudely. What do you mean by I set them up? They only have themselves to blame for being in this state. If they had been obedient and obeyed the orders of the feathery Pung demons, they would not have ended up like this. Like the saintesses of the other capital cities, the three saintess candidates of Feng City acted together. The three of them were not lucky enough to reach the celestial fox camp where Hu Linglong and the others were at before dark. They had no choice but to take shelter in the dense forest for the time being. A few hours ago, a three-headed monster bird suddenly appeared. They transformed into three-headed monsters and called themselves the feathery Pung demons. The three women were no match for them and were captured. The feathery Pung demons interrogated them and found out that the three women knew Yunxing. The feathery Pung demons threatened the three women to abduct Yunxing. However, Feng Lian and Hua Yanluo were unwilling, so the feathery Pung demons turned the two women into rotting corpses. Qinyu had always been afraid of death, and she had a grudge against Yunxing. She immediately begged for mercy and was willing to search for Yunxing. That was why Qinyu pretended to ask for help earlier. Yunxing was not from the Eight Desolates continent and did not know much about the feathery Pung demons, but Lu Yunshuang knew them very well. The feathery Pung demons? Qinyu, you're actually colluding with the exiled traders of the 8 major tribes. Lu Yunshuang's expression changed slightly when she heard that. She looked around vigilantly. Ha ha ha, I can't believe that after so many years, there are still people who know the names of us three brothers. There was a burst of ghostly laughter. A bird flapped its wings and flew down from a tree nearby. It was a three-headed bird. The moment it landed, the three-headed bird transformed into a human. The three feathery rocks were originally ordinary clansmen from a village of the feathery rock tribe. The three brothers were born with 3 heads and their mother was frightened to death. The village chief and their father saw them as ominous creatures and abandoned them in a mass grave when they were still infants. Little did they know that the 3 brothers were not meant to die. They grew up in the mass grave by drinking the water of rotting corpses and eating their flesh. 13 years later, the 3 brothers returned to the village where they had been abandoned. They killed all the Feathery Rock clansmen in the village, including their own father. When the Feathery Rock tribe's chief learned of this, he ordered an elder of the tribe to lead 100 Feathery Rock warriors to arrest the 3 brothers. Little did they know that even the elder was killed by the 3 brothers. The 3 brothers became famous in that pursuit and became known as the 3 Feathery Rocks. Not only that, but each of the 3 brothers learned 2 Feathery Rock legacies from the elder and the Feathery Rock warriors. The strength of the 3 demons increased greatly. The Feathery Rock tribe could not catch them alone. Left with no choice, the Feathery Rock tribe could only ask for help from the other 7 tribes. The chief of the Bahuang tribe signed a warrant to kill the 3 Feathery Rocks. The 3 demons were not tolerated by the mainland. They had no choice but to escape into the deep mountains and forests. From then on, the 3 Feathery Rocks disappeared from the Bahuang continent. Even the Feathery Rock tribe thought that the 3 demons were dead. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. The mainland gradually forgot about the evil reputation of the 3 brothers. If Lu Yunchuan had not heard about them from the older generation of the tribe, she probably would not have known about the evil reputation of the three demons. The three demons eat human and beast corpses all year round. Their bodies are different from ordinary people's and they are not afraid of ordinary attacks. When they take the form of birds, their beaks and saliva are extremely poisonous. Anyone who comes into contact with them will turn into rotting corpses. Lu Yunchuang looked worried. However, this was not the most frightening thing about the three demons. The most frightening thing about them was that each of them had 2 legacies. The 3 of them combined were equivalent to 6 Bahuang legacies. In terms of bloodlines, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang were 6-tailed and 5-tailed, respectively. However, the total number of celestial fox inheritances they possessed was only 6. In addition to that, they also had Qinyu. Dealing with the 3 demons was indeed not an easy task. Since you know how powerful we 3 brothers are, I advise you to obediently surrender. You're Yunxing? The 3 brothers cooed. The 3 heads with different hair colors looked at Yunxing together. They looked at Yunxing as if they were looking at a piece of delicious meat. Their target was her. Yunxing didn't remember offending such an enemy. Sirs, let me stall that injured woman, Qinyu requested in a fawning manner. Now that Lu Yunchuang had been poisoned by the decaying poison, Qinyu could use this opportunity to avenge herself for being frozen. At that moment, Lu Yunchuang truly regretted not killing the traitor Qinyu during the duel at the inn. Leave the 3 demons to me. You be careful of Qinyu. Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang did not hesitate. Both of them leaped several meters into the air and attacked in 2 different directions. An icy combat aura surged around Lu Yunchuang. Lu Yunchuang held the poison in one hand and waved her other hand. As the icy air approached, countless ice needles condensed in the air. Traitors should be punished by everyone. The ice needles scattered like flowers. Wind shield. This time, Qinyu was different from her usual self. She smiled sinisterly and suddenly waved her hand. A wind shield formed between her sleeves. There was a crackling sound as the wind shield collided with the ice needles. The ice needles all exploded. Your strength? Lu Yunchuang steadied herself. She had fought Qinyu before, so she knew her opponent's strength very well. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? There's more to come. An unusual red glow appeared on Qinyu's face. She chanted, and another Qinyu formed beside her. I'd like to see how you can defeat 4 of my fists with just one hand. After summoning her clone, Qinyu became even more fearless. The Hua family's traceless fox? You devoured Feng Lian and Hua Yanluo's hearts? You're really crazy. Lu Yunchuang recognized it as Hua Yanluo's inheritance at a glance. There was only one possibility for Qinyu to achieve such a shocking breakthrough in strength in such a short period of time. She could use both Feng Lian's wind shield and Hua Yanluo's traceless fox. Hua Yanluo had devoured their hearts. Lu Yunchuang looked at Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. There was a fist-sized hole in each of their hearts. Unlike other Bakra orcs, the celestial fox tribe had a simple method of inheriting their inheritance, devouring hearts. However, this method was too cruel and bloody. It had always been regarded as a taboo in the celestial fox tribe. Who would have thought that not only would Qinyu betray her companions, but she would also do such a thing? Haha, so what if I devoured their hearts? After I kill you and the 3 of you kill that B***starred Yunxing, I'll devour your hearts as well. Qinyu's expression was ferocious, and her eyes shone with a ghostly green light. That was right. After witnessing the 3 rock demons turn the 2 women into rotting corpses, she had an evil thought and begged the 3 demons to give her their hearts. The 3 rock demons were also crazy people. Seeing a delicate beauty like Qinyu devour the celestial fox's heart was a form of visual pleasure for them. As soon as Qinyu devoured their hearts, she realized that her strength had increased greatly. What was even more amazing was that after devouring the hearts of her fellow celestial fox tribe members, she also gained the inheritance that they were best at. Devouring celestial foxes' hearts to increase her cultivation was like taking drugs. If it happened once, it would happen again. Qinyu's current targets were Lu Yunchuang and Yunxing. One of them was a 5-tailed celestial fox, while the other was a 6-tailed celestial fox. After devouring their hearts, she, Qinyu, would definitely become the most outstanding celestial fox saintess in the history of the celestial fox tribe. If you want to eat my heart, then come and try. Lu Yunchuang whistled and pointed her unpoisoned left hand at the sky. Within her body, icy cold air quickly gathered in the palm of her hand. Lu Yunchuang's hand transformed into an indestructible ice-rending claw. Ice Fox Energy Rending Slash. The white energy rending slash was like a long rainbow as it slashed down at one of Qin Yu's clones. The clone was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Not only that, but all the vegetation within 100 meters of the house was also frozen solid. Under the dark night, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, giving off a desolate feeling. The five-tailed ice fox was indeed worthy of being an extremely special branch of the Heavenly Fox clan. Even though one of its hands was injured, its battle power was still astonishing. Qin Yu's expression changed abruptly. At this moment, Lu Yunchuang was like an ice goddess. The ice-rending claw in her hand slashed out gusts of biting cold wind. On the other side, the fierce battle between Yunxing and the three rock brothers had just begun. The battle on Yunxing's side was much more intense than that on the other side. Apart from fighting the three Peng brothers, she also had to deal with the two rotting celestial fox corpses, Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. In order not to interfere with the battle on Lu Yunchuang's side, Yunxing quickly set up a magic isolation array around her. Who's behind this? Yunxing had no grudge against the three Peng demons, so it was most likely that someone was behind this. Haha, if you want to know the truth, you'll have to defeat these two rotting corpses first, the three demons hooted. Although they had been ordered to kill Yunxing, the three of them were notorious in their early years. They had even dared to kill an elder of the Peng tribe, let alone a celestial fox hybrid. In their opinion, Yunxing was not worthy of their attention. Feng Lian and Hua Yanluo were like two loyal guards, blocking Yunxing's path with a whoosh. Feng Lian was an expert in wind-type magic. Her body was surrounded by an oppressive power of the wind. The wind turned into sight-shaped wind blades and charged toward Yunxing. The magic scepter in Yunxing's hand moved like a snake. With a few thuds, an earth wall rolled up from the ground and blocked the wind blades. On the other side, Hua Yanluo's eyes were blank as she chanted dryly. Her figure split into two, one on the left and one on the right, closing in on Yunxing. The Hua Yanluo on the left pulled out a scimitar while the Hua Yanluo on the right brandished a long whip. Dark thorns, break! Sharp thorns rose from the ground and pierced Hua Yanluo's body. After being stabbed, the rotting corpse paused for a moment before pouncing toward Yunxing again. Tisk, you're really difficult to deal with. Yunxing's lips curled into a cold smile. She spread her arms like a rock and soared several meters into the air. Improved fiery explosion, 9 heavens phoenix explosion. Yunxing had only used this spell a limited number of times, but the effect was very different from the first time she used it. Although it was just an ordinary magic spell, after mixing with the powerful energy of the divine lotus fire, a fire phoenix descended from the 9 heavens and flew towards Feng Lian and Hua Yama. The scorching flames rushed towards the rotting corpses. The rotting corpses instantly exploded, turning into 2 puddles of putrid green liquid. The 3 of you have killed 2 of my companions. I will not let you off so easily. Yunxing looked at Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian's bodies that were smashed into pieces, her heart heavy. She didn't have much of a relationship with the 2 girls from Songdu, but at least they had been on the same journey as her. They weren't fence-sitters like Qin Yu. Seeing them end up like this, she couldn't help but feel a little empty. But when she thought of the characters of the 2 girls, she was afraid that they would rather die than become ugly rotting corpses. Yunxing felt relieved. This little girl is really something. No wonder the great witch doctor asked the 3 of us to deal with her. Seeing Yunxing kill Feng Lian and Hua Yanluo in an instant, the 3 rock demons looked dignified. The rotting corpses were not afraid of knives, spears, water, or lightning, and had a certain resistance to ordinary fire, but they were completely devoured by the fire magic phoenix. The fire seed was extremely powerful. They thought that the celestial fox tribe had already declined, but they didn't expect a mixed-blood celestial fox to have such ability. But no matter how powerful she was, it was all empty talk in front of the 3 brothers. Rock inheritance, night invisibility. Rock inheritance, golden feather plume. Suddenly, the 3 rock demons disappeared in the dark night. Yunxing's heart trembled slightly, and she became a little vigilant. The Bakra orcs evolved from the birds of the rock clan. Among their ancestors, there was the Night Owl clan, who were very good at hiding in the dark night. The three brothers suddenly disappeared, and even their breath disappeared. Yunxing couldn't make a move for a while, and she was vigilant in the magic array. Whoosh, several gusts of wind brushed past her ears. Yunxing's ears moved slightly, and a feather appeared between her fingers. The feather was as sharp as a knife. Then, behind her, and in front of her, many feathers swept over. Wind wings, speed up. Yunxing's figure moved, constantly casting defensive magic, but the feathers, which had no direction and no warning, burst out from all directions from time to time. It's really strange, these three demons are a little difficult to deal with. Yunxing clicked her tongue. In this situation, even if Yunxing summoned magic beasts, the attack wouldn't be very effective, and she was afraid that it would increase unnecessary casualties. The three rock brothers' attacks were strange, and she didn't know how many other rock inheritances were hidden in their bodies besides night invisibility. Whoosh, a feather brushed past her earlobe, and a green scar appeared on the side of her ear. The strong decaying poison quickly spread, and Yunxing immediately took out a bottle of life water and drank a mouthful. Under the effect of the life water, the scar slowly recovered its color. Hey, the potion in that woman's hand is very strange. The three demons didn't expect that Yunxing had hidden such amazing healing holy water. Yunxing carefully looked around. Although there was no way to determine the location of the three rock demons, one thing was certain, they were definitely still in the magic array. Rock demons, I have the life water in my hands, you can't kill me. Why don't we make a deal, and you tell me who ordered you to do this? I will help you turn into normal people. Yunxing suddenly lowered her defenses and said loudly. The three rock demons were stunned. Turn into normal people, what did that mean? Ignore that woman, she wants to lure us into revealing our whereabouts. The leader of the three rock demons was very astute, and he reprimanded his two brothers to ignore Yunxing. The three demons and one mother had been in the same womb for many years, and even if they didn't speak, they could understand the thoughts of the three. The two demons didn't respond. Yunxing was not in a hurry, and she chanted, and Xiaohei appeared beside her. When Xiaohei appeared, all the black fur on its body stood up like needles, and it barked a few times towards a certain direction in the darkness. It's the heavenly dog, its nose is very sensitive, could it have already discovered our whereabouts? The three rock demons saw Xiaohei, and couldn't help but feel a little flustered. After Yunxing summoned Xiaohei, she didn't order it to attack, and she patted Xiaohei's neck. I summoned Xiaohei not to become enemies with you. I just want to let you know that I can really help you. Xiaohei was originally a two-headed dog, and I was the one who saved it. Yunxing gestured at Xiaohei's neck. The three rock demons focused their gaze on Xiaohei's neck, and upon closer inspection, there was indeed a scar on it. Because of the age, it was very difficult to see with the naked eye, but upon closer inspection, they noticed that Xiaohei's head was different from a normal dog's, and its head was tilted to the left, so it wasn't hard to guess that it was indeed a two-headed dog. Even the great witch doctor couldn't save us three brothers? Can this woman do it? The three rock demons thought. The feathery Pung demons were seen as a bad omen for the feathery Pung tribe because of their deformed heads. For so many years, they had been hiding from one place to another like rats on the streets. Although they claimed that the three brothers would work together, in their hearts, they also longed to live like normal feathery Pung tribe members. This time, the three demons did not speak. They were obviously hesitating. Yunxing's eyes narrowed. Xiaohei's sense of smell was very sensitive. She had probably locked on to the three demons' positions. The black eyes turned into a golden color, and a giant golden eye appeared in the sky. A voice appeared in the minds of the three demons. I'm here to help you. The three of you share a body. Not only do you have to endure inhumane treatment, but your body will also run out of nutrients over time, and your limbs will wither away. I believe you've already experienced this over the years. In the modern world, Yunxing had seen all kinds of conjoined twins. Most of them died young, and some even died in their infancy. The feathery Pung demons were able to live for decades not only because of the strength of their 8 desolates bloodline, but also because they had taken some special medicine. Yunxing's words were like 2 heavy hammers that struck the three demons' hearts. The three brothers had indeed had a hard time over the years. While evading the Bakra orcs, they also had to search for all kinds of spiritual herbs to sustain their lives. It was also because of this that they had no choice but to become the great shaman Celestial Fox's minions. They appeared to be obedient, but deep down, they were unwilling to accept it. What should I do to get you to help me? The feathery Pung demons hesitated, but in the end, they compromised with Yunsheng. It's very simple. Only one of the three of you can survive. Instead of surviving together, it's better to kill the other two without anyone noticing. One of you will live, become a normal person, and live on. I swear in the name of Ancestor Celestial Fox that I will fulfill my promise. Yunsheng's voice was like a venomous snake, flicking its venomous tongue in the dark night. Outside the magic array, Lu Yunshuang and Qin Yu were engaged in a heated battle. Lu Yunshuang, you'd better beg for mercy. That lowly Celestial Fox is no match for the three demons. I'm afraid she's already a rotten corpse by now. You're next. Qin Yu chuckled dryly. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glanced at the magic formation. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly when she saw it. The magic array suddenly shattered, and a person stumbled out of it. That person was not Yunsheng, whom Qin Yu had hoped for. Instead, it was the three Pung demons. The eyes of the three devils turned scarlet. They twisted and bit at each other fiercely. The pink feather three devils were born from the same mother. The three of them knew each other's weaknesses the best. Their bites were all aimed at each other's weak points. They were merciless. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He had bitten the other party's head until it was bleeding, but he still refused to let go. Yunsheng, and them? When Lu Yunshuang saw this, she abandoned Qin Yu and landed next to Yunsheng. She stared at the three Pung Feather three devils with an evasive expression. It's just a dogfight. I just caught their psychological illness and used some psychological tactics. The smell of rotting corpses grew stronger in the air. Yunsheng frowned in disgust. As a healer, psychological attacks, such as sowing discord, were sometimes more effective than magic and battle techniques. The three devils fought to the end. Only the eldest of the three Pung Feather three devils had one last breath left. They're all dead. Save me. He still refused to give up and begged Yunsheng for help. Yunsheng walked up to him and fed him a few mouthfuls of the elixir of life. Lu Yunshuang watched from the side. She saw Yunsheng take out a strange-looking knife and cut open the two devil skulls. She then used acupuncture to stop the bleeding for the eldest Pung Feather three devils. Such serious injuries would be difficult for any healer on the mainland, even the great witch doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe, to treat them. However, Yunsheng did it smoothly and without any hesitation. Lu Yunshuang could not help but trust Yunsheng's medical skills a little more. The eldest Pung Feather three devils gradually regained consciousness. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into Yunsheng's trap. Second brother, third brother. The eldest Pung Feather three devils wailed. Don't pretend. To put it bluntly, my golden puppet eyes can only affect people with weak hearts. If you three brothers are really deeply in love, my golden puppet eyes will have no effect at all. I've done what I promised. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, Yunsheng said ruthlessly. The eldest Pung Feather three devils touched his wound. Without the heads of his second brother and third brother, his body had indeed become much lighter. He had become a normal person. I can't say. The eldest Pung Feather three devils' heart was palpitating. He felt a little regretful but also a little fearful. It was obvious that he was very wary of the background of the mastermind behind the scenes. Oh? Yunsheng seemed to have guessed the eldest Pung Feather three devils' reaction. She snapped her fingers. The eldest Pung Feather three devils only felt a very soft sound coming from his neck. Blood gushed out of the wound that had already stopped bleeding. Wait, help me stop the bleeding. I'll tell you everything. The eldest Pung Feather three devils covered the bleeding wound. He was so scared that his face was drained of color. Yunsheng did not say another word. She raised her palm and wiped an acupoint at the base of the eldest Pung Feather three devils' ear. The eldest Pung Feather three devils felt a needle-like pain in the base of his ear. The bleeding miraculously stopped. Yunxing would never save someone like the eldest Pung Feather Three Devils, who would even harm his own brothers for the sake of profit if she was not completely confident. She had deliberately held back when she treated him just now. As expected, he wanted to go back on his word. The eldest Pung Feather Three Devils had already been thoroughly convinced by Yunxing after being startled like this. He did not dare to play any tricks. The great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe ordered the three of us to kill you. Apart from you, she also said that apart from a saintess candidate named Yushang, we've encountered other saintess candidates along the way, so we'll deal with them as well. The eldest Pung Feather Three Devils had agreed readily, but who knew that it would bring disaster to the three brothers? The great witch doctor is in cahoots with Yushang? Lu Yunchuang's face was full of disbelief. That seems to be the case. It was probably the great witch doctor's idea to hold the combat examination in the 8 Desolate Mountain Range. Yunxing had heard of the great witch doctor's name a long time ago. She had initially thought that the great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe would be a kind-hearted healer. She had even wanted to exchange pointers with her, but who would have thought, including the 2 mysterious black talismans on Popping Sheep and Little Ying, this great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe whom she had never met before had already offended her twice. No matter where the other party came from, she would take revenge tenfold for offending her. However, before that, Yunxing had to find out why Yushang was in cahoots with the great witch doctor. After Boss Peng finished speaking, he sneaked a glance at Yunxing's expression. To tell you the truth, miss, we made a very important discovery in the 8 Desolate Mountains. There's a sizable forest of inheritance pillars deep within the mountains. Boss Peng knew that he would not be able to escape death if the witch doctor found out that he had betrayed the witch doctor. So, he decided to betray the witch doctor and seek refuge with Yunxing. In order to gain Yunxing's trust, he revealed the secret he had been hiding in the depths of his heart. Forest of Inheritance Pillars? What's that? Why haven't we heard of it when we entered the mountains? Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang looked surprised when they heard this. They had come to the 8 Desolate Mountains to search for inheritance pillars, but they had not seen any along the way. They did not expect to hear about inheritance pillars from Boss Peng. This information has not been announced to the public yet. It's a long story about the Forest of Inheritance Pillars. The three of us were hunted in the early years and have been hiding in the 8 Desolate Mountains. This mountain range is vast and boundless, but not long ago, we discovered a very large ancient seal. There were a large number of inheritance pillars in the seal. Boss Peng was afraid that Yunxing would not believe him, so he quickly described it vividly. The 3 Pung demons had been hunted down by the tribes of the 8 Desolate Mountains, especially a few high-ranking beast clans, who had been relentlessly pursuing them. The 3 brothers also learned that the 8 Desolate Mountains might contain powerful inheritance pillars left behind by the ancestors of the Pung tribe. So, over the years, they had been searching for the inheritance pillars of the Pung tribe, and also working under the orders of the witch doctor. However, the inheritance pillars on the outskirts of the 8 Desolate Mountains had been extensively searched and excavated. The remaining inheritance pillars were either of inferior quality or had lost their power due to age. The 3 demons did not discover anything until 3 months ago. The 3 Pung demons found a map on the corpse of a passerby. The map showed that there was a suspicious seal in the core area of the 8 Desolate Mountains. It was said that the seal was deliberately left behind by the first batch of Bakra orcs when they first arrived in the 8 Desolate Lands to prevent their heritage from being lost. However, that seal was very strange. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to undo it. The 3 of us followed the map's guidance and arrived at the location of the seal. Furthermore, we entered that seal. When Boss Pingyu said this, he still had some lingering fear. After they broke into the seal, it was as if they were in a maze. In the end, they still failed to obtain the inheritance. Is there a celestial fox's inheritance pillar inside? Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang's interest was piqued. That seal contains the inheritance of all the major beast clans, so there must be the inheritance of celestial fox inside, Boss Pingyu said awkwardly. According to the map, only by finding the eye of the seal can the seal be broken, and the most powerful inheritance pillars can be seen again. With the abilities of us 3 brothers at the time, there was no way for us to find the location of the eye seal. With no other choice, the Feather Pung demons could only inform their old friends of their discovery. Originally, they wanted to use everyone's strength to break the seal. Who would have thought that those fellows would leak the news? Who did they leak it to? Yunxing pressed on, secretly despising the feather-pung demons in her heart. These 3 feather-pung demons were really stupid. The Forest of Inheritance Pillars was a great opportunity, and they had actually rashly leaked it. No wonder people said that 3 monks had nothing to eat. These 3 demons were the classic example of incompetent people who could only spoil things. Fortunately, the 3 demons had offended too many people and did not have many friends on the mainland. They only told the news to a member of the Beaming clan and a member of the Featherpung clan. The 2 of them reported the news to their superiors. Now, the Beaming clan and the Featherpung clan had sent people into the 8 desolate mountain range. As far as the 3 demons knew, there were hundreds of people on both sides, led by the elites of their respective clans. The Featherpung demons knew that they were no match for them, so they could only hide outside. Just like that, the underground Forest of Inheritance Pillars was taken over. The Beaming clan and the Featherpung clan each had hundreds of people. Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang frowned slightly. This news was not good. There were only the 2 of them, and the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates were eyeing them covetously. This was obviously not the time to fight head-on. Let's stop for a while. After daybreak, we'll set off again and explore the location on the map. Yunxing decided for the time being. While they were reorganizing, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang realized that Qinyu had disappeared. That woman must have escaped. When she saw you take care of the Featherpung demons, she knew that she was no match for you. This woman's methods are vicious. She even ate the hearts of her own clansmen. I should have killed her long ago. Lu Yunchuang was a little regretful. It doesn't matter. She can't do anything by herself. What's more important now is to do as Boss Featherpung said and think of a way to get close to the sealed area where the Forest of Inheritance Pillars is. Yunxing collected Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian's ashes. She decided to bring their ashes back to Qianlang after leaving the 8 desolate mountain range. Not long after daybreak, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang walked toward the sealed area under Boss Featherpung's lead. This night was unforgettable for most people in the 8 desolate mountain range. In the direction of the Celestial Fox camp, the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates were all panting. Even Hu Linglong, who had always been elegant and graceful, was now in a sorry state with many wounds on her body and face. The camp was surrounded by the severed limbs of demonic beasts. The Celestial Fox camp, which was located in an excellent location, was now like a battlefield. Most of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates were injured. 2 of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates died on the spot. After a night of fighting, Hu Linglong and Yu Shang were the only 2 who were completely unharmed. What the hell? Where did so many demonic beasts come from? Hu Linglong was furious and kicked the corpse of a saint-level fire-spotted wolf beside her. Their camp was clearly far away from the demonic beast gathering area. How did it attract so many demonic beasts all of a sudden? Last night, Hu Linglong was in a good mood after chasing away Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang. However, this good mood only lasted until the first half of the night. In the latter half of the night, she first heard the cries of eagles. Then, a group of 50 to 60 eagle-headed leopards appeared in the sky above the camp. The eagle-headed leopards were furious. It was as if the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates had dug up their ancestral graves. They attacked the camp in a frenzy. Due to the eagle-headed leopard's sudden appearance, one of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates was caught in the air by the angered eagle-headed leopard queen and torn in half. However, just as Hu Linglong and Yu Shang organized their forces and killed the eagle-headed leopard queen and her subordinates, worse things happened. Worse was yet to come. The girls didn't even have time to catch their breaths. A pack of roaring fire-spot wolves rushed into the camp. They were like enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex as they spat out flames. The Celestial Fox camp was burned to ashes in no time. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. When the fire-spot wolves attacked, the soul-devouring iron-boned rabbits also attacked from behind like a tide. It was as if all the magical beasts in the 8 desolate mountain range were swarming towards the camp. We've been set up. Yu Shang hadn't slept a wink either, but her situation was clearly much better than Hu Linglong's. Yu Shang only used the corpse puppet technique and ghost eye to control many magical beasts. If it weren't for Yushang, the Celestial Fox camp would have suffered at least double their losses. Yushang wasn't Hu Linglong. When she controlled these magical beasts, she noticed that their emotions were abnormally violent. After killing a fire-spot wolf, Yushang took the opportunity to search its memories. She discovered that the reason these fire-spot wolves suddenly attacked the Celestial Fox camp in the middle of the night was because their Wolf King's cub had been stolen half an hour ago. The scent of the Wolf King's cub came from the Celestial Fox camp. As for the soul-devouring iron-boned rabbits, the oldest iron-boned rabbit in their group had been killed. Its corpse was found in the direction of the Celestial Fox camp. The eagle-headed leopard queen that was killed earlier had a very obvious wound on its body. The assassin who ambushed it fled to our Celestial Fox camp. Yushang frowned. No wonder all the magical beasts in the 8 desolate mountain range were attacking the Celestial Fox camp. Clearly, someone had deliberately lured these demonic beasts here. Who dared to set us up like this? Hearing Yushang's words, Hu Linglong carefully examined the corpses of the magical beasts. Sure enough, she found many clues. In addition to the wounds inflicted by the Celestial Fox people, there were some wounds that weren't caused by them. I know who did it. It must be those 2 bitches, Yunxing and Lu Yunshuang. Qinyu walked towards the campsite. Seeing that the Ping 3 devils were not Yunxing's match, she knew in her heart that the situation was hopeless. She had seen Yunxing's means. She had caused the death of Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. If she were to fall into the hands of Yunxing, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, Qinyu sneaked away while Yunxing was taming the 3 Ping devils. She had been lurking near the Celestial Fox's camp for a long time. She only came out after Yushang and Hu Linglong had cleared out all the magic beasts. It's you. If I remember correctly, you're from Songdu. You came here with Yunxing, that half-blood B***TCH. Hu Linglong cast a sidelong glance at Qinyu with her usual condescending attitude. In her eyes, Qinyu was also a half-blood bastard, no different from Yunxing. Lady Linglong, I'm different from her. I'm loyal to the Celestial Fox tribe and Lady Linglong. That woman, Yunxing, harbors evil intentions. She killed Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian on the way here. She also wanted to kill me. I risked my life to escape. When Qinyu heard this, a vicious glint flashed across her eyes, but her expression did not change. Yunxing killed 2 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates? As soon as she said this, the remaining Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in the Celestial Fox's camp were all in an uproar. Not only did she kill them, but she also planned to go deep into the 8 desolate mountain range with the Ping 3 devils. It said that they found a forest of inheritance pillars there. In order to gain the trust of Hu Linglong and the others, Qinyu gritted her teeth and revealed the information she had unintentionally heard from the Ping 3 devils. Is what you said true? A forest of inheritance pillars was found deep in the 8 desolate mountain range? A forest of inheritance pillars? It was actually a forest of inheritance pillars? After hearing this news, even Yushang, who was the best at concealing her feelings, could not help but reveal a joyful expression. The forest of inheritance pillars was not an ordinary inheritance. It was a special inheritance treasure ground formed by gathering the inheritance pillars of Bakra orcs together on a large scale. After entering the forest of inheritance pillars, one had to awaken the inheritance pillars with the bloodline of the 8 desolate beasts. Only by successfully awakening the pillars could one obtain the inheritance. However, at the same time, Hu Linglong and Yushang realized that it would not be easy for them to enter the forest of inheritance pillars. Qinyu also said that Yunxing and the others were not the only ones who knew about the forest of inheritance pillars. There were already people from the Beaming tribe and the Ping tribe guarding outside the forest of inheritance pillars. These 2 8 desolate beast clans were not some pushover. After they learned of the news of the inheritance pillar forest, the ones they sent over were all elites. After the battle last night, there were less than 10 of them left. How could they fight against the elites of the Beaming tribe and the Ping tribe with such a manpower, not to mention that bitch Yunxing had colluded with the 3 Ping demons? When she heard the name of the 3 Ping demons, Yushang's expression changed slightly. Hu Linglong did not know, but she knew very well that the 3 Ping demons were pawns sent by the Great Witch Doctor into the 8 desolate mountain range to secretly assassinate Yunxing. How had Yunxing not only not been killed overnight, but she had also formed an alliance with the three Pung demons? What method had that woman used? Miss Linglong, I would like to discuss something with you. You and I might have had some misunderstandings before, but the current situation is very unfavorable for us. That bitch Celestial Fox colluded with outsiders to murder her own people. Right now, we should put aside our past enmity and eliminate the traitor first. Then, we can enter the ancient seal together and seize the forest of inheritance pillars. Yu Shang's beautiful eyes turned as she took the initiative to express her goodwill. Hu Linglong sized up Yu Shang, weighing her strength in her heart. She thought to herself, this woman is very cunning. She clearly wants to work with me to deal with that Yun girl. But if I don't work with her, with Yu Shang's temper, she might turn the tables and work with Yunxing to deal with me together. Miss Linglong, we can actually work together. You also know that Lu Yunxuang and Yunxing are in cahoots. Given their strength, neither of us is completely confident that we can defeat them if we fight them alone. However, if we join forces and enter the inheritance pillar forest together, we will have a fair competition. Yu Shang smiled. Her words made Hu Linglong very tempted. You're stronger than me. Even if we enter the forest of inheritance pillars, your chances of winning are much higher than mine. Hu Linglong had secretly observed Yu Shang last night. This woman was ruthless and merciless when killing monsters. She was much more skillful than Hu Linglong. Haha, Miss Linglong. We don't lie in front of the real person. I know that you're really interested in Green, the young clan leader of the 9 Phoenix clan. I promise you that whether or not I become the Saintess of Celestial Fox in the end, I'll help you obtain him. With that, Yu Shang walked to Hu Linglong's ear and whispered a few words in a voice that only the two of them could hear. After a few words, Hu Linglong's expression changed slightly. A look of joy appeared on her face. In the eyes of the other Celestial Fox candidates, they didn't know what Yu Shang had said to Hu Linglong, but Hu Linglong's expression changed after hearing it. Sister Yu Shang, if it's really as you say, then I'll treat you like a real sister. I'll give you the title of Celestial Fox Saintess. She changed her attitude of rejecting Yu Shang and happily took her hand. Real sister? Haha, others might not know how you treat your cousin Hu Xing, but do you think I don't know? He's just a brat from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Why would I care about him? In this world, the only real man is Yi Xiu. Yu Shang appeared affectionate on the surface, but her heart was full of disdain. Hu Linglong, on the other hand, thought, if you want to be the Celestial Fox Saintess, then I'll let you be. That lousy Saintess isn't worth anything. Hu Linglong was born in the Celestial Fox tribe, so she knew everything about the Celestial Fox tribe. After the Celestial Fox tribe migrated to the 8 Desolates continent, most of the tribe leaders were men, so the status of men and women was very unequal. Although the Celestial Fox Saintesses were known as the 4 poles of Celestial Fox in name, along with the Celestial Fox people, the Council of Elders, and the Great Shaman Doctor, they had been restricted by the other 3 over the years and had no real power to speak of. This had become very serious when Hu Xing became the Saintess. The power of the Celestial Fox Saintess had been taken away. Hu Linglong had always strived to become the Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe. Other than satisfying her father Hu Qiansui and her own vanity, there was also a very important reason. It was because she had heard about the marriage agreement between the Heavenly Fox tribe and the 9 Luan tribe. Since Yu Shang wasn't interested in marrying Lu, she wouldn't be her competitor. Hu Linglong thought that as long as she became the wife of the 9 Phoenix tribe's young master, she would definitely become the wife of the 9 Phoenix tribe's patriarch in the future. The 9 Phoenix tribe was a superior beast tribe. Compared to the Celestial Fox tribe, it was like heaven and earth. The 2 women each had their own ulterior motives, but on the surface, they were happy and harmonious. Qinyu felt uneasy when she saw the 2 women mocking each other for a moment and then acting as close as sisters. Your name is Qinyu? You've done us a great service by telling us about the inheritance forest. Later, you will follow us into the 8 desolate mountain range. You'd better behave yourself along the way. If you have any bad intentions, I'll take your life. Yu Shang looked askance at Qinyu. When her gaze landed on Qinyu's chest, she shot her a cold glance. Qinyu had the illusion that she had been seen through at a glance. Her heart was beating very fast. This jade garment of Yudu was indeed not simple. Even when he was facing the three rocks, he had never had such a feeling. The Saintess candidates in the Celestial Fox camp reorganized themselves. Around noon, Qingyu led them into the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the 8 desolate mountain range, the forest was much more sparse than the forest outside. Ever since the three rocks found out about the inheritance forest, this area had been occupied by the people of the Beaming tribe and the Pung tribe who had rushed over. Before they reached the ancient seal, they heard a series of curses on the mountain path. Silver Rock, don't be unreasonable. We, the Beaming tribe, found this place first. A 2-meter-tall beaming woman blocked the entrance of the mountain path like a small mountain. Among the Bakra orcs, the Beaming tribe belonged to the bloodline of giants. They were also the only tribe that looked the most similar to humans in appearance. However, the people of the Beaming tribe were generally much taller than humans. The women were 1.8 meters tall, and the men were 1.9 meters tall. Among the Beaming tribe, they were considered short. The 2-meter-tall beaming giant blocking the mountain path was Rita, one of the descendants of the 8 desolate mountain range who had been to the Dutian blood beast sector. Behind Rita, there were 300 to 400 beaming warriors standing in a row. They were all holding long spears and staring at the sky angrily. In the sky, there were also 300 to 400 Pung warriors. They had all transformed into rocks. The leader was a silver rock. That rock had sharp eyes and silver hook-like claws. Rita, this ancient seal was found by the people of the Pung tribe first. You only arrived half a day earlier than us. How can you say that you found it first? That silver rock was the young master of the Pung tribe, Silver Rock. Half a month ago, he had heard from his tribe that the ancient seal had been found in the 8 desolate mountain range. Therefore, he had led the warriors of his tribe to the 8 desolate mountain range. However, he didn't expect the Beaming tribe to be first. Neither tribe was willing to let the other enter the seal first. Thus, there was a stalemate here. Bah, Silver Rock, the 3 Pung devils have already been chased out of your tribe. How can you call yourself a member of the Pung tribe? If you have the ability, come down from the sky. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Whoever wins will enter the seal first. Rita scolded angrily. This crazy woman. Only an idiot would fight with her. On land, the Beaming tribe's strength was second only to the Elephant tribe. Silver Rock's heart was palpitating. The Beaming tribe's strength was astonishing. Furthermore, their physical bodies were very strong. He had heard that Rita had already fused with a part of the Beaming King's Saraira. Her strength was already astonishing. If they were to fight on land, wouldn't he be smashed into a meat patty by Rita? Naturally, Silver Rock wasn't willing to come down and compete with Rita. Thus, Rita's words flew out one after another. She said, "Are you a man or not? Are you missing a part?" As the young master of the tribe, Silver Rock had never been so sullen before. Rita, you ugly woman. No wonder Purple would hide every time he sees you. An ugly woman from the Middle Orc tribe dares to admire the young master of the Upper Orc tribe. You are simply a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Silver Rock was so angry that he flapped his wings and sneered. Among the descendants of the Beaming tribe, Rita from the Beaming tribe had a crush on Purple from the D tribe. Hu Linglong from the Celestial Fox people had a crush on Green. These matters were known to all the descendants of the Beaming tribe. Hu Linglong was beautiful. She had a crush on Green, which attracted the envy of the other descendants of the Bakra orcs. Rita from the Beaming tribe was different. She was taller than the average Bakra orcs. Her skin was thick and dark. Most importantly, her nose was like a wild boar's. Such an ugly woman, of all people, had a crush on Purple from the D tribe. The D tribe was similar to the Celestial Fox tribe. They were rich and beautiful men. Moreover, the status of the D tribe was much higher than the Celestial Fox tribe. The D tribe was the Upper Orc tribe among the Bakra orcs. Rita's matter had always been a joke among the descendants of the Beaming tribe. After Silver Rock's joke, the rock warriors behind him also let out ear-piercing laughter. To Rita and the other warriors of the Beaming tribe, their laughter was very sarcastic. There will be more updates today. Please give me all kinds of votes. The Silver Rock was also fearless. Among the 8 Wastelands beast clans, the Beaming clan was the strongest. However, they had a weakness. Because their bodies were too heavy, the Beaming clan was the only beast clan that couldn't fly. This greatly limited their combat ability. Silver Rock and the rest dared to provoke Rita again and again because of this reason. So what if they angered this ugly woman to death? She could not fly into the sky. Pigs could never climb trees. Rita hated it when people used purple to mock her. Her face was red and her shoulders were trembling because of the atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 purple golden hammers appeared in her hands and she smashed them together. The power of the 2 purple golden hammers was not to be underestimated. When the hammers collided with each other, there was a dazzling purple fighting aura around them. They were like shooting stars and their speed was shocking. Warriors, back off. Silver Rock laughed, but he did not dare to underestimate Rita. He could tell that the purple golden hammers were not to be underestimated. The purple golden hammers made a weird sound in the air. The weird sound was like thunder. Suddenly, a few purple golden lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Several streaks of lightning struck a few feathery Pung race's warriors, striking 3 or 4 of them to the ground. They fell from the sky and smashed into smithereens, unable to resist at all. Rita had killed 3 to 4 winged Pung warriors without even attacking. Silver Rock was shocked by Rita's ferocity. He stared at the 2 purple golden hammers in Rita's hands as if he had seen a ghost. God's Fury Hammer. Rita, you actually obtained the first Behemoth King's divine weapon. God's Fury Hammer? Silver Rock had heard that the first Behemoth King was a legendary warrior with shocking strength. It was said that he had single-handedly killed over 1,000 human warriors. He had a pair of godly hammers. Its power was comparable to the 8 barren divine weapons in the Boundless Land. It could fuse the power of lightning and combat techniques together. That's right. When I was in the 8 barren blood beast world, not only did I find the Behemoth King's Saraira, I also found the God's Fury Hammer. Rita looked like a careless person, but she was actually very meticulous. In the blood beast world, she found a chance to enter the Behemoth King's tomb. In the king's tomb, she coincidentally obtained the God's Fury. At that time, she did not leak the news. After returning to the Behemoth tribe, he learned how to control God's wrath with the help of the elders in the tribe. She originally wanted to use the God's wrath to show off her skills in the clan competition. It would be best if she could use this to let the Beaming clan take a step forward in this Bahuang clan competition. It would be best if they could become an upper beast clan. Rita believed that there was no way to change her appearance. If she could improve her strength, perhaps Z would see her in a different light, or even look at her a few more times. After using God's wrath, she felt some regret. She had been too reckless and exposed God's fury too early. She was afraid that the other tribes would soon find out. So the ugly woman, Rita, has actually received the wrath of God. You've really impressed me. There was a burst of laughter that made people's ears itch. Under the lead of Hu Linglong, a few candidates for the Sanctus of the Celestial Fox tribe walked over. When she saw Hu Linglong, Rita's eyes were filled with disgust. She gripped the God's Fury even tighter. The warriors of the Pung tribe also looked over. When Yin Pung saw Yusheng walking together with Hu Linglong, a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. When did such an enchanting beauty appear in the Celestial Fox tribe? Hu Linglong, what are you doing here? This is my Behemoth tribe's territory. Get out. Rita said fiercely. Oh, Rita, why are you so angry? Speaking of which, we were once good friends. Hu Linglong chuckled. Looking at Rita and Hu Linglong now, it was hard to imagine that the two of them were bosom buddies in their childhood. As the daughter of the leader of the Bakra orcs, Rita was sent to the beast god altar to receive baptism and education at a very young age. Because of her appearance, Rita had always been bullied by the descendants of the other beasts. However, Hu Linglong was very close to her. Rita thought that Hu Linglong was a good person. However, after Rita told Hu Linglong that she liked purple, the news spread out not long after. Purple was even colder to Rita. Rita was heartbroken. However, one day, she overheard Hu Linglong talking to the other descendants of the Bakra orcs. She said that she wanted to be friends with Rita because Rita was ugly. Rita still remembered what Hu Linglong said at that time. She is so tall and strong. She is also ugly. If I walked in front of her, Wouldn't she be able to set off my graceful figure and outstanding appearance? As the saying goes, a red flower needs a green leaf. Rita is that rotten leaf. When Rita heard this, she wanted to rush in and negotiate with Hu Linglong. However, she was mocked and beaten up by the descendants of the Bakra orcs. Since then, Rita and Hu Linglong had completely turned against each other. Hu Linglong stared at the god's fury in Rita's hand with jealousy. This ugly woman was actually so lucky. Not only did she obtain the Behemoth King's relic, she even obtained the weapon of the first Behemoth King. On the other hand, she couldn't even enter the tomb of the celestial fox. God was really blind. Rita, what are you talking about? Since when did the Bakra mountain range become the backyard of the Behemoth tribe? The Bakra mountain range belongs to the entire Bakra continent. Any tribe of beasts can enter the mountain range. Hu Linglong had a sharp tongue. She was jealous that Rita had obtained the god's fury. Therefore, she kept provoking Rita with her words. If I say no, it means no. Or does the celestial fox tribe want to fight with the warriors of the Behemoth tribe? Rita glared at Hu Linglong. Oh, is that really the case? What do you think, young clan leader? Yushang smiled and walked forward. Her blue and green eyes only needed to look at Silver Rock's face. Silver Rock felt his mind sway. He didn't know where he was anymore. Young clan leader Silver Rock, I am Yushang. I would like to cooperate with the Winged Pung tribe. In his daze, he seemed to hear Yushang's voice in his ear. Rita, who do you think you are? This ancient seal clearly belongs to the Winged Pung tribe. These ladies from the celestial fox tribe are honored guests that I have invited. They are clearly from the Winged Pung tribe. Silver Rock had been blinded by lust. He didn't know that he had already been affected by Yushang's corpse puppet technique. He thought of Yushang and the others as his own people. Just as he was feeling disoriented, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain on his back. He screamed and fell from the sky. Quick, save the young clan leader. The Winged Rock warriors were shocked when they saw the young clan leader suddenly fall from the sky. They quickly swarmed forward and rescued the Silver Rock young clan leader. They looked behind their young clan head and saw that there was an arrow stuck in his back. Who dares to attack the young clan leader? The Winged Rock warriors were furious. Idiots, I'm clearly the savior of your young clan leader. If I hadn't been faster with that arrow, your young clan leader would have been controlled by the celestial fox tribe's corpse puppet technique. He wouldn't even recognize his ancestors anymore. A disdainful female voice came from behind. Two beautiful women and an unfamiliar middle-aged man strolled over. The two women were naturally Yunxing and Lu Yunshuang. As for the middle-aged man, he was the leader of the three winged rock demons, whose life had been saved by Yunxing. Yunxing was worried that the leader Winged Rock would encounter the Winged Rock tribe and start another conflict, so she simply asked him to disguise himself. Now was not the time to expose the leader Winged Rock's identity. Without his three deformed heads, the leader Winged Rock deliberately disguised himself as a hunter. He looked like a completely different person. Even Qin Yu could not recognize the leader Winged Rock for a moment, let alone the Winged Rock tribe. It's you. Yu Sheng was furious. Just now, she had almost taken control of the young clan leader of the Winged Rock tribe. Yunxing's arrow had destroyed her corpse puppet technique. When Rita saw Yunxing and Lu Yunshuang's outstanding appearances, she was displeased. What was going on? Why did all the women of the Celestial Fox tribe come to the 8 Desolate Mountain Range? Could it be that the Celestial Fox tribe had also received news that there was an inheritance pillar forest here? That was impossible. They had clearly sealed off the news. How dare you stab me in the back? Capture her. Silver Rock was in a sorry state. He vented his anger on Yunxing and the others. Young clan leader, you saw clearly that I shot the arrow to save you. If I really wanted to hurt you, why would I need to use the arrow? Yunxing said unhurriedly. As soon as Yunxing finished speaking, the Silver Rock young clan leader hurriedly ordered someone to take out the arrow wound on his back. Just as Yunxing said, the arrowhead of the arrow had been broken. This woman had actually used only the arrow shaft to shoot the young clan leader. Furthermore, the arrow shaft had penetrated 2 inches deep into his flesh. The Ping race's warriors all looked at each other in dismay. Peng was not seriously injured, but his face was even more gloomy. He was actually scared half to death by an arrow without an arrowhead. If this were to spread out, wouldn't he lose all his face? Humph, what a useless man. His legs go soft when he sees a woman. If old patriarch Pingyu were to see you like this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Rita sneered. Yunxing's words changed Rita's impression of her slightly. Although that arrow had broken the corpse puppet technique in name, it had also helped Rita vent her anger. Rita looked at Yunxing again. When she saw Yunxing's face clearly, she could not help but ask curiously, "You are Hu Xing?" Hu Xing had gone missing a long time ago. Moreover, Hu Xing was so weak that he could not even truss up a chicken. She was not Hu Xing. Rita, Hu Linglong, He Linlin, and Hu Xing were the few women among the descendants of the Octoterra beasts, so they were quite familiar with each other. She's not Hu Xing. She's an imposter. This woman colluded with the Ping demons and killed the celestial fox Sanctus candidate. She has ulterior motives and is a serious criminal of the celestial fox tribe. I was just about to look for her when she came knocking on my door. Hu Linglong was furious when she saw Yunxing. She and the other celestial fox Sanctus candidates surrounded Yunxing and Lu Yunxuang without any explanation. The Ping demons? Where are the three great demons? When the Silver Rock and the Ping warriors heard this, they were all on guard. The Ping demons were also serious criminals who supported the Feather tribe. Hu Linglong, you have to show evidence before you speak. Which eye of yours saw us colluding with the Ping demons? Where are the three of them? We just met this big brother hunter who hunts in the Octoterra mountains all year round. He said that there was a strange seal here, so we rushed over. Or do you think that this big brother is the Ping demons? Yunxing did not blush nor did her heart race. She had already guessed that Qin Yu would cause trouble after escaping. However, she did not expect this woman to confuse right and wrong and push all the blame onto them. Everyone looked at them again. Apart from the middle-aged man dressed as a hunter, there was only Lu Yunxuang. No matter how they looked at it, that middle-aged man did not look like the Ping demons. The beast tribes of the Octoterra mountains naturally did not expect that Yunxing could use the miraculous modern medical skills and the elixir of life to change the face of the Ping demons in such a short time. Qin Yu killed Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. She also violated the celestial fox tribe's taboo by devouring their hearts. If we're talking about serious criminals, she's the real serious one. Lu Yunxuang, who had been silent all this while, stared coldly at Qin Yu. Devouring their hearts? As soon as she said this, the expressions of the people of the celestial fox tribe changed drastically. Devouring hearts and forcibly absorbing a person's cultivation base and inheritance was a taboo in the celestial fox tribe. In terms of crimes, the crime of devouring hearts was even more serious than murder. Lady Linglong, Miss Yushang, you must believe me. I didn't do that. It was clearly Yunxing and Lu Yunxuang who killed Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. I escaped. They framed me to clear their names. Qin Yu's face was pale and her body trembled violently. She put on a pitiful look. Yu Shang and Hu Linglong hesitated. If Yunxing had said those words alone, they might not have believed her, but Lu Yunxuang had said it. Lu Yunxuang was born a pure ice fox. In the celestial fox tribe, her status and bloodline were also very noble. She was cold and straightforward, never meddling in other people's business. It was even more impossible for her to make false accusations. Enough. There's no proof. The dead tell no tales, and there's no way to find the Ping demons. The three of you are guilty. We'll make a decision after we return to the celestial fox tribe. After a discussion between Yu Shang and Hu Linglong, they decided not to pursue any responsibility for the time being. The two women also had their own considerations. The ancient seal was right in front of them. The Beaming tribe and the Ping tribe had a large number of people. Instead of wasting their time on who the real culprit was, they might as well go back and pursue the matter. After all, they did not know how dangerous the situation inside the ancient seal was. The Ping demons, who had entered the ancient seal, were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they would not have the chance to come out after entering the seal. Qin Yu, don't celebrate too early. After we leave the 8 desolate mountain range, I'll be the first to come after you. Lu Yunchuang snorted. Hu Linglong, are you saying that the Celestial Fox tribe also wants to enter the Ancient Seal? Silver Rock and Rita asked at the same time. The Behemoth tribe and the Winged Rock tribe discovered the Ancient Seal almost at the same time. The two clans were glad that no other beast clans had discovered the Ancient Seal. The Behemoth and Pingyu clans were both middle-ranked beast clans. The strength of the two clans was about the same. If they really wanted to compare, they would be evenly matched at most. However, the sudden appearance of the Celestial Fox tribe displeased both the Behemoth tribe and the Winged Rock tribe. After all, the more forces that entered, the more fights there would be. Silver Rock and Rita were at a stalemate. They did not enter the Ancient Seal. Their strength was on par with each other, and neither was willing to enter the Ancient Seal first. It was common knowledge that the Celestial Fox tribe was the weakest of the Bakra orcs. These women were only candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess. What right did they have to be on equal footing with the legitimate heirs of the Bakra orcs to split the Ancient Seal? Hu Linglong did not have much confidence in facing Rita and Silver Rock. She did not reply immediately. That's right. The Ancient Seal is an ownerless object. Anyone who sees it has a share. Since the Celestial Fox tribe is one of the Bakra orcs, they naturally have the right to enter the Ancient Seal. Yunxing took a step forward when she saw the situation. If you want to enter, you'll have to get past me first. However, this young master was injured just now. I will send our Feathery Pung race's warriors to fight with you. Silver Pung was shot by Yunxing's arrow. His face was gloomy and he wanted Yunxing to suffer more. A man walked out from behind him as soon as he finished speaking. The man had a strong physique and a large bald head. His eyes were as sharp as blades. He looked heroic and intimidating with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Yunchuang's body had just been purged of the decaying poison, so she was still rather weak. As for Boss Rock Tribe, he would easily expose his identity if he fought. Therefore, Yunxing was the only one who could fight this battle. This man should be a powerful fighter from the Night Owl tribe. Most of the warriors from this tribe have inherited their eyes. Later, pay attention to his eyes. Boss Feather Rock said in a low voice. Yunxing nodded. She walked out, and the Winged Rock warrior cupped his fists. I am Xiaoyun. Please enlighten me. As he spoke, a crack suddenly appeared on Xiaoyun's bald forehead. The crack grew larger and larger, and in the end, it directly transformed into a jade-colored eye. What is this? Yunxing hesitated for a moment. However, during a competition, there was no room for distraction. Yunxing immediately focused her attention and fought with all her might. Boom! Dark thorns sprouted from the ground one after another, and intense dark magic power gushed out from the ground. What a fast magic chant! The Behemoth race and Winged Rock race's clansmen were all shocked. They didn't even see Yunxing finish her incantation before Dark Thorns was completed. Although Xiaoyun was also surprised by Yunxing's magic incantation, he cleverly avoided the attack and remained unharmed. He was actually able to dodge her magic attack. Yunxing's eyes darkened. She waved the magic scepter in her hand, and the magic wings behind her flapped lightly. She nimbly floated in midair. A few soul stones on her magic scepter shone. In an instant, red, green, blue, and yellow magic attacks of various colors turned into streaks of light. Fire explosion, wind blade, water arrow, earth spike, and all sorts of other attacks emerged one after another. Your magic power is very pure. It's a pity that you have met me, Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's body quickly flew into the air. His body moved like a graceful swan, and he actually dodged all of Yunxing's attacks. It's useless. Xiaoyun's third eye is something that even I can't do anything about. On the other side, the Winged Rock race's clansmen secretly thought that Xiaoyun was forcing Yunxing to retreat. They all cheered. Yunxing's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Xiaoyun. She saw that the green eye on his forehead emitted a faint green light when he dodged her attacks. A hint of caution flashed past her eyes. Xiaoyun's strange body movements made Yunxing feel that he could predict the point of attack of each of her magic attacks. It seemed that Boss Rock was right. The inheritance of the Night Owl race was very special. If this continued, she would be exhausted because of the depletion of her magic power before the outcome of the battle could be determined. Yunxing stopped her magic attacks. Her eyes gradually turned golden. As if he could predict what kind of attack Yunxing was going to launch, Xiaoyun suddenly covered his eyes. His figure teleported, and he appeared behind Yunxing. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Yunxing's magic scepter. The golden light was so strong that everyone present couldn't help but close their eyes. The strong light made them feel a slight burning pain in their eyes. Light-based magic, earth illumination, could cause an instant blinding effect. This was the first light-based magic that Yunxing had comprehended recently. Incredible. In addition to being proficient in the 4 elements of magic, this girl is also proficient in light-based magic. Xiaoyun dodged quickly and blocked Yunxing's light-based magic at the right time. But just as he was about to attack Yunxing from behind, Yunxing, who was still in front of him, suddenly disappeared. An ice-cold magic scepter was pressed against his neck. If you don't want to be beheaded, surrender. Yunxing stood behind Xiaoyun. This time, she was 1 step faster than Xiaoyun. How is that possible? I've clearly predicted your next move with the Eye of the Owl. How can you still do it? Xiaoyun didn't expect that he would be intercepted by Yunxing. He was also a top expert in the rock race, so this time, he was chosen to follow them into the 8 desolate mountain range. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a delicate celestial fox girl? In this world, you're not the only one who can predict each other's movements. I have an inheritance that is not inferior to yours. Yunxing smiled faintly. Only then did Xiaoyun see that Yunxing's eyes were golden. Yunxing's Shenong pupil and Xiaoyun's Eye of the Owl were somewhat similar. But compared to Xiaoyun, Yunxing's Shenong pupil was a little better in the final battle. Xiaoyun was predicting her movements, but he didn't know that Yunxing had already predicted his next move with the Shenong pupil. Her light-based magic was just a smokescreen. Xiaoyun sighed and stepped aside. There's always someone better than you, Xiaoyun said. Young Master Silver Rock, now we should be able to enter the ancient seal, right? Yunxing smiled. Useless thing, you can't even deal with a woman. Silver Rock's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared fiercely at Xiaoyun and waved his hand reluctantly. The rock warriors behind him could only retreat. The latter could only lower his head and remain silent. Failure meant that he had lost his position in the race. Thank you very much. Yunxing looked at Xiaoyun with some sympathy. This person was a man who could afford to lose. It was a pity that he had such a temperamental young master. The future of the rock race was really worrying. Seeing that Yunxing had defeated Xiaoyun, Lu Yunchuang and the rock feather boss breathed a sigh of relief. By the side, Hu Linglong and the others were also beaming with joy this time. Although Yunxing was a mixed blood, she was still a member of the Celestial Fox tribe. Her victory meant that they could also successfully enter the ancient seal. Yunxing, you've done well this time. However, your faults outweigh your merits. You're still a sinner. Why don't you step aside? I'll represent the Heavenly Fox tribe to negotiate the remaining matters. Hu Linglong quickly stepped forward. Who are you? Do we know each other that well? Yunxing glanced at Hu Linglong. Negotiating on behalf of the Celestial Fox tribe? This woman was really thick-skinned. She had such integrity. Where was she when the Rock Feather tribe stopped the Celestial Fox tribe from entering the ancient seal? What do you mean by that? I have the highest status here, and my status is the most honorable. It's perfectly normal for me to represent everyone. Hu Linglong's face was red with anger as she glared at Yunxing. I'm sorry, Hu Linglong. Are you too stupid, or is there something wrong with your brain? Have you forgotten something? Last night, who was the one who chased Yun Shuang and me out of the Celestial Fox camp on the grounds of majority rule? Yunxing questioned Hu Linglong aggressively. Hu Linglong was speechless. You have to take responsibility for your actions. Last night, you chased the 2 of us out. In other words, everything that we've done since last night has nothing to do with you. My victory only means that Yun Shuang, this Uncle Hunter, and I can enter the ancient seal. As for whether you want to enter, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Yunxing spread her hands. She was not a saint. Hu Linglong and the others had chased them out so quickly last night that they wanted to reap without sowing. If she agreed, she would not be Yunxing. Ling Long, don't argue with her. That woman is cunning. She knew that she wasn't a match for young clan leader Peng, so she framed me for using the corpse puppet technique. I don't know what method she used to defeat the Ping clan's warriors, Yu Shang said, looking at Yin Peng. When Yin Peng heard this, his anger from losing the competition immediately dissipated a little. He felt even more strongly that Yunxing had deliberately hurt him in the dark. Yu Shang was indeed not simple. Even in such a situation, she did not forget to rope in Yin Peng. Yunxing snorted and ignored Yu Shang's provocation. That's right. If we want to enter the ancient seal, we have to rely on our own abilities. If the winged Peng race loses, we will let you in. However, my beaming clan didn't agree to let you coquettish foxes in. Hu Ling Long, if you guys want to enter the ancient seal to join in the fun, you'll have to get past me first. Who's fighting? Hu Ling Long or you? Rita walked out. Hu Ling Long looked hesitant. If she were to really compete with Rita, her original abilities should be similar. However, it was different now. Rita had the fury of God. Hu Ling Long didn't want to get into a conflict with Rita. Otherwise, if this woman went crazy and smashed her beautiful face into pieces, it wouldn't be worth it. Yuda Yu Shang, representing the Celestial Fox tribe, will compete with this lady from the Beaming clan. However, this lady has a powerful weapon, so Yu Shang doesn't dare to force her way in. Yu Shang has a small request. My competition with young clan leader Rita will be decided in one move. After Yu Shang said this, she didn't forget to look at Yin Peng, as if asking for help. Sure enough, the Silver Rock Junior clan leader felt his bones go soft. Rita, you're considered a famous expert. How can you make things difficult for a weak lady? This competition is not fair at all. Yin Peng, are you blind or kicked in the head by a mule? If you want to feel sorry for her, come and compete with me yourself. If I don't cripple you with one strike of my hammer, my name isn't Rita. Rita was annoyed. Men were indeed animals who only looked at appearances. How was this woman called Yu Shang weak? Rita had grown up and knew that women who looked harmless were actually all hiding daggers in their smiles. As a woman, Rita could already feel that Yu Shang's vibe was much stronger than Hu Ling Long's. However, Yu Shang's words had some effect. At least, the Ping clan and the Celestial Fox people looked at Rita as if she had bullied Yu Shang. This made Rita very angry. The women of the Celestial Fox tribe are indeed cunning. If I don't agree, others will say that I won with an unfair advantage. So be it, I agree to compete with you in one move. If you can remain undefeated after one move, you win. Rita retracted her god's fury and patted her chest with a heroic look on her face. TSK, she still fell for it. Yunxing shook her head as she watched from the side. Yu Shang was a cunning and sinister woman. Her origin was mysterious, and she was a six-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, the inheritance she had was evil. Last time, during the written exam at the Celestial Fox Shrine, Yunxing had almost fallen for her trick. Rita of the Beaming clan might look crude, but she was a straightforward person. If she agreed to Yu Shang's suggestion, she would definitely be at a disadvantage later. Unfortunately, Yunxing was only a spectator and couldn't interfere with the competition. Rita and Yu Shang agreed to compete in one move. Rita drew a circle on the spot. Later, you will stand in this circle. I will make one move. If you are still in the circle after one move, you win, Rita said. Alright, it's a deal. Young matriarch Rita, please enlighten me. Yu Shang walked into the circle with a smile on her face. Rita walked to a spot a foot away from the circle. Her ugly face revealed a grave expression. A thick fighting aura was gathering in her body. Rita's fighting aura was very special. After it was gathered, the fighting aura spun rapidly around her like a spiral. As more and more combat aura gathered, Rita's 2-meter-tall, meat mountain-like body was completely surrounded by the combat aura that was spinning at a high speed. Her entire body began to spin like a top. Is this woman planning to use Rita's Peerless Strike? Yin Peng was shocked by Rita's posture. The Beaming clan had astonishing strength, and Rita's strength was one of the best among the Beaming clan. She had an inheritance that she had awakened called Rita's Peerless Strike. That strike was truly earth-shattering. Rita seemed to be letting Yu Shang go, but in reality, she had set up a double insurance. Rita's fighting aura was compressed to the extreme, and her entire body turned into a flaming wheel. Whoosh, with shocking speed, Rita attacked Yushang with lightning speed. On the ground, where Rita's cableway was, the ground was quickly drilled into a ditch. Yushang's blue-green eyes shone brightly. "Thank you for your tickets and tips." Yushang was very cunning. She was an old monster who had lived for God knows how long. She always thought that even if Xianxia and Rita were strong, they were still young girls who had lived for only a few decades. They were still wet behind the ears. How could they be her match when it came to scheming? Yushang pretended to be pitiful to gain the sympathy of others. She wanted to win the competition with one move. She didn't expect Rita to be angered by Yushang's pretense. She used her family's inheritance as soon as she entered the arena. Seeing that Rita was getting closer and closer, sparks flew out from the friction of the combat aura spinning top. It's a pity that such a delicate beauty is going to be ruined this time. Rita, that ugly monster, must be doing this on purpose. Silver Rock Jr. Patriarch had a pained expression. Just when everyone thought Yushang was going to die under Rita's tyrannical inheritance, Rita had already rushed into the circle and sent Yushang flying. A black figure landed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked closely. The person on the ground was already in a pile of meat. His facial features couldn't be seen at all. However, his muscular body and attire showed that he wasn't Yushang. Junior Patriarch Rita, it seems like I won this competition. Amidst the giggling, Yushang, who should have been lying on the ground, was still standing in the circle, perfectly fine. Yushang flicked her long hair. Her blue-green eyes were filled with pride. How to? Rita realized that one of her behemoth warriors was missing. The one who was hit by her Rita's peerless strike was her capable subordinate, the behemoth warrior How Tuesday. She didn't expect her Rita's peerless strike to be used on a fellow warrior. She looked at Yushang again. How did she do it? Rita clearly felt that she had sent Yushang flying just now. Junior Patriarch Rita, don't look like you're going to swallow me. I didn't use any despicable means. I used one of the celestial fox's inheritances, grafting flowers on trees. Yushang chuckled. She had no sympathy for the behemoth warrior who took a hit for her. The behemoth warrior who had taken Yushang's place died before he could catch his breath. The warriors of the behemoth clan were grief-stricken. Rita's eyes also turned red. Grafting flowers on trees, there was actually such an inheritance in the celestial fox tribe. Lu Yunchuang and everyone else felt chills run down their spines. What a tyrannical celestial fox inheritance. It forcefully transferred the enemy's attack to another person. The whole process was impossible to guard against. Since when did the inheritance of celestial fox have such an unreasonable inheritance? Could this be an inheritance unique to the bloodline of Yudu? From spectral eyes to grafting flowers onto trees, this jade garment of Yudu wasn't simple. Don't worry too much. Such a heaven-defying inheritance must have its limitations. Although Yunxing was also shocked, she still comforted Lu Yunchuang. Yunxing thought that if Yushang's inheritance was truly flawless, it would be invincible. No one was perfect, and no inheritance was perfect. Therefore, Yushang's inheritance, grafting flowers onto trees, must have its own weaknesses. Yunxing's guess was right. Yushang's celestial fox inheritance was indeed heaven-defying, but it also had many limitations. After grafting flowers onto trees was used once, it could not be used a second time within a day. Moreover, the target had to be within 10 feet of the user. Beyond this distance, the inheritance could not be used. Otherwise, with Yushang's personality, she would have chosen either Yunxing or Lu Yunchuang to be the target. After all, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang were Yushang's biggest competitors in this celestial fox combat examination. The behemoth warrior just now was also unlucky. He was standing within 10 feet of Yushang, and Yushang wanted to take the opportunity to teach Rita a lesson, so she grabbed a behemoth warrior and made him her scapegoat. Haha, Rita, you really deserve it this time. Silver Rock of the Winged Rocks and the other warriors were gloating. Yushang looked relaxed on the surface, but she was actually gnashing her teeth in anger. Grafting flowers onto trees was one of Yushang's secret moves. Due to her special status, Yushang did not want to reveal her inheritance too early. However, she did not expect Rita to be so ruthless. She used Rita's peerless strike right from the start. Yushang did not have any room to maneuver. So she had no choice but to use grafting flowers onto trees. Miss Yushang, you're really smart. Grafting flowers onto trees is a good move. I've seen so many celestial fox inheritances, and Miss Yushang's inheritance is definitely among the top 5. Silver Rock's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yushang in a different light. Silver Rock's praise offended the other celestial fox saintess candidates, especially Hu Lingling. She was originally very happy because Yushang's victory meant that they would be able to enter the ancient seal. However, Yushang's inheritance was truly terrifying. If she had used this transplant on her just now, wouldn't she have turned into a pile of blurry meat paste like that behemoth warrior? Qinyu, who was watching from the side, was both frightened and happy. She thought to herself that compared to Yushang's inheritance, Hua Yanlua's and Feng Lian's inheritances were nothing. If she had the chance to devour Yushang's heart, would she also have the chance to cultivate such a powerful inheritance? You're called Yushang, right? You're good, Rita said through gritted teeth. Since she had lost, Rita had no choice but to step aside. With that, the remaining 10 or so Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from the Celestial Fox tribe were all qualified to enter the Ancient Seal. I've said it before. Even without that lowly heavenly fox, we can still enter the Ancient Seal. Hu Linglong had a complacent look on her face. At this point, the factions that had entered the Ancient Seal were clearly distinguished. Yunxing, Lu Yunshuang, and the leader of the Winged Rocks were in the same group. Yushang, Hu Linglong, Qinyu, and the others were also in the same group. Rita led her behemoth warriors while Silver Rock led the Winged Rocks warriors into the ancient sealed area. This is the ancient seal? Why is it a valley? Yunxing and Lu Yunshuang were in a hurry, so they did not manage to get much information about the ancient seal from Boss Rock. The ancient seal is actually the place where the ancestors of the 8 Wilderness Continent arrived when they first arrived at the 8 Wilderness Continent. It's said that this area belonged to the natives of the 8 Wilderness Continent and was owned by a very powerful magical beast kingdom. In order to survive in the 8 Wilderness Continent, the ancestors and the native magical beasts fought to the death. It's safe to say that almost half of the ancestors of the Bakra orcs are buried here, Boss Rock whispered to Yunxing and the others. Since the 3 Winged Rocks had already told their 2 good friends about the situation in the Ancient Seal, the people of the Beaming Clan and the Winged Rocks clan more or less knew about the Ancient Seal. In comparison, Hu Linglong and the others knew the least. The Ancient Seal in the 8 Desolation Mountain Range was formed by a semi-sealed valley. At a glance, the entrance of the valley was desolate. The soil in the valley was slightly red, as if it was soaked in blood. There was only one entrance to the valley. The entrance was filled with thick fog all year round, making it difficult to see what was inside the valley. Let's go in. Rita of the Beaming Tribe led her warriors into the valley. Don't let the Beaming Tribe take the lead. Let's follow. Peng was not to be outdone. He led a group of Peng warriors and disappeared into the thick fog. Let's go. Hu Linglong and the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidates followed closely behind. Yushang stood at the entrance of the valley for a moment as if she was recalling something. In the end, she also entered the valley. Boss Peng, you're the most familiar with the terrain. Lead the way. Yunxing and the other 2 entered the valley. Not long after everyone entered the Ancient Seal, a black figure flashed past and headed to the other side of the 8 Desolation Mountain Range. Deputy Patriarch, the Beaming Tribe, Celestial Fox Tribe, and Peng Tribe are all inside. This subordinate has personally witnessed the behemoths Rita, the Peng Feathers Silver Peng, the Heavenly Fox Tribes Hu Linglong, and the others have all entered the Ancient Seal. A Black Qilin Tribe warrior respectfully knelt in front of the man. The man had a tall nose and a cold gaze. The dark aura emitted from his tall figure was intimidating. The former emperor of the later Qin dynasty, Dugu Xiu, and the current deputy patriarch of the Black Qilin Tribe, also appeared in the 8 Desolation Mountain Range. However, the Beaming Tribe and the Peng Tribe were different. Their encampments were far away from the Ancient Seal. In the encampment, there were close to 1,000 Black Qilin warriors. They wore iron armor and held sharp bayonets. They were very disciplined. In the Black Qilin Tribe's encampment, pillar-shaped objects were actually placed in disorder. If Boss Pingyu, Yu Shang and the others were here, they would realize that these pearl-shaped objects were the 8 wastelands inheritance pillars that countless Bakra orcs sought after. Most of these inheritance pillars were intact. It looked like they had been forcefully taken out. Not only were there totems of the Black Chelan tribe on the heritage bamboo, there were also many other Bakra orcs' heritage pillars. Behemoth, Celestial Fox, Pung Feather. Unfortunately, they are all middle and lower level beasts. The people of the Nine Yuan tribe and the D clan have not come. Duguxiu looked at the valley where the ancient seal was located. That valley was really strange. If he hadn't been fully prepared this time, he might have lost a lot of people in the valley. The Beaming tribe, the Pung tribe, and the weakest tribe, the Celestial Fox tribe, actually dared to barge in. What awaited them was not the inheritance pillar, but the terrifying traps and the battle spirits of the ancient battlefield. Under Duguxiu's fiery red hair, his eyes were as deep as an empty well. Vice Clan Leader, you have great foresight. Luckily, we entered the ancient seal early and collected a large number of inheritance pillars. Beaming, Pung Feather, and even Boss Pung Feather didn't expect that the first tribe to rush to the ancient seal was the Black Chelan tribe. When the 3 Pung demons leaked the news of the ancient seal, the people of the Black Chelan tribe mixed in with the Behemoth tribe, and the Pung Feather tribe had already set their sights on this mountain range. He Yao immediately accepted Duguxiu's fate and headed to the ancient seal. Duguxiu didn't disappoint. In the ancient seal, he obtained a large number of inheritance pillars. The Black Chelan tribe's inheritance pillars were all collected. As for the inheritance pillars of the other tribes, Duguxiu had already taken away those that were convenient. Those that couldn't be taken away were mostly the more troublesome or ineffective inheritance pillars. It's a pity that the seal around the eye of the seal cannot be broken. Duguxiu's only regret was that he couldn't find the eye of the seal after entering the ancient seal. There was a very strong barrier around the eye of the seal. Even if Duguxiu used all his strength, he couldn't successfully enter. Even the vice clan leader couldn't enter, not to mention the descendants of the Bang tribe. The warriors of the Black Chelan tribe were very obedient to Duguxiu. Who would have thought that when Duguxiu first came to the Black Chelan tribe, the entire Black Chelan tribe was dissatisfied with him? This continued until he defeated the number 1 warrior of the Black Chelan tribe in a public competition. After that, he displayed no less talent than the patriarch of the Black Chelan tribe in the handling of the tribe's affairs. Only then was the injustice in the tribe suppressed. This time, if the descendants of the 3 great Bakra orcs were successfully killed in the ancient seal, the vice clan leader's reputation in the Black Chelan tribe would undoubtedly rise to another level. Don't lower your guard. During this period of time, all of you will guard beside the ancient seal. If you discover any survivors, kill them without mercy. Duguxiu said coldly. He looked at the inheritance pillars that he had collected and ordered the Black Chelan warriors under him to transport a portion of them back to the Black Chelan tribe. Duguxiu gave up everything in the boundless land and came to the Bang tribe. How could he be satisfied with just being the vice clan leader? In these few years, he had been in seclusion in the Black Chelan tribe and painstakingly cultivated under the supercilious eyes of everyone. To Duguxiu, who was once the later Qin emperor and stood above millions of people, this was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Fortunately, those days didn't last for long. Regardless of whether it was the Bang tribe or the boundless land, there was one thing that was constant and unchanging. That was, the strong were everything. His goal wasn't as simple as defeating the number 1 warrior of the Black Chelan tribe. He Linlin, that arrogant woman, she would eventually be defeated by him. In this Bang tribe competition, Duguxiu wanted to use his own strength to obtain first place in the Bang tribe competition. As long as he obtained first place, he would be qualified to enter the Beast God Altar and receive the strongest baptism of the Beast God Altar. He would also be able to meet the legendary first priest of the Beast God Altar. Only the first priest could help him break the curse of the ancient Chelan king. The Celestial Fox tribe. Hearing this familiar name, Duguxiu's heart that had been silent for a long time started to beat vigorously again. Yunxing. That woman, his woman, he didn't know how she was doing now. When he stepped onto the peak of the Bang tribe, it would be the time for him to kill his way back to the boundless land and take back the woman that he hated and loved. After passing through the white mist in the valley, Yunxing and the others finally entered the ancient seal. The moment they stepped into the ancient seal, Yunxing felt her eyelids twitch violently. An ominous premonition crept up from the soles of her feet. She had a nagging feeling that something was amiss with this ancient seal. Perhaps I'm being paranoid. With Boss Pingyu around, there shouldn't be any slip-ups. Yunxing steadied her emotions. Yunxing was different from the others. Although they had the smallest number of people, they had Boss Pingyu in disguise in their camp. The three Pung demons had entered the ancient seal before. Although they were forced to retreat in the end, they managed to escape successfully in the end. This also meant that after Yunxing and the others entered the ancient seal this time, Yunxing and the others would have a much greater chance of escaping from the seal. So many inheritance pillars. The other tribes who had entered the ancient seal before Yunxing and the others, including Hu Linglong and the others, let out joyful cries of surprise. Unlike the narrow entrance to the valley, after entering the valley, the terrain was much more open. Many inheritance pillars were planted on the wide mountain path in the valley. For most Bakra orcs on the mainland, apart from a small number of Bakra orcs nobles and direct bloodlines, very few people could directly come into contact with the inheritance pillars. It was no wonder that the crowd cheered so loudly. Yunxing, look, there are inheritance pillars here too. Not far from Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang were 2 or 3 inheritance pillars. This was also Yunxing's first time seeing a real inheritance pillar. Previously, when she had studied Celestial Fox's inheritance, she had either relied on her own comprehension or the inheritance she had copied down. The inheritance pillars looked as if they had been carved out of ivory. Each pillar was as white as jade. Every inheritance pillar represented the sacrifice of an ancient beast descendant of the 8 Desolates. Only right before their deaths would the beasts of the 8 Desolates condense their cultivation into an eternal inheritance pillar. Even someone as aloof as Lu Yunchuang could not help but feel her soul sway when she saw the painstaking efforts left behind by her ancestors. Don't be happy too early. This is just the outermost area of the seal. These inheritance pillars are also the most inferior inheritance pillars. Most of the inheritances recorded on them have already lost their effectiveness. Boss Rock Feather had been to this region before. When the 3 Pung devils entered the valley, they were pleasantly surprised for a while. However, when they saw it clearly, disappointment replaced surprise. Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang walked forward and found that the pillars were completely blank. It's a pity that too much time has passed. The power of inheritance on the inheritance pillar has already dissipated, Lu Yunchuang lamented. Ladies, there's something I need to remind you of. Before you find the most suitable inheritance pillar for you, even if you find one that's still effective, don't touch the pillar. Otherwise, if you touch the inheritance pillar rashly and are forced to learn the inheritance pillar will be full and you won't be able to comprehend more advanced inheritances. Then, the loss will outweigh the gain. Boss Rock Feather was the most experienced among the 3 of them. He also knew the most about inheritance pillars. He told Yunxing and the others that different Bakra orcs had left behind different inheritance pillars. For example, most of the inheritance pillars of the Celestial Fox tribe were engraved with the symbol of the Celestial Fox. It was the same for other beast tribes. Since each Bakra orcs could only obtain a limited number of inheritances, Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang could only choose the most suitable inheritance pillar for them to absorb. I can still absorb 2 inheritances. Lu Yunchuang was a 5-tailed celestial fox. She had already comprehended 3 inheritances. I can also absorb 2 inheritances. Looks like we can only go deeper and make a decision later. Yunxing had already comprehended 4 inheritances. After witnessing Yu Shang's special inheritance of grafting, Yunxing also understood that she could not be blindly greedy when choosing an inheritance. She had to combine her own strength and try her best to choose the strongest inheritance that she could withstand. Just as Boss Rock Feather had said, the stronger the inheritance, the deeper it was in the ancient seal. Now was not the time to be happy. TSK, what a scam. They're all blank. Isn't this making us happy for nothing? A Rock Feather tribe warrior happily found an inheritance pillar. However, when he approached it, he found that it was an empty inheritance pillar. He was instantly enraged and punched the inheritance pillar. With this punch, the inheritance pillar cracked. The moment the stone chips flew up, a wisp of green smoke drifted out from the inheritance pillar. The green smoke formed a war specter with a green face and sharp fangs. It held a bloody battle axe in its hand and was more than 2 meters tall. It was a war specter from the Beaming tribe. The inheritance pillars were left behind by the ancestors of the ancient Beaming tribe. Each inheritance pillar was like an ancient ancestor of the Beaming tribe and should be revered by all. This rock-feathered tribe warrior had rashly desecrated the inheritance pillars and attracted the war specter. The war specter was full of murderous aura. It swung its huge, murderous axe and slashed at the rock-feathered tribe warrior. Blood splattered everywhere. Woo-woo, Reckless Jr. How dare you look down on the ancient power? Die. The war specter tasted blood and howled like a wolf or a tiger. As it howled, the empty inheritance pillars cracked. War specters of different races of Bakra orcs appeared from each inheritance pillar. There were Beaming tribe warriors, rock-feather tribe warriors, Ba serpent warriors, and others. In an instant, a large number of war specters appeared in the originally empty valley. These war specters immediately transformed into their beast forms. Their attack power was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they killed many Beaming tribe warriors. This is bad. Let's go. Boss Rockfeather yelled. Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang also knew that the situation was not good. These specters transformed from the inheritance pillars were powerful. There were many of them. If they surrounded them, no matter how skilled they were, they would not be able to escape. Silver Rock, look at what your subordinates have done. Rita was also flustered and exasperated. She led a group of Beaming tribe warriors and charged into the war specters, trying to carve out a bloody path. Boss Rockfeather had been to the ancient seal before, so he was very familiar with the paths in the valley. He led Yunxing and the others and quickly fled the scene. However, at that moment, Yunxing heard a wave of magical energy behind them. Yushang led a group of Celestial Fox tribe Sanctus candidates. They were almost side by side as they retreated toward the safe zone. Her? Why was she so familiar with the terrain here? Yunxing could not help but wonder. Boss Rockfeather had been here before, so it was not strange that he knew the path. However, how could Yushang be so familiar with the path as well? The area up ahead is safe. Follow me. Yushang also looked at Yunxing and the others strangely. However, the situation was urgent and she had no time to pay attention to Yunxing and the others. Rita and Silver Rock soon noticed that Yunxing, Yushang, and the others had found a safe path. Follow them. The warriors of the Behemoth and Winged Poon tribes, who had been fighting a bloody battle, joined the ranks of those fleeing after breaking through the encirclement of the war spirits. After running for half an hour, the war spirits were still in hot pursuit. If I remember correctly, there should be an inheritance light pillar ahead. Those boundaries should be able to resist the war spirits to a certain extent. The eldest Winged Poon tribe leader could not reveal his identity, so he did not dare to use his full strength along the way. He was still carried by Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang by one arm each as they fled. The few Sanctus candidates from the Celestial Fox tribe were also drenched in sweat. Fortunately, these Celestial Fox Sanctus candidates did not suffer any casualties because they had escaped in time. In comparison, the Behemoth and Winged Poon tribes were in a much worse state. Especially the Winged Poon tribe. As they had directly provoked the war spirits, dozens of their warriors were killed by the war spirits. Unlike the scattered inheritance pillars in the periphery, most of the inheritance pillars in the central region were left behind by the true powerhouses of the ancient Bakra orcs. Compared to the periphery of the valley, the boundaries here were stronger. Some of the weaker Behemoth and Winged Poon warriors could not break through the boundaries and could only stay on the periphery. Even in death, they still retained the pride of a powerhouse. The will of the powerhouses formed this boundary, preventing the war spirits from advancing. Not only was there a boundary in this region, but not all Bakra orcs could enter. This boundary was to select the most suitable descendants of the Bakra orcs to enter the boundary. However, everyone could not stay in this boundary for more than 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, they would be automatically ejected by the boundary. Only the true powerhouses of the Bakra orcs could gain the recognition of the masters of these ancient inheritance pillars and obtain the superior inheritance. As expected, the war spirits were blocked outside the light pillars. They fought with the Behemoth and Winged Poon warriors who could not enter the boundary. The battle was tragic. Faced with such a situation, Rita and Silver Rock could do nothing but rage. When they entered the ancient seal, they knew that there would be casualties. However, when they saw that the Celestial Fox tribe, which was the weakest tribe, was unharmed, they could not help but feel even more frustrated. How did you know the route in the valley? Rita questioned Yusheng and the others. Young clan leader, Rita, you're wrong. We're not the only ones running. Yusheng glanced at Yunxing, implying that they were just following the others. There are only a few paths in the valley, Silver Rock orcs, Silver. On the other hand, young clan leader Silver Rock, I'll have to trouble you to discipline your subordinates properly. If it weren't for them breaking the inheritance pillar, it wouldn't have attracted any war aura. Young Patriarch, this subordinate's mind was muddled for a moment. When this subordinate approached the inheritance pillar, this subordinate felt a voice in his head telling this subordinate to break the inheritance pillar. The winged Pung warrior who had rashly broken the inheritance pillar hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. It's not just him. At that time I was also annoyed, many winged Pung and behemoth warriors said. This matter is a little strange. The winged Pung's leader wanted to say something but stopped. He remembered that the last time he entered the ancient seal, something similar did not happen. Whatever, it has already happened. Fortunately, the boundary here can block the war spirits of Zorks. However, what's with these inheritance light pillars? Rita saw that the damage was done and did not want to pursue the matter. The situation was different from when they first entered the valley. They were now in the central region of the valley. The terrain here was very similar to the outer region. There were also some inheritance light pillars. However, these inheritance light pillars were not naturally distributed like the outer region. The number of inheritance light pillars here was much less than the outer region. Each inheritance light pillar was not inserted into the ground like the outer region's inheritance light pillars. Instead, they were suspended in the air. The inheritance light pillars were enveloped by a light beam. The light beam extended from the ground to the air and formed a protective barrier. It enveloped the inheritance light pillars inside. If they wanted to obtain the inheritance light pillars inside, they would have to break through the protective light beams. Young clan leader, the inheritance light pillars have our Silver Rock clan's ancestral mark. There are energy ripples on them. After discovering that the inheritance light pillars and the protective light beams were effective, the Silver Rock clan's warriors who were still immersed in the pain of losing their soldiers all became excited. They had come here to find the inheritance light pillars. The inheritance of the ancient Silver Rock clan was much more important than the lives of the Silver Rock clan's warriors. What are you waiting for? This young clan leader has given the order. The inheritance light pillars inside will belong to whoever can break through the protective light beams. Greed appeared in the Silver Rock clan's eyes. However, with the lesson from earlier, he was still cautious. What if the inheritance light pillars and the protective light beams hid some powerful war spirits? He was not willing to take such a risk. Thus, he encouraged his subordinates to try first. Rita, on the other hand, was observing from the side. Yunxing, what should we do? Lu Yunshuang and the Rock clan's eldest brother were also eager to try. They had also discovered some inheritances of the Rock clan and the Celestial Fox people around them. In terms of fame and age, Lu Yunshuang and the Rock clan's eldest brother were above Yunxing. However, along the way, the two of them had unknowingly begun to view Yunxing as their backbone. Don't act rashly for now. As soon as Yunxing said this, the two of them nodded in agreement. Yunxing looked at Yusheng. She did not move. On the other hand, Hu Linglong and the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidates all looked eager to try. For some reason, Yunxing felt that Yusheng was a little strange ever since they entered the ancient seal. She had a feeling that Yusheng was also very familiar with the ancient seal. The Rock clan's warriors were the first to make a move. A Rock clan warrior chose an inheritance light pillar, gathered his fighting aura, and struck it with his palm. Even a boulder would be pulverized by that palm strike. However, when it landed on the inheritance light pillar, it only shook a little before the inheritance light pillar returned to normal. The Rock clan warrior did not give up. He attacked a few more times, but he could not break the inheritance light pillar. Helpless, several Rock clan warriors could only combine their strength and attack one of the inheritance light pillars. Under the combined attack of 3 or 4 people, the inheritance light pillar, which had been indestructible all this while, finally cracked. Crack, like glass shattering, the light pillar's light barrier that enveloped the inheritance light pillar finally gave in and shattered. However, the moment the light pillar shattered, the inheritance light pillar inside was also shattered by the combined strength of 3 or 4 rock clan warriors. The inheritance pillar collapsed with a loud crash. The power of the inheritance on it also dissipated at once. There was no way to absorb it anymore. Fortunately, after this inheritance pillar was shattered, no battle aura emerged from it. TSK, what a waste. Silver Rock, you've always mocked the beaming tribe for our brute strength. Look at your subordinates, all of them are clumsy, Rita mocked when she saw this. This inheritance light pillar was a mixture of the great inheritances of the Bakra orcs. The number of inheritances of the winged rock tribe was very limited. Shattering one inheritance light pillar meant one less winged rock inheritance. Thinking of this, Silver Rock tribe leader could not help but feel the pinch. These damned inheritance light pillars. If they were too weak, they would not be able to break the barrier. If they were too strong, they would shatter the inheritance light pillars inside. This undoubtedly made things very difficult for everyone. However, after seeing that the inheritance light pillars were shattered without any abnormalities, everyone felt relieved and began to search for suitable inheritance light pillars of their tribe. Rita also ordered her beaming warriors to search for suitable inheritance light pillars of the beaming tribe. However, she did not act rashly. Instead, she walked around as if she was looking for something. Hulinglong's Celestial Fox Saintess candidates also began to search for Celestial Fox inheritance light pillars. Yunxing and Lu Yunshuang were also sizing up the inheritance light pillars around them. One of them was a 6-tailed celestial fox, while the other was a 5-tailed celestial fox. They were not interested in ordinary celestial fox inheritances. At this moment, Boss Winged Rock suddenly spoke. Miss, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you'll agree to it. Boss Winged Rock said in a low voice. Last time, the 3 winged rock demons had stopped here. At that time, the 3 demons had taken a fancy to an inheritance light pillar in this area. Unfortunately, with the 3 brothers' strength at that time, they were unable to open that inheritance light pillar. Helpless, the 3 brothers could only leave the sealed area with regret. We're all in the same boat now. Feel free to speak your mind. Yunxing had thought it through. Since she intended to subdue Boss Winged Rock and Lu Yunshuang, she should be honest with them. The 3 of them were now in the same boat. They had to face the behemoth, the winged rock race, and Yu Shang, whose strength was unknown. If the 3 of them were strong, it meant that the entire team would be strong. Their chances of leaving the ancient seal would also be higher. I won't hide it from the 2 of you. There is an inheritance of the winged Pung race in this area. It's called the ancient golden Pung art. However, I can't break that light inheritance by myself. Therefore, I hope that the 2 of you can help break that inheritance light beam together. Boss Feather Rock coughed a few times. The ancient golden rock art? Are you talking about the ancient golden rock technique that allows the feathered rocks to be reborn into the ancient golden rock king? Lu Yunshuang revealed a curious expression when she heard this. Miss, you're exaggerating. How can the golden rock bloodline be obtained so easily? The ancient golden rock art could only partially modify the featherbird race's bloodline, allowing them to possess the golden rock body for a short period of time. However, if he can fully comprehend the ancient golden rock technique, there is still hope for him to become the golden rock king. Although the winged Pung race had always viewed him as a traitor, Boss Feather Rock still held the ancient golden rock king in high esteem. Although he had received Yunxing's help to escape his deformed fate, if he wanted to be truly acknowledged by the winged Pung race, he would need to possess a portion of the ancient golden rock king's bloodline. Although the winged Pung race was not like the celestial fox tribe, which was divided into 1-tailed, 2-tailed, and so on, the winged Pung race was divided into various ranks, such as the golden rock, silver rock, and so on. However, since ancient times, the golden rock king's bloodline had been one of the noblest bloodlines in the winged Pung race. In the current winged Pung race, only the old chief had a portion of the golden rock king's bloodline in him. Even the young chief of the Silver Rock clan only had the silver rock bloodline in him. If Boss Feather Rock could obtain the ancient golden rock art, it would mean that he had the right to compete with the old chief of the winged Peng race. After Boss Feather Rock finished speaking, he still felt a little uneasy. He also knew that Yunxing was a member of the Celestial Fox tribe. For the sake of a wanted criminal, would she be willing to risk offending the winged Peng race and help him? If that's the case, what are we waiting for? I've long disliked that young chief of the winged Peng race. I'm more than happy to let him cause a ruckus with the winged Peng race. Yunxing flashed a set of white teeth. Lu Yunchuang watched from the side. No matter how she looked at Yunxing's smile, she felt that there was something sinister about it. A smile that was somewhat similar to Yunxing's slowly spread across her icy face. Boss Feather Rock was stunned. By the time he came back to his senses, the two women had already abandoned the Celestial Fox inheritance beams that they looked down on and walked forward. Meanwhile, the young chief of the winged Peng race, Silver Rock, was ordering his subordinates to search for the winged Peng race's inheritance beams. Don't you feel that something is off? Yunxing suddenly felt that something was off. What's wrong? Lu Yunchuang did not understand. Along the way just now, I've seen the inheritance pillars of almost all the tribes. Only, there are very few inheritance pillars of the few major beast clans, especially the Black Chelan tribe. There's almost no inheritance pillar of the Black Chelan tribe. Yunxing was very attentive. She had been carefully observing along the way. In this stretch of inheritance beams, most of them belonged to the middle and lower beast clans. Among the beast clans, there were very few inheritance beams of the Nine Yuan tribe and the D clan. There were only 2 or 3 inheritance beams of the Black Chelan tribe. However, there was not a single inheritance beam of the Black Chelan tribe. Logically speaking, the beast clans of the 8 Wastelands continent had arrived at the 8 Wastelands mountain range together. They had also fought against the native magical beasts of the 8 Wastelands continent. There was no reason why the other Bakra orcs had left their inheritance beams behind, but not the Black Chelan tribe. After being reminded by Yunxing, Lu Yunchuang and Boss Feather Rock looked around. It was just as Yunxing had said. Perhaps it's because the Black Chelan tribe was the strongest. That's why fewer powerful fighters were sacrificed. Only the warriors of the Bakra orcs who died would leave their inheritance beams behind, Boss Feather Rock said. That might be a reason, but it still feels a little too far-fetched. Yunxing still felt that there was something strange about the ancient seal. However, just as Yunxing was thinking carefully, there was a commotion in front of him. Silver Rock was leading a few Feather Rock warriors and surrounding an inheritance beam. Boss Feather Rock's expression changed abruptly when he saw Silver Rock's actions. He was still one step too late. The inheritance beam of the ancient Golden Rock technique had been discovered. That is the inheritance pillar with the ancient Golden Rock technique that you spoke of. It seems that there are quite a few people who have their eyes on this inheritance pillar. Yunxing understood. That's right. I didn't expect that young clan leader Feather Rock would also discover it. Boss Feather Rock stared at the inheritance beam with reddened eyes. The ancient Golden Rock art was an extremely rare bloodline inheritance of the Feather Peng race. Junior Master, our luck is pretty good. This inheritance light beam is much more unstable than the other light beams. Hurry up and attack. You'll definitely be able to break it and obtain the ancient Golden Rock art, said one of the Featherbird race's lackeys. Indeed, compared to the other inheritance light beams, this inheritance light beam was much dimmer. Furthermore, it was very obvious that someone had attempted to break it but failed in the end and had no choice but to give up. Truly a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. That brat got lucky. Boss Peng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Needless to say, the reason why the inheritance light beam's power was greatly reduced was because of the efforts of the 3 Peng demons. The 3 Peng demons had spent a total of 3 days and 3 nights on this inheritance light beam. However, just as the inheritance light beam was about to be broken, due to time constraints, they were forced out of the spirit formation region. It could be said that they had failed on the verge of success. In terms of strength and talent, Boss Peng believed that he was not inferior to Silver Rock in any aspect. That brat only had a good background. He had a golden spoon in his mouth and was the clan leader's grandson. Boss Peng, don't be disappointed. So what if you've taken a fancy to it? As long as the inheritance light beam is not absorbed, we still have a chance. If it's yours, it'll still be yours. Yunxing chuckled and made a hand gesture, indicating that Boss Peng should not give up. On the other side, Silver Rock young clan leader was also drooling over the ancient Golden Rock technique in the inheritance light beam. The Bahuang clan competition was imminent. At this time, if he could obtain the ancient Golden Rock technique and transform himself into a Golden Rock, the Ping clan might be able to hold their heads high in the Bahuang clan competition. They might be able to break free from the middle-level beast clan and become a high-level beast clan. Idiot, can't this young clan leader see that the spirit formation is already very weak? Do I need you to remind me? It's precisely because it's weak that it's difficult. If this young clan leader had used a bit more strength, the ancient Golden Rock technique inside would have been ruined. Although Peng clan leader was burning with anxiety, with the lesson from earlier, he did not dare to act on his own accord. However, just watching was not a solution. After all, they could only stay in the spirit formation for 3 days and 3 nights. Just now, they had spent nearly half a day searching for the ancient Golden Rock technique. The Silver Rock Junior clan leader hesitated. Time passed slowly. The ancient Golden Rock technique in the light beam made his heart itch. Young clan leader Pingyu, how about I help you with something? Seeing young clan leader Pingyu hesitating, Yunxing walked forward. Upon seeing Yunxing, young clan leader Pingyu's back began to ache nervously. He had not forgotten that it was this woman who had shot him in the back. Scram! Since when has it been the turn of a bastard from the Celestial Fox people to meddle in this young clan chief's affairs? Young clan chief Pingyu was on guard and nervous. Young clan head, please don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions. Besides, I'm a Celestial Fox. There's no way for me to learn the Ping clan's inheritance. I purely want to help young clan leader. After all, there's still a bit of a misunderstanding between us, Yunxing said sincerely. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu carefully looked at Yunxing. He discovered that although this Celestial Fox bastard was only a mixed blood, her appearance was not ordinary. Although she was not as enchanting as Yushang, there was a trace of temptation in her youthful appearance. Earlier, he had not seen it clearly. Now that he saw it clearly, he was immediately blinded by Yunxing's beauty. His tone involuntarily became gentler. Even this young clan leader Pingyu has no way. Could it be that you have a way? Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu said unhappily. This young clan leader Pingyu is not talented, but I have a way to break this inheritance light beam. Furthermore, I guarantee that the inheritance pillar inside will not be damaged. Yunxing had a look of certainty. Are you serious? Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu was doubtful. You'll know once you try. If you can't break it or damage the inheritance pillar, my subordinates and I will be at your disposal, young clan leader Pingyu, Yunxing persuaded. Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu hesitated. Even if the light beam was broken, young clan leader Pingyu would still need time to absorb the inheritance pillar. He really had to hurry. Alright, I'll let you try. Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu ordered his subordinates to open a path. However, he was still somewhat vigilant and did not order his subordinates to retreat. Earlier, he had been shot by Yunxing because he was not paying attention. He did not believe that this Celestial Fox mixed blood could still play any tricks when surrounded by so many people. Yunxing walked in front of the inheritance light beam. Unlike the others, she did not immediately use magic or force to break it open. First, she focused and carefully observed for a moment. Then, she raised her hand, and a few cold rays of light appeared on her fingertips. Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu looked carefully. Yunxing was holding a few needles between her fingers. Those needles were long and thin. They looked like the needles that women used for embroidery. However, he did not know what she was going to do with these needles at this time. Yun. Shung took a deep breath. The needles in her hand whooshed and disappeared into the inheritance light beam. The moment the needles entered the inheritance light beam, the light beam only trembled slightly. There was not much change. This woman, you can't be thinking of using these needles to break the inheritance light beam, right? What a joke. Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu thought that Yunxing would have some clever tricks up her sleeve. He did not expect her to use these hair-like needles to break the light beam. He was disappointed and felt that it was a waste of time. Young clan leader Pingyu, please watch. Yunxing smiled slightly. Her eyebrows were brimming with confidence. Her hand landed on the light beam. In her palm, the power of the Jade Marrow technique instantly covered the entire inheritance light beam. The power of the soul-healing divine needle was instantly released. There was a sound like ice cracking on the light beam. Countless cracks, like centipedes with many legs, densely covered the entire light beam. The cracks widened little by little. The inheritance pillar inside was not affected at all. It really cracked. That's great. Silver Rock and his subordinates beamed with joy. They all crowded around the light beam, especially Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu. He was afraid that he would miss the best opportunity to obtain the inheritance pillar. Break for me. Yunxing Pingyu's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Bang, with a muffled sound, the inheritance light beam finally shattered. The moment the inheritance light beam shattered, the intense light caused Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu to close their eyes involuntarily. There was the sound of a great rock spreading its wings. The inheritance pillar of the ancient golden rock art also flew out from the light beam. All of you, get out of the way. That inheritance pillar is mine. Silver Rock Junior clan leader Pingyu was about to rush forward to snatch the inheritance pillar when he felt a stabbing pain on his neck. Immediately, his entire body went numb. Immediately after, a melodious female voice spoke into her ear. Young clan leader Silver Rock, you're wrong. The ancient golden rock art is ours. The young patriarch's heart skipped a beat. When the blinding light dissipated, his vision returned to normal. A figure leaped into the air and snatched the inheritance pillar. That person was none other than the silent mountain hunter who had been tailing Yunxing and the others earlier. The Silver Rock Junior Patriarch couldn't even remember his name for a moment. How dare you? The Silver Rock Junior Patriarch knew that he had been tricked. He opened his mouth and was about to order his subordinates to snatch the inheritance pillar, but the numbness under his neck became more and more obvious. His consciousness gradually faded, and the Silver Rock Junior Patriarch fainted in front of everyone. Put the young patriarch down. Xiaoyun led a group of winged Peng warriors to surround Yunxing. This celestial fox woman was very cunning. She was clearly pretending to help and taking the opportunity to kidnap the young patriarch. Everyone, don't be nervous. Your young patriarch is fine. He's just been drugged with a little anesthetic. Don't worry, he'll wake up in an hour. However, if you act rashly, I don't mind opening a big hole in his neck. If you're obedient, I'll return him to you. Yunxing lifted the young patriarch like a chicken. Her right hand had turned into a ferocious fox claw. The Yama fox claw was aimed at the young patriarch's artery. If she exerted a little force, the young patriarch's blood would spurt out. Xiaoyun and the others were apprehensive and didn't dare to move forward. Boss Peng, there's no time to lose. Absorb the inheritance pillar immediately. Yunxing had taken a huge risk just now. Fortunately, she had calculated in time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to capture the young patriarch. Boss Peng looked gratefully at Yunxing. He had been a wanted criminal for so many years. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to learn the first-rate inheritance of the Winged Peng clan at this age. All of this was thanks to Yunxing. Moreover, this inheritance had been snatched from the young patriarch of the Winged Peng clan. Back then, it was Silver Rock's grandfather who gave the order to kill the 3 rock devils. If that old man knew that he had snatched the ancient golden rock skill from his grandson, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Thinking of this, Boss Peng Feather's mood improved greatly. He nodded and dripped his blood onto the inheritance pillar. Once the blood touched the inheritance pillar, that meant that this inheritance pillar already belonged to Boss Pingyu. What? He's the boss of the feathered rocks? When Xiaoyun and the other feathered rocks heard this, they all turned pale with fright. The boss of the Feather Peng race that caused the entire Feather Peng race to tremble in fear had actually been accompanying them the entire time. However, his appearance had undergone such a tremendous change. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The young clan head was still in their hands. Xiaoyun and the others could only return to the Feather Peng clan and make further plans. My apologies for offending you just now. I'll return your young patriarch to you. Seeing that the inheritance pillar had already recognized its master, Yunxing also kept her word. She hooked her leg and kicked Silver Rock Young Clan head away. Her kick was very ingenious. It did not miss Silver Rock Young Clan head and made him fall flat on his face. Xiao Yun and the others did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly lifted Silver Rock Young Clan head up. The way they looked at Yunxing and Boss Peng Feather was as if they had seen a ghost. Since Silver Rock Young Clan head was still unconscious, Xiao Yun could only order the other feathered rocks to break as many of the inheritance pillars as possible. However, he also knew that the old patriarch would definitely fly into a rage after losing the ancient golden rock skill. Celestial Fox and the people from the Beaming clan had also seen what Yunxing had done just now. Yunxing, you've really colluded with the three feathered rocks, Hu Linglong hooted from the side. So what if I've colluded with them? I'll explain everything once I return to the Celestial Fox tribe. Yunxing glanced at Yushang. Yushang had not moved since entering this sealed boundary. Unlike the other Saintess candidates, she did not search for Celestial Fox's inheritance, nor did she help. When she saw Yunxing's actions, she only smiled coldly and stood to the side. Don't be so smug. All of us have already obtained a Celestial Fox's inheritance. You and Lu Yunchuang have obtained nothing. This time, you're bound to lose. Hu Linglong and the remaining Celestial Fox Saintess candidates all obtained the Celestial Fox's inheritance one after another. There were not many Celestial Fox's inheritances left in the boundary. Even if there were, they were not worthy of the other Saintess candidates' attention. Yunxing, we can't go on like this. Lu Yunchuang glanced around. Most of the Beaming and Feathered Rocks warriors had already found the inheritance pillars they wanted. Let's wait a little longer. Yunxing was not worried because Yushang had not learned the inheritance either. Celestial Fox Girl. Just as Yunxing and Lu Yunchuang were still watching, the young chieftain of the Beaming clan, Rita, walked up to them. Lu Yunchuang's face was full of wariness when she saw Rita. Although this young chieftain of the Beaming clan looked very crude, she was much more intelligent than the young chieftain of the Silver Rock clan. They had just offended the young chieftain of the Feathered Rocks. If they offended the young chieftain of the Beaming clan as well, the two clans would attack them. Together, their situation in the ancient seal would become even more dangerous. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to fight. Rita hesitated. Yunxing realized that they were not the only ones. Rita had not obtained any inheritance pillars either. Rita was still struggling in her heart. Just like the candidates of the Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe, most of the Behemoth warriors had already obtained the inheritance pillars. Only she, as the young matriarch, was still hesitating about what to do. Rita's goal in entering the ancient seal was different from the others. I found a beaming inheritance just now. I hope you can help me break the inheritance light beam that I have my eyes on. Once it's done, Rita, will owe you a favor. Rita took a deep breath and finally made a difficult decision. Rita had seen how Yunxing had plotted against the Feathered Rocks just now. Rita also noticed that Yunxing's method of breaking the inheritance light beam was much more ingenious than anyone else's. Yunxing did not reject her immediately. She instructed Lu Yunchuang to guard the entrance for the Feathered Rocks while she let Rita lead the way. They arrived at the inheritance light beam that Rita had her eyes on. Is this the inheritance pillar that you want? If I'm not mistaken, this is not a very powerful beaming inheritance pillar. With your strength, you should be able to choose a better inheritance. Yunxing had a strange expression on her face. Generally speaking, the strength of the inheritance light beam represented the strength of the inheritance pillar inside. Yunxing had thought that the inheritance pillar that a woman with brute strength like the young chieftain, Rita, had her eyes on would definitely be extraordinary. However, the inheritance light beam before them was not very powerful. With the young chieftain's immense strength, a punch from her would probably shatter the light beam immediately. This was too weak. That's right. The inheritance in this inheritance beam is a very ordinary inheritance called the Bone of Beauty. It was left behind by a behemoth woman who was good at changing her appearance. It doesn't have any special effects, but it can change the behemoth's giant-like body and ugly appearance. Rita said shyly. She had always been ashamed of her appearance. She heard that in the ancient seal, there might be an inheritance that could change one's appearance. She fought for this opportunity to go to the Bahuang mountain range so that she could obtain this inheritance. You want to learn this inheritance just to change your appearance? Is it because of purple? Yunxing laughed. If it was just to change her appearance, why would she take such a big risk to enter the ancient seal? Yunxing had some impression of purple. He should be the man who appeared with green in the Dutian blood realm. In terms of appearance, green and purple were on par. They were indeed the prettiest men among the Bakra orcs. However, compared to green, purple seemed to be colder and unapproachable. If you want to laugh at me, go ahead. A woman with such outstanding looks like you will never understand the difficulties of a person like me. Rita was annoyed. She knew that the women of the Heavenly Fox tribe were not good people. Young clan leader Rita, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. If you just want to appear in front of purple with a new appearance, you don't need to find the inheritance beam. I have a magic called disguise magic that can change one's appearance. However, you are a warrior. If you want to learn magic, you might have to start from scratch. You might need some time to learn this magic. Yunxing sighed. No, I hope to completely change the appearance of a behemoth. Magic is just an illusion. I want to be with purple forever. Rita's face was red. At this moment, Rita was like a young girl who was in love for the first time. Alright, since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. Yunxing rubbed her forehead. She was touched by young clan leader Rita's devotion to her. When Rita heard that Yunxing had agreed, she was overjoyed and hugged Yunxing. Cough, cough. Rita, can you be gentler? My bones are going to be broken by you, Yunxing thought to herself. She wondered who would be the stronger one between the sheep and Rita. Thinking of papaya, Yunxing's consciousness sobered up a little. In the ancient seal, there was no obvious flow of time. As such, they had no idea what was going on in the outside world. Yunxing didn't spend much effort to break the behemoth inheritance light beam that had the bone of beauty sealed within. The moment the inheritance pillar flew out, young clan leader Rita leaped up and kept the inheritance pillar in her arms. Thank you. I, Rita, will remember your kindness today. Rita gave Yunxing a fist salute and bowed. Then, she took the bone of beauty's inheritance pillar and went to the side to study it. Since Yunxing had helped Rita, the warriors of the behemoth tribe treated Yunxing better. Yunxing, something seems wrong with Boss Pingyu. Not long after Yunxing broke the inheritance light beam for Rita, Lu Yunshuang was guarding Boss Pingyu. A day had passed, but Boss Pingyu still hadn't learned the ancient golden rock technique. Seeing that something was wrong, Yunxing quickly went forward to check. She saw Boss Pingyu sitting cross-legged beside the inheritance pillar. The inheritance pillar was suspended in the air, and the power of inheritance kept gushing out from it. Perhaps it was because the power of inheritance was too strong, but Boss Pingyu's skin was bursting with veins that looked like golden earthworms. As more and more inheritance energy poured in, Boss Feather Peng's meridians were unable to withstand the inheritance energy and exploded. Blood sprayed out, and he was covered in blood. Haha, what an overconfident fellow. A lowly deformed creature actually wants to learn the ancient golden rock technique. Piercing taunts rang in his ears. Young clan leader Pingyu, who was no longer under the effects of anesthesia, walked over with the help of Xiao Yun and the others. When he saw that the ancient golden rock technique's inheritance pillar that he had coveted for so long had been snatched away by Boss Pingyu, he flew into a rage. However, when he saw Boss Pingyu's current situation, Silver Rock gloated. The ancient golden rock technique was extremely domineering. The inheritance pillar even contained a portion of the ancient golden rock king's bloodline. That bloodline was both a danger and an opportunity for the Ping race. If they merged with it properly, they could transform from an ordinary Ping race into a golden rock. But if they merged with it incorrectly, the golden rock king's bloodline would flow in reverse. It was very likely that Boss Pingyu's bloodline would flow in reverse, and his body would explode. Boss Pingyu was undoubtedly going through this extremely dangerous juncture. Shut up. If you jinx me again, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle. Yunxing couldn't help feeling cold sweat for Boss Pingyu. You lowly creature, you've actually plotted against me time and time again. What are you standing there for? Turn these two lowly creatures into mincemeat. The numbing effect still hadn't faded from Pingyu's body. Thinking of how he had fallen for this damned celestial fox's tricks because of her beauty, Silver Rock's heart felt like it was being stabbed. He had an urge to skin Yunxing alive. Silver Rock, stop wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Whoever dares to touch them will be going against my beaming clan. Rita had already absorbed the inheritance power from the inheritance pillar. She brought a group of beaming clan members over. Most of these beaming clan members had obtained a certain amount of inheritance power. At this moment, they were gathered together like wolves and tigers. They were confronting the Ping race, and no one was willing to give way. Yunxing nodded towards Rita, and Rita laughed straightforwardly. Young clan leader, there isn't much time left. Rather than fighting recklessly, why don't we find a more suitable inheritance pillar? Xiao Yun was more opinionated than Silver Rock. At this moment, Boss Pingyu let out a painful howl. I'll go over and take a look. Yunxing didn't have the time to confront the Ping race anymore. She walked over to Boss Pingyu. Her golden eyes narrowed. Boss Pingyu's skin that was covered in blood disappeared. Yunxing could see Boss Pingyu's internal organs clearly. It turned out that there was an inheritance power that was devouring Boss Pingyu's heart. If Boss Pingyu wasn't able to absorb that portion of inheritance power, his heart would be crushed by the violent inheritance power. Yunxing didn't hesitate. She condensed the power of the soul-healing divine needle at the tip of her finger. Her eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She landed it on Boss Pingyu's chest. When the Golden Rock King's inheritance power met with Yunxing's soul-healing divine needle, it didn't retreat immediately. Instead, it was as if it had met an enemy. The two forces started to fight. Boss Pingyu's complexion was also alternating between red and white. After an entire night, Boss Pingyu's complexion became slightly better. Seeing this, Silver Pung and the other Feather Pung warriors looked at each other in dismay. On the second day, the blood on his body began to coagulate, and new, elastic skin began to grow. Boss Pung let out a long cry. He spread his arms, and his golden feathers transformed into a pair of golden wings. Boss Pung Feather shook his body and turned into a large golden rock with a threatening aura. He suddenly transformed into a golden Pung. Every feather on his body shone with golden light. He was a golden Pung. That golden Pung spread its golden wings and circled in the air. The sound of a Pung piercing through the clouds resounded through the entire ancient seal. Boss Pung Feather descended from the sky and turned into a tall and sturdy man. He was no longer Pung Feather's abandoned pawn who hid his head and showed his tail. Boss Pung knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully to Yunxing. From today onwards, you are my master. I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. Boss Pung knew that it was Yunxing who had helped him comprehend the ancient Golden Pung art and obtain a portion of the Golden Pang's blood. Right now, he was strong enough to kill any Feather Pung present. It seems that after Boss Pung absorbed this inheritance, he can freely transform into a Golden Pung or a human. Rita sighed when she saw Boss Pang's transformation. The Beaming Tribe's inability to fly had always been a regret for Rita and the other Beaming Tribe members. However, with Boss Pung, who had the Golden Pung King's blood, the Feather Pung race was about to change. The Silver Rock Junior Patriarch and the others also realized this. They had originally thought that a deformed Pung like Boss Pung wouldn't be able to comprehend the ancient Golden Pung art. However, this scene mercilessly shattered all their hopes. You damned heavenly fox bastard, just you wait and see in the competition. I will definitely let your heavenly fox tribe know the consequences of offending my Feather Pung clan. The Silver Pung did not expect that he would only be able to watch as his boss became a Golden Pung. Thus, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Even so, the Silver Rock Junior clan leader didn't dare to look for trouble with Boss Pingyu. With the help of the Beaming clan, that cunning heavenly fox bastard and Boss Pingyu who had just obtained the Golden Rock King body, the Silver Rock Junior clan leader didn't have absolute confidence in fighting against them. In his anger, Silver Pung could only find a Ping inheritance. He angrily smashed the inheritance light beam and obtained a passable inheritance. 2 days and 2 nights had passed, and more than half of the inheritance pillars in the ancient seal had been shattered. Apart from Yunxing, Lu Yunchuang, and Yu Shang, most of the others had already received new inheritances. Yunxing, are we still going to wait? Lu Yunchuang was a little anxious. Let's wait a little longer. Yunxing was also very puzzled. She glanced at Yushang. Yushang was like a boulder. She didn't move at all. I just think it's strange that Yushang is too quiet this time. It's a little unusual. She also didn't obtain any inheritances. If you were her, under what circumstances would you give up on the celestial fox inheritance that was so close at hand? Yunxing asked Lu Yunchuang. It's very simple. When there's a better inheritance, one naturally won't touch those inferior inheritances, Lu Yunchuang blurted out. Lu Yunchuang blurted out. In fact, she had also noticed that the heavenly fox inheritance in the ancient seal was nothing special. In comparison, among everyone, only Boss Peng's ancient golden pengard could be considered a superior inheritance. Could it be that Yushang is waiting for a better inheritance? But there are no other celestial fox inheritances here? Lu Yunchuang blurted out. This inheritance light beam was the end of the ancient seal. They were surrounded by mountain walls. It was impossible for a new inheritance to appear. No, you're wrong. Don't forget that this is an ancient seal. A seal means there's a so-called eye of the seal. We've been in the valley for so long, but we haven't found the eye of the seal. If I'm not wrong, the eye of the seal is very likely hidden. It requires certain conditions before it can be triggered. Yunxing wasn't very sure about this either. But if there's really an eye of the seal, how does Yushang know about it? Or has she been here before? Lu Yunchuang hesitated and glanced at Yushang again. Just as the two women were discussing, Yushang stood up and walked up to Yunxing. Hee, looks like everyone has obtained suitable inheritances. It's about time. Yushang smiled. Yushang, what do you mean? Hu Linglong and the other celestial fox saintess candidates were confused. Bang, 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 before Hu Linglong could finish speaking, an inheritance light beam that had not been broken started to shake beside her. It was not just the inheritance light beam beside Hu Linglong. The inheritance light beams beside everyone else started to shake as well. With a series of explosive sounds, the inheritance light beams that hadn't been destroyed actually all exploded on their own. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. When they realized that something was wrong, their first reaction was to leave immediately. However, when they tried to leave the area, they suddenly realized that the ground was shaking and the valley was sinking. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Thanks to you all for breaking so many inheritance light beams, I was able to successfully open the eye of the seal. Yushang's blue-green eyes were full of calculation. As the first saintess of the celestial fox tribe, Yushang was one of the ancestors of the first batch of ancient Bakra orcs who had luckily escaped from the boundless land to the Eight Desolates continent. As one of the ancestors of the celestial fox tribe, she had naturally been to this valley before. She had even participated in the construction of the ancient seal here. However, the situation had been urgent at the time. At the last moment, Yushang had abandoned the elders of the Tianhu tribe and escaped by herself. The elders of the celestial fox tribe had used their divine power to join forces with the elders of the other tribes to kill the native demonic beasts of the Eight Desolates continent. Before their deaths, the celestial fox elders had left a portion of their inheritance power in the eye of the ancient seal. After the elders had died, they had hidden the eye of the seal that contained the strongest inheritance to prevent the inheritance from falling into the hands of despicable villains with ulterior motives. The eye of the ancient wind seal would only see the light of day after breaking through the outer and middle regions and breaking more than half of the inheritance light beams in the middle region. Yushang had not made a move yet because she wanted to wait for the eye of the seal to see the light of day after everyone had exhausted all their strength. That damned woman is using us. Everyone could not help but curse Yushang for being despicable in their hearts when they heard what she said. No wonder Yushang had been so calm and composed after entering the ancient seal and had refused to use any of her strength. She had planned this all along. She was waiting for the eye seal to appear so that she could deal the final blow. Most of the others had used up a lot of their strength when assimilating the power of inheritance from the inheritance pillars. How could they possibly have the strength to resist the powerful pressure from the ancient elders within the eye seal? However, it was already too late when they realized this. The valley was still sinking, and the entire ancient seal seemed to be collapsing. As the ground continued to sink, everyone felt that their spines had suddenly sunk. It was as if an invisible force was burrowing out of the ground and pressing down on everyone's shoulders. What was worse was that the pressure from countless ancient elders from the 8 barren lands gathered together made it impossible for them to rise into the air or escape. They could only endure this terrifying pressure with great difficulty. Pfft! A warrior from the beaming tribe spat out a mouthful of blood. His shoulders collapsed as he could not withstand the strange force. His bones were instantly crushed. Everyone, concentrate and defend against the external force. Rita could also feel the powerful force. If her guess was right, this was the true power of the ancient seal. After that warrior from the beaming tribe, warriors from the winged rock tribe and the beaming tribe successively succumbed to the terrible pressure from the ground. They either vomited blood and died, or their bodies exploded and died. The ancient seal was filled with the stench of blood. It was like hell, and from time to time, people would die violently and scream in agony. Among the candidates for the saintess, celestial fox, there were also several women who died because they could not withstand the powerful pressure. Hu Linglong was still holding on with all her might. She was already cursing Yusheng in her heart, but now, she did not even have the courage to curse. Yunsheng, I can't hold on any longer. Lu Yunshuang was not in a good condition either. She could feel that her body was slowly being suppressed by that force of might. Her spine was already bent at an abnormal angle, and her bones were about to break at any moment. Lu Yunshuang gritted her teeth. Suddenly, her body transformed into the form of a 5-tailed celestial fox. An ice fox crouched on the ground. Not long after Lu Yunshuang transformed into her celestial fox form, Hu Linglong could not hold on any longer and transformed into her fox form as well. For the Bakra orcs, transforming into their beast form would allow them to withstand greater pressure. Although Lu Yunshuang's aura had weakened slightly after transforming into her beast form, her condition was still not very good. Master, you need to hold on for a little longer. If I'm not wrong, the imprint eye is at the bottom. The inheritance below is the strongest inheritance of the Bakra orcs. After Boss Pingyu broke through to become the Golden Rock King, it was also a blessing in disguise. He turned into a golden rock and used his wings to block Yunsheng. As a result, the pressure exerted on Yunsheng's body weakened slightly. However, as the valley continued to descend, Boss Pingyu's Golden Rock King form could not hold on any longer. Boss Pingyu, don't force yourself. Remember, if anything happens later, take Yunshuang away as soon as you have the chance to escape. After you leave, go to Hu capital and look for the young clan leader of the 9 Luan tribe. Ask him to help me rescue Popo and Hu Rulan no matter what. Yunsheng pushed Boss Pingyu's wings away and spoke into his ear. She straightened her back and realized that the only ones still standing in the ancient seal were her, Yusheng, and Rita of the behemoth tribe. Hee, not bad. I didn't expect there to be someone who could hold on with me. Yusheng glanced at Yunsheng and Rita. Yusheng was not too surprised that Rita was still holding on. The behemoth tribe was a descendant of the behemoth tribe that had absorbed part of the giant's blood. It was a purebred behemoth tribe and Rita, so it was definitely better at resisting the pressure. However, what surprised Yusheng was that Yunsheng, a celestial fox hybrid, was still able to hold on under the powerful ancient pressure until now. It was a miracle. However, miracles only happened once. Yusheng believed that when the eye of the seal completely reappeared, Yunsheng would explode like the other celestial foxes. If you can do it, then so can we. Yusheng, who are you? How do you know how to open the eye of the seal? Yunsheng felt the blood in her body roaring madly. The powerful ancient aura caused her to feel dizzy. She slowly exhaled. Since you're about to die, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I am Yusheng, the first celestial fox saintess, Hu Yusheng. Yusheng chuckled. Hu Yusheng, this name was completely unfamiliar to Yunsheng. However, Lu Yunshuang and Hu Linglong, who had already transformed into a 5-tailed celestial fox and could not move, could not help but look terrified when they heard this name. Although Hu Yusheng was not as famous as the first celestial fox people, Chang Hu Yan, she was the first celestial fox saintess. Why was Yusheng Hu Yusheng? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? They were actually competing with the first celestial fox saintess for the title of celestial fox saintess. This was ridiculous. After noticing Lu Yunshuang and Hu Linglong's strange reactions, Yunsheng understood that Hu Yusheng's identity was real. I don't care if you're the first celestial fox saintess. Times are changing, and so are people. You're just an old woman who should have turned into ashes long ago. What right do you have to call yourself a saintess? Only I, Yunxing, am the celestial fox saintess, Yunxing roared angrily. That layer of suppressive force weakened significantly in an instant. You actually. Hu Yushang did not expect Yunxing to be able to move in the face of such a powerful suppressive force. The layer of red flames that surged around her was scorching hot. It had unintentionally weakened the ancient suppressive force by a lot. There was a hint of fear in Hu Yushang's eyes. At that moment, Yunxing looked so similar to someone in her eyes. There was once a woman who had made her feel a similar sense of shock. That woman had died many years ago. That damned celestial fox bastard. Why did she look so similar to Hu Yan? Could it be that this woman would really replace her and become the new celestial fox saintess? No, since the heavens had allowed her, Hu Yushang, to go through hardships and be reborn, she would not allow it this time. No one, not even Hu Yan, could stop her. Rumble, there was a heavy rumble. The valley that had been sinking finally came to a stop. Yunxing, Yushang, and Rita shuddered at the same time. Their gazes turned to the front. They had finally reached the position of the ancient seal's eye. Regarding the completion of the main text, it would definitely be completed before the end of May. In front of them, there were nearly 100 inheritance pillars standing in the midst of the multicolored chaotic light. Unlike any of the inheritance pillars that Yunxing and the others had seen before, these inheritance pillars were scattered in a picturesque manner. From the front to the back, they stood in 8 different areas. The distribution of the inheritance pillars was clear at a glance. Each area represented a type of Bakra Orc's inheritance. These inheritance pillars were undoubtedly the strongest inheritances in the history of the Bakra Orcs. Every inheritance pillar flashed with a gem-like radiance. These are the true 8 desolation inheritance pillars, Rita said in a daze when she saw the inheritance pillars. The inheritance pillars in front of them were the true treasures of inheritance. They had paid the price of blood for these inheritance pillars. Most of the warriors from the Behemoth tribe and the Pung tribe couldn't withstand the torture and suffered heavy casualties. Even the young master of the Pung tribe, Yin Peng, had no choice but to transform into a large silver rock and be protected by his subordinates. Even though they had seen the inheritance pillars left behind by the elders, they were powerless to do anything. They could only look at the inheritance pillars with their own eyes. Compared to these inheritance pillars, the earlier ones are simply trash. Yushang didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for the losses of the other tribes. The survival of the strong. This was a truth that would never change at any time and under any circumstances. The inheritance pillars varied in distance from Yunxing and the others. The closest one was only a dozen meters away, while the furthest one was about 1,000 meters away. Yushang brushed her hair and walked toward the inheritance pillars with ease. Yunxing and Rita also walked over. They were now in the imprinted eye. The closer they were to the inheritance pillars, the stronger the pressure they could feel. Yushang and Yunxing walked side by side and stood in front of the celestial fox inheritance pillar. Rita walked toward the behemoth inheritance pillar. Little bastard, you still want to compete with me at a time like this? Yushang had a mocking look on her face. In her opinion, it was already very difficult for Yunxing to come this far. I don't care who you are. Right now, we are all standing on the same starting line. We are all going through the last step of the combat test to see who can find the strongest celestial fox's inheritance. Yunxing ignored Yushang's provocation. Her gaze was fixed on the inheritance pillar 1,000 meters away. At the same time, Yushang's gaze also landed on the inheritance pillar. Needless to say, that inheritance pillar was the strongest celestial fox's inheritance pillar in the ancient seal. Looks like you and I have the same goal. It's a pity that there's only one strongest inheritance pillar. And it will only belong to me, Hu Yushang. You might not be able to make it there alive. Hu Yushang giggled, as if this powerful aura was nothing to her. Rita, who was not far away, looked at the two of them. These two lunatics are still fighting at a time like this. I just want to know if I can leave this damned place as soon as possible after learning the inheritance. Rita breathed heavily. She did not want the strongest behemoth's inheritance. In fact, even someone like Rita, who had a strong behemoth bloodline, would find it difficult to move around in the ancient seal's eye area. She really did not know how the two celestial fox women could withstand such a powerful aura. Rita shook her head and followed Hu Yushang's steps, looking at the behemoth's inheritance pillar in the middle. Yunxing was on the right, and Yushang was on the left. The two of them stepped forward almost simultaneously. 1 step, 2 steps. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had crossed more than 10 meters without even taking a breath. The first celestial fox's inheritance pillar was quickly left behind by the two of them. The second pillar, the third pillar. The two women's footsteps slowed down. There were still about 500 to 600 meters in front of him. Hee, why are you still so stubborn? Look at you, your knees are already shaking. Yushang glanced at Yunxing. Aren't you the same? Old people will always be old people. You only walked a few steps and you're already panting like this. Yunxing lifted her leaden leg and took a step forward. You bastard. Yushang almost exploded with anger when Yunxing kept calling her old people. Yunxing was right. Even though Hu Yushang had used the body of the jade garment of Yudu to reappear in the Eight Desolates land, this body was ultimately not her original body. When she used it, it would still be passable. However, even though they were provoking each other, the two of them did not dare to act rashly. They glared at each other, and neither of them dared to attack the other. There was still more than half of the journey left. Neither of them wanted to be distracted at this time. In the imprint, the three women were struggling to move forward. Outside the ancient seal, in the Black Chelan camp on the Eight Wastelands mountain range. Reporting to the deputy chief. Just now, there was a change in the ancient seal. The ancient seal disappeared, and the entire valley sank. Ever since the other tribes entered the ancient seal, the Black Chelan warriors had been watching the ancient seal day and night. Until this evening, the ancient seal actually disappeared within a quarter of an hour. When the ancient seal disappeared, a strong pressure formed at the original location of the seal. The warriors of the Black Chelan tribe who were patrolling nearby felt their blood boil when they got close. Oh, there's really such a thing? Could it be that the people of the Rock tribe and Beaming tribe found the eye of the ancient seal? Dugu Xiu's eyes turned cold when he heard this. When he entered the ancient seal, he used all his methods, but he still couldn't find the eye of the ancient seal. He didn't expect that the two middle-level beasts would find the eye of the ancient seal by chance. You guys, come with me and take a look. Under Dugu Xiu's command, the elite warriors of the Black Chelan tribe followed Dugu Xiu and flew to the original location of the ancient seal. When Dugu Xiu and the others arrived at the ancient seal, they felt a strong pressure. The original location of the ancient seal had turned into a huge crater. They didn't know how deep the crater was, but they could vaguely see a 5-colored light shooting out from the bottom of the crater. It really is the eye of the seal. Dugu Xiu's face lit up. He waved his hand, and the Black Chelan warriors behind him quickly dived into the depths of the crater. Inside the crater, the competition between Yunxing and Yushang was still going on. Rita of the Beaming tribe couldn't take it anymore after walking for about 400 meters. In the end, she chose the fourth Beaming inheritance pillar and began to learn how to fuse the second inheritance she obtained from the Eight Wastelands mountain range. Last 300 meters. Because of the strong pressure, Yunxing couldn't straighten her back. At this moment, she was like an old woman with a crooked back, walking forward with difficulty. Her clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and she looked like she had just been pulled out of water. The last 300 meters. There were only 3 or 4 celestial fox inheritance pillars left. Give up. I don't think you can even take another step, Yushang said patiently. You don't seem to be doing much better than me. Yunxing glanced at Yushang. Although she was still holding on with all her might, her knees were already trembling. Yushang and Yunxing were both 6-tailed celestial foxes. Logically speaking, their strength shouldn't be too different. However, Yushang was cunning. After entering the ancient seal, she didn't use any of her strength. Yunxing, on the other hand, had used up a lot of her strength because of Rita and Pingyu. In this way, Yushang had the upper hand. Even so, Yunxing still refused to back down. She took a deep breath and crawled like a turtle, forcing herself not to let the ancient pressure crush her spine. She moved slowly. This mixed blood has such strong willpower. A cunning glint flashed across Yu Shang's eyes. Boom, with a loud bang, Yunxing's knees hit the ground heavily. Stone chips flew up and scraped her cheeks. The pressure on her body doubled in an instant. Under the powerful ancient pressure, it was extremely difficult for Yunxing to increase the pressure by even a little, let alone double the pressure. Yu Shang, you're despicable. Yunxing could clearly hear a few ribs under her abdomen cracking. Fortunately, she had the jade marrow technique to protect her internal organs. Otherwise, her internal organs would have exploded at that moment. This feeling was like a 10-story tall building suddenly falling to the ground. One could imagine the feeling. Haha, mixed blood little bastard, how does it feel to be grafted? It turned out that when Yu Shang saw that Yunxing was still moving forward, she used the celestial fox inheritance to transfer all her pressure to Yunxing. At this time, both of them were exhausted. The sudden increase in pressure was too much for Yunxing to bear. She lay on the ground, her chest rising and falling slightly, proving that she was still alive. Yu Shang, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression on her face. She had transferred her oppressive might to Yunxing, allowing her to relax in an instant. When she saw this, Lu Yunchuang, who had already transformed into a fox, looked furious. This woman called Yu Shang is really cunning. If we meet her in the future, we need to be careful. Rita was still absorbing the power of inheritance from the behemoth inheritance pillar. When she saw what Yu Shang was doing, she could only shake her head helplessly. Her situation was not much better than Yunxing's. For now, she could only try her best to protect herself. Thanks to you, I can finally obtain the strongest celestial fox inheritance. You're pretty tough, to be able to still have a single breath left in you. Don't worry, once I've absorbed the strongest celestial fox inheritance, I'll come back and send you on your way. Yu Shang chuckled and walked forward happily until she reached the last celestial fox inheritance pillar. The celestial fox inheritance pillars in the Eye of the Ancient Seal were different from ordinary inheritance pillars. They seemed to have a mind of their own. When people approached them, they emitted a buzzing sound like an ancient bell. Is this the strongest celestial fox inheritance left behind by those old fellows? Yu Shang looked at the last inheritance pillar. There was a raised celestial fox symbol on the pillar. The celestial fox symbol was vivid and lifelike. The celestial fox on it had 7 celestial fox tails. This was the authentic 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance. 7-tailed inheritance. You're finally mine. Yu Shang looked at the inheritance pillar with an almost infatuated look. A dark red dot appeared on her fingertip. Her blood was about to enter the inheritance pillar. But at that moment, Yu Shang's foot was suddenly pulled. A fox claw suddenly landed on the celestial fox inheritance pillar. Blood instantly seeped into the celestial fox inheritance pillar. That blood didn't belong to Yu Shang. Yu Shang looked down and saw that a fox claw had appeared at her feet. Yunxing, who had transformed into a 6-tailed celestial fox, was one step ahead of her and grabbed the celestial fox inheritance pillar at the last moment. Behind Yunxing was a long trail of blood. She had actually managed to crawl 300 meters with one last breath at the very last moment. Bastard, let go of me. Yu Shang was furious. She didn't expect Yunxing to snatch the celestial fox inheritance pillar from her at a time like this. That inheritance pillar is mine. Yu Shang's blue-green eyes were bloodshot. She was so angry that she transformed into her fox form. The blood on Yunxing's hand continued to seep into the celestial fox inheritance pillar. Haha, it's mine. It's still mine. Yunxing raised her head. Let go. Let go. Yu Shang was so angry that she slammed her palm down on Yunxing. She was about to go crazy. Her cooked duck had flown away. This damned celestial fox bastard. That was her celestial fox inheritance pillar, but no matter how hard Yu Shang hit, Yunxing's claws were still tightly gripping the celestial fox inheritance pillar. Vice Chief, what do you see in the eye? At this time, Du Guxiao and a few elites of the Black Qilin tribe had already entered the area of the eye. They also saw the situation inside. What was going on, Behemoth? The Winged Pun race, and a celestial fox. 2 6-tailed celestial foxes. 2 6-tailed celestial fox had actually appeared in the celestial fox tribe. It seemed that the rumors were true. The celestial fox tribe had held a Sanctus selection ceremony, and 2 six-tailed celestial foxes had appeared at the ceremony. Moreover, these 2 celestial foxes were fighting over the strongest celestial fox inheritance pillar in the ancient seal. Duguxiu's eagle-like eyes dimmed as he noticed the dying celestial fox on the ground. Her snow-white fur had already been dyed red, but her claws were still tightly gripping the celestial fox inheritance pillar. Her eyes were already closed. Clearly, the celestial fox woman had already fainted. But her claws were still tightly gripping the celestial fox inheritance pillar. She still wasn't willing to let go at this point. For some reason, Duguxiu felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. He had an impulse to rush up to him. "Vice Chief, there's no time to lose. We should seize those inheritance pillars as soon as possible." The reminder beside him brought Duguxiu back to his senses. "Yes." Duguxiu stiffly retracted his gaze. He took to the skies and flew towards the ancient Black Qilin inheritance pillar with a few other Black Qilin warriors. "Since you're so persistent, I'll destroy your soul." Yu Shang's gaze hardened as it landed on another celestial fox inheritance pillar. This was the second last celestial fox inheritance pillar. It was also a 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance pillar, but it wasn't the strongest one. Yu Shang waved her hand and uprooted the inheritance pillar. "Die." Yu Shang raised the inheritance pillar high and viciously smashed it down on Yunxing's head. Yunxing used the last of her consciousness to grab the celestial fox inheritance pillar with her Yama fox claw. "I can't let Yu Shang obtain this celestial fox inheritance." The thought kept echoing in Yunxing's mind. Above her head, Yu Shang threw the celestial fox inheritance pillar at Yunxing's head. The cruel smile on Yunxing's lips froze. A hand blocked in front of her. "You're from the Black Qilin tribe?" An unfamiliar man stood in front of Yu Shang. Judging from the man's fierce fighting spirit and strong physique, Yu Shang could tell that he was from the Black Qilin tribe. Why would someone from the Black Qilin tribe appear in the ancient seal? Yu Shang glanced around from the corner of her eyes and saw a dozen warriors from the Black Qilin tribe. They were like shadows following behind Duguxiu. Every man had several 8 desolation inheritance pillars in their hands. TSK, it seemed that the Black Qilin tribe had been prepared. They must have been lying in ambush near the ancient seal and took advantage of the moment the seal's eye appeared to plunder everything. They had the advantage in numbers, and this man didn't seem to be any weaker than her. Yu Shang's gaze softened, and she transformed into her human form. Her cruel and bloodthirsty expression was gone, replaced by a seductive smile. Yu Shang was a smart woman, and smart women knew how to use their assets. In the past, as long as men saw her face, their hearts would waver. However, the man in front of her didn't seem to be moved at all after seeing Yu Shang's true appearance. His eagle-like eyes didn't waver in the slightest. The man who blocked Yu Shang had a head of fiery hair, and a dark gaze that was bone-chillingly cold. "Even if you don't kill her, she won't be able to leave this place alive." Duguxiu's actions surprised even himself. Just now, he'd led his subordinates to quickly harvest the 8 desolation inheritance pillars. When he was about to snatch the celestial fox's inheritance pillar, he realized that Yu Shang was about to kill the 6-tailed celestial fox. In fact, Duguxiu could have ignored the fight between the 2 celestial fox. But just as Yu Shang was about to strike, Duguxiu's limbs seemed to not listen to him. He subconsciously moved and blocked Yu Shang's fatal strike. Was it impossible to leave this place alive? Yu Shang looked around and quickly understood what Duguxiu meant. Their current location was the Eye of the Ancient Seal. The Eye of the Ancient Seal was supported by the inheritance pillars of the elder-level powerhouses. Just now, she and Yunxing had each snatched a celestial fox inheritance pillar. In addition to the Black Qilin tribe, they had plundered many inheritance pillars from other beast tribes and the Black Qilin tribe. The area of the eye was now like an underground mine that had been hollowed out, losing a large number of pillars all of a sudden. Due to the lack of energy in the eye, it was already on the verge of collapse. The entire ancient seal could collapse at any time. The ground was already shaking up and down, and rocks kept falling from the surrounding mountains. According to Yu Shang's estimation, the valley would completely collapse in less than half an hour. At that time, the ancient seal would disappear from the world forever. As for the bastard on the ground, she had already lost consciousness. Based on her current condition, without any external help, the only path left for her was death. Since that was the case, there was no need to get into a conflict with this man from the Black Chelan tribe. Yushang smiled in relief and put the celestial fox inheritance pillar into her bag. Bastard, I'll let you die with this so-called strongest celestial fox inheritance pillar in your arms. Yushang looked at the celestial fox inheritance pillar in Yunxing's hands, unwilling to give up. After fusing with the inheritance pillar with a drop of blood, the inheritance pillar would lose its effectiveness if it was not fused within 7 days and 7 nights. It was a pity that the strongest celestial fox inheritance pillar had finally appeared in the world. Yushang then looked at the heavenly fox inheritance pillar in her hand, which was the second most powerful one. Forget it. This was also a 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance pillar. With this 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance, Yushang believed that she was already qualified to become the winner of this year's celestial fox saintess candidate. Little brother from the Black Chelan tribe, we'll meet again in the Bahuang tribe competition. Yushang smiled seductively and dodged Du Guxiu. With a wave of her hand, she put the remaining celestial fox inheritance pillars into her bag. After that, Yushang took the few celestial fox saintess candidates who were lucky enough to survive, including Lu Yunshuang. She rose into the air and quickly left the ancient seal. Du Guxiu glanced at the 6-tailed celestial fox lying in a pool of blood. Its snow-white fur was dyed red with blood. He reached out to check the pulse on the 6-tailed celestial fox's neck and found that the celestial fox's pulse had stopped beating. So it was still dead. There was an indescribable sense of loss. Forget it. The strong lived, and the weak died. This was the rule of this world. Deputy clan leader, the ancient seal is about to collapse. We must leave quickly. We also found the young chiefs of the Behemoth tribe and the Winged Rock tribe in the valley. They have lost the ability to fight back. The warriors of the Black Chelan tribe discovered Rita, Silver Rock, and the others. Take them with us. This trip to the ancient seal had been a fruitful one. Not only had the Behemoth tribe and the Winged Rock tribe owed him a favor, but he had also obtained a large number of Bahuang inheritance pillars. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Du Guxiu looked away. In a flash, he left the valley with the warriors of the Black Chelan tribe. As the Black Chelan tribe and Du Guxiu left, the valley collapsed even more. The warriors of the Behemoth tribe and the Winged Rock tribe who couldn't escape in time, as well as the war spirits left behind by the ancient seal, were all annihilated in the collapsing ancient seal. At the location of the ancient seal, Yunxing, who had severed her aura, was about to be drowned in the rubble. Her body emitted a gentle glow. Under the glow, Yunxing's eyelids trembled. She regained her human form. The blood in her body also stopped flowing. Her chest rose and fell as she regained her breathing. The celestial fox relic flew out from Yunxing's body. The moment the celestial fox relic appeared, the collapsing ancient seal seemed to have stopped. The rubble that was about to hit Yunxing was blocked by the glow. Cough cough. Yunxing spat out a mouthful of turbid air. His black eyes were clear and bright. There was no sign of him being dead at all. Yunxing felt that Yushang's torture was like a long nightmare. Her eyelids were very heavy. Tisk, pretending to be dead is really a skill. Including the last time, it was a total of 109 times. Damned Yushang, you'd better remember this. Yunxing spat out a mouthful of saliva. Her eyes were fierce. As it turned out, being beaten to death just now was just a show directed by Yunxing. Luckily, she was a doctor in her previous life and had seen many dead people. In addition, she had watched many dramas. Just now, she had used a hidden needle to hold her breath and used her acting skills to successfully fool the others. Ever since Yunxing witnessed Rita being plotted against by Yushang, she had been on guard against Yushang's grafting flowers onto trees. She had long guessed that a sinister and cunning person like Yushang would definitely use a trick at the last moment. As she had expected, when they were about 300 meters away from the inheritance pillar, Yushang used grafting flowers onto trees, putting Yunxing into an extremely disadvantageous situation. However, Yushang did not expect that Yunxing's critical situation was just a show that she had planned and directed and acted out on her own. Her goal was to make Yushang let down her guard. Yunxing and Yushang were both six-tailed celestial fox. In terms of strength, Yunxing and Yushang were equally matched. However, Yushang, that old witch, was the first celestial fox saintess. Her understanding of ancient seals far surpassed Yunxing's. Moreover, who knew what other strange celestial fox inheritance she was hiding in her body? That was why Yunxing was so careful. In contrast to Yunxing, Yushang had always thought highly of herself. A woman like her had 100% confidence in her beauty and intelligence. She had always underestimated Yunxing, thinking that she was a mixed blood and would never be a real competitor. When she saw that the celestial foxes grafting flowers onto trees successfully seriously injured Yunxing, she let down her guard. This allowed Yunxing to use her blood to snatch the strongest celestial fox inheritance pillar before Yushang at the last moment. Yushang was flustered and exasperated and was about to kill her. At that time, Yunxing wanted to summon the magical beasts and fight her to the death. However, at that moment, Yunxing sensed that there were many powerful energy waves moving towards the center of the ancient seal. Yunxing felt that one of the auras was very familiar. It was Duguxiu. After sensing the familiar energy fluctuation, Yunxing immediately understood. It turned out that other than the behemoth, Pingyu, and celestial fox tribes, the Black Qilin tribe had also received the news of the ancient seal. Ever since the incident with the Dutian blood print, there had been no news of Duguxiu. It turned out that he had come to the Bahuang continent. It seemed that the people of the Black Qilin tribe also wanted to plunder the inheritance pillar in the ancient sealing eye. Yunxing's impulse was immediately suppressed by this unexpected discovery. She was very clear about Duguxiu's strength. This fellow was originally an ambitious person. How could he be willing to accept his failure back then? That brat's strength was not inferior to hers back then. In these few years, after being trained by He Yao, he must have improved very quickly. If Yunxing and Yushang fought to the death, wouldn't Duguxiu get what he wanted? Yunxing was not that stupid. She pondered for a moment and changed her mind about fighting to the death with Yushang. Yunxing steeled her heart and pierced the hidden needle into the chi-blocking acupoint in her body. She stopped resisting and allowed Yushang to attack. However, she did not expect that this crazy woman, Yushang, would explode as if Yunxing had stolen her man and dug up her ancestral grave. Yunxing was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Fortunately, after the hidden needle pierced her acupoint, Yunxing's perception had decreased a little, so she managed to endure the pain. However, Yushang was still not satisfied and wanted to directly smash Yunxing to death. Just as Yunxing was cursing in her heart, Duguxiu actually showed mercy and blocked Yushang's attack. Seeing the people of the Black Qilin tribe appear, Yushang indeed restrained herself a little. She finally left after robbing the pillars and people. Just as Yunxing was secretly rejoicing, Duguxiu suddenly leaned over and felt her pulse. Although she was now in her fox form, Yunxing was still shocked. When the man's cold and stiff fingers landed on her neck, Yunxing was a little worried that Duguxiu would recognize her. Fortunately, Duguxiu did not pursue the matter. After the people of the Black Qilin tribe left, Yunxing took a deep breath and came back to life. They've all left. It seems that it's time to see what's going on. Yunxing drank a few mouthfuls of the water of life and recovered some strength. She stared at the celestial fox relic. Celestial fox relic, after I entered the sealed eye, you kept humming in my body. Could it be that there's something in the ruins of the ancient seal that you can't bear to part with? Yunxing was suspicious. The reason she was able to remain calm at the last moment and not be completely suppressed by the pressure of the ancient seal was because of the celestial fox relic. The celestial fox relic quietly floated in the ruins. Suddenly, the relic emitted a dazzling light like the scorching sun in a clear sky. The area where the celestial fox's inheritance pillar had been plundered by Yushang. Under the effect of the light, the soil in the ruins turned over, as if something was about to drill out from the ground. Rumble, it was as if a door that had been closed for countless years had suddenly opened. A celestial fox's inheritance pillar slowly emerged from the ground. It was a celestial fox's inheritance pillar that no one had noticed before. It slowly emerged from the ground until it stood side by side with the celestial fox's inheritance pillar that Yunxing had dripped her blood on. In front of them stood two celestial fox's inheritance pillars. What was going on? she clearly remembered that she and Yushang were competing for the strongest celestial fox's inheritance pillar. However, this new inheritance pillar that had just appeared was much larger than the original inheritance pillar in terms of both size and power of inheritance. What was going on with this new inheritance pillar? Yunxing saw that the celestial fox's inheritance pillar on the left was still blood red. That should be the celestial fox's inheritance pillar that she had fought hard to snatch from Yushang. But the other one? Yunxing focused her eyes and realized that it was a celestial fox's inheritance pillar that she had never seen before. This is... Yunxing's pupils shrank. She looked at the celestial fox's inheritance pillar that had just emerged in disbelief. The strongest celestial fox's inheritance pillar that Yunxing and Yushang had fought over earlier had a seven-tailed celestial fox imprinted on it. But this new inheritance pillar had an eight-tailed celestial fox's inheritance. It was dark all around. Yunxing knew that she had been buried in the collapsed ancient seal. This eight-tailed celestial fox's inheritance pillar had emerged directly from the ground. Yunxing stared at the eight-tailed celestial fox's inheritance pillar. After the new eight-tailed celestial fox's inheritance pillar emerged, the celestial fox's relic that was originally suspended in the sky spontaneously flew into Yunxing's body. There was a soft glow on her chest. Yunxing looked down and saw that the celestial fox's relic had disappeared. Could this be the real reason why the celestial fox's relic had been buzzing non-stop? It was leading her to find the celestial fox's inheritance pillar buried in the ancient seal. That was the strongest celestial fox's inheritance in the ancient seal. This is really a blessing in disguise. I didn't expect that the collapse of the ancient seal would draw out the celestial fox's inheritance pillar buried deep within the eight tails. I guess this is fate. Yushang, you tried so hard, but in the end, you still failed to obtain the most powerful celestial fox's inheritance, Yunxing mused. The ancient seal was left behind by the first batch of beast clan ancestors who arrived at the Eight Wilderness mainland. The ice seal was the inheritance pillar left behind by the last batch of powerful elders of the Bakra orcs. The most ancient inheritance of the Bakra orcs was gathered here. Yushang thought that she knew the ancient seal like the back of her hand, but she did not know that when Hu Yan died in the boundless mainland, the elders of the celestial fox tribe began to suspect Hu Yushang, the saintess. After they arrived at the Eight Wilderness mainland, they appeared to have constructed this ancient seal with Yushang. However, they also took extra precautions and buried the Eight Tails inheritance, which represented the celestial fox's highest inheritance, underground. Only a pure-hearted celestial fox who could withstand the elder's test, or a celestial fox who possessed strength comparable to the first tribe leader, Hu Yan, would be able to see the light of day again with the Eight-Tails celestial fox inheritance. Although Yunxing's current strength was not comparable to Hu Yan's, due to the celestial fox Saraira, Yunxing unexpectedly discovered the Eight-Tails celestial fox inheritance when the ancient seal collapsed. Speaking of which, all of this was fated by fate. The two celestial fox's inheritance pillars were like two bright lamps that illuminated the ruins and temporarily created a relatively safe space for the ruins. Yunxing checked her surroundings and found that small collapses were still occurring around her because of the ice seal's collapse. This was not the best time to leave this ancient seal. Yushang and the others should have returned to Hu City happily by now. Unfortunately, Lu Yunchuang and the others had fallen into Yushang's hands. He had to think of a way to rescue them. However, Yushang had obtained the inheritance of another 7 tails. She also had the support of the great shaman doctor. Even if she returned to Hu City, she wouldn't be defeated so easily. The only thing he could do now was to stay in the ruins and think of a way to merge the two new celestial fox inheritance pillars. Then, he would return to Hu capital and rescue Popo, Little Lingying, and Lu Yunchuang. Thinking of this, Yunxing simply stayed in the ruins and started to comprehend the two great celestial fox heritages on the celestial fox heritages. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement in the ruins of the ancient seal. Meanwhile, in the capital of the celestial fox tribe, Hudu, the celestial fox tribe finally welcomed their new celestial fox saintess, Yushang. Lu Yunchuang, tomorrow will be the day I officially become the celestial fox saintess. Let me ask you one more time, are you willing to work with me? After Yushang brought Hu Linglong and the others back to Hu City, she received a hero's welcome because she had obtained the inheritance of 7 tails. It had been many years since the celestial fox tribe had obtained the inheritance of a celestial fox with more than 6 tails. This time, Yushang had brought back a 7 tails inheritance. In addition, the other celestial fox saintess candidates were all seriously injured. The 6 tails mixed blood celestial fox Xianxia, who was seen as Yushang's biggest competitor, had killed her compatriots in the 8 desolate mountains and devoured the hearts of Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian in order to snatch the position of saintess. Fortunately, Yushang and the other saintesses had worked together to kill Yunsheng. Most of the people in the celestial fox tribe believed Yushang's story. The other celestial fox saintess candidates, including Hu Linglong, had no choice but to agree with Yushang because of her abuse of power. Now, Lu Yunchuang was the only one who refused to work with Yushang. Yushang had wanted to kill her, but the people of the Ice Fox tribe kept asking to see Lu Yunchuang. As a prospective saintess, Yushang could not afford to offend the ancient Ice Fox tribe. She had no choice but to imprison Lu Yunchuang, temporarily detaining her on the grounds that she was still seriously ill. Lu Yunchuang, my patience is wearing thin. I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to work with me or not? Yushang's face was fierce. I've been through this many times, Yushang. You killed your compatriots and framed Yunxing at the last moment. You're dreaming if you want me to work with you. Lu Yunchuang closed her eyes, unwilling to look at Yushang's hypocritical face. She only hated herself for not being strong enough and allowing Yunxing to die in the ancient seal. Let's see how long you can remain stubborn. I heard that you have a childhood sweetheart. Is he human? Yushang's seductive eyes were full of scheming. Yushang, what do you want? Lu Yunchuang opened her eyes. What do I want? I just want to hold a unique sacrifice at the coronation ceremony of the Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe tomorrow. You know that sacrifices are required at the Celestial Fox Saintess coronation ceremony. In the past, some magical beasts were used as sacrifices. This year, I plan to use 999 humans for the sacrifice. As for the humans for the sacrifice, I'll use the villagers of your lover's village. What do you think? Yushang chuckled. Lu Yunchuang felt as if she was in a world of ice and snow. She did not expect Yushang to be so vicious. You're crazy. You don't deserve to be the saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. Lu Yunchuang was so angry that she wanted to fight Yushang. Unfortunately, her body was bound by a magical lock and she could not use any extra strength. You only have yourself to blame. They were all killed because of you. Lu Yunchuang, you're really stupid. You can be like the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidates and be my subordinate. If I'm in a good mood, I might reward you with a Celestial Fox inheritance. Yushang snatched a few Celestial Fox inheritance pillars from the ancient seal eye. The Celestial Fox inheritance pillars that lay dormant in the ancient seal eye were all inheritances with 4, 5, and 6 tails. In order to better control her subordinates, Yushang gave 2 of them to Hu Linglong and Qinyu. Dream on. I won't betray Yunxing. Lu Yunchuang gritted her teeth, still unwilling to give in. Is it worth it to do this for a dead person? Fine, since you won't give up, I'll execute you and those humans tomorrow. Yushang flicked her sleeves angrily and left the dungeon. As soon as she left the dungeon, Hu Linglong and Qinyu were already waiting outside. They were now Yushang's subordinates. Yushang, I've already done as you said and captured those humans. When will you do as we agreed? Hu Linglong looked at Yushang with some dissatisfaction. Yushang had already gotten her wish and was about to become the Celestial Fox Saintess. She had failed to fulfill her promise to her. Now, the entire Celestial Fox tribe was chasing after Yushang. In Hu Linglong's opinion, all of this should belong to her. She could not help but feel a little jealous. What's the rush? I'll do what you said. After I integrate the 7 tails inheritance, what's yours will still be yours. Yushang glared at Hu Linglong unhappily. It's good that you remember. If you can't do it, don't blame me for falling out with you. Hu Linglong snorted and turned to leave. What a troublesome woman. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Yushang also hated Hu Linglong. That woman couldn't do anything right. If it wasn't for the fact that she was the daughter of Vice Patriarch Hu Qiansui and had some value, Yushang would have dealt with her long ago. Lord Yushang, there's no need to be so calculative with that ignorant woman. Soon, the celestial fox tribe will belong to you and great shaman doctor. After Qin Yu submitted to Yushang, she also received a five-tailed celestial fox inheritance. She looked like she wholeheartedly submitted to Yushang and was much more obedient than Hu Linglong. Don't flatter me. Let me ask you, how long has it been since I told you to capture Hu Rulan? Why is she still nowhere to be seen? Although Yushang saw Yunxing die in the ancient seal with her own eyes, she still felt a thorn in her heart. She still couldn't figure out how a mixed blood could be a six-tailed celestial fox. Since Yunxing looked exactly like Hu Rulan's daughter, Hu Xing, Hu Rulan must know something about Yunxing's origins. So when Yushang returned to the Hu capital, she immediately ordered Qin Yu to capture Hu Rulan. Although Hu Rulan was the first wife of the celestial fox people, after Yunxing's death, Hu Xianxia became even colder to Hu Rulan and didn't care about her life or death. Yushang thought that a mere Hu Rulan would be easy to deal with under such circumstances. Who would have thought that Qin Yu would return empty-handed? Lord Yushang, this matter is a bit tricky. Before Yunxing left for 8 desolate mountain range, she entrusted Hu Rulan to 9 young patriarch Lu. After Yunxing's death, 9 young patriarch flew into a rage and almost became enemies with the celestial fox tribe. Hu Rulan was also taken away by him. This subordinate has been tracking him all the way, but the 9 Phoenix Young clan leader is very cautious. We haven't been able to find a chance to make a move. Qin Yu's face was full of caution. Yunxing was a cautious person. Before she left, she told Green to take good care of Hu Rulan. Yunxing died in the 8 desolate mountain range, and even killed Celestial Fox's fellow clansmen. When this news came back, Green was the first to not believe it. He even wanted to confront Hu Linglong and the others. In the end, it was the 9 Phoenix Old Patriarch who stepped forward to settle this matter. Green angrily left with Hu Rulan. The Celestial Fox people's Chang Hu Qianqiu didn't dare to stop them. However, this made it difficult for Qin Yu and the others to do anything. 9 Yuan tribes Green, he's just a stinky man. He seems to have some feelings for Yunxing. However, it's fine. In another month, when I completely fuse with the new 7 Tails inheritance and participate in the 8 Desolate tribe competition, I will definitely make that man bow down to my Celestial Fox tribe. Yushang was waiting to officially inherit the position of Celestial Fox Saintess tomorrow. Ascending to the position of Saintess was only the first step for Yushang. She wanted to prove to everyone in the Celestial Fox tribe that she was stronger than Hu Yan. After so many years, she, Yushang, would eventually become the first person in the Celestial Fox tribe. In the capital of Hu, for the ascension of the new Saintess, everyone was extremely busy. In a certain mansion in the capital of Hu, dark clouds covered the sky. Elder Lu and Lu Shuiyu, who had one hand crippled, had gloomy faces. Grandfather, have you investigated the matter thoroughly? Is there really no chance of Yunxing surviving? Lu Shuiyu asked. I have secretly ordered people to search the 8 desolate mountain range for nearly 2 months. I have also sent people to investigate, but there is no news of Yunxing. It seems that woman is already dead. Elder Lu was very sullen. His bloodline of Fengdu was supposed to be the most promising candidate for the position of Celestial Fox Saintess. Who would have thought that along the way, there would be so many problems? His granddaughter Lu Shuiyu was crippled, and the candidate for the position of Saintess of Celestial Fox Saintess was killed by another candidate for the position of Celestial Fox Saintess because she had devoured the heart of a fellow clansman. This matter caused Elder Lu's status in the Celestial Fox tribe to plummet, and he was almost chased out of the Celestial Fox Council of Elders. At the last moment, he had to spend a lot of money to keep his position as an elder. Even so, the position of Saintess of Celestial Fox Saintess still fell into the hands of the Yudu bloodline. Yudu? What was that? But this time, even the great shaman doctor was full of praise for Saintess Yushang. After tomorrow's auspicious hour, Yushang would inherit the position of Saintess of Celestial Fox. What was done could not be undone. This time, he had made a mistake. It's all that Yunxing's fault. She's dead, and now she's a burden to us. My hand was never going to recover. Grandfather, since we have confirmed that Yunxing is dead, what should we do with her accomplices? Lu Shuiyu gritted her teeth. Songdu's vitality was also greatly damaged in the matter of celestial fox saintess. After the saintess candidate, Xianxia, who was the only survivor, testified that Yunxing had killed her own clansmen, she ignored Qian Lang's obstruction and captured baby sheep and little Ying, who were still in the inn, to Elder Lu's manor. At that time, Elder Lu was still hoping that Yunxing was still alive, so he locked baby sheep and little Ying in the secret chamber. Now that the new saintess was about to ascend the throne and Yunxing's death was confirmed, Elder Lu had no reason to keep baby sheep and little Ying alive. Are you talking about that sheep and that human child in the secret chamber? Elder Lu narrowed his eyes. After being captured again, that damned sheep had caused him no end of trouble. Of course, we'll kill them tonight. That mixed-blood bastard caused our Fengdu bloodline to suffer such heavy losses. I want them to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Lu Shuiyu waved her left hand. Yunxing had caused her to lose her left hand, so she would torture Yunxing's pet beast and that herbalist to death. The grandfather and granddaughter pair immediately walked toward the secret chamber. In the secret chamber, baby sheep and little Ying had been locked up for almost 2 months. Baby sheep, little Ying is so tired and hungry. Are you sure Master will come back for us? Little Ying snuggled up to baby sheep. For the past 2 months, the two of them had relied on each other's encouragement to survive. When news of Master Yunxing's death came, little Ying cried for several days. They were even captured by the wicked Qianxia and brought to the Lu manor. Baby sheep was also there for several days, but later, it secretly told little Ying that Master was still alive. Yes, little Ying. Baby sheep is Master's contracted beast. If Master dies, baby sheep will die too. I believe that Master is only hiding temporarily for some reason. She will definitely come back for us. Baby sheep also wanted to cry. Without Master around, the 2 old and crippled foxes in the Lu manor had to torture them. First, they didn't give them enough medicine, then they even gave them less food. Baby sheep was a magical beast, so it wasn't a big deal for her to starve for a few meals. She gave most of her food and medicine to little Ying, so she had to suffer. The door to the secret chamber opened and baby sheep quickly shoved little Ying behind her. That disgusting grandfather and granddaughter pair from the Lu manor were here again. As soon as Elder Lu and Lu Shuiyu entered the secret room, they saw Popping Sheep shielding little Ying behind him. Yo, you've become like this, and you still have the energy to protect others? Lu Shuiyu saw Popping Sheep and felt a burning pain on her face. Every time Lu Shuiyu came, Popping Sheep would desperately scratch and bite her. Lu Shuiyu hated Popping Sheep to the core. Bah, you crippled fox girl. Quickly let me and little Ying out. Otherwise, when Master comes back, the first thing she will do is take your life. Popping Sheep was stubborn. Master this and master that. This old man shouldn't have believed you, stupid sheep. That celestial fox bastard is already dead. This old man has been searching for 2 months, but I didn't find anything. Elder Lu had believed Popping Sheep's words earlier, which was why he mistakenly believed that Yunxing was still alive. Now, it was clear that Popping Sheep had lied to save his and little Ying's lives. When he thought of this, Elder Lu was so angry that he almost died. He had lived for almost 100 years, but he was still fooled by a magical beast. He had even spent so much manpower and resources just to find Yunxing. What a joke. Grandpa, why are you still talking so much nonsense with them? I'm going to kill them. Lu Shuiyu was anxious to kill Popping Sheep and little Ying to vent her anger. Shuiyu, don't be anxious. You forgot that this magical beast's voice and claws are very powerful. Why do we have to go through so much trouble? In half an hour, the poison in their bodies will act up. Wait until they are exhausted from the torture, then you can kill them. At that time, you can cut them into pieces. Elder Lu was still a little afraid of Popping Sheep's fierce resistance. He had studied this magical beast for a long time, but he still didn't know its specific origin. But since Yunxing was already dead, he didn't have to be so afraid. The poison in Popping Sheep and little Ying's bodies would act up every month. If there was no medicine, the human and the beast would feel like ants biting them. It was very uncomfortable until they were tortured to death. When Yunxing left, she only left behind a month's worth of medicine. A few months after baby sheep and little Ying were captured, Elder Lu still had some reservations about giving them the normal amount. However, now that Yushang was about to ascend the throne and Yunxing's death was confirmed, Elder Lu was no longer willing to give them the antidote. Bo, you guys are too despicable. Bo Sheep still remembered the pain that made him wish he was dead. However, baby sheep did not know where the poison came from. Why was it that even a world god beast like her would be harmed by the poison? After a few minutes, the poison in baby sheep and little Ying's bodies flared up again. Like being bitten by ants, baby sheep and little Ying's faces turned pale. Sweat as big as beans soon soaked the sheep's wool. Little Ying rolled around in pain in the secret chamber. Ouch! 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 Little Ying was still young. She couldn't bear the pain and started crying. Little Ying, don't cry. Master told us to be strong. Baby sheep will protect you. Inside baby sheep's body, the pain was no less than little Ying's. He tried his best to stay awake and cheer little Ying up. Oh, how touching. Even at this time, you guys still know how to be friendly. Like master, like beast. You guys are as stupid as that mixed blood bastard. Lu Shuiyu watched from the side, taking pleasure in their misfortune. If not for baby sheep and little Ying, Yunxing wouldn't have been controlled by Elder Lu and his granddaughter. In Lu Shuiyu's opinion, Yunxing's actions were the typical stupid actions of a lowly human. You are not allowed to insult your beloved master. Baby sheep glared. For the first time, there was killing intent in his eyes. You still dare to glare at me when you are about to die. Lu Shuiyu snorted when she saw that baby sheep still dared to talk back. She took out a bottle of medicine and waved it in front of baby sheep and little Ying. This is your antidote. Unfortunately, I only have one bottle. Both of you, beg me. I will give the antidote to whoever begs me first. Lu Shuiyu didn't believe that a mere child and a demonic beast could persist in the face of intense pain. No. Little Ying doesn't want to beg you, bad woman. Little Ying cried and shrank her body. Oh, you don't want to beg? Then what about you, little dumb sheep? If you beg me, I will give you the antidote. After drinking the antidote, you can guarantee that the poison in your body won't flare up for a month. Lu Shuiyu smiled and walked closer to baby sheep. Now that the poison in baby sheep and little Ying's body was flaring up, they didn't have any strength to resist. Baby sheep. It really hurts. Bad woman, give me the antidote. Baby sheep's words made little Ying's body stiffen. Baby sheep. How could baby sheep beg that woman? Little Ying's eyes filled with tears. Baby sheep didn't say anything. He had told her that she must be strong and not give in. She had relied on baby sheep's words to persist until now. Ha ha ha, I thought you would have some backbone, but you were only SOSO. What did you say just now? I couldn't hear you. Say it again. Lu Shuiyu took another step closer. Baby sheep has no strength left. Bad woman, come a little closer and baby sheep will tell you, baby sheep said weakly. You really are cheap. Lu Shuiyu kicked baby sheep. But seeing baby sheep's current state, she didn't believe that it could do anything. Lu Shuiyu lowered her head. At this moment, there was a popping sound. She opened her eyes wide and grabbed Lu Shuiyu's potion. Using the last of her strength, she slammed her round body into Lu Shuiyu. Baby sheep had monster strength. Although it had used up a lot of energy because of the poison, it hated Lu Shuiyu to the core and used all its strength to slam into her. Lu Shuiyu only felt a sharp pain in her chest. It was as if her organs were being crushed. She immediately lost consciousness. Shuiyu. You bastard. Elder Lu had been watching carefully from the side. He didn't expect baby sheep to suddenly show its might. Don't come over. Otherwise, baby sheep will cripple her other hand, baby sheep scolded fiercely. She had followed Yunxing for so long and had learned everything she needed to learn. Master had said that in a situation where the enemy was strong and she was weak, she could suffer a little. But those losses had to be paid back tenfold or even 100-fold. She was a world deity beast. How could she be bullied by two foxes? At such a crucial moment, baby sheep knew how to play the pig to eat the tiger. That was why she pretended to beg for mercy and baited Lu Shuiyu. Sure enough, this brainless woman fell for it. Since Master wasn't here, Baby Sheep had to take up the responsibility of protecting little Ying. She had to bring little Ying away safely. Lu Shuiyu was choked by Bobo's neck. Bobo threw the bottle of medicine to little Ying. Little Ying, drink the medicine first. Bobo, you are in pain too. Let's split it? Little Ying picked up the medicine, feeling ashamed. She shouldn't have doubted Bobo. No, the medicine is only effective when consumed by one person. Don't forget, Bobo is an omnipotent world divine beast. A little pain is nothing. The pain in Bobo's body intensified, but she still bit the bullet and let little Ying drink it first. Little Ying drank the medicine and the pain lessened a lot. She quickly went to Bobo's side. Elder Lu was worried about his granddaughter Lu Shuiyu's safety, so he didn't dare to go forward. Cunning beast, let go of Shuiyu. Otherwise, this old man will immediately order people to turn you into targets. Elder Lu was furious. He didn't expect a beast to be so shameless. Bobo. Do you think Bobo is an idiot? Master said that at this time, we must capture the hostage. Quickly open the door to the secret room. It dragged Lu Shuiyu and exerted more strength. Lu Shuiyu's left hand let out a terrifying sound, as if it would be broken by Bobo at any time. Lu Shuiyu, who was unconscious, let out a painful groan. Elder Lu had no choice but to step aside, allowing Bobo and little Ying to walk out of the secret room. One man and one beast quickly became the secret room. Just as he walked out of the secret chamber, Elder Lu roared. His hand suddenly changed into the Yama fox claw, which shone with a sharp light. Wind gusts of wind blew as it attacked Baby Sheep and little Ying. Little Ying, run. In a moment of desperation, Baby Sheep pulled Lu Shuiyu in front of him and threw her out. It immediately flapped its wings, grabbed little Ying and wanted to escape. Who knew that at this time, the celestial fox guards who were lying in ambush in the mansion suddenly rushed out. They raised their bows and arrows, aimed at the sky, and shot. Turn them into sieves. Elder Lu had saved his granddaughter. Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. At his command, Celestial Fox's bodyguards followed suit. Baby Sheep was carrying little Ying, and the strange poison was still eating away at her strength. She was flying unsteadily, and a few arrows had already hit her wings. Blood immediately gushed out. It's so painful, my dear master. Where is it? Popping flew into the air. Elder Lu had already set up a barrier above the residence. Popping Sheep was not afraid of the barrier and wanted to forcefully break through, but little Ying's body was blocked by the barrier. Bobo, you go first. Don't worry about me. Little Ying saw that there were several arrows stuck in Popo's body. Blood fell from Popo's body onto her face like rain. Little Ying blamed herself. It was all her fault for dragging Poppy down. Otherwise, Poppy would have snatched the potion and broken through the barrier. Little Ying, Bobo promised Master to protect you. Bobo will take you away from here. Popping Sheep was unwilling to let go of little Ying. Seeing that Poppy's injuries were worsening, little Ying bit her lip and forcefully shook off Poppy's hand. Bobo, run. You have to avenge me. After saying that, little Ying fell from the air. Below her, countless arrows from the Lu residence's bodyguards swarmed over like a dense rain. Little Ying. Poppy's mind exploded. She could already see countless arrows piercing little Ying's chest. Her small body was like a rag doll, covered in blood, falling to the ground and smashing into meat paste. Inside Poppy's body, a dazzling bloody light shone. Her sheep body emitted a bright light. The sheep's entire body was bathed in a bloody light. On the ground, Elder Lu and the guards of the Lu mansion were all blinded by the dazzling light. In the light, the sheep's body disappeared. A short figure appeared. That figure swooped down from the sky as fast as lightning and grabbed little Ying in his hand. Little Ying thought that she was going to die, but at this moment, she found that there was an extra hand under her body. Little Ying, Bobo won't leave you behind. Bobo is going to start a massacre. Close your eyes and don't peek. A somewhat young voice echoed in her ears. Although that voice didn't sound much older than Ying, There was an indescribable sense of intimidation in that voice. Little Ying couldn't refuse at all. She subconsciously closed her eyes. What is that thing? What did that damned demonic beast do? Elder Lu and the Lu residence's bodyguards forced their eyes open. They saw two figures in the air. That strange magical beast had disappeared, and in its place were two figures in the sky. One of them was little Ying, and the other was a completely unfamiliar girl. This was Elder Lu, and that guard celestial fox couldn't help but be stunned. It was an incomparably delicate little girl. She was quite young, about 6 or 7 years old. Her hair was pink and wavy, and she had a pair of big, sparkling eyes. Even a hard-hearted person would soften a little when they saw such a little girl. The little girl was hugging little Ying in a very strange position. Beside her, there were two moons. No, it was two sides that looked like crescent moons. They floated silently beside the little girl. You can't be that magical beast just now, right? Seeing the little girl covered in pink from head to toe, as well as her pink curly hair, Elder Lu cried out strangely. The girl with pink curly hair glared at him coldly. It was as if he was looking at a dead person. This pink curly-haired loli was popping sheep in her human form. Elder Lu's overbearingness allowed baby sheep to finally break through the barrier of the universe god beast and successfully transform into a human. Stupid guy. How dare you hurt Popping's friend? Popping will make you pay an unforgettable price. Popping, who had transformed into a human, raised her finger. The two sides beside her let out a ferocious cry. The two sides were put together with a thud. Then, the two sides were raised high in the air. Universe God Storm. The power of the sides was like a hurricane. As the sides fell, Elder Lu and the celestial fox's bodyguards couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was as if a pink hurricane had streaked across the sky. The pink loli disappeared. They seemed to have seen the hurricane of the Grim Reaper throw down from the sky with an astonishing force. There was no time to escape or resist. Boom boom boom, the Lu residence was instantly razed to the ground under a wave of blade light. Little Ying only felt that after a dull sound, everything returned to normal. She heard the sound of shallow breathing beside her ear. Little Ying, you can open your eyes now. The bad guys are all dead. Little Ying opened her eyes. She saw a very soft and cute little loli. The little loli was not even as tall as little Ying. She was only about 1 meter tall. Other than her oval face, her entire body was chubby and tender. Especially her curly pink hair and pink eyes. They made her look like a rabbit. She was very cute. You are little sister Bobo? Little Ying did not react for a moment. She remembered that in order to let Bobo leave, she broke free from Bobo. But why did Bobo suddenly become a human? Yes, Bobo became a human. You are the younger sister. Bobo is the oldest. Bobo is even older than Bobo's dear master. Although Bobo had turned into a human, she still had the heart of a cute sheep. When she heard the word younger sister, she expressed her strong dissatisfaction. But, Bobo, you are so small and short. You look younger than me. I will call you little sister Bobo. I believe master will not have any objections. Little Ying was not willing to call Bobo big sister. She looked around and realized that Lu residents had actually disappeared. Elder Lu and the other bad guys were all dead. The entire Lu residence had actually disappeared under the effects of Bobo's world deity storm. Bobo, I don't care. Bobo, I don't want to be little sister. Little Ying, you have to call me big sister Bobo, otherwise, Bobo will teach you a lesson. You also saw that Bobo is very powerful now. Her world deity storm can wipe out all these bad guys in the blink of an eye. Bobo was unwilling. Unfortunately, she used a soft and tender voice to threaten Little Ying. Little Ying was not afraid at all. Be good, little sister Bobo. Let's look around and see if there is anything valuable here. We have to move quickly. You made such a big commotion just now. It must have alerted the people in Hu City. Little Ying calmed down after escaping from her predicament. She ignored Bobo's protests and quickly searched the scene. After finding some food and storage pouches, she and Bobo immediately sneaked into the Lu residence. A quarter of an hour later, the people of the Celestial Fox tribe received the news and rushed to the Lu residence. The Celestial Fox tribe was shocked by the destruction of the Lu mansion. They immediately ordered a search of the entire Lu manor, but even after searching for an entire day, they still couldn't find any clues. The entire Lu residence was inexplicably destroyed just like that. After Little Ling Ying and Little Ling Bo left the Lu residence, they discussed and decided not to leave Hu City for the time being. My dear master is very vengeful. Since she didn't die and was framed by those slutty vixens, she will definitely come back for revenge. Tomorrow is the Celestial Fox Saintess ceremony, and we can't let the worst female fox become the saintess. There's also that Qinyu. She caused us so much trouble. We must find a way to take revenge. Bobo was very narrow-minded. She definitely wouldn't let go of those who harmed her master, her, and Little Ling Ying. Because the Celestial Fox Saintess ceremony was about to begin, the matter of the Lu residence was temporarily put on hold. Before nightfall, the entire Hu city was intensely preparing for the Celestial Fox Saintess ceremony that would be held tomorrow. Just as Popping Sheep broke through and transformed into a human form, Qin Feng's expression changed. In the underworld palace, Ming Ri's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect that weakling to break through and transform into a human in advance. It seems that it's time to make a trip to the God realm and report to Mother that Bo is still alive and qualified to become a world deity. Ming Ri originally thought that Bo would need at least 100 years to transform into a human. He didn't expect that she would break through not long after returning to the human realm with Yunxing. It seemed that his decision to hand her over to Yunxing was right. Hence, Ming Ri left the underworld and headed to the God realm to look for him and Bo's mother. Almost at the same time as Ming Ri, there was another person who felt the change in Bo. That person was Yunxing, who was in the ancient seal ruins. After Yunxing received the help of the Celestial Fox relics and obtained 2 Celestial Fox inheritances, she had been in the dark ruins, trying hard to comprehend and absorb the power of the Celestial Fox inheritances. Compared to the previous inheritances, the 7-tailed Celestial Fox and the 8-tailed Celestial Fox inheritances were much more difficult to learn. Yunxing spent a total of 20 days to learn the first 7-tailed Celestial Fox inheritance. The second 8-tailed Celestial Fox inheritance was much more difficult than the first one. Until 2 months later, at a certain time in the middle of the night, Yunxing suddenly opened her eyes. Bo, I seem to have broken through. Yunxing could feel the fluctuation of flesh and blood in her body. She was sure that something must have happened to Bo. Looking at the scratches on the ground, Yunxing realized that she had been in the ruins for a total of 2 months. However, she still needed some time before she could break through the final 8-tailed Celestial Fox inheritance. Bo suddenly broke through. Something urgent must have happened. I'm afraid that the situation in Hu City is not good. Yunxing was a little worried. After thinking for a while, Yunxing decided to give up on comprehending the 8-tailed inheritance for the time being. If she wanted to completely comprehend the 8-tailed inheritance, she would need some time. However, she couldn't let go of the safety of Bo, Hu Rulin, and the others. She had to rush back to Hu City. Yunxing slowly stood up and put away the 2 Celestial Fox inheritance pillars into the beast language ring. It's been 2 months. It's really hard to live like a rat crossing the street. It's time to leave. Yunxing looked around and saw that it was pitch black. Yunxing knelt down and kowed out a few times in the direction of the Celestial Fox inheritance pillars. She was sincerely grateful to the experts of the Celestial Fox tribe who had sacrificed their lives. After kowtowing, Yunxing turned her eyes and her pupils turned golden. Her palms paused and her left and right hands turned into the Yama Fox claws. Boom! Boom! With 2 deafening sounds, Yunxing smashed the collapsed ruins with her palms. She jumped up, turned into a white shadow, and flew straight into the air. At that moment, somewhere in the 8 desolate mountains, a golden-backed rock had just landed from a branch. We still can't find Master's body. Sigh. 2 months had passed, but Boss Rock Feather had not given up on searching for Yunxing. That day, Yunxing was killed by Yushang in the ancient seal. Boss Rock Feather had always felt guilty about it. Therefore, not long after the other Bakra orcs left, Boss Rock Feather could not take Yunxing and the others away from Yushang. he crawled out of the ruins and healed his wounds. After that, he did not give up on searching for Xianxia's whereabouts. Roar, Boss Rock Feather suddenly became alert. He seemed to have heard something. Around midnight, the entire 8 desolate mountains suddenly rang out with the howls of beasts. That was, magical beasts. That was the howl of the king of magical beasts. That was the howl of a beast, but it was different from that of an ordinary beast. Boss Pingu was not the only one who heard the howl. The other beasts in the 8 desolate mountain range also heard it. The beasts below the sage level were so frightened that their veins flowed backward and their bodies exploded. When the magical beasts above the sage stage heard the roar, their blood surged and they trembled in fear. They seemed to have heard the call of the Beast King and rushed to a certain place in the 8 desolate mountain range from all directions. More and more beasts appeared. The entire 8 desolate mountain range seemed to have been awakened. Even Boss Pingu, who had obtained a portion of the ancient Golden Rock King's blood, couldn't help but feel an indescribable fear. Boss Pingu raised his head. It was the 14th day today. There was a half-moon in the sky. Who was that? Boss Pingu saw a black figure. The black figure gradually became clearer. It was a graceful figure. It was a woman. Behind her, there was 7 tails. Suddenly, the black figure turned around. Her eyes were like torches as she looked down at Boss Pingu on the ground. It's her. Boss Pingu's voice was hoarse. It was Xianxia, the celestial fox hybrid Xianxia that everyone thought had died in the ruins of the ancient seal. Boss Pingu, long time no see. How's the situation in the Hu capital? Xianxia smiled. The 7-tailed celestial fox was an additional reward she had received after absorbing the 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance pillar. The 7-tailed inheritance of the 8 desolate mountain range, the Beast King's roar. It was the terrifying celestial fox inheritance that could make beasts below the god level, including beasts, tremble. Master, you're finally back. It's good that you're back. Something big happened recently. You must hurry back to the Hu capital. Around dawn tomorrow, the Hu capital will hold the celestial fox saintess enthronement ceremony. Boss Pingu was unable to contain his excitement. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed to the newly born 7-tailed celestial fox Xianxia. When Boss Pingu entered the ancient seal's eye that day, he had received Xianxia's instructions. Xianxia had ordered him to save people if anything happened. Unfortunately, he was unable to save them from Yushang. However, Boss Pingu told Xianxia everything that had happened in Hu City in the past 2 months. Yushang had falsely accused Xianxia of being a celestial fox traitor, devouring the hearts of her own kind, and capturing Lu Yunchuang and the others. Xianxia was not too surprised by this news. As for the news that Hu Rulan was taken away by Green, Xianxia was relieved. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the Hu capital tonight. However, it's a long journey. We don't have a transportation formation like Hu Qianqiu's. I'm afraid we'll miss the enthronement ceremony of Celestial Fox Saintess. Xianxia did not care about the Celestial Fox Saintess title, but if Yushang were to accuse her and get her wish to become the Celestial Fox Saintess, she would be displeased. Master, you don't have to worry about that. You've forgotten that I can now transform into a golden-backed rock. A golden rock can travel tens of thousands of miles day and night. The 8 desolate mountains are more than 60,000 miles away from the Hu capital. Master, you can ride the golden rock. We'll definitely reach the Hu capital before noon tomorrow. With that, Boss Pingu shook his arms and transformed into a 2-meter-long golden-backed rock. With a leap, Xianxia was already standing on the golden-backed rock. The rock spread its wings like a glider. Xianxia and Boss Pingu rushed toward the Hu capital. That night, 2 colorful wan birds let out a long cry in the sky outside the Hu capital. Lu and Hu Rulan were standing on the wan birds. Madam Rulan, are you sure that Xianxia will appear at the Celestial Fox Saintess ceremony tomorrow? Lu, the young chief of the 9 Wan tribe, had a worried look on his face. 2 months ago, when Lu learned that Xianxia had died in the 8 desolate mountains, he was shocked. He almost lost control and rushed to the 8 desolate mountains. Fortunately, Hu Rulan told him that Xianxia was not dead. That child is not dead yet. My premonition told me that she will return. Compared to 2 months ago, Hu Rulan had changed. She had accepted the fact that Yunxing was not Hu Xing. Even so, she still had a special feeling for Yunxing. Perhaps it was because Yunxing was about the same age as her daughter, and their appearances were too similar. Hu Rulan gradually understood her daughter's intention, Hu Xing. Hu Xing had always felt that she was not qualified to be the celestial fox saintess because of her talent. However, she had always been thinking about the celestial fox tribe. She hoped that Yunxing, who had strong magic power and a strong mind, could replace her and become the celestial fox saintess. She hoped that she could lead the celestial fox tribe to the top of the 8 desolate mountains again. Hu Xing's wish was also Hu Rulan's wish. That was her daughter's last wish before she died. As her mother, she would help her to persuade Yunxing. Lu also believed that Yunxing was not dead. The Yunxing he knew would not be killed so easily. Therefore, when the celestial fox tribe announced to the public that the new saintess would be enthroned, Hu Rulan suggested that they return to Hu City. It was almost dawn. Around noon, after the celestial fox sacrificial ceremony, the new saintess of the celestial fox tribe would be enthroned. Lu and Hu Rulan entered Hu City. Hu City was very lively today. The entire city and its citizens were immersed in the good news that the new saintess was about to be enthroned. The six-tailed celestial fox. Several years after the disappearance of the previous saintess, the celestial fox people finally welcomed a powerful celestial fox saintess. The enthronement ceremony of the saintess was held in the celestial fox temple. When the first ray of sunlight illuminated the city wall in the morning, the city gate was opened. The citizens of the celestial fox tribe from all over the capital came in an endless stream to see the new celestial fox saintess. They all gathered outside the celestial fox temple early in the morning. Both inside and outside the celestial fox temple had been decorated. The celestial fox soldiers were on high alert, guarding all the entrances of the celestial fox temple. 2 petite figures blended into the crowd. Bo Bo and little Ying Ying, who had transformed into human forms, were dressed as half-beast humans and squeezed into the crowd. Bo Bo wore a cloak to cover her eye-catching hair color. Although she was small, Bo Bo was strong. She barged through the crowd and the 2 little people squeezed into the celestial fox temple. Why are you squeezing? Everyone, move aside. The clan leader, the great witch doctor, the council of elders, and the saintess are coming. The celestial fox soldiers blocked the crowd outside the temple. Lu and Hu Rulan also disguised themselves and blended into the crowd. Look, it's the new celestial fox saintess. There was a commotion in the crowd. The new celestial fox saintess, Yu Shang, walked into the temple in a pure saintess robe accompanied by many elders. When Yu Shang walked in, the crowd exclaimed in admiration. This was the celestial fox saintess they had hoped for. She had amazing talent, noble bloodline, and extraordinary strength. Facing the admiring gazes of the celestial fox people, the chief of the celestial fox people, Hu Xianxia, had a trace of uneasiness in his eyes. Hu Xianxia was initially a little dissatisfied with Yu Shang becoming the celestial fox saintess. He would rather have Yunxing become the saintess. This was because the young patriarch of the 9 Yuan tribe was unwilling to marry Yu Shang no matter what. However, when he thought about how Yu Shang's strength was extraordinary and how she had brought back the 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance that had not appeared for many years, it would be a great help for the Bahuan tribe competition in a few months. Thinking of this, Hu Qianqiu felt relieved. The celestial fox tribe indeed needed a celestial fox saintess with the ability to rally people to revive the reputation of the celestial fox tribe. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the coronation ceremony of the saintess of the heavenly fox tribe. As we all know, the competition for the position of saintess this time is the fiercest and longest in the history of the heavenly fox tribe. Unfortunately, a traitor appeared during the selection of the saintess of the heavenly foxes. She killed 2 innocent candidates for the celestial fox saintess. However, fortunately, our new saintess joined forces with the other saintesses and successfully killed the traitor. She is our new saintess, Yu Shang. Hu Qianqiu's enthusiastic opening speech made the people of the celestial fox tribe boil with excitement. Long live the patriarch, long live the new saintess. Under everyone's gaze, Hu Qianqiu waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. In order to celebrate the ascension of the new saintess, we will hold a celestial fox sacrifice. The sacrifice selected 1,000 humans who betrayed the celestial fox tribe and used their blood to celebrate the birth of the new celestial fox saintess. Since ancient times, the celestial fox tribe had a tradition of using the blood of humans to celebrate various ceremonies. Moreover, the newly ascended saintess had to cut off the head of the first human priest. However, the previous celestial fox saintess, Xianxia, did not like blood. When she ascended the throne, she refused to perform such a sacrifice. Because of this, Xianxia was always regarded as a coward and incompetent person. The blood of 1,000 humans? This is simply a massacre. In the crowd, Xianxia and Green heard this and their expressions changed slightly. Xianxia and Xianxia were too bloody. No, we can't let her run amok. Xianxia wanted to rush out of the crowd. Madam, don't act rashly. Green held down Xianxia. He looked around and did not see Xianxia. His heart sank. 1,000 humans were herded into the celestial fox shrine. They were all dressed in rags. There were old and young, and there were even a few children in swaddling clothes. Xianxia was also mixed in with these humans. She had been drugged by the great witch doctor and could not speak at all. Xianxia, do you regret this? Xianxia grabbed Xianxia and looked at her frosty face. Xianxia could not speak. She glared fiercely at Xianxia. Don't look at me so fiercely. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Let me see, which human should I choose to kill first? Xianxia's eyes darted around and focused on a tall human man. He was a very tall human man with powerful limbs and a clean and pleasant face. When she realized who Xianxia was staring at, Xianxia's body trembled violently. Hee, it's really him. Your lover? Poor Ice Fox clan. I heard that with your physique, if you mate with a man from another clan, he will be frozen into ice. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. After I kill all of you, I'll bury all of you together. Oh, I'm wrong. I'll bury all 1,000 of you together, Xianxia whispered viciously into Xianxia's ear. Xianxia struggled with all her might, but she was held down by Qinyu. She could only watch as Xianxia walked toward her lover. The human man was Xianxia's lover. He was a human ancient martial art practitioner. He did not even know what had happened before he was captured by Xianxia's people. It was a pity that everyone in his village was captured together with him. He recognized Xianxia among the crowd. His eyes were filled with pain as he watched his lover being tied up. Tears welled up in his eyes. TSK, you're quite a good-looking young man. It's a pity that you're blind. Don't hate me so much. If you want to hate someone, hate Xianxia. If she knew what was good for her and cooperated with me, she wouldn't have killed so many people. Don't worry, I've always been good at killing people. Just one hit and your head will be broken. It won't hurt at all. With a look from Xianxia, several celestial fox soldiers kicked the man's knees and pinned him to the ground. The man raised his head unyieldingly. There was only despair left in his heart. He looked up and saw the statue of the celestial fox in front of him. The first celestial fox people, Changhu Yan, looked down at the 1,000 pitiful sacrifices. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. Don't worry, I'll protect you. She opened her mouth and mouthed at the human man. The human man was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something. No. Xianxia. A tear streaked across Xianxia's face. The pride of the Ice Fox clan would not allow her to die in such humiliation at the hands of people like Xianxia and Qinyu. She wanted to self-destruct her magical soul and die with Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was in despair, she suddenly heard an angry shout. I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you. You old fox demon, how dare you call yourself the saintess of the celestial fox? Let's see if I don't expose your scheme. Several celestial fox soldiers who were in charge of maintaining order flew out from the crowd and crashed to the ground. A human figure appeared. Lu and Xianxia were shocked. They looked forward and saw the human man being saved by a little girl. Everyone present, including Xianxia, was stunned. It was a pink-haired little girl who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. She had curly hair, a round face, and a pair of large eyes that resembled glass balls. The little girl was very short, but her strength was astonishing. Lu Yunchuang's lover was 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 150 to 60 kilograms, but she easily lifted him with one hand. The scene was rather comical. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the coronation of the celestial fox saintess?" Yu Shang was furious. "Wait, what did this little girl who had appeared out of nowhere call her, old witch?" Yu Shang almost exploded. This was the second time someone had dared to call her an old witch. The first was Yun Xing, who had died a long time ago, and the second was this little girl in front of her who had not even fully grown out her hair. "Humph, I am who I am, the world deity of the human world. You old witch who has lived for who knows how many years, I will exercise my rights as a world deity and expose your true colors." The pink-haired little girl glared at her and said confidently. "World god?" What was that? Everyone was baffled by what they heard. Only the great witch doctor, who was no more than a heavenly fox, looked surprised when he heard Popo's words. She looked at Bobo. Even though it was weak, she could feel a god power from Bobo that was similar to that lord's. Bobo didn't notice that the great witch doctor was secretly sizing her up. The first time Bobo saw Yu Shang, she felt that she was weird. Now that she had turned into a human, her god power had recovered a little, and her senses were stronger. She could feel that there was a foul smell on Yu Shang's body. It was like a corpse that had been rotting for many years. Yu Shang wasn't a saintess candidate of Yudu. Bobo was sure that she was an old witch who had used sorcery to come back from the dead. Yu Shang wished she could tear Popo in half. However, in order to maintain her image as the sacred lady of the Sky Fox, she forced a smile. "Hee hee, little girl, where did you come from? I don't think you're a human. I'm just dealing with a few humans, so why are you causing trouble?" As she said that, she put on an amiable look and tried to walk forward. "Bobo. You shameless old witch, don't come near this world god. The smell of rotting corpses on your body is disgusting." Bobo's small face stiffened. Beside her, the two sides were like two guards. With two scraping sounds, they vigilantly floated in the air. The moment the pink sides appeared, they stirred up a small hurricane like a hurricane. Yu Shang didn't expect this young girl to have such terrifying power. Her expression changed, and she flashed back. However, she couldn't stop herself from being affected by the divine power of the world god storm. Her saintess robe was instantly torn into rags, and she looked very pathetic. The powerful energy wave that Bobo gave off shocked Yu Shang, Celestial Fox people Zhanhu Qianxiu, and the others. Such destructive power? You killed Elder Lu's family. Yesterday, Elder Lu's residence was razed to the ground overnight as if it had been hit by a storm. Elder Lu's family, close to 100 people, were all dead. Due to the Celestial Fox Saintess ceremony being held today, Hu Qianxiu could only suppress the news for the time being and secretly search for the murderer's whereabouts. Who would have thought that the one who caused the tragedy of the Lu residence was actually this 6 or 7-year-old little girl in front of him? Humph, so what if I am? They weren't good people. They used baby and little Ling Ying's lives to threaten Master, forcing Master to go to the 8 desolate mountain range. They deserved to die. Baby's face was filled with disdain. I remember your voice. You are the magic beast of that traitor Yun Xing, that pink sheep. You actually transformed into a human? Qin Yu was familiar with the sound of Bobo. When she heard little Ling Ying's voice, she immediately remembered that Bobo was Yun Xing's magical goat. At that time, she had personally handed little Ling Ying and Bobo to Elder Lu. Who would have thought that Elder Lu would be killed by such a little girl? So it's that mixed blood magic beast. TSK, TSK. It's rare that a magic beast can transform into a human. This saintess will personally capture you and hand you over to the great witch doctor to dissect you and see what kind of magic beast you are. When Yu Shang heard that Bobo and Yunxing were in cahoots, she said viciously. Damn Yunxing. She had stopped her from becoming the Celestial Fox Saintess. Now, Yunxing's magic beast had appeared. She was really haunting her. Dissect your head. You old witch, ugly monster. You are already so old, but you still want to imitate a young girl to choose a saintess. Are the people of the Celestial Fox tribe blind or stupid? How could they choose an old woman who is thousands of years old to be their saintess? Bobo stuck out her tongue. She had a sharp tongue, so when she opened her mouth, she scolded a bunch of people. The celestial fox people leader Xianxia, and a group of celestial fox elders were also confused. 1,000-year-old witch, what was this little girl talking about? Could it be that Saintess Yushang had some unspeakable secret? Shut up, you damned little bastard. You are as annoying as your master. Let me tell you, your master died in my hands. Do you believe that I won't eat you alive today? Yushang's eyes flashed fiercely. She was afraid that Bobo would reveal her identity if she spoke too much. Bobo, you old, ugly witch who knows how to boast. Do you think you killed our master? Let me tell you, our master is so powerful that he can stomp you to death with a single toe. Bobo made a face at her. Yushang was furious. She let out a muffled groan as 6 foxtails appeared behind her. With a wave of her hand, the 6 foxtails gathered together and turned into a long whip. Yushang could tell that Bobo was a little special. She was too young, but her 2 pink sides were too strange. Celestial Fox Inheritance, 1000 Illusion Fox Whip. The fox whip in Yushang's hand was transformed from a fox tail. When she lashed it out, it turned into several whip shadows. Universe Deity Sides, go! Although Bobo had the help of the sides, she was still a beginner in fighting. She shouted and attacked Yushang with her scythes. Yushang sneered and twisted the fox whip in her hand in the air. The 2 sides were trapped by the fox whip. Yushang lashed out with the fox whip, and the scythes were about to fall into Yushang's hands. You want to take this universe deity scythes? Dream on. Universe deity scythes, chop that woman's tails into pieces. Bobo spat and waved her little fist. The divine sickle, which was tightly trapped, suddenly became 1 size bigger. The 2 sickles let out a thunderous rumbling sound. Bang, a bolt of lightning jumped out of the scythes, and the scythes broke free. They cut the fox whip into several pieces and went for Yushang's head. How dare you, little bastard! Yushang was in a sorry state. She took a few steps back and withdrew her fox whip. When she looked behind her, she saw that a small section of her 6 tails had been cut off. She looked like a female dog with a bald tail. What the hell was that thing? Even the 1000 Illusion Fox Whip was no match for it. Yushang was on her guard. Saintess, let this shaman give you a hand. Seeing that Yushang was in trouble, Great Witch Doctor took out a few strange black talismans and threw them at Bobo. Bobo recognized the talismans at a glance. They were the mysterious talismans that had caused her and little Yinging unbearable pain earlier. Scythe, come back. Bobo summoned the scythe back out of desperation. Celestial Fox Inheritance, 10-fold Fox Realm. Little girl, your scythe is mine. However, Yushang was very cunning. Suddenly, a celestial fox aura spread around her. The aura trapped the scythe, and the connection between Bobo and the scythe was cut off. Bobo wasn't afraid of anything, but she was scared of those black talismans. For some reason, every time Bobo touched those talismans, she felt her strength being restrained. Help! Bobo doesn't want those talismans. Bobo jumped in fright as the unknown talismans were about to land on her body. She didn't want to experience that pain again. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the sky. A crisp, pleasant voice accompanied the figure as it descended from the sky and landed in front of Bobo. You have to look at the master before beating a beast. If anyone dares to hurt Bobo, I'll make sure their entire family is annihilated. Yunxing's words were like music to Bobo's ears. Ying, my dear master is back. She no longer cared about her dignity as a universe god. When she saw Yunxing, she burst into tears and snot. She lifted her pink head and threw herself into Yunxing's embrace without caring about anything else. Yunxing's beautiful eyes flashed, and the divine lotus hellfire formed a ring of fire around her body. As soon as the black talismans touched the divine lotus hellfire, they turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Traitor Yunxing, you're not dead. Yushang's expression changed when she saw Yunxing. When Bobo said that Yunxing wasn't dead, Yushang didn't care because she had seen Yunxing die in the ruins of the celestial fox with her own eyes. But when Yunxing suddenly appeared and blocked the Great Witch Doctor's black talismans, Yushang realized that Yunxing really wasn't dead. If she wasn't dead. Yushang thought of the day when the last celestial fox's inheritance pillar appeared in the ancient Eye of the Seal. If Yunxing wasn't dead, wouldn't she have obtained the celestial fox's inheritance pillar? Who dares to step forward? Yunxing's eyes turned sharp. She suddenly faced the sky and let out a long howl. A sharp fox cry pierced through the 9 heavens. All the celestial fox people present felt their minds rumble. Even the chief of the celestial fox people, Xianxia, felt the blood in his body churning. Those celestial fox citizens with lower cultivation bases found it even harder to control themselves. They directly knelt down with a thud. This was an unprecedented feeling. Yushang's eyes widened in disbelief. The howl that sounded like that of a beast king was the inheritance of the celestial fox. With a long cry, the golden rock in the sky also landed beside Yunxing. It folded its wings and respectfully bowed to Yunxing. In the celestial fox shrine, the statue of fox smoke stood at the side. The huge shadow of the statue shrouded Yunxing. What was going on with this kind of might that could make even the non-human demonic beasts fall for it? Behind her, there were 7 fox tails, which shocked everyone's eyes. 7 tails. It was actually 7 tails. 7 tails? She's a 7-tailed celestial fox? The celestial fox citizens were all in an uproar. They thought that the 6-tailed celestial fox Yushang was already a high and mighty existence. But now, a 7-tailed celestial fox had appeared. What's going on? Xianxia looked at Yunxing and Yushang. So what if she's a 7-tailed fox? Don't forget that this woman devoured the hearts of Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. She only became a 7-tailed fox by breaking the rules of the celestial fox people. Yushang wasn't confident in facing the 7-tailed Yunxing. She only had one method left, which was to accuse Yunxing of devouring hearts to obtain a chance to break through. Yushang, I can't believe you would say that. My cultivation level is because I absorbed this celestial fox inheritance pillar. As for who devoured the hearts, you can ask Yunshuang. Yunshuang glanced at Lu Yunshuang, who was standing nearby. She raised her hand and stabbed a hidden needle into Lu Yunshuang's throat. Lu Yunshuang felt a sweet taste in her throat and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The great witch doctor watched from the side, his old face darkening. Yunxing had dispelled her restriction with a single move. Where did this woman come from? She was surprised and delighted to see Yunxing. She had been blaming herself for not stopping Yushang from killing Yunxing that day in the ancient seal's eye. That's right. Yunxing didn't kill Hua Yanluo and Feng Lian. It was Qinyu who killed them. She devoured the hearts of her compatriots and obtained their celestial fox inheritance. The clan leader will know the truth if he comes forward to investigate. As soon as Lu Yunshuang could speak, Qinyu and Yushang's expressions changed. Qinyu, in particular, was so frightened that her expression changed drastically. No, I didn't kill them. The more Qinyu spoke, the more confused she became. Her panicked expression made it seem as if she was trying to hide something. Could the clan leader really see through her? Impossible. Xianxia also furrowed his brows and walked forward. Among the celestial fox people's celestial fox inheritance, Xianxia, there was a technique called the 1,000-mile fox eye that could see through the Bakra orcs. Xianxia's eyes changed. A pair of double pupils appeared in his eyes. Under the effect of the double pupils, Qinyu's celestial fox inheritance could not be seen at all. Xianxia looked at Qinyu again and found that she really did possess Hua Yanluo's Yama fox claw and Feng Lian's windblade inheritance. With this, the truth was revealed. Yushang, Qinyu, Hu Linglong, and the others had previously insisted that it was Yunxing who had devoured their hearts. Now, however, it seemed that Qinyu was the culprit. How dare you, Qinyu? How dare you, a mere mixed blood, devour the hearts of your compatriots? Do you know that this is a violation of the rules of the celestial fox people? You should be sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts as a celestial fox. Xianxia flew into a rage. His words undoubtedly told everyone that Qinyu was the culprit. Miss Yushang, save me. Qinyu placed her last hope on Yushang. Useless thing, Yushang cursed in her heart. Yushang had long seen through whether Qinyu had devoured the hearts or not. She had kept Qingyu alive because this woman still had some value. Who would have thought that she would be so useless? Patriarch, it seems that we have misunderstood Yunxing this time. This traitor dared to frame her compatriots. She has committed a heinous crime and should be executed. Yushang saw that there was no turning back. She moved and struck Qingyu's head with her palm. Qingyu cried out in agony and her body fell limply to the ground. Patriarch, she's dead. Great Witch Doctor came forward to take a look. Take her away. A traitor like her is a disgrace to our celestial fox tribe. Xianxia was also furious. He waved his hand and ordered people to drag Qingyu away. I say, old fox patriarch, we've found the culprit, but you seem to have forgotten something. Since our mistress isn't the culprit, and she has obtained the inheritance of the celestial fox tribe, and she's a seven-tailed celestial fox, she's the real winner of the celestial fox saintess competition. When Bobo saw that Qingyu was dead, and then looked at her master's majestic appearance, she pouted her little mouth and started to babble on the side. Yushang's face fell when she heard those words. Xianxia was also in a difficult position. Indeed, during the celestial fox saintess selection ceremony, Xianxia had said that the final saintess would be the person who obtained the highest celestial fox inheritance in the 8 desolate mountain range. Because Yushang, Qingyu, and Hu Linglan had insisted that it was Yunxing who had harmed her compatriots, that Yunxing had died in the 8 desolate mountain range, and that Yushang had brought back the 7-tailed celestial fox inheritance pillar, all the elders of the celestial fox tribe, including Xianxia, had agreed to let Yushang become the saintess of the celestial fox tribe. But now, the truth was out. Yunxing wasn't a traitor. She had also obtained the celestial fox inheritance. More importantly, she had become a 7-tailed celestial fox. When she had appeared in the celestial fox temple, the beast king roar she had displayed was indeed extraordinary. The saintess of the 7-tailed celestial fox tribe was second to none in the history of the celestial fox tribe. Nonsense. Who does she think she is? She's just a celestial fox bastard. Even her background is unclear. The first to object to Yunxing becoming the saintess wasn't Yushang, but Hu Linglang. Hu Linglang would rather Yushang become the celestial fox saintess than let Yunxing surpass her. Because once Yunxing became the celestial fox saintess, Lu would very likely agree to a marriage alliance with the celestial fox tribe. Her plan to marry Lu would be completely disrupted. Hu Linglang would never allow that to happen. That's right. Although this lady is a 7-tailed celestial fox, she is part of the human bloodline in her. Moreover, it's a human bloodline from the boundless world. The Great Witch Doctor of the celestial fox tribe walked forward and stared at Yunxing with her withered eyes. Boundless world, the 7-tailed celestial fox Yunxing actually possessed the bloodline of a human from the boundless world. The beasts of the 8 desolates continent all harbored a deep hatred for the boundless continent. Xing'er is not our enemy. Seeing that everyone was targeting Yunxing, Hu Rulan finally couldn't take it anymore. She rushed out of the crowd and walked towards Yunxing. Madame Rulan? Yunxing saw Hu Rulan and Lu. Lu looked at Yunxing with a gentle gaze. I can prove that this child is not a bad person. Her mother was the same as me, a 6-tailed celestial fox. We were born together in the Dutian blood realm. However, due to the heaven's will, her mother was separated from me and ended up in the boundless world. This child, like us, is celestial fox. She came to the 8 desolates continent to revive the celestial fox tribe. Hu Rulan had never spoken so much in front of the people of the heavenly fox tribe like she did today. Her words surprised her husband, Xianxia. He never knew that his wife, Hu Rulan, was such a persuasive person. Madam, I'm only here to send her ashes. I'm not here to revive. Yunxing was confused. When did she say that she was here to revive the celestial fox tribe? After Hu Rulan finished speaking, she grabbed Yunxing's hand tightly. She shook her head lightly, indicating that Yunxing did not need to explain further. Yunxing's current situation was very dangerous. Once the celestial fox people believed the Great Witch Doctor's words and believed that Yunxing was an enemy of the human race from the 8 desolates continent, the celestial fox people would gang up and attack her. Even the other beast races of the 8 desolates continent would chase after Yunxing. Hu Rulan had already lost her daughter. She would never allow her sister, Hu Jiuxing's daughter, to suffer the same fate. My dear master, promise her first. Bobo feels that there's something wrong with the Great Witch Doctor and Yushang. We have to stay in the Celestial Fox tribe for a while. Bobo also communicated with Yunxing through divine sense. Yunxing thought for a while and decided not to argue. Ruolin, is what you said true? She's your sister's daughter? Is she your niece? Hu Xianxia was also puzzled. Why did Yunxing look so similar to his useless daughter, Hu Sheng? Now that he put it that way, everything made sense. I dare to swear in the name of the Celestial Fox People's Long Fox Smoke that what I said is true. This child has no intention of harming the Celestial Fox tribe. Hu Ruolin's face was full of sincerity. After hearing Hu Ruolin's words, the Celestial Fox people became restless again. The elders of the Celestial Fox Elder Council also began to discuss spiritedly. Chief, we've already decided to let Yushang be the saintess. If Yunxing is added, won't the Celestial Fox tribe have 2 saintesses? A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. How can a tribe have 2 saintesses? If word of this gets out, the other Bakra orcs will laugh their heads off. Hu Linglong's father, Hu Qiansui, saw that the situation wasn't right and questioned from the side. The outside world already knew that today was the Celestial Fox Saintess coronation ceremony. But with Yunxing's ruckus, should the ceremony continue? That's right. Yushang is the best candidate for the Celestial Fox Saintess in terms of bloodline and talent. As for Yunxing, although she's a 7-tailed beast, she still has some human blood in her, the great shaman doctor spoke up. Hu Qianxiu hesitated. Chief Hu, if I may be so bold as to say something. The Celestial Fox Saintess doesn't win by bloodline. Since there are 2 candidates, why don't we have another competition? Green, the young chief of the 9 Phoenix tribe, stepped forward. Hu Qianxiu was taken aback by his words. Why do you say that, young chief? The written and combat tests are already over. What else can we do to choose a more suitable candidate? Hu Qianxiu was more inclined towards Yunxing. After all, if Yunxing became the saintess, she would have the support of the 9 Phoenix tribe. It's simple. The so-called saintess is the saintess supported by the Celestial Fox tribe. The Celestial Fox tribe has many capitals and tens of thousands of people. Why don't we send 2 saintesses to the other capitals? In the end, the one who wins the hearts of the people and obtains the most faith will be the true Celestial Fox Saintess. Green's words enlightened Hu Qianxiu. He was right. Since ancient times, the saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe had represented the Heavenly Fox tribe and participated in some important activities of the 8 wilderness beast clans. She had another duty, which was to go to the disaster areas or battlefields when the Heavenly Fox tribe was in a major disaster or war. She would encourage the warriors, comfort the victims, and collect the power of faith. In terms of strength, both Yunxing and Yuchang were qualified to be the saintess of the Heavenly Foxes. But if they didn't win the hearts of the people, they wouldn't be the true saintess. Alright, I've decided. 3 days later, the 2 candidates will go to the south and north of the Celestial Fox tribe respectively. Whoever can gather the most faith in the shortest time will become the true Celestial Fox Saintess. Hu Qianxiu's words startled Yunxing and Yushang. The reason why Yunxing was stunned was naturally because she did not know what the power of faith was. As for Yushang smiled seductively. Collecting the power of faith? This time, Yunxing was definitely no match for her. Yushang had been a saintess before, so she naturally knew about the so-called power of faith. However, Yunxing did not know about it. She had lived 2 lives. In her previous life, she was a doctor who was well-versed in both Chinese and Western medicine, but she was a classic atheist. In this life, Yunxing had heard of magic power, fighting aura in the boundless land, and the power of inheritance in the 8 desolates continent. However, she had never heard of the power of faith. What was the power of faith? As for how to obtain it, it was still an unknown to Yunxing. The final test to become the Celestial Fox Saintess was actually a test of the power of faith. However, Yunxing was soon relieved. As the saying went, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earthware. In any case, she would know about the power of faith once she embarked on her journey to the north. Due to Yunxing's appearance, the celestial fox sanctus ceremony had to be temporarily postponed. The next celestial fox sanctus ceremony would be held after Yunxing and Yushang completed their respective journeys to the south and north respectively. When that time came, the celestial fox tribe would welcome the true celestial fox sanctus. After the celestial fox ceremony came to an end, Lu Yunchuang and her human lover thanked Yunxing for saving their lives and returned to the inn to rest. As for Hu Rulan, she had a lot to say to Yunxing, but Yunxing was more worried about Popo and little Yingying's situation at the moment. Hu Rulan had no choice but to return to the celestial fox palace with Hu Xianxia. After returning to the inn, Yunxing inquired about Popo and little Yingying in detail. Only then did she know that during her absence, Popo had forcibly broken through and transformed into a human, and the power of the strange talisman in her body had disappeared. However, a portion of the strange talisman's power still remained in little Yingying's body. However, when Popo and little Yingying left the Lu mansion, they found a few bottles of medicine from Elder Lu that could last them for a few months. Although it can last for a few months, it's still a temporary solution. Unfortunately, Elder Lu was killed by Bobo. As for the Great Witch Doctor and Yushang, they will never tell us how to make the antidote. Yunxing burned those strange talismans with the fire of Divine Lotus, but she deliberately kept some of the ashes of the talismans. As for those mysterious potions, Yunxing couldn't find the formula. After taking out the ashes, Yunxing looked at them carefully and found that the strange talismans had been burned to ashes. However, there were still some glittering golden runes on the strange talismans. Those runes weren't written with ordinary ink or cinnabar. Instead, they were condensed from some kind of power. If he didn't guess wrong, the source of the strange talisman's power was this mysterious power. It was also this power that had poisoned Popo and little Yingying. Dear Master, Bobo suddenly realized that these powers are somewhat familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen them before. Seeing those strange talismans, Bobo felt a headache. She also felt strange. Who and what kind of power could hurt her universe god-beast body? Bobo, since you don't know, maybe you can ask Mingri. Aren't you two fellow apprentices? If you don't remember, maybe he can remember? Yunxing thought about it. Bobo was still too young. Her current appearance was at most that of a 6 or 7-year-old human child. Although Mingri was cold, at least he looked more reliable. Perhaps he would know something. As long as she could find the source of this mysterious power, she was sure that she could completely cure the poison in little Yingying. Then, Bobo wouldn't have to be so cautious when she encountered those strange talismans next time. When Bobo heard that she wanted to summon Mingri, she was reluctant. She pouted her cute little mouth, looking very cute. Mingri would definitely laugh at her if he saw her 6 or 7-year-old appearance. However, it was related to little Yingying's safety. Bobo had to do it even if she was reluctant. Bobo unwillingly took out the jade that Mingri had given her and tried to summon Mingri. But this time, Bobo called several times, but Mingri didn't respond. Mingri doesn't seem to be in the underworld. Bobo didn't see Mingri's iceberg face and felt a little disappointed. She shook her head and got rid of the strange thoughts in her mind. She wouldn't admit that she missed Mingri a little. Bobo's jade was given to her by Mingri. It was the link between the two of them. As long as Mingri was in the underworld or the human world, he could immediately feel Bobo's call. But if Mingri wasn't in these two places, then she couldn't feel it. So, Mingri shouldn't be in the human world or the underworld. Bobo secretly thought, bad Mingri, as a universe god of the underworld, he actually left his post without permission. Humph, when she becomes an official universe god in the future, she must report to Mother God. It's a pity that we can't find Mingri. We can only temporarily suppress the poison in little Yingying's body with potions. But Bobo, you have the body of a universe god. It's reasonable to say that only one kind of power can hurt you, and that is the power of God. Only the power of God can hurt the body of a universe god. Yunxing pondered. Hey, dear master, do you mean that there is a god behind the Great Witch Doctor? Bobo tilted her small head and thought for a while. She also felt that Yunxing's words were reasonable. But, it should be just my random guess. The human world and the underworld should only have their own universe gods, right? Yunxing couldn't help but feel funny for her overthinking. If there were other gods in the human world, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Gods were not ordinary mythological beasts, martial gods, or magic gods. They were real gods. According to the four totem mythological beasts Vermilion Bird, once one became a god, he must embark on the path of gods and go to the god world. Yes, the human world and the underworld are very special places. The only god here is the universe god. Although Bobo is just a universe god, there is only one god in the human world. Bobo's pink little head was held high, like a proud little peacock. She was the only universe god in the human world, chosen by the mother goddess. There would not be other gods in the human world. Dear Master must be overthinking. As long as a part of her Bobo energy recovered, she should be able to find the mastermind behind the strange talisman very soon. At that time, she would definitely banish that person to the darkest corner of the human world, so that he or she would never be able to beg for death. Well, let's tidy up and go to the north of the celestial fox tribe. Yunxing looked at Bobo's angry face and patted her little head. Dear Master, don't worry. With Bobo, you will be able to collect a lot of faith power. North, Master and Bobo are coming. Bobo's little face was full of joy. The deity realm was a corner of the deity realm governed by the four cardinal supreme gods. It was an empty starry sky, and above the starry sky floated a throne. The four cardinal god was nowhere to be seen in front of the illusory four cardinal god. There was only a golden star in the void that shone with a gentle light. Mingri stood in front of the four cardinal gods. Because he was in the god realm, Mingri didn't know that Popo had just summoned him. Mother Goddess, Bobo has just evolved into a human form not too long ago. Shouldn't we let her return to her position as a world deity so that she can grow faster? Mingri, the Mother Goddess wanted to summon you to tell you this. From now on, you don't have to worry about Bobo anymore. A gentle and pleasant voice came from the golden star. The nether sun was slightly surprised. Supreme Divinity Four Cardinal Directions was his and Popo's Mother Goddess. She had raised the two of them, and she loved Popo the most. It wasn't easy for him to find Bobo. Why did the Mother Goddess say that from now on, he shouldn't care about Bobo? What she meant was that he shouldn't interfere with Bobo's matters. Mother Goddess, why? Although she was not able to take office on time due to her mistake, she was still a world deity of the mortal realm. The mortal realm had been empty for thousands of years without a world deity. This is very detrimental to the stability of the mortal realm. Mingri could sense that a crisis was brewing in the mortal realm. Mingri, Bobo has made a big mistake. We've been trying to cover for her all these years. However, she still made a mistake. The supreme gods of the god world have already chosen a new world god candidate, for cardinal god's side. Although Popo was cowardly and useless, she was still the main god she doted on the most. For thousands of years, four cardinal gods had been searching for Bobo's whereabouts, but the human realm could not be without a master. A new world deity had been chosen, and if Bobo did not live up to expectations, she could only be abandoned. Mother Goddess, could it be that Bobo cannot become a world deity? Wouldn't she become an abandoned god? Her current situation is too dangerous. Mingri's heart trembled. This news was too sudden. Originally, he thought that Bobo would be one step closer to the position of world god after becoming a human. However, Mother Goddess said that there was already a new world god candidate in the human realm. There were rules in the deity world. Deities could not easily travel to other worlds, especially the mortal world and the underworld. Only world deities from the human world and the underworld deities could travel between the three worlds under special circumstances. Otherwise, they would break the rules and be punished by the deity. If Bobo could not become a world deity, she would become an abandoned god. Such gods could not return to the god world. They could only exist in the mortal world like ghosts. What was even worse was that the abandoned gods would become the pursuers of all sorts of magical beasts and humans due to their divine bodies and divine bloodlines. This was because as long as they devoured the divine bodies and divine bloodlines, they would be able to obtain a portion of divine power. This would give them a chance to open the path to becoming a true god. If what the Mother Goddess said was true, then Popo's situation would be very dangerous. No, I'm just saying that she can't directly become a world deity, but that doesn't mean that she's completely disqualified. When the other supreme gods proposed the candidates for the new world deity, I tried my best to fight for Popo. Without the help of divine power, if she can rely on her own ability to win the support of the mortal world, she can still become a world deity. Mingri immediately understood the meaning of Supreme God 4 directions. Both Popo and the new world deity candidate were candidates for the world deity in the human world. As for who could become a true world deity in the human world, it would depend on their own abilities. This was the world deity between deities. Mother God, who is the new universe God candidate? Mingri knew that he couldn't fight for Bo anymore since things had come to such a stage. The deity world was different from the mortal world. Although there was no classification of magicians and warriors, there were different levels. In the deity world, the Master God was the most basic god. Above that were the Supreme Gods and God Emperors. Supreme God 4 directions was a Supreme God. Mingri and Popo were originally Master Gods. They took orders from their respective Mother Goddess. Supreme God 4 directions was born in the ancient Chaos era. She had strong divine power and a merciful heart. She had a noble status in the deity world. But other than her, there were other Supreme Gods. When Supreme God 4 directions rejected the opinions of the masses and selected Popo as the world deity in the human world, many Supreme Gods expressed their dissatisfaction. They all thought that Popo did not have strong divine power nor outstanding intelligence. She was not qualified to be the world deity in the human world. It was Supreme God 4 directions who argued for Popo to retain her identity as the world deity in the human world. Who knew that when Popo took office, she encountered the most chaotic period in the history of the human world. Since the bloody battle between the 8 wastelands and the 8 wastelands of the 8 wastelands had stirred the mortal world into chaos, Bo, as a universe god in the mortal world, was also affected by the battle and her whereabouts were unknown. This matter had always been regarded as a joke in the deity world. They thought that Popo, as a god, could not even rule the ant-like human clan and the beast clan. Her identity as the world deity in the human world became the most controversial matter in the deity world. The new candidate is the young clan leader of the Shi clan, one of the ancient sacred clans. Supreme God 4 directions said helplessly when he mentioned the name. What? The young clan leader of the Shi clan? Mother God, this person has always been infamous in the deity clan. The deity clan he belongs to is one of the 100 clans in the deity world. Popo has no chance of winning against him. Although Mingri was already mentally prepared, he did not expect that the other supreme gods would choose such a strong competitor. The ancient sacred clans were one of the deity clans that founded the deity world. The 100 clans in the deity world were very powerful in the deity world. Many supreme gods in the deity world had good relations with the Shi clan. As for the young clan leader of the Shi clan, he was even more infamous. His divine power was very strong. If Mingri fought with him, he might not be able to win 100% of the battle, let alone Popo who had just recovered part of her divine power. Mingri, you should believe in Popo. As a world deity, she has more than just divine power. You and I have spoiled her too much in the past. That girl has been muddle-headed for thousands of years. It is time for her to wake up. Moreover, Popo's life is filled with misfortune and misfortune. She has a lucky star in her life. Supreme God 4 directions voice became stern. Destined benefactor. Mingri thought of Bobo, who was in the human world, and Bobo's owner, Yun Xing. Could it be that woman was Bobo's destined benefactor? Forget it, Popo's matter ends here. Remember, you can't get involved in the battle between Popo and the Shi clan. Otherwise, it will only bring more trouble to Popo. After Supreme God 4 directions finished speaking, the golden starlight disappeared. In the 4 directions divine palace, there was only an illusory starry sky left. Mingri stood quietly in the 4 directions divine palace for a moment. His eyes were unusually serious. Inside the celestial fox palace, Xianxia questioned Hu Rulan. Is that woman really your niece? You're clearly an orphan, where did your niece come from? Xianxia didn't question Hu Rulan at the celestial fox temple, but once he returned to the celestial fox palace, he couldn't hold back and started interrogating her. Is it important whether she is or not? Xianxia, you've never cared about the life and death of me and my daughter. To you, there's only the difference between having value and not. Hu Rulan's heart towards Xianxia had long been dead in the past few months. Her return to the Celestial Fox Palace was only a temporary measure. Humph, you better hope that woman can really be qualified to be the saintess of the Celestial Fox and marry Green as soon as possible. Otherwise, you two will see. Xianxia flicked his sleeves and left angrily. As soon as Xianxia left, Rulan couldn't help but take out her daughter Xing's ashes. Xinger, don't worry. You always wanted to help the Celestial Fox tribe and restore the prestige of the Celestial Fox tribe. Mother will do everything to help you fulfill your last wish. Xing is a very good girl. Mother also hopes that she can be elected as the saintess. I hope that you approve of everything that Mother has done. Rulan placed Xing's ashes in the room. She pondered for a moment and finally made up her mind to write a letter to Xing. Hearing that Rulan sent a letter, Xing was a little surprised. She opened the letter and read it. In the letter, Rulan wanted to invite Xing to the Celestial Fox Palace for a chat. After Xing returned from the 8 desolate mountain range, she didn't have a chance to talk to Rulan. However, judging from the situation in the Celestial Fox Shrine, Rulan's situation was much better than when she had first met her. Rulan should have accepted the fact that Xing had passed away. I don't know why Madame Rulan has invited me, but I'll still make a trip to the Celestial Fox Palace. Xing went to the Celestial Fox Palace and found Rulan. Although Rulan had seen Xing several times, she was still dazed for a while when she saw Xing again. Madame Rulan? Xing felt a little awkward being stared at by Madame Rulan. I'm sorry, I was rude. Xing, do you mind if I call you Xinger? Rulan wiped the corners of her eyes. Her voice was choked with sobs. When she saw Xing, she thought of her daughter. However, Xing was Xing, and her daughter, Xing, was Xing. Both of them were unique to their respective relatives. Madame Rulan, you don't have to be so polite. My mother calls me Xinger. After Xing arrived at the 8 desolate continent, she missed her father and mother who were far away in the boundless continent. When she saw Rulan, she felt very close to her. Rulan and Xing were the same. Although they were timid and weak, there was a sense of tenacity in their bones. Madame Rulan, I've always wanted to ask you something. Are you and my mother really sisters? Xing was still very concerned about what Rulan said at the Celestial Fox Shrine. In that case, Rulan was her second aunt, and Xing was her cousin. That's right. You're wearing this ring on your finger, right? Rulan took out a ring. When Xing saw the ring, she was stunned. The simple and unadorned ring on Rulan's finger was exactly the same as the beast language ring on her finger. Why are there 2 beast language rings? The beast language ring that Jiaoxing had left for Xing was of great significance to Xing. It was her who had allowed Xing to possess Bo. It was also her who had allowed Xing to become a summoner. All along, Xing had thought that the beast language ring was unique. She did not expect Rulan to have a beast language ring as well. I was right. I had this ring when I was born. It should be the same for your mother's ring. Rulan looked at the beast language ring and sighed with emotion. They had the same birth, the same bloodline, and the same ring. However, Rulan and Xing's mother's fates were completely different. The daughter that they gave birth to had completely different personalities. Although Rulan had never met Jiaoxing, just by looking at Xing, she believed that Xing's mother must be a strong, beautiful, and powerful woman like Xing. Rulan could not help but feel envious. No, your beast language ring is a little different from mine. My beast language ring is a storage ring and a summoning ring at the same time. Xing took over Rulan's beast language ring. After a round of inspection, Xing discovered the difference between the 2 rings. It seemed that Jiaoxing's beast language ring had a much more powerful function. However, just as Xing was inspecting the beast language ring, her hand suddenly shook. She felt a weak force from the beast language ring entering her mind. Xing recognized that force immediately. That was the power of inheritance. Why would there be power of inheritance in the beast language ring? Before Xing could think about it carefully, a voice automatically flashed in her mind. That voice seemed familiar, but it also seemed very unfamiliar. Celestial Fox Inheritance, Beast Language Ring. Hu Rulan's beast language ring actually contained a celestial fox inheritance. Yunxing had unknowingly obtained her 7th celestial fox inheritance. Seeing Yunxing holding the beast language ring without moving for a long time, Hu Rulan was a little puzzled. Sheng are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so pale? Hu Rulan looked worried. Madam Rulan, I'm fine. About this beast language ring, have you used it before? Yunxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had picked up a random ring and learned a celestial fox inheritance. She really did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a storage ring. My daughter, Hu Xing, used it for a few years, but later on, for some reason, she returned the ring to me. Hu Rulan did not know that there was a celestial fox inheritance hidden in the beast language ring. Hu Xing used it before. Then this celestial fox inheritance was Hu Xing again. Yunxing suddenly felt that although Hu Xing did not have any ability, she seemed to have arranged everything in secret. In the end, a small matter of giving away the ashes of the deceased's parents had caused her to be in deep trouble. She had really fallen into Hu Xing's trap. Although Yunxing had doubts in her heart, she didn't tell Hu Rulan about it. She did not want Hu Rulan to be reminded of other sad things. Since Hu Xing has used the beast language ring before, madam, you should keep it first. If there's a chance in the future, perhaps you can bring the beast language ring to the boundless land and look for my mother. I believe she will be very happy to see you. When Yunxing entered the Celestial Fox Palace, she felt that this magnificent palace was like a prison to Hu Rulan and Hu Xing. Go to the boundless land? Can I really go? Hu Rulan widened her melancholic eyes. Of course you can. I promise you that I will send you to the boundless land after this matter is settled. Yunxing comforted Hu Rulan. After hearing Yunxing's words, Hu Rulan's heart was filled with warmth. Ever since her daughter's death, she hadn't felt this kind of care from someone for a long time. Yunxing was sincerely thinking for her. Sheng thank you. It's just that I can't leave the Celestial Fox Palace. Let's not talk about this anymore. I called you here today because I want to pass on my one and only Celestial Fox inheritance to you. Hu Rulan called Yunxing over not only to ask about Yunxing and her mother, but also to pass on her one and only inheritance, Dream Prediction, to Yunxing. Celestial Fox Inheritance, Dream Prediction? Yunxing didn't expect that Hu Rulan would pass on her one and only Celestial Fox inheritance. Hu Rulan told Yunxing that Dream Prediction was a very special Celestial Fox inheritance. In the Celestial Fox tribe, other than Hu Rulan, no one else knew Dream Prediction. After learning Dream Prediction, one would be able to predict what might happen in the future through dreams. One would also be able to see the person one wanted to see through dreams. Hu Rulan also told Yunxing that she was able to meet Yunxing in the Celestial Fox Temple because of the guidance of Dream Prediction. What a magical Celestial Fox inheritance. However, it's a pity that I already have 7 Celestial Fox inheritances. I won't be able to learn this new inheritance for the time being. Yunxing secretly felt that it was a pity. Although Dream Prediction didn't have any actual offensive or defensive abilities, the mysterious ability to foresee was very magical. After Yunxing came to the 8 Desolates mainland, she had always wanted to find Yi Baiming. According to their agreement in the underworld, they should have met long ago. However, for some reason, there was no news of Yi Baiming. Yunxing also tried to find out, but there was no news at all. If she could learn foresight, she might have a chance to find Night Fox. However, Yunxing already had the Celestial Fox's Coil, Yama's Fox Claw, Golden Puppet Eyes, Traceless Fox, Beast King's Roar, and the 8-tailed Celestial Fox inheritance that she had yet to fully learn. In addition, she had just obtained the Celestial Fox inheritance Beast Language from the other Beast Language ring. With that, Yunxing already had 6 Heavenly Fox inheritances that she had learned and 1 Heavenly Fox inheritance that she had yet to learn. In other words, she had 7 inheritances. This meant that Yunxing had already reached the maximum number of inheritances that she could learn in her 7-tailed state. At the thought of this, Yunxing muttered in her heart. Since when did the inheritance of Celestial Fox become so cheap? It was like cabbages that could be found everywhere. Although Yunxing's talent was shocking, she was still limited by the Celestial Fox bloodline. According to the Celestial Fox tribe saying, the number of foxtails determined the number of inheritances one could learn. Unless Yunxing broke through the 8-tailed celestial fox, only then could she learn the 8th inheritance that Hu Rulan mentioned, foresight. You mean? You already have 6 inheritances? You still have one that you haven't finished learning? How is that possible? Hu Rulan's face was filled with shock. Although she knew that Yunxing was a 7-tailed celestial fox and that her talent was much better than her daughter, Hu Xing, she actually had 6 or 7 celestial fox inheritances at such a young age. The rest of the celestial fox tribe, including Hu Xianxia, probably did not know about this matter. Yunxing laughed awkwardly. If that's the case, then there's no other way. However, I can first copy down the dream predictor transcription. When you break through one day, perhaps it will come in handy. After Hu Rulan finished speaking, she wrote it down seriously. However, Yunxing and Hu Rulan both understood that Yunxing wanting to break through to the 8-tailed level wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. After all, even the current chief of the celestial fox people, Hu Xianxia, was only a 7-tailed celestial fox. In the history of the celestial fox tribe, the first celestial fox people, Hu Yan, was only an 8-tailed celestial fox. After telling Yunxing the foresight dream cultivation method, Hu Rulan carefully instructed her again. Xing, you have to depart to the north of the celestial fox tribe in the next few days. The north of the celestial fox tribe isn't as remote as Hu City. Furthermore, there are beasts from other tribes roaming around. The people of the celestial fox tribe there are also living in poverty. Remember, you must be careful along the way. Hu Rulan was like a kind mother, repeatedly reminding her daughter who was about to go on a long journey. Rest assured, Madame Rulan. That's right, Madame Rulan. Do you know that in the history of the celestial fox tribe, there was a celestial fox saintess called Hu Yushang? After Yunxing found out about Yushang's true identity, she had always been suspicious. Hu Yushang? I seem to have heard of this name before. She seems to be the first saintess in the history of the celestial fox tribe. She was from the same era as the great chief of the celestial fox tribe, Hu Yan. However, she disappeared without a trace later on. Hu Rulan had some impression of this name because of the appearance of the jade garment of Yudu. It's nothing, I was just casually asking. Madame Rulan, let's meet again another day. After Yunxing bade farewell to Hu Rulan, she prepared to stand up and leave the celestial fox palace. Just as she walked to the entrance of the palace, she saw the young chief of the 9 Yuan tribe, Green, waiting at the side. After the incident at the celestial fox shrine, Green was invited by Hu Xianxia to temporarily stay at the celestial fox palace. For the past few days, he had been looking for Yunxing, but he didn't know what reason to look for her. Today, when he heard that Yunxing had entered the palace, he had been waiting outside. When Green saw Yunxing, his face suspiciously turned red. Young Chief Yunxing, thank you for taking care of Madame Rulan for me. When Yunxing saw Green, she nodded. Before the incident at the 8 Desolates mountain range, she had entrusted Green to take care of Hu Rulan. After the incident, Green had temporarily taken Hu Rulan away. For this, Yunxing was still very grateful. Miss Yun, you don't have to be so polite. Green looked at Yunxing's delicate face, his mouth not listening to his commands. He fixed his gaze on Yunxing. After not seeing her for a few months, Yunxing had become even more beautiful. She, who was already a celestial fox with 7 tails, was like a rose in spring. Her skin was as white as jade, graceful and graceful. Just by standing there, she was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Green felt his heartbeat quicken a little. Young Chief, I'm actually very curious. Have we met somewhere before? Seeing Green's strange expression, Yunxing suddenly leaned forward and stared at Green's face carefully. Green's entire face was flushed red. When Yunxing suddenly came so close, he could smell the unique fragrance of herbs from her body. Her black eyes, almost transparent skin, and plump lips were a fatal temptation to Green. We met in the Dutian blood realm. We stayed in the cave together for a night. Green's breathing was unbearably tight. Oh, I remember now. You're that little boy who looks easy to bully. Yunxing finally remembered. However, Green didn't look like a handsome guy at that time. At that time, Green was like a bun that people couldn't help but want to bully. A little boy who looks easy to bully. Green's gaze couldn't help but change. It seemed that Xianxia had always seen him as a target to bully. But if it was Xianxia, he would accept it even if he was bullied for the rest of his life. Green's eyes flickered. Xianxia, you'll be heading to the north of the Heavenly Fox tribe tomorrow. I hope to hear good news from you. Lu's lips curled into a smile. Thank you for your kind words, young chief. I'll take my leave now. Xianxia nodded and was about to leave. Big Brother Green, what are you doing over there? Behind them, a rude and unreasonable voice suddenly interrupted. Hu Linglong ran over angrily. She heard that Green was living in the Celestial Fox Palace these days, so she had been looking for various excuses to go to the palace, but Green always refused to see her. She finally met Green today, but she didn't expect that the damn Celestial Fox bastard was also there. Just now, she saw Xianxia and Green standing very close to each other from afar. When she looked again, she saw that Green's face was also red. Hu Linglong had known Green for so long, but she had never seen Green with such an expression. He looked at Xianxia tenderly, as if no one else could enter his eyes. At the thought that Xianxia would marry Green if she became the saintess, Hu Linglong's heart was filled with jealousy. Hu Linglong, I don't think I need to explain what we're doing to you. Xianxia hadn't settled the score with Hu Linglong for framing her with Yushang last time. You're a mixed-blood bastard. Don't think you're invincible just because you're lucky. Let me tell you, a bastard like you will never become the Celestial Fox Saintess. Don't even think about coveting Brother Green. He's mine. As Hu Linglong spoke, she hugged Green's hand. Green's eyes turned cold, and he jerked his hand back. He glanced at Xianxia, afraid that she would misunderstand. Hu Linglong, what nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with you. Lu and Hu Linglong were in a deadlock. Xianxia looked at the two of them. She already had enough things to worry about. She was too lazy to participate in any triangular relationship. Young patriarch, I'll take my leave first. Hu Linglong, the saintess of Celestial Fox, I must have her. Xianxia swaggered off after saying that. Hu Linglong, if you dare to spout nonsense in front of Xianxia again, don't blame me for being rude. Green was also very angry. Hu Linglong, this woman, kept pestering him again and again. He was already very annoyed. Big Brother Green, you clearly know that I like you. Are you doing this for Xianxia? What was so good about her? She's just a mixed blood. She's not worthy of you. Hu Linglong was furious. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. I like Xianxia, no matter who she is, whether she is a celestial fox or a human. I won't marry anyone but her in this lifetime. Green's words made Hu Linglong's heart turn cold. It's impossible between you and her. Just wait and see. As long as I, Hu Linglong, am here, Xianxia will never become the saintess of Celestial Fox. Hu Linglong stomped her feet and ran out of the Celestial Fox Palace in anger. Damn Xianxia. Her appearance had ruined Hu Linglong's entire plan. She had lost the position of the saintess of Celestial Fox. She had also lost Green. Green was completely devoted to that woman. After leaving the Celestial Fox Palace, Green's words kept echoing in Hu Linglong's mind. No matter what, she couldn't let Xianxia have her way. Hu Linglong ran all the way to the Witch Doctor Tower. She had to find Yushang. When she agreed to cooperate with Yushang, Yushang had personally promised to help her get Green. Yushang, get out here. Hu Linglong was still a little afraid of the Witch Doctor Tower. But now, Green's words had gotten to her head. She didn't care about the rumors about the Witch Doctor Tower and rushed out of the Witch Doctor Tower. Hu Linglong only found out a few months ago that Yushang had the support of the Great Witch Doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe. What are you shouting for, Hu Linglong? The Great Witch Doctor's aged voice suddenly appeared behind Hu Linglong, giving her a fright. Great Witch Doctor, I'm here for Yushang. She promised me that as long as I cooperate with her, she will help me get Green after she becomes the saintess of Celestial Fox. She will make Green loyal to me. But now that Xianxia is back, Green still ignores me. Hu Linglong couldn't help but feel short of breath when facing the Great Witch Doctor. But when she thought about how Yunxing was being intimate with Green while she was being ignored by Green, she mustered up her courage. Lady Yushang hasn't become the saintess yet. If you want to blame someone, blame that Yunxing. The great witch doctor glanced at Hu Linglong. This stupid purebred celestial fox was really hot-tempered. If her demands weren't met, she would probably make a fuss everywhere. Then let Yushang find a way to kill that celestial fox bastard. She's just a mixed-blood bastard. How dare she become the saintess of celestial fox? Hu Linglong gnashed her teeth. I have a way to help you get rid of Yunxing so that she can't become the saintess. But I need your cooperation. The great witch doctor's voice was as seductive as a viper's. What is it? As long as it can prevent that Yunxing from becoming the saintess, I'm willing to do anything. Hu Linglong couldn't help but ask. You know that in a day, Lady Yushang and Yunxing will go to the south and north to collect the power of faith. If another Yunxing appears in the north at this time, and that Yunxing is doing evil everywhere, what do you think will happen? The great witch doctor's words made Hu Linglong happy. If there was another Yunxing, as long as she did all kinds of bad things in the local area, the local heavenly fox people would naturally not support her, let alone the power of faith. But where can I find a woman who looks exactly like Yunxing? That damned Husheng looks a lot like her, but Husheng died a long time ago. Hu Linglong gritted her teeth. Linglong, you look a little like Yunxing. Here's a divine talisman. Take it back, burn it to ashes, and drink it. Then, imagine Yunxing's appearance, and you'll look exactly like her. Then, you can pretend to be Yunxing and do whatever you want. The great witch doctor took out a mysterious black talisman as he spoke. The talisman was very similar to the one that little Ying and baby Bo had been afraid of. Hu Linglong looked at the talisman, still a little hesitant. After all, she had heard from her father, Hu Qiansui, that the great witch doctor wasn't an easy person to get along with. She always felt that the great witch doctor and Yushang were strange. Every time she saw them, she felt a chill run down her spine. However, when she thought of Green's cold words, the last trace of hesitation in her heart disappeared. She took the talisman and immediately left the witch doctor tower. Stupid woman, before your body is devoured by the power of God, you can be of some help. The great witch doctor sneered, a dark light flashing in her eyes. Grand Shaman returned to the witch doctor tower. Yushang was in seclusion on the top floor. She was making her final preparations before leaving Hu City for the south. Yushang had learned of Hu Linglong's intrusion, but she didn't want to deal with that stupid woman, so she sent Grand Shaman to deal with Hu Linglong. However, Yushang didn't know what Grand Shaman's orders were. On the top floor of the witch doctor tower, Yushang's expression darkened. She'd been in seclusion for several days, but she hadn't made any progress. Both of them had received the seven-tailed celestial fox's inheritance, but why couldn't she comprehend it and become a seven-tailed celestial fox, the celestial fox's inheritance pillar she'd obtained from the ancient seal was still standing in front of Yushang. 2 months had passed, but Yushang still hadn't fully comprehended the seven-tailed celestial fox's inheritance. This was why she'd become more and more irritable over the past few days. Ever since Yunxing had disrupted her plans at the celestial fox shrine, Yushang's mind had been in a mess. That damned Yunxing. Not only had she survived, but she'd also profited from her misfortune. She'd obtained the Beast King's roar from the ancient seal and broken through to become a seven-tailed celestial fox. 7 tails. How could an ordinary hybrid possess the bloodline of the 7 tails? Why was Yunxing able to learn the Beast King's roar in 2 months, but she hadn't comprehended her 7-tailed inheritance? Lady Yushang, I've sent Hu Linglong away. Grand Shaman bowed. You've been frustrated for several days. You'll be leaving for the south tomorrow, so please stay calm. How can I stay calm? That mixed blood's talent is too monstrous. I can't lose to her, Yushang said, then her gaze fell on a corner. Someone was curled up in the corner. That person was the celestial fox, Qingyu, who'd been killed by Yushang. That day, in the celestial fox shrine, in order to hide her collusion with Qingyu, Yushang had acted first and killed Qingyu. However, Qingyu was still useful to Yushang, so she and the great shaman doctor were able to fool the other celestial fox tribesmen. After that, the great witch doctor brought Qingyu back to the witch doctor tower. After Qingyu was brought back, she was terrified. She didn't know what Yushang would do to her. Yushang was a vicious and temperamental person. What was even more terrifying was that she was actually the first celestial fox saintess of the celestial fox tribe. Qingyu felt her scalp go numb when she thought about how Yushang had been resurrected. Qingyu, let me ask you, did you really devour Huayan Luo and Feng Lian's hearts? Yushang stared at her with a gaze that made Qingyu tremble in fear. Yes. Yes, Lady Yushang. Qingyu wouldn't dare do it again. I only did it because I was possessed for a moment. Qingyu didn't dare act presumptuously in front of Yushang and the great shaman doctor. Haha, then tell me, if I devour your heart, will my strength increase greatly? After all, Yushang was someone who had died once. She was shockingly bold. Originally, she wasn't willing to do something like devouring the hearts of her tribesmen. However, Yunxing's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there was a little loli of unknown origin beside her. With the two of them added together, the pressure on Yushang multiplied. Lady Yushang, please spare me. Qingyu doesn't know, I don't know anything. Qingyu watched as Yushang approached her step by step. She suddenly realized that Yushang had saved her life because she wanted to devour her heart. However, it was all too late. When Yushang's claws pierced Qingyu's chest, there was only regret left on Qingyu's face. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have. This was all retribution. Yushang's fox claws searched Qingyu's chest. There was a series of disgusting sounds of flesh and blood. After a short while, 3 hearts appeared in Yushang's hand. Haha, they really are 3 hearts filled with energy. Yushang let out a bone-chilling laugh. She opened her mouth and swallowed all 3 celestial fox candidate hearts. When the taste of blood filled her mouth, Yushang felt a terrifying power fill her body. Her entire body trembled, and her eyes turned scarlet. Is this the power obtained after devouring hearts? Boundless power. Yushang extended her hand, and the heavenly fox inheritance pillar that had been stuck in the ground all this time suddenly flew into her hand. As the terrifying power flowed through Yushang's body, the power of inheritance from the celestial fox pillar of inheritance poured into Yushang's body. Her face constantly changed under the influence of the power of inheritance and the power of the heart. On the 3rd day after the saintess ceremony, Yunxing and Yushang received Xianxia's notice and headed to the celestial fox shrine. The two of you shoulder the heavy burden of being the celestial fox saintesses. Recently, there have been some incidents in the north and south of the celestial fox tribe. The local celestial fox people are very uneasy. I hope the two of you can hurry to the area and help me and the council of elders calm the people and restore their confidence, Xianxia said as he took out 2 celestial fox statues and handed them to Yunxing and Yushang. These 2 are statues of faith. In the coming days, Xianxia said. This thing is used to collect the power of faith? Yunxing looked at the celestial fox statue in her hand. It was a celestial fox statue made of an unknown material. It looked very similar to the celestial fox statue in the celestial fox shrine, except that it was much smaller. Yes, the statues of faith are the most fundamental things of the 8 Desolation tribe. They are incomparably precious. Take the statues and head to the north and south of the celestial fox tribe. Whoever can collect the most power of faith will be the winner. On the other hand, if you don't receive the support of the people along the way, the statues of faith will shatter, Xianxia said seriously. This thing can shatter? Yunxing looked at the statue in her hand suspiciously. I've said all that needs to be said. Please leave as soon as possible. Xianxia looked at Yunxing and Yushang. He also wanted to know who would become the saintess of the celestial fox tribe in the end. Yushang will not disappoint the tribe leader. Yushang bowed. I'll do my best. Yunxing didn't know how to collect the power of faith, so she could only reluctantly accept this little thing. The two of them walked out of the celestial fox shrine together. Yunxing, let me tell you, you can't beat me. Yushang suddenly called out to Yunxing. I'll return those words to you. Yushang, you hit me a total of 109 times in the ancient seal. I'll return them all to you. Yunxing sneered. Don't be so smug. Don't think that you're the only one with a 7-tailed celestial fox. I won't lose this competition. Yushang sneered. She suddenly released the power of the heavenly fox in her body, and 7 fox tails grew out from her back. Yushang had also become a 7-tailed celestial fox. Yushang had thought that Yunxing would be shocked when she revealed her 7 tails. Unexpectedly, Yunxing did not even bat an eyelid. She brushed past Yushang, leaving Yushang standing there in a daze. That woman dared to ignore her. Yushang ground her teeth in anger. Yunxing, just you wait. Dearest master, has that old witch turned into a 7-tailed beast too? Bobo and little Ying were waiting for Yunxing outside the celestial fox palace. As soon as she saw Yunxing, Bobo ran up to her. Although Bobo had turned into a human, her habits were no different from when she was in her sheep form. When she saw Yunxing, she could not stop herself from snuggling into Yunxing's arms. However, she soon realized that she could no longer snuggle into her dearest master's arms and act coquettishly like before. Bobo could only use her chubby hands to hug Yunxing's arm and refused to let go. Yes, but her 7-tailed beast appearance is a little strange. Yunxing's 5 senses were sharp. She noticed that although Yushang had turned into a 7-tailed beast, her aura had become very murky. That aura was somewhat similar to Qin Yu's from before. No matter how many tails she turns into, she's no match for dearest master. On our trip to the south, we'll make that old witch piss her pants in defeat. Bobo looked like a cute little girl, but the words that came out of her mouth were not cute at all. Boss Pingyu is ready. The 3 of us can head to the south together when the time comes. However, before we depart, I have to see someone. The person Yunxing wanted to see was Lu Yunchuang. Yunxing had previously promised that as long as she became the saintess of Celestial Fox, she would help Lu Yunchuang change her physique. Although she had not become the saintess yet, Lu Yunchuang had indeed helped her a lot along the way. Yunxing arrived at the inn where Lu Yunchuang and the others were staying. Lu Yunchuang's injuries were almost healed. After this experience, Lu Yunchuang might not have been able to obtain Celestial Fox's inheritance, but her feelings for her human lover had deepened. This was a significant gain for Lu Yunchuang. Honorable Saintess, thank you so much this time. As soon as Yunxing arrived at the inn, the people who were saved by Yunxing surrounded her. The status of these humans in the Celestial Fox tribal nation was very low. If it were not for Yunxing, they would have been sacrificed in the enthronement ceremony of the Celestial Fox Saintess. Everyone, I'm not the Saintess yet. Yunxing was still unable to cope with such a situation. You are the Celestial Fox Saintess in our hearts. We can only survive in the Celestial Fox tribal nation with a benevolent Saintess like you. Honorable Saintess, you must become the Saintess. The humans were full of hope and looked at Yunxing with earnest eyes. Yunxing, they're right. Becoming the Celestial Fox Saintess and helping the human race and half-beast people reverse the suppressive fate is everyone's common hope. Lu Yunchuang stepped forward with her human lover beside her. Yunxing still wanted to say something, but at this moment, she felt the statue of faith in her arms heating up. After Yunxing obtained the statue of faith, she did not know how to use it. This was the first time the statue of faith had acted strangely. Her heart skipped a beat, and she took out the statue of faith. Nearly 100 light spots burrowed into the statue of faith like fireflies. What's this? Yunxing was slightly startled. This must be the statue of faith. Don't worry, those light spots just now are the power of faith. The power of faith is the hope of humans. We all hope that you can defeat Yushang. Those light spots just now are the trust and respect everyone has for you, Lu Yunchuang explained. The power of faith was a very magical power. After ascending the throne, the Celestial Fox Saintess would tour the major capitals of the Tianhu tribal nation. In addition to gaining the support of the people, another function was to establish a faith in the hearts of the people. The stronger the power of faith, the greater the influence of the Saintess. I, Yunxing, hereby swear that I will do everything in my power to help everyone fulfill your wishes. Yunxing held the slightly hot statue of faith and looked at the people around her, solemnly making the promise. Long live the Saintess! The humans cheered. Listening to the cheers of the people, Yunxing felt a vigorous power surging through her veins. This was the first time Yunxing felt the power of faith. It was also the first time she felt the importance of the Celestial Fox Saintess in the hearts of the people. Perhaps this was the real reason why Huxing had asked her to come to the 8 Desolates continent. I'm here today to help you solve the problem of your constitution before we head north. Yunxing's words delighted Lu Yunchuang and her human lover. Yunxing had promised Lu Yunchuang long ago that she would help her change her constitution. However, Yunxing had never helped anyone change their constitution before, so she did not know where to start. Recently, when she was studying Celestial Fox's inheritance in the ancient seal, she unexpectedly came up with a solution. Lu Yunchuang's constitution was ice cold. If she wanted to restrain her constitution, she could only use karmic fire. Yunxing decided to combine the power of the divine needle of healing to force a portion of the lotus fire of karmic fire into Lu Yunchuang's body. I'll insert dark needles into several major acupoints in your body. The dark needles will not affect your normal life. Also, I've already refined a type of pill. You'll have to take it once a month for the next 3 years. Also, you can't get pregnant while you're taking the pill. This way, the ice fox constitution of you and your future descendants will be completely changed. With that, Yunxing performed the acupuncture on Lu Yunchuang. Half a day later, Yunxing had already inserted 18 dark needles into Lu Yunchuang's body. When she touched her lover with a trembling hand, she felt his warmth for the first time. At that moment, Lu Yunchuang and her lover both cried tears of joy. That's great. I can finally live like a normal person. Thank you, Yunxing. You're the benefactor of me and the Ice Fox tribe. Besides Lu Yunchuang, there were many people in the Ice Fox tribe who, like Lu Yunchuang, had been affected by the Ice Fox constitution for many years. Yunxing promised Lu Yunchuang that if she had the chance in the future, she would go to the Ice Fox tribe to treat the constitution of the tribesmen. It's time for me to leave. Boss Pingyu, Baby Bo, and the others are waiting for me. Yunxing bid farewell to Lu Yunchuang. Yunxing, where's your destination on this trip to the north? Lu Yunchuang only knew that Yunxing and Yusheng were going to compete. She did not know where exactly Yunxing was heading to. Although the Celestial Fox tribal nation was the weakest tribal nation among the Bakra orcs, it was vast and spanned hundreds of thousands of miles from the north to the south. I've taken a look. We're heading to the northernmost capital of the Celestial Fox tribal nation. It's Yudu. Yunxing looked at the map and suddenly realized that the place she was heading to was Yusheng's hometown, Yudu. Yudu, it was actually Yudu. I didn't notice it earlier, but I didn't expect to go to Yusheng's base camp. Yunxing looked at the 2 words on the map. However, Yusheng isn't the real Yusheng, so even if she goes to Yudu, it shouldn't affect her. Yusheng wasn't the real Yusheng, so she probably wouldn't have much influence in Yudu. Yunxing, you're oversimplifying things. Don't forget that Great Witch Doctor and Yusheng are in cahoots, and Great Witch Doctor was the one who drew the lots. Although Yudu isn't Yusheng's base camp, it's the northernmost and poorest capital city among all the Celestial Fox cities. The people there are also unruly. If you want to go there to collect the power of faith, you can imagine how difficult it will be. Lu Yunchuang looked anxious. The best way to collect the power of faith was to go directly to the local Celestial Fox temple and worship the statue there for 7 days and 7 nights to absorb the power of faith of the local people. If a place was rich, the Celestial Fox temple would be prosperous, and it would be more convenient to collect the power of faith. However, in a place like Yudu, it was difficult to even survive. The local people didn't have the time to worship Celestial Fox temple, let alone collect the power of faith and incense. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll go take a look at the place first and ask about Yusheng and Great Witch Doctor. Yunxing had always had doubts about Hu Yusheng's resurrection, so this trip to Yudu was a good opportunity to find out more. Yunxing had already asked around. Yusheng's hometown was a small Yudu city called Wasity. It would take about 5 to 6 days to travel from Wasity to Yudu by air. After bidding farewell, Yunxing, Boss Rock Feather, Bobo Sheep, and Ying headed to Wasity. With Boss Rock Feather, who had transformed into a golden-backed giant rock, Yunxing, Bobo, and the others' journey became much more convenient. After flying for about 5 to 6 days, the 4 of them finally arrived at Wasity. Wasity belonged to Yudu, and Yudu was one of the 10 great capitals in the country of the Celestial Fox tribe. However, compared to Tsangdu and Hudu that Yunxing had passed by earlier, the closer they got to Yudu world, the more dilapidated the local scenery and cities became. Since the Celestial Fox Saintess competition was not officially announced to the public, the local residents were unaware of the arrival of Yunxing and the others. Master, Wu City is up ahead. Yunxing and the rest, as well as Boss Pingyu, all transformed into their human forms. Wu City looked very desolate. Even the city walls were piled up with yellow soil. There were no guards at the city gates, only a plaque with the words Wu City hung on it. Let's enter the city first. We haven't had a good rest in the past few days. Let's have a meal first and then ask around to see if we can find out anything about Yushang. Yunxing looked at the tired faces of Bo Bo and little Ling Ying. She knew that the two girls were too tired from the continuous journey. After wandering around Wu City, they found a restaurant that could barely be considered a restaurant. According to the local residents, this was already the best place to eat in Wu City. The restaurant was very desolate, and there were only a few tables of customers sitting in twos and threes. The four of them ordered wine and dishes, and just as they were waiting for the dishes to be served. Wait. Boss Pingyu cautiously stopped the few of them. He took out 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks from his storage belt and distributed them to everyone. Big Bird, don't tell me you have mysophobia? You even brought your own utensils when you're outside. Bo Bo was the smallest among all of them, but other than her own master, she had the tone of "I'm the big sister" to everyone else. Boss Pingyu was also used to it. Bo Bo, don't be unreasonable. Boss Pingyu, is there something wrong with this restaurant? Yunxing said as she looked around. She saw the restaurant's shopkeeper and waiter were secretly sizing them up. Sure enough, there was something wrong. Master, in terms of ability, I can't compare to you. However, when it comes to traveling, I'm much more experienced than you. Whether there's a problem with the restaurant or not, that's different from person to person. Boss Pingyu laughed. He had been a wanted criminal for so many years, and learned the habit of being careful. This restaurant is a gray restaurant. Gray restaurant? I've heard of a black restaurant, but I've never heard of a gray restaurant. Yunxing was baffled. The so-called gray restaurant, frankly speaking, is also a black restaurant. But compared to a black restaurant, a gray restaurant's ability to harm people depends on the person. If we're like hotheads today, and pick up the utensils here to eat, tonight, something will definitely happen. But if the people in the restaurant find out that we're also veterans, tonight will be safe and sound. Boss Pingyu's words made the other 3 suddenly realize. It seems that this time, bringing Boss Pingyu out was the right choice. Not long later, the shopkeeper came over and personally delivered a table of sumptuous food and wine to the few of them. Sirs, since we're all people of the underworld, then this old man will be frank. In Wu City, there's only one decent restaurant. There are a few clean rooms upstairs, you can stay here. But this old man will also remind you that it's dark outside, and it's not peaceful outside. If you hear any sounds at night, please don't be offended and don't go out. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he bowed and left. I'm afraid there's something strange about this Wu City. Master, let's eat first. Everyone clearly heard the shopkeeper's words. Tonight, no one goes out. After Boss Pingyu warned, the 4 of them ate some food. Yunxing asked for 3 rooms. Boss Pingyu had 1 room, Bo Bo and little Ling Ying had 1 room, and Yunxing had 1 room by herself. When night fell, the 4 of them returned to their rooms. After returning to her room, Yunxing sat cross-legged and meditated for a moment. Then, she took out the 8-tailed celestial fox's inheritance pillar. This was the 8-tailed inheritance pillar that Yunxing had obtained from the ancient seal. Yunxing had already studied it for a month. But compared to the 7-tailed inheritance pillar, this inheritance pillar was much harder to study. Yunxing placed the inheritance pillar in front of her and slowly sent her consciousness into the inheritance pillar. In the dead of night, Bo Bo and little Ling Ying were not sleepy at all. The 2 little girls opened their eyes wide. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. That sound seemed like someone was talking, but also seemed like someone was crying. Bo Bo, did you hear anything? Little Ling Ying felt a little scared. She was after all a child, so she couldn't help but push Bo Bo. It seems to be coming from the street. Bo Bo also heard a strange sound on the street. Should we go and take a look? Bo Bo urged little Ling Ying. I don't think it's a good idea. The shopkeeper of the restaurant said that we can't go out at night. Little Ying was more obedient. She shook her head, although she was also very curious. What exactly was that strange sound coming from the street? Stupid, we're not going out. We're just going to open the window and take a look. Bobo said as she jumped off the bed and ran towards the window. Alright, but we're just going to take a look. We definitely can't go out. Little Ying and Bobo went to the window and carefully pushed it open a crack. The streets were pitch black, and only the hazy moonlight shone on them. Wu City was not a large city like Hu City. At night, there was not a single person on the streets, nor were there any illuminating magic arrays. However, that strange sound could still be heard from time to time. Da-da-da, it sounded like the hooves of a beast. Bobo and Little Ying's eyesight was not bad. Especially Bobo, she saw it with a glance. Even though it was a pitch-black street, she saw a black magical beast walking over. That magical beast had pitch-black skin, and only 2 green eyes were shining brightly in the dark night. Bobo was afraid that she could not see it clearly, so she opened the window a little more. Her little head was already poking out. There are people? There are men and women. Little Ying also followed Bobo and climbed up the window. That black magical beast had a very strange appearance. It had bat-like wings and 4 legs. On its back sat a warrior in black armor. Behind that magical beast, there were some women and men. Those young men and women were all in their teens to 20s. Their clothes were thin, and their appearances were either beautiful or handsome. They all looked like people from the celestial fox people. However, when these people walked, they were expressionless. Their feet were shackled, and their hair was loose. They followed the magical beast and the warrior through the streets. There were quite a lot of people, about 20 or so. Where are these people going in the middle of the night? Why do they look so strange? Bobo and Little Ying became even more curious. Half of their bodies were already out of the window. At this moment, that black magical beast suddenly let out a strange cry and raised its head. Its pair of strange green eyes immediately caught sight of Bobo and Little Ying who were lying on the window. Not good, we've been discovered. Bobo and Little Ying were shocked. The two panicked and were about to close the window. However, at this moment, they discovered that they could not move their hands. Not only their hands, their entire bodies seemed to have been immobilized. They could not even make a sound. We're going to die. We're done for. Bobo's eyes were spinning with all her might. She was desperately calling for her master in her heart. However, Yunxing, who was in a meditative state, did not hear Bobo's cry for help. 2 little girls? The warrior riding the black magic beast strangely floated in the air. He approached the window and looked at Popo and Little Ying. The 2 girls were still very young, but Popo and Little Ying were very cute. In particular, her hair color and appearance were rarely seen on the continent. Although these 2 girls were a little young, they would definitely be stunning beauties when they grew up. Rong Yang would definitely like them if he brought them back. That warrior grabbed Little Ying and Little Bobo with one hand and took them away, leaving only the window of the inn open. Around dawn, Yunxing withdrew her spiritual consciousness from the inheritance pillar. She slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It will probably take a few more days before I can completely comprehend this inheritance pillar. Yunxing's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. At this time, Boss Peng's panicked voice came from outside the door. Master, are Popo and Little Ying in your room? Boss Peng woke up early in the morning and did not see the 2 little guys. Yunxing's heart tightened when she heard this. Those 2 little guys must have caused some trouble. She hurriedly went to Popo and Little Ying's room with Boss Peng. The room was neat and tidy, without any traces of fighting. Only the window was open. Hearing that a guest was missing, the innkeeper hurriedly came up. Ah, guest, how could you be so careless? This old man had already reminded you yesterday that no matter what happened outside in the middle of the night, you should not make a sound. The innkeeper's face was bitter. Innkeeper, what happened last night? Who took the 2 children with me? Yunxing asked the innkeeper. The innkeeper stammered and refused to say. Bastard, if you don't say it, I will kill you right now. Boss Peng grabbed the innkeeper. Boss Peng, don't be anxious, let me do it. Yunxing's golden eyes flashed, and the innkeeper felt a pleasant voice flash through his mind. Soon, the innkeeper stood there in a daze, as if he had been hit by Yunxing's corpse puppet spell. Innkeeper, I will ask and you will answer. What happened in Wu City? Yunxing interrogated. She knew that the innkeeper must know something. Honorable guest, you are new here and do not know the situation here. Yudu is not peaceful, and there are often beast tides. About 2 to 3 years ago, a mysterious power appeared. It calls itself the Beast King and can protect the peace of Yudu. Every time there is a beast tide, the Beast King will help us chase away the devil beasts. When the innkeeper mentioned the beast tide, his face was full of reverence. Yudu was located in the northernmost part of Celestial Fox tribal country. There were many forests and lakes nearby, and there were also many devil beasts. Yudu was poor, and it was difficult to even pay the basic guards of the capital city. After a long time, the city walls fell into disrepair, and the armaments were not complete. Once there was a beast tide, only the common people would be harmed. The appearance of the Beast King gave the common people of Yudu a ray of hope. The Beast King will choose some young and beautiful men and women among the common people and send them to the Beast King to protect the safety of the people. The innkeeper seemed to be full of reverence for the Beast King. When he talked about the Beast King, his eyes were full of sincerity. Beast King? Isn't Yudu the capital city of Celestial Fox tribal country? If Yudu is in trouble, shouldn't it report to Hudu and ask for help? Yunxing found it strange. Hudu has long stopped caring about the life and death of Yudu. Even Celestial Fox Saintess hasn't been to Yudu for decades. When the beast tide first happened, there were people who went to Celestial Fox Ancestral Hall to pray, but it was useless. The innkeeper's voice was full of helplessness. He also had family and friends, and they had once trusted Hudu and Celestial Fox Saintess. However, Hudu's lack of concern made people feel bitterly disappointed. Therefore, the common people had no choice but to save themselves. They chose to believe in the so-called Beast King. There was no longer a Celestial Fox Ancestral Hall in Wu City. There was a Beast King Ancestral Hall here. If the common people had any wishes, they would go to the Beast King Ancestral Hall to pray. The Beast King would protect them. According to what you said, the 2 companions that went missing last night were related to the Beast King? Yunxing still had some doubts about the Beast King. For a moment, she didn't know whether the Beast King was good or bad. However, if the disappearance of baby Bo and little Ying was related to the Beast King, she had to meet the so-called Beast King. Most likely, they met the messenger of the Beast King. Wu City is within the borders of Yudu and is responsible for transporting young women from various cities and towns. Every night, different women from different places will be transported to Wu City from other places. These women are under the command of the Beast King. There are 10 great messengers who are responsible for transporting the young women from various places. The messengers all have powerful abilities and no one can stop the messengers of the beast deity. After the innkeeper finished speaking, Yunxing's gaze changed. The innkeeper only felt a shiver run down his spine, and when he regained his senses, she had already left the room. The innkeeper scratched his head and walked down the stairs with a strange expression. Master, something is not right. I have walked around for so long and have not heard of any Beast King. Boss Pingyu was also very worried about Bo and little Ying's safety. But now, other than the Beast King, they had no other clues. I have also tried to contact Bo, but I couldn't. She and Ying must have been brought to some special place and there should be a special barrier nearby to prevent Bo from contacting me. Yunxing was a little vexed. She was to blame for only focusing on comprehending the inheritance last night and missed the best opportunity to contact Bo. The only thing we can do now is to ask around in the town. I think we can go to the local Beast King temple to take a look and see who exactly the Beast King is. Yunxing also agreed with Boss Pingyu's idea. The 2 of them immediately asked around and found the Beast King temple within the borders of Wu City. The Beast King temple was built on the old site of the Celestial Fox temple. When Yunxing and Boss Pingyu walked into the Beast King temple, they smelled the fragrance of incense and paper money. In front of them was a very exquisite ancestral hall. Compared to the dilapidated Wu City, the appearance of this ancestral hall was very abrupt. Inside the Beast King temple, the windows were clean and the tables were clean. The glazed roof tiles and vermilion-painted walls were a golden statue of the Beast King, sitting majestically in the middle of the Beast King temple. The statue of the Beast King looked like a deer and a horse. It was covered in scales and had a pair of wings. It looked like some kind of magical beast. There were quite a lot of people in the Beast King temple. Just as the innkeeper had said, the people in this area all believed in the Beast King. White-haired elders, 3- or 4-year-old children, and some well-dressed local rich people had all brought their families to pay respects to the Beast King. Kneeling beside Xianxia was an old man in his 50s. "Honorable Lord Beast King, my daughter-in-law hasn't been pregnant for 3 years. I hope that Lord Beast King can bless her and let her give birth to a son or a daughter." The old man rambled on. Xianxia narrowed her eyes slightly. She saw a fluorescent light coming out of the old man's body and surging towards the Beast King statue. Xianxia was taken aback. The Beast King statue was also a statue of faith. Someone had actually placed such a large statue of faith here and openly obtained the power of faith of the celestial fox tribe. Earlier, when she left Hu City, the chief of the celestial fox people, Xianxia, had repeatedly told her that the statue of faith was very precious and must be properly preserved. According to Xianxia, there should be a limited number of statues of faith that could absorb the power of faith in the celestial fox tribe. But in the Beast King temple of Wu City, there was such a large statue of faith. The chief of the celestial fox people, Xianxia, would probably vomit blood if he saw it. The power of faith could be considered the most mysterious power in the 8 Desolates continent. No matter where the Beast King came from, it was obviously much more powerful than Xianxia had imagined. Other than the old man, the other people were also chanting when they were praying and kowtowing. In the Beast King temple, fluorescent light would occasionally enter the statue of the Beast King. In a day, this statue of the Beast King could absorb a lot of power of faith. The Beast King had merged with the power of faith. Its strength was not to be underestimated. "Master, there is nothing strange nearby. We also didn't find any traces of baby Bo and little Ying." Boss Pingyu secretly observed. "Why are the two of you not kowtowing when you see the Beast King?" The old man who was kowtowing to the Beast King earlier saw the two of them standing in the Beast King temple without burning incense or kowtowing. He felt that the two of them were very disrespectful. Hearing the old man's words, the other people in the Beast King temple also stood up. "Yes, these two people, how can they be so rude? If they don't kowtow to the Beast King, then get out." Xianxia noticed that when these people mentioned the Beast King, their eyes all turned scarlet. They were like gamblers with red eyes. Not only that old man, the others, regardless of gender, old or young, adults or children, all stood up at this time. They surrounded Xianxia and Boss Pingyu with an unfriendly face. Their expressions were as if they had been possessed by the devil. "Let's leave here first." Xianxia was unwilling to fight with these innocent people. She gave a look and left with Boss Pingyu. When Xianxia and Boss Pingyu left the Beast King temple, the eyes of the Beast King statue emitted a strange light. The two of them left the Beast King temple in a sorry state. "Boss Pingyu, don't you think those people look a little strange? They look like they are being controlled by someone." Xianxia was puzzled. Those people's trust in the Beast King had reached the point of fanaticism. Compared to her corpse puppet technique, the Beast King's control over those people was even stronger than her corpse puppet technique. This subordinate also saw it. "If we had retreated a step later, those people would have already torn us to pieces." "Master," this subordinate boldly guesses, "could this trip to the north be deliberately arranged by celestial fox people?" Boss Pingyu guessed. How could an old fox like Xianxia not know about the existence of the Beast King? He knew that the people in the north were all believers of the Beast King, but he sent Xianxia. His intention was already very clear. He clearly wanted to use Xianxia's power to wipe out the Beast King's power in this area. What a good Xianxia, what a scheming old fellow. Let's return to the inn first. Since we didn't find any clues in the area, we can only hope that we can gain something tonight. Xianxia immediately decided to return to the inn first and wait for night to fall before making any plans. Bobo and little Ying were muddle-headed as they were brought away from Wu City by the black demonic beast and the warrior. Along the way, the two of them couldn't speak or move. Even their 5 senses and 6 senses were sealed. They were blindfolded. After an unknown amount of time, they heard the black demonic beast roar. Only then did Bobo and Little Ying feel their bodies relax. Someone pushed them from behind and Bobo and Little Ying were forced into some place. When their hands and feet regained their senses, Bobo and Little Ying tore off the blindfold. The two of them looked around and discovered that they were locked up in a large room. Crap, they'd gotten into trouble again. That was Little Ying's first reaction when they opened their eyes. Although this room was very simple, the furniture and decorations inside were all made of top-quality materials. It seemed that they were no longer in Wu City. In the room, other than the two of them, there were many other children. There were both boys and girls among these children, and they were all under the age of 10. Most of them had very delicate and cute appearances. However, they were different from Little Ying and Little Ying. These children all had lifeless eyes and did not open their mouths to speak. They were like puppets, either standing or sitting in the room. Little Ying even chatted with a little girl beside her for a while, but that girl ignored her. Little Ying looked around and tried to contact Yunxing. However, Little Ying quickly discovered that when she tried to contact her master, her divine sense would be bounced back. Eh? Little Ying felt strange. She crept to the door and pushed it open, only to find that it was bolted shut. Little Ying was certain that there was definitely something outside this room that was blocking Little Ying's divine sense. Thinking of this, Little Ying's face collapsed and her expression became grave. Little Ying, where exactly is this place? Can we leave this place? When Master finds out that we're not here in the morning, she'll definitely be very angry. Little Ying felt a wave of lingering fear. She was already regretting that she shouldn't have peeked at the situation on the street out of curiosity last night. The children beside her were all like puppets. Other than the fact that they were still breathing, they were all like dead people. We're not in Wu City anymore, and I can't contact my dear master. Although Little Ying was young, Little Ying knew that the thing that could separate her from her master's divine sense was definitely not an ordinary power. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, she felt that the energy fluctuations here, as well as the black demonic beast and martial artist from earlier, were somewhat familiar to her. However, Little Ying could not recall where she had seen such energy fluctuations before. Let's wait first. In a while, there should be more people coming. Little Ying's guess was correct. Little Ying and Little Ying waited for about half a day. During this time, someone brought them food. When they heard the word eat, those children were like animals. They surrounded them and wolfed down the food. Bobo and Little Ying pretended to be like the other children and ate some food. In the afternoon, the door suddenly opened, and a strong fragrance of cosmetics assailed his nostrils. Bobo and Little Ying hurriedly stood aside and pretended to be no different from other children. The person who entered the room was a beautiful woman. Her clothes were revealing, and there was a seductive cleavage on her chest. There was an indescribable seduction in her every movement. Bobo, with one look at this kind of woman, you can tell that she is not a good woman. Along with the woman was the black-clothed man that Popo and Little Ying had seen earlier. Lord Beast King's emissary, the goods you brought this time are really good. These children are all pink and tender. They are all outstanding maidservants and minor officials. The woman's coquettish eyes wandered around the room, her face full of satisfaction. I'll leave these children to you. In a few days, I'll send another group of people over. The man who was called the Beast King's emissary said in a cold voice. He was not moved by the coquettish woman in front of him. After the man finished speaking, he waved his hand. Bobo and Little Ying only felt that there was an additional fragrance in the air. Then, those children all woke up. Seeing that they were in a strange place, the children could not help but cry. The woman walked in front of those children. She cleared her voice. You all listen clearly. I am Rong Yang, the proprietress of Canvas Moon House. From now on, each and every one of you are my people. I don't care what your background is before you came here. Once you come to Canvas Moon House, you must listen to me. Rong Yang's words made those children cry even harder. Don't cry. Do you know what kind of place Canvas Moon House is? Those who come here are all the most distinguished guests. From tomorrow onwards, you will begin to learn etiquette from me. If there is anyone who doesn't learn well, the only outcome is death." After Rong Yang finished speaking, she laughed. But there was an indescribable coldness in her smile. Bobo and Little Ying looked at each other. Bobo and Little Ying temporarily lived in Canvas Moon House. Because of their beautiful appearance, they were slightly better than those children, so they were chosen by Rong Yang to serve her. The two were also clever. After an afternoon, they had a general understanding of Canvas Moon House. Bobo quickly found out why she could not contact her master. Because in Canvas Moon House, there was a black talisman everywhere. That talisman formed a mysterious boundary. It was this boundary that prevented Bobo and Yunxing from contacting each other. Bobo knew very little about this kind of talisman. She only knew that when she was in Hudu, Elder Lu had this kind of talisman. As for where it came from, Elder Lu only said that it came from the hands of the great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe. Could it be that Canvas Moon House had something to do with the great witch doctor? Canvas Moon House was a training institution. There was only one kind of people who could enter here, and that was outstanding appearance. Rong Yang said that outside Canvas Moon House, there was another place called Sun House. That place was different from Canvas Moon House. That place only recruited talented people. Canvas Moon House was responsible for training all kinds of outstanding people. They were responsible for serving people in the future. Those people in Sun House were only responsible for assassinations. No matter if it was Canvas Moon House or Sun House, they all belonged to a mysterious existence called Beast King. As for the black-clothed warrior that Bobo and Little Ying met earlier, his identity was one of the 10 great emissaries of Beast King. But Bobo and Little Ying did not dare to ask too much. They were afraid that they would attract Rong Yang's suspicion. On the other hand, Yunxing and Boss Pingyu were still in Wa City, anxiously waiting for news about Bobo and Little Ying. But out of Yunxing's expectation, after Bobo and Little Ying disappeared, she had been hiding in the guest room of Canvas Moon House for a few days. In the middle of the night, she did not find anything strange, nor did any mysterious forces appear. Could it be that the other party had found something? Yunxing was hesitant. The longer she waited, the more worried she was about Bobo and Little Ying's situation. Especially Little Ying's body, there was still a part of the mysterious black talisman's poison. If she waited too long, and Yunxing was not by Little Ying's side, she was afraid that the poison would take effect. 4 or 5 days passed like this. One day, Yunxing's consciousness moved. She suddenly heard the sound of Bobo. "Where are you?" Yunxing was alert. "Dear Master, Bobo, I missed you so much." Bobo's reaction was very excited. Hearing Bobo's voice, Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. These days, Yunxing had been worried about Bobo and Little Ying's safety. Bobo told Yunxing that she and Little Ying were in a place called the Moon Embracing Tower. As for the specific location of the Moon Embracing Tower, Bobo couldn't tell. She only knew that the Moon Embracing Tower should be on a high mountain, because last time, she and Little Ying were brought here, and they seemed to have climbed a mountain on the way. Inside the Moon Embracing Tower, there were mysterious black talismans of the Great Witch Doctor everywhere. Bobo also searched for several days before she found a place where there were no black talismans, and then she contacted Yunxing. Black talismans again? Yunxing became vigilant. "Bobo, you be careful. That black talisman is very strange. You and Little Ying don't act rashly. I will find a way to sneak into the Moon Embracing Tower." Yunxing knew Bobo's temper. This little girl was very mischievous, and she was also a troublemaker. If she really pissed her off, she really didn't know what kind of trouble she would cause. "Dearest Master, the messenger of the Beast King who captured me and Little Ying will be sending another group of people over tonight. You can mix in with them and come over together." Bobo told Yunxing about what she and Little Ying had seen that night. "Master, someone is coming. Bobo is going to work." Bobo said until here, and then she disconnected from Yunxing. After that, Yunxing wanted to contact Bobo again, but there was no news. "Little girl, the others are training. What are you doing there?" A guard of the Moon Embracing Tower came over. He recognized Bobo as the little girl who followed Rong Yang. "Rong Yang asked me to go to the kitchen, but I didn't find the place. Uncle, my sense of direction is not very good, Bobo said with a confused face. Bobo's sense of direction was not good, but she was not pretending. The kitchen is on your left. The guard casually pointed. Bobo hurriedly thanked him and slipped into the kitchen. After a while, Bobo returned to Rong Yang's room. Just as he walked out of the room, he heard someone crying. Bobo was shocked and hurried into the room. She found that little Ling Ying's face was red and there was a palm print on it. Rong Yang was angry. Idiot, I asked you to comb my hair, but you are so clumsy. These days, Baby Bo and little Ling Ying had been following Rong Yang around. Rong Yang, this woman, had a seductive and foxy face. It was hard to tell her exact age, but her heart was very vicious. 2 or 3 of the children who were caught with Baby Bo and little Ling Ying wanted to sneak out of the moon pavilion that night. After Rong Yang came back, those children never appeared in front of them again. Everyone said that Rong Yang had killed the 2 children. Where the hell did you go? I asked you to bring some ginseng tea, but I didn't see you for a long time. Rong Yang stared at Bobo. These 2 little girls were selected by her. They were relatively clever, but she didn't know that they were also too dull. Girls. Bobo, I accidentally got lost. Boss, don't be angry. You will get old easily if you get angry. Bobo pulled little Ling Ying and said sweetly. Well, today we have a distinguished guest. You 2 go back to the room and tidy up. Don't make any mistakes. Rong Yang glanced at Bobo's pink and tender face and sneered. Bobo and little Ling Ying quickly went down. Bobo touched little Ling Ying's face and looked annoyed. Bobo, I'm fine. I did it on purpose. I just found my luggage. Little Ling Ying touched her cheek and blinked. When little Ling Ying and Bobo were caught, little Ling Ying had a few bottles of medicine in her arms. Unfortunately, they were all taken away at that time. After those people took away the medicine, they gave it to Rong Yang. Rong Yang didn't understand medicine, so she just put away those pills and threw them aside. Those pills were prepared by Yunxing in order to protect little Ling Ying from any danger. Among them, there was also some mandala lotus. Master said that it was a strong anesthetic. Just a little bit of it could drug a large magical beast. Little Ling Ying saw that the Canvas Moon restaurant was heavily guarded. Earlier, she learned from the mistakes of those children who escaped, so she secretly looked for her medicine. Finally, she found that Rong Yang kept the medicine in a secret room in the room. Hey, little Ling Ying, I also have good news. My dear master has been contacted. She should come to the Canvas Moon restaurant to save us in a few days. However, don't you want to give her a surprise? She rolled her eyes. Bobo, do you want to? Little Ling Ying swallowed her saliva. In fact, she also hated that bad woman Rong Yang. Master said that a woman's face was the most precious. That damn Rong Yang dared to hit her. Little Ling Ying made up her mind to take revenge. I just went to the kitchen and found a few flints and some oil in there. Little Ling Ying giggled, and the 2 little brats immediately started to whisper to each other. That night, Rong Yang put on heavy makeup and called Bobo and little Ling Ying into the room to receive them. When they entered the room, they found that there were already several good-looking boys and girls in the room. Some of these children had entered the moon-embracing brothel with little Ling Ying, and they were all the most outstanding-looking ones. They were afraid of Rong Yang. They didn't know why Rong Yang called them in. In the room, in addition to Rong Yang, there was also a middle-aged man. Rong Yang, the good stuff you said, is it ready? The man was wearing a mask. His pair of wretched eyes swept over the children. When he saw Bobo, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a tender little girl. Her skin was soft and tender. The rarest thing about her was that her hair and eyes were a rare shade of pink. This middle-aged man had a perverted hobby, which was to collect all kinds of good-looking children for him to play with. How is it? Not bad, right? These little guys are all young. The oldest is only 8 years old, and the youngest is only 6 years old. Rong Yang looked at the middle-aged man's appearance and knew that he was very satisfied with this batch of goods. Name a price. The middle-aged man understood tacitly. A statue of faith. Rong Yang's words made the middle-aged man frown. A statue? Rongyang, your appetite is too big. You know that thing is a taboo in the god realm. It is strictly forbidden to let it flow into the human realm. You have already gotten 10 of them. If you want 3 more, if it is discovered, everyone will have to bear the consequences. God realm? Human realm? Forbidden thing. As soon as Bobo heard these words, he immediately became alert. She secretly looked at the middle-aged man and found that although this person was disguised, there was a very weak fluctuation of divine power around him. This middle-aged man was actually a god. When she found the divine power, Bobo's heart beat violently a few times. She originally thought that the Moon Pavilion was just an illegal organization set up by some Bakra orcs, but she didn't expect that the Moon Pavilion actually entertained guests from the god realm. No wonder these people had always been so mysterious. Combined with the black talismans she saw earlier, what was the origin of the Moon Pavilion? Rongyang and the middle-aged man on the side didn't know anything. Bobo was eavesdropping. Master, don't worry, the god realm is far away from here. How can there be a god so free to care about the human world? As for the so-called manager of the human world, the previous cowardly god, I don't know where he went. The human world will soon be my master's world. Don't you trust my master? Rongyang's words were like a lotus, persuading from the side. Rongyang's words also touched the heart of the unknown god. The human world was now a no man's land. No god had the mind to care about the trivial matters here. It was also because of this situation that he and some gods with special hobbies secretly entered the human world. After all, the human world was different from the god realm. There were not so many rules. They could casually torture a few people to death. When he thought of the taste of the human world's children, the god couldn't help but waver. Anyway, he had already given the Moon Pavilion several statues of faith. What was one more? Rongyang on the side was also secretly looking at the god's reaction. Looking at him, he was already moved by her words. Rongyang secretly said in her heart, these so-called gods of the god realm seem to be high and mighty, but to put it bluntly, they are not sanctimonious. They can't do dirty things in the god realm, so they secretly come to the human world to do it. When they return to the god realm, they will still be high and mighty gods. Rongyang's master grasped this point and built the Moon Pavilion. It's settled. The 2 little girls and the boy, I will take them with me. The god in the mask said, looking at Bobo with evil intentions. His eyes made Bobo suddenly have a bad feeling in her heart. Bobo was young, but she was not stupid. After listening for a while, she already understood that these people were carrying out dirty and shameful transactions. That damned Rongyang, that damned moon-embracing house, they actually used a broken statue to sell her off. She was a universe god in the mortal world, but she was betrayed by these people. Bobo was furious. In her heart, it was as if there was a crazy female T-Rex, crazily clamoring. Originally, she had wanted to poison this group of people and wait for her master to come and deal with them. But now, Bobo changed her mind. When it came to taking revenge, it was better to do it personally. Let's do as you say. As usual, I'll order my disciple Qingqing to send the idol of faith to the Jerry Pavilion. Just like before, we'll hand over the thing and exchange the person with the other. The masked god finally couldn't stand Rongyang's persuasion. What are you all still standing there for? Come forward and pour wine for his excellency. Rongyang saw that the deal was done, her face glowed, and her mood improved a lot. However, using 3 dispensable children in exchange for a statue of faith was a great thing. You know, a statue of faith was not something that could be obtained so easily. The more statues of faith, the more power of faith could be obtained for his excellency. These so-called gods of the divine world were usually conceited, but in fact, they were all idiots. Although the human race in the mortal world was like an ant, they had a large number of people. It was much easier to obtain their power of faith than in the divine world. They actually ignored the existence of the mortal world. Bobo took the initiative to step forward and poured wine for the 2. Little Ying watched nervously from the side. Knowing that Rongyang and the masked god drank the wine in one gulp, Bobo and Little Ying breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Rongyang and the masked god's body swayed. Both of them couldn't support themselves and with a plop, they fainted. The boy on the side obviously didn't know what had happened. He subconsciously wanted to shout, but Bobo rushed forward and knocked him unconscious. Bobo, what should we do now? After little Ying followed Yunxing and Bobo, her courage grew a lot, but after all, this was the first time she experienced such a thing. Her hands and feet were still cold. Did you follow my instructions and put the mandala lotus poison in the kitchen? Bobo looked at the unconscious masked god and Rongyang. The anesthetic refined by her dear master was really powerful. Even the gods were numbed and fainted. Yes, and a big bag. Little Ying didn't know what Bobo was going to do next. Bobo stepped forward and took off the mask of the masked god. It's actually him? After Bobo saw the face of the masked god, her face turned pale. Bobo, do you know him? Little Ying looked at the man with disgust. She didn't know whether he was a god or not. She only knew that this masked man and Rongyang were in cahoots and had killed many children of the Embracing Moon Tower. These people were all bad people. This person is one of the sovereigns under my mother. He is good at sculpting and has made many outstanding sculptures. I didn't expect that he would collude with the Embracing Moon Tower and sell the things of the god realm to the human realm. Bobo's little head suddenly calmed down a lot. Recently, it seemed that a lot of unusual things had happened. She tried to contact the son of the underworld, but she couldn't get in touch with it. Also, after she fell to the human realm, her mother god didn't come to find her. What was even more strange was that Rongyang just said that soon, the human realm would be her master's territory. Too many questions made Bobo's mood very irritable. She felt as if she was involved in a big conspiracy. Her master hadn't come yet. She had to rely on herself and little Ying to find the answer. A bowl of cold water was poured on Rongyang's face. Rongyang shuddered. When she woke up, she found that she had been tied up. She was shocked. Looking around, she found that the master god was also tied up. The two little girls who had been serving her, Bobo and little Ying, were standing in front of her. You two damned girls, did you eat the guts of a leopard? You actually dared to drug us. Rongyang's beautiful face twisted, full of malevolence. Slap. A slap, loud and clear, stunned Rongyang. Damn you, before Rongyang finished cursing, another slap came. Shut up, you vicious woman. I'm slapping you on behalf of little Ying. You hit her, you ordered us. Bobo put her hands on her hips, looking like a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. She slapped Rongyang several times in a row. Bobo's strength was not to be underestimated. With one slap, a man who practiced martial arts would be crippled, let alone Rongyang. After a few slaps, Rongyang's teeth were all broken by Bobo. Rongyang's face had been beaten out of shape. Her mouth was full of teeth and blood. When she opened her mouth to speak, she spat out a few teeth. You've got guts. Guards, where the hell are they? Rongyang was so angry that she fainted. She shouted a few times and found that there was no sound outside. Don't shout, your people have fainted. Little Ying looked at Bobo, who was so fast, and felt very happy. Rongyang was speechless. She didn't expect that she, who had been running rampant in the Ba Huang continent for so long, would fall into the hands of two little girls. What was more hateful was that the two little girls had used some unknown method to drug the entire Lanyu house. She thought that she had found too many trees, who knew that they were two little jinxes. Rongyang's heart was full of bitterness at this moment. You dare to sell the two of us for the price of a belief statue. Are you blind? The more Bobo thought about it, the angrier she became. She raised her fist and punched Rongyang's eyes twice. Two little ladies, Rongyang also has eyes but can't see. Please be merciful. Rongyang also knew how to read the situation. She looked at the two people and knew that Bobo was the one who made the decision, so she begged Bobo, if you want me to be merciful, tell me, who is the mastermind behind you? Bobo grabbed Rongyang and questioned her. Little lady, Rongyang doesn't know what you are talking about. What mastermind behind the scenes? The owner of Lanyu House is me. Rongyang rolled her eyes and refused to admit it. Little Ying, where is your dagger with the decaying poison? Bobo's eyes darkened. In little Ying's self-defense luggage, there was a small dagger. The dagger looked ordinary, but it had been refined by Yunxing with rotting corpse poison. the poison had already seeped deep into the dagger. As long as there was a cut, the poison in the dagger would seep into the wound, causing the person's skin to split open. After Bobo asked for the dagger, she calmly dragged in a tall guard from outside the door. She raised the dagger and made a small cut on the guard's body. The moment the blood touched the dagger, the guard's flesh immediately rotted. In less than a quarter of an hour, the guard had turned into a puddle of corpse water. The stench was unbearable. Rongyang's face immediately changed. In her eyes, the two little Lolas in front of her had instantly become two demons. Rongyang thought that since baby Bo and little Ying were still young, as long as she clenched her teeth and refused to admit it, everything would be fine. But Rongyang never thought that baby Bo and little Ying were living with Yunxing. How could a pet beast and disciple trained by someone like Yunxing be so easily bullied? The two little girls had also experienced the tribulations of life and death. This time, they had made a mess, so they were thinking of ways to make up for their mistakes. Bobo raised the dagger and waved it in front of Rongyang. "What do you think? If I cut you a few times, you'll turn into a puddle of corpse water. Be obedient and tell me who the mastermind is. Otherwise, I'll raise my hand and slash down, and your beautiful face will suffer." As Bobo spoke, she even winked mischievously. Her pink eyes flickered with an evil glint. From little Ying's point of view, Bobo looked like a miniature version of her master right now. "Don't come closer. I'll tell you everything." Rongyang's face turned pale with fright. Rongyang was so frightened that she blurted out everything she knew. The lunar pavilion was built by His Majesty the Beast King. He used the lunar pavilion to bribe many overgods of the celestial realm. There are even a few sovereigns amongst them. We even have quite a bit of dirt on them. Rongyang was originally an ordinary human. Because of her beautiful appearance, she was among the first batch of people to be abducted into the lunar pavilion. Unlike the others, Rongyang didn't feel sorry for herself. She saw the lunar pavilion as an opportunity. She was good at acting and flattering. Soon, she attracted the attention of her superiors. Finally, she was promoted to run the lunar pavilion. "My two great aunts, that's all I know." After Rongyang finished speaking, she begged Bobo to let her go. Who is the Beast King? What Bobo really wanted to know was the identity of the Beast King. "I don't know. The Beast King is very mysterious. I only know that his identity is very honorable. Usually, when I come to the lunar pavilion, he doesn't show up. It's always his Beast King messengers who come to talk to me." Rongyang was telling the truth this time. Although she was the person in charge of the lunar pavilion, she was still just a pawn. She didn't have the chance to meet the Beast King. However, that His Majesty should know the identity of the Beast King. In order to survive, Rongyang pointed at the unconscious god. "Little Ying, wake him up." Bobo's little face was tense. The masked god was splashed with cold water and slowly woke up. He found that the mask on his face had been removed and immediately became furious. "Rongyang, how dare you take off my mask?" The master god had come to the human realm in secret all this time. "Nie Diao, you are the one who has the guts. You dare to do such a despicable thing in the mortal realm behind the back of the supreme gods." A somewhat childish voice startled the masked master god. When he heard the other party accurately call out his name, Nie Diao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in a place like the lunar pavilion. Nie Diao looked over and saw two little people standing in front of him. One of them was glaring at him. Pink hair, pink eyes. Wasn't this the little girl he had taken a fancy to earlier? As for Rongyang, she was already pale with fright. She was tied up and thrown aside. "Lord Ni, it has nothing to do with me this time. I don't know where these two ladies came from." It was also the first time Rongyang heard Nie Diao's real name and saw his real face. Rongyang's heart was filled with regret. Judging from the tone of the little lady, she was clearly a god too. She had almost sold out a god. "Who are you? How do you recognize me?" Nie Diao searched his memory, but he couldn't remember where he had seen Bobo. "Who am I?" "That's a good question. Just now, didn't you say that I'm a good-for-nothing?" Bobo raised her voice and moved her little face closer to Nie Diao. "It's you. You are Bo, and Diao's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Bo again. Indeed, the divine egg that had been following Supreme God 4 directions in the early years was pink. But then, Diao's expression changed again. His face was full of arrogance. Bo, if you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You are now just an abandoned god. What did you say? Who's the abandoned god? Bo's face scrunched up. Hee, Bo, do you think you're still the most favored master god of 4 directions? Dream on, you've been abandoned by the god realm. 4 directions and the others have already chosen a new candidate for the human world's world god. You're now an abandoned god. No one wants you. You're trash, a loser that no one wants. Diao laughed at her misfortune. When Bo was in the god realm, she was very favored because she was protected by 4 directions and Mingri. However, her divine power was not strong and she had a strange appearance. The other master gods under 4 directions would take the opportunity to bully her. Diao had been jealous of Bo for a long time, but he was very sinister and never showed it on the surface. Now that Bo had become an abandoned god and completely lost her status, Diao unscrupulously revealed his true colors and took the opportunity to attack her. Not only that, Diao also secretly moved his hands and feet and found that the toxicity of the poison in his body was decreasing bit by bit. Although Bo was an abandoned god, she had seen a side of Diao that no one knew. Diao was also looking for an opportunity to kill her. After Bo heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Abandonment of the gods, this word sounded so harsh. Bo did not want to believe it, but she thought about the series of things that had happened recently. After she contacted Mingri did not respond to her. It turned out that it was not that Mingri was not in the underworld, but that he did not want to see her. He had long known that Bo was abandoned by the god realm because she was too useless. Even Mingri looked down on her. He did not want to contact her anymore. Mother God did not want her anymore. Bo did not have any relatives in this world. For so many years, she was alone. When she was still an egg, she was ignorant and did not care about happiness and sadness. However, after she came out of the beast language ring, especially after she was with Yunxing, she slowly learned to think like a human. She once thought that no matter how useless she was, at least there was still Mother God and Mingri. However, it turned out that all of this was just her imagination. Bo felt completely disheartened. She couldn't even hear what Diao was saying. Although little Ying didn't understand what Bo and Diao were talking about, her heart couldn't help but clench when she saw that Bo had quieted down and looked like she was about to cry. Nonsense. No one would want kiss. Bo is a very important person to Master and me. Even if someone else doesn't want her, Master and I will never leave Bo. Little Ying's little face puffed up with anger. She mustered up her courage and rushed in front of Diao. That's right, there was also his dear Master and little Ying. Bo's head, which had been hanging low, suddenly lifted up. In her mind, the familiar face of her master and the little friends in the beast language ring appeared. However, even if the god realm didn't want her anymore, she still had a master. Bo wiped the corner of her eyes. Her heart was very painful, but when she thought that she was not alone, her heart felt a lot of comfort. Diao, I almost fell for your trick. Tell me, who is the real owner of the moon-embracing tower? Bo's pink eyes turned dark red. Because Diao had a god body, the effect of the mandala lotus's poison on his body was much weaker than normal people. In another 15 minutes, his hands and feet would return to normal. Bo, what are you talking about? I am only a normal customer of the moon-embracing tower. How would I know who the owner is? Diao was very cunning. He wanted to stall for time. As long as 15 minutes passed, he would be able to catch the 2 damn brats. After he killed the 2 brats, who in the mortal realm would know that he had been to the mortal realm? Diao, don't think that I am still the ignorant Bo from before. Let me ask you, is the owner of the moon-embracing tower the new world deity of the mortal realm that was chosen by the god realm to replace me? Bo asked sternly. Diao was startled. He didn't think that Bo had guessed correctly. Looking at your appearance, I guessed correctly. However, there is one thing you are wrong about. He is not considered a world deity of the mortal realm. The world deity seal is still with me. As long as I don't hand over the world deity seal, he is not a world deity. Bobo's little head suddenly became clear. This? Haha, Bobo, you are not too stupid. That's right, the new world deity hasn't really taken office yet. But with his and his tribe's strength, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a world deity. As for the world deity seal, don't forget that as long as that lord has enough power of belief from the mortal realm, he can use the power of belief to refine a new world deity seal. Nie Diao had already started to use the statues of belief in the god realm and the mortal realm. That person, who is he? Bobo's little face was cold. It is useless for you to force me. Even if you know his identity, you can't provoke him. To tell you the truth, if I were you, I would obediently leave the mortal realm and hide in the underworld. Otherwise, a trash like you who abandoned your divine body will only become a delicious cake in the eyes of other clans wherever you go. Nie Diao sneered. Thank you for telling me so many things. Bobo's mouth held a hint of a smile. That smile fell into Nie Diao's eyes, and it was somewhat sinister. You. What do you want to do? Nie Diao struggled, but the effect of the medicine had not dissipated. No matter how he struggled, his limbs were still weak. Nie Diao, you have not stayed in the mortal realm long enough. There is a saying that you must have not heard. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I have seen your scandal, so you will not let me go. So in order to keep the secret between us, there is only one way. Either you die, or I die. Bobo waved her little hand, and two scythes as thin as cicada's wings appeared with two buzzing sounds. The two scythes slowly turned from pink to blood red. Bobo's pink eyes were also changing little by little. You want to kill me? You. How dare you? You are killing a god, and you will be punished by the gods. Nie Diao felt traces of cold air coming from the bottom of his feet. He had never thought that the trash Bobo, who did not even dare to kill an ant in the god realm, would have the guts to kill him. No. It was impossible. He had a divine body. A trash like Bobo could not possibly kill him. Killing a god? Nie Diao, what you have done in the mortal realm has long violated the rules of the mortal realm. Don't forget, as long as the new world's god has not ascended the throne, I, Bobo, am the god of the mortal realm. Your life is mine. Bobo pursed her pink lips, and the blood scythes in her hands were like two blood butterflies spreading their wings. Puff, blood sprayed out. Lightning flashed in the sky. Bobo's little body stood straight. Her beautiful and delicate little face was expressionless. At that moment, Bobo looked like the son of the underworld. She was no longer the carefree Bobo of the human world, but a Rakshasa from the underworld. Nie Diao's head rolled on the ground. His body had completely lost its life. After killing Nie Diao, the two blood scythes whistled and returned to Bobo's side. Little Ying and Rong Yang, who were on the side, were frightened by this scene. Little Ying stared at Bobo with her eyes wide open. Rong Yang's body was trembling even more. Oh my god, this little girl killed the master god of the god world. Bobo, are you okay? Little Ying gathered her courage and walked forward. I'm fine, Little Ying. It's almost time. Wake up those innocent children, and then we'll set fire to the canvas moon building. Bobo's eyes flashed. Then, what about these people? Little Ying looked at Rong Yang. These people are all bad people. If you show mercy to bad people, countless good people will suffer in the future. Kill them, don't leave anyone alive. Bobo's tone was no longer childish. In her eyes, there was only determination and decisiveness. When Rong Yang heard this, she was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Bobo and Little Ying immediately looked for those innocent children in the canvas moon building. After waking the children up one by one, they poured all the oil in the kitchen to every corner of the building. As soon as the oil touched the fire, it immediately rose high. The canvas moon building was filled with fire. Bobo and Little Ying stood in front of the blazing canvas moon building. Behind them, those children were trembling in fear. None of them dared to make a sound. Under the contrast of the fire, the sky completely turned into a blood-red color. A red lightning, like an angry blood dragon, broke through the sky. The whole sky seemed to be torn into two halves. Heavy rain poured down like a torrential downpour. This sudden rainstorm had obstructed the footsteps of the group from Wu City. Stop. The Beast King's messenger and the unknown black demonic beast were forced to stop by the heavy rain. They entered the largest restaurant in Wu City. At this time, it was already around midnight. The shopkeeper, who was still sleepy, crawled out of his bed. When he saw the messenger of the Beast King and the magical beast, he was so scared that he almost knelt down. "Lord Envoy, you. What orders do you have?" "Prepare food and wine, as well as clean clothes. Can't you see that everyone is drenched? This damned weather." The Beast King's emissary roared angrily. Behind the Beast King's emissary were a dozen women. The women were also drenched by the rain. Their faces were pale, and they looked extremely weak. These women were all the envoys of the Beast King. They were beauties that had been collected from numerous villages and towns near Yudu. If they were to be tormented, the losses would outweigh the gains. The shopkeeper didn't dare to say no. After a while, the wine was ready and the dishes were ready. It was still raining heavily outside. The restaurant was completely silent. At this moment, a woman's body swayed and fell to the ground with a plop. The women around her were all shocked. "What's going on?" The Spirit King's messenger went forward to check. He saw that the woman's eyes were tightly shut. Her glabella was black and there was a black wound on her calf. The blood that flowed out of the wound was black. "Lord, we don't know what happened. When we entered the inn just now, Xiaoyu said that she was accidentally pricked by a protruding rock on the ground. She didn't pay much attention to it. Who knew that in such a short time, she would become like this?" The woman who fainted on the ground was called Xiaoyu. The women who were with her all had terrified looks on their faces. The Beast King's emissary looked at the wound and saw that it was bleeding non-stop. Moreover, the poison was showing signs of spreading to other places. At this time, in the middle of the night, where could they find a doctor? "Shopkeeper, go and wake up everyone in the restaurant. See if there's a doctor." The Beast King's emissary roared angrily, scaring the shopkeeper. He could only curse his bad luck in his heart. Of all places to be poisoned, why did he have to be poisoned in his restaurant? The shopkeeper reluctantly went upstairs and woke up the sleeping guests one by one. "Lord Beast King, this woman said that she's a doctor." The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The Beast King's emissary looked at the person. She was plain-looking and had a sallow complexion. She looked like a patient and was carrying something that looked like a medical kit. "You're a doctor?" The Beast King's emissary still didn't trust the person. "I'm a doctor. This lady seems to have an infected wound and needs immediate treatment." The female doctor looked young and was very calm. Facing the ferocious Beast King's emissary, she didn't panic. The Beast King's emissary looked at the woman carefully and found that there was no particularly obvious magic fluctuation on her body. She also didn't have any fighting chi. He thought that she was just an ordinary doctor. There were no other doctors at the moment, so he could only let her go forward and check. After the female doctor went forward, she took out a needle bag and a very strange-shaped knife from her medical kit. She used the strange knife to make a small incision on the woman's wound and let her blood out. After the black blood was drained, everyone only saw a blur before their eyes. There were a few more needles in the female doctor's hand. She quickly pricked the woman's wound a few times with the needles, and the wound that was originally bleeding stopped immediately. Finally, the female doctor just smeared some medicine on the woman's wound, and a new layer of flesh quickly grew on the woman's wound. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that she had been injured earlier. The entire treatment process took no more than a quarter of an hour. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this plain-looking female doctor would have such brilliant medical skills. The Beast King's emissary's earlier doubts were all gone. Seeing that the female doctor's medical skills were so brilliant, the Beast King's emissary couldn't help but want to recruit her. "What's your name? Why haven't I seen such medical skills before?" "My name is Xianxia. I'm an ordinary traveling doctor on the mainland. my medical skills aren't that great. I learned medicine under a reclusive old witch. Yunxing, who used the disguise spell to change her appearance, had a calm expression on her face. I see. I see that your medical skills are not bad. Are you interested in joining the Beast King's emissary? The Beast King's emissary believed that there weren't many people on this mainland who would reject the Beast King's invitation. As the Beast King's emissary expected, the female doctor showed a respectful expression after hearing the Beast King's name and straightforwardly accepted his invitation. Although the Beast King's emissary accepted Yunxing, he was a very suspicious person. Before he set off, he called Yunxing over. Although this Yunxing did not have any obvious fluctuation of battle energy or magic power, the messenger of the Beast King did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the Beast King's influence was still very limited. If he accidentally gave himself away, it was very likely that it would affect the Beast King's overall plan, and the person who spoiled the Beast King's great plan would die without a doubt. Those who join the Beast King's subordinates have to first undergo the test of the mythical beast Rue. With that, the messenger of the Beast King waved his hand, and the magical beast that had been following the team all this time walked out. When she saw that magical beast, the look in Yunxing's eyes changed slightly. Yunxing was an outstanding summoner. She had seen countless magical beasts, but this magical beast in front of her gave her a very special feeling. In the beast language ring, the summoning hand that had not moved for a long time moved strangely, as if warning this magical beast that there was some danger. Based on her experience, this was not an ordinary magical beast. This was an auspicious mythical beast, which meant that this so-called Beast King's subordinate was actually a mythical beast. Looking at its level, she was afraid that it was only slightly inferior to the vermilion bird, but slightly stronger than the current totem mythical beast vermilion bird. Yunxing, you can't let your guard down. What was the origin of that Beast King? Why would there be an auspicious mythical beast under his command? Yunxing's doubts grew, but her expression did not change at all. This auspicious mythical beast should be the real leader of this team. In terms of real strength, the so-called messenger of the Beast King was probably below this auspicious mythical beast. That auspicious mythical beast walked to Yunxing, and its very special eyes emitted a dazzling green light. When Yunxing's eyes stared into the auspicious mythical beast's eyes, she felt that she had lost control of her body all of a sudden, and she could not even make a sound. It seemed that this auspicious mythical beast was also the reason why Bobo and the others were quietly taken away that day. Although Yunxing could not move, she did not panic too much. Vermilion bird, do you know the origin of this auspicious mythical beast? Yunxing communicated with the vermilion bird totem on the Shenong medical bracelet. That is a dream otter, an auspicious mythical beast in the god realm. This kind of mythical beast is not a real mythical beast, but its dream technique is very powerful. It can control people unknowingly. However, compared to the illusion technique of the celestial fox tribe, the dream otter's dream technique is nothing. The vermilion bird totem was also very strange. Why would the auspicious mythical beast appear in the human world? Is there any way to contract with this mythical beast? Cloud Monk asked. You want to? The Rue mythological beast is not like ordinary magical beasts. It cannot be contracted with blood. The vermilion bird totem. The vermilion bird totem explained. The totem, the vermilion bird totem. The vermilion bird totem. It was obviously impossible for other people to contract with the auspicious mythical beast, but Yunxing was different. She was a powerful summoner at the level of the Emperor Zhao in red. Moreover, she had the corpse puppet technique and the golden puppet pupil. It was not impossible for her to contract with the auspicious mythical beast. Yunxing understood in her heart, and the corner of her mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. Obviously, the Beast King's messenger wanted to use this auspicious mythical beast to control Yunxing. In Yunxing, the Beast King's messenger used the auspicious mythical beast to successfully control many people. Among them, there was no lack of powerful magicians and warriors. Those people, without exception, were all tamed by the dream otter. However, this time, the Beast King and his auspicious mythical beast kicked a wall. Auspicious mythical beast, right? It seemed to be very proficient in the art of dream bewitchment, but among all the magical beasts, the Celestial Fox clan was the most proficient in hypnotism. Especially Yunxing, who was proficient in the corpse puppet technique and the golden puppet pupil, the seven-tailed celestial fox. In the mainland, other than the eight-tailed celestial fox, there was probably no other person or magical beast that was stronger than Xianxia in terms of hypnotism. The golden pupils met the dark green pupils of the auspicious mythical beast. A strange look appeared in the auspicious mythical beast's eyes. It seemed to have sensed that there was something wrong with the person in front of it. However, when it let out a warning sound, it felt a buzzing sound in its brain. A mysterious and powerful voice had quickly occupied its consciousness. Xianxia's consciousness quickly invaded the auspicious mythical beast's consciousness. Its Dharma soul appeared in front of Xianxia. In the Dharma soul, which was like a cloud of star fog, Xianxia's consciousness was all-pervasive. Soon, she discovered that there was a green brand in the auspicious mythical beast's Dharma soul. Xianxia did not say a word. She gathered the power of her consciousness and attacked that green brand. The auspicious mythical beast wanted to resist, but it was useless. Its eyes were blank at first, and slowly became docile. All of this, in the eyes of outsiders, was silent. No one even noticed the changes in the auspicious mythical beast and Xianxia. If the Beast King's messenger knew that because of his carelessness, he had lost an auspicious mythical beast, who knew how angry he would be? Without anyone noticing, Xianxia had made a contract with the auspicious mythical beast. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. The green light in the auspicious mythical beast's eyes faded. It looked as if nothing had happened and growled a few words at the Beast King's messenger. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with that woman. Seeing this, the Beast King's messenger was relieved. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the rain outside had stopped. The Beast King's messenger waved his hand. Xianxia and the captured women of the celestial fox tribe followed the Beast King's messenger and set off. Above the light blue sky, the blonde elf queen and Boss Pingyu stood side by side. It seems that Master's plan was very successful. She has successfully sneaked in. Boss Pingyu's face was full of admiration. He had always thought that Xianxia was just a celestial fox with a noble bloodline. He did not expect that she had such a powerful companion hidden by her side. Take the elf queen beside him for example. She actually knew how to call the wind and summon the rain. The sudden heavy rain last night was a trick played by the elf queen. After Xianxia got the news from Bobo, she also thought about how to sneak into the Beast King's messenger's team. After discussing with Boss Pingyu, she deliberately created the rain so that the Beast King's messenger would have no choice but to stop when they reached Wa City. As for Boss Pingyu, he was lying in ambush in the dark. When everyone was unprepared, he injured a woman. The two of them worked together and successfully deceived the Beast King's messenger. Let's tail them, but don't get too close to avoid being discovered. The elf queen nodded. She and Boss Pingyu, one in front and one behind, tailed the Beast King's messenger's team in the sky. In the sky, the elf queen and Boss Pingyu followed closely. On the ground, Xianxia's heart was still worried. She had sneaked in. She didn't know how long it would take to get to the moon pavilion. She hoped that Baby Bo and Little Ying could handle it. Because of the trap set up yesterday, Xianxia was delayed for a night. Following the team, Xianxia did not rush to contact Baby Bo. But along the way, Xianxia happened to be following the newly contracted dream otter and communicated with it. Xianxia originally thought that after contracting the dream otter, she would be able to find the mastermind behind the Moon Canvas restaurant. However, after contracting the dream otter, Xianxia discovered that the Beast King behind the dream otter was very cautious. After Xianxia erased Dream Otter's spiritual contract mark, Dream Otter could not explain the true identity of the Beast King. But one thing was certain, the Beast King was just a code name. His true identity was a god in the god realm. When Xianxia was in the underworld, she had heard Ming Ri say that other than the respective gods, no other gods were allowed to appear in the human realm and the underworld. Now that it was confirmed that there was a god-level character in the Bahuang continent, and this person was using illegal means to collect the power of faith, this matter must be treated carefully. After a day and a night, around dawn, Xianxia and others arrived at the foot of a mountain. The Sun Pavilion is in front. Everyone follow me up the mountain. The words of the Beast King's messenger surprised Xianxia. She did not go directly to the Moon Pavilion, but was taken to a place called the Sun Pavilion. It turned out that the stronghold of the Beast King in the human realm was different. Those men and women with outstanding looks would be sent to the moon pavilion managed by Rong Yang, while those like Yunxing, who were not outstanding in appearance but had special skills, would be sent to the sun pavilion. Earlier, the Beast King's messenger had planned to send most of them directly to the moon pavilion, but because of the agreement between Rong Yang and Nie Diao would send a statue of faith to the sun pavilion in a few days. To be on the safe side, the messenger of the Beast King decided to go to the Sun Calling Pavilion to welcome the statue of faith first. Yunxing naturally didn't know the whole story. She could only follow him up the mountain. The Sun Beckoning Pavilion was built on top of a tall mountain. It was located in the east of the 8 wastelands and was immersed in the sea of clouds and strange rocks all year round. There was also a large number of ferocious magical beasts residing in the mountains. Usually, if someone accidentally entered the mountains, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would not return. Yunxing followed the Beast King's messenger up the mountain, all the way until they reached a precipitous cliff, where a majestic pavilion appeared. Mythical beast Rue, take these people down first. The messenger of the Beast King looked at 1 hour with an anxious expression. Yunxing and the other women were escorted away. After everyone left, the Beast King's messenger rose into the air and flew towards a certain place in the sea of clouds. No one knew that there was a magic array hidden in this sea of clouds that never dispersed all year round. This magic array was also the only exit between the realm of the gods and the 8 wastelands. The sea of clouds was filled with clouds and mist. The Beast King's messenger found a colorful cloud with a special color. He chanted and that colorful cloud emitted a colorful golden light. Under the illumination of the golden light, the sea of clouds and the surroundings surged like a tidal wave. The sea of clouds kept gathering together and formed a cloud vortex. In the vortex, a treasure ship appeared. The ship was exquisitely carved and looked extraordinary. There was a silk banner fluttering at the bow of the ship. On the banner, there was the word Nie. That was the ship of one of the gods of the realm of the gods, Nie Diao. There was also a handsome male servant standing at the bow of the ship. Looking at his delicate features and good constitution, one could tell at a glance that he was from the realm of the gods. This servant was Nie Diao's eldest disciple, Qing. He received a message from his master to send a statue of faith over. It was said that it would be delivered yesterday morning, but the Beast King's messenger was still not there. He had to wait for a few days. Seeing the Beast King's messenger at this time, Qing's face was inevitably a little unhappy. He was from the realm of the gods and was ordered to deliver something. That subordinate of the Beast King dared to make him wait for so long. If it was not for his master's sake, he would have left long ago. Sir Messenger, I'm really sorry. Something happened on the way, so I was late. The Beast King's messenger had dealt with people from the realm of the gods and knew that these so-called messengers were very proud. He respectfully led Qing and flew in the direction of the Sun Beckoning Pavilion. The statue of faith is on the ship. I'll leave after delivering it. The human realm is indeed a filthy place. I feel uncomfortable all over if I stay a little longer. Qing's face was full of arrogance. Don't worry, as long as you confirm that the statue of faith is correct, you can leave. If you want to go to the human realm in the future, you can come to the Sun Beckoning Pavilion at any time. The Beast King's messenger fawned. A statue was brought out. If Nie Diao was a god, his character and strength were not very good, but his carving skills were indeed outstanding in the realm of the gods. This new statue was exactly the same as the one Yunxing and the others saw in the Beast King Temple. It seemed that the statue in the Beast King Temple was also made by Nie Diao. When the Beast King's messenger saw the statue of faith, his eyes lit up. After carefully inspecting it, he showed a satisfied expression. But at this time, Qing's expression suddenly changed. Stop, where is my master now? Not many people in the realm of the gods knew that Nie Diao liked to go to the human realm privately. As for his purpose in going to the human realm, as his eldest disciple, Qing also vaguely knew a little. It was just that Nie Diao usually stayed in the human realm for a day and a night at most. This time, although his master ordered people to deliver the statue of faith as usual, the statue was delivered, but Nie Diao himself had not returned to the realm of the gods. Qing had just received the news, and he could not help but be suspicious. You said that Lord Nie has not returned to the realm of the gods? That's impossible. Logically speaking, Rong Yang should have sent back the things that Lord and I bought with him. When the Beast King's messenger heard this, he could not help but change his expression. He felt that something was wrong. He quickly ordered people to contact Rong Yang in the moon-embracing pavilion, but this time, there was no news from Rong Yang. Could it be that something happened to Rong Yang? The Beast King's messenger and Xianxia both showed an incredulous expression. Lord Messenger, don't worry, I will take you to the moon-embracing pavilion. The Beast King's messenger thought for a while and decided to take people directly to the moon-embracing pavilion to look for Nie Diao. Because there was still some distance between the moon-embracing pavilion and the sun-beckoning pavilion, Xianxia decided to drive the boat directly to the moon-embracing pavilion. When the boat was moving quickly, the Beast King's messenger and Xianxia did not notice that a figure, a short god, had quietly sneaked onto the boat. Needless to say, the person who sneaked up was Xianxia. Xianxia got the help of the mythical beast Rui and successfully got rid of the people in the Jerry pavilion. When the messenger of the King of Beasts entered the Sea of Clouds, Xianxia had already followed behind. When she found the magic array hidden in the Sea of Clouds, Xianxia knew that there must be a magic array that connected the God realm and the human realm. The people of the King of Beasts were really daring. They even dared to set up a magic array that connected to the God realm. Xianxia already had a faint feeling that there must be a bigger secret hidden in it. When the treasure ship appeared, Xianxia was also taken aback. Compared to that treasure ship from the God realm, those empty ships that Xianxia had on the boundless continent earlier could be said to pale in comparison. What made Xianxia even more surprised was that this ship from the God realm actually had a statue of faith. But in this way, Xianxia knew where those statues of faith in the Beast King Temple came from. After boarding the ship, the messenger of the King of Beasts and the messenger of God didn't notice that there was one more person on the ship. The treasure ship from the God realm was naturally much faster than the empty ship that Xianxia had taken before. Under the effect of the two large-scale wind magic arrays at the stern, the treasure ship only flew for half a day and arrived at the location of the moon-embracing building. After observing, Xianxia found out that the moon-embracing building and the Jerry pavilion were both located on a high mountain, but the moon-embracing building was located on the west side. Looking at the mountain, the location was more secretive than the Jerry pavilion. The messenger of the King of Beasts and the messenger of God were already standing at the bow of the ship. When the treasure ship descended, the eyes of the messenger of the King of Beasts changed slightly. The original location of the moon-embracing building was covered in thick smoke and had turned into ashes. Not to mention Nie Diao, even Rong Yang and the others didn't see anyone. Bastard, where is Master? Seeing such a scene, Xianxia was very excited. He looked around, but unexpectedly, he didn't find any trace of Master's aura. His heart suddenly became cold. There was only one possibility for his master's whereabouts to be unknown, Nie Diao was already dead. When the Beast King's messenger saw that the moon-embracing inn had been reduced to ashes, he was also furious. He also found many corpses in the ashes, including Rong Yang's. Damn it! Who is it that dares to kill the Beast King's subordinate? The Beast King's emissary's face darkened. You must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I'll have to demand an explanation from 4 Cardinal Divinity. Xianxia flew into a rage when he couldn't find Nie Diao's body. Divine Messenger, don't worry. I have my ways to find the culprit. The messenger of the Beast King looked at the charred ruins with a cold look in his eyes. He chanted a few times, and dozens of black rays of light shot out from the ashes. Taking a closer look, that black light was the mysterious black talisman that Bobo had seen in the Canvas Moon restaurant. These black talisman papers could not be burned even if oil was poured on them. Bobo had thought that the Canvas Moon restaurant had been destroyed with a fire, but she didn't expect that the Canvas Moon restaurant was still hiding such mysterious black talismans. When those black talismans fell to the ground, they turned into divine soldiers wearing masks. These divine soldiers, although they didn't breathe like humans, but under the masks, there were 2 rays of light that shot out, and they looked like living people. The Beast King's emissary whispered to one of the black talisman divine soldiers for a while, and his expression became dignified. How is it? Have you found the culprit? Xianxia urged. We have found the culprit. They shouldn't have run far. We will catch up with them soon. The Beast King's emissary laughed. Earlier, when he saw the Canvas Moon restaurant burned to the ground, he was extremely angry. But after he found out the culprit from the divine soldiers, he showed a strange smile. This time, it was really a big loss. He didn't expect that the mortal world universe god who had been missing for so many years would appear in the Canvas Moon restaurant, and she was the one who killed Nie Diao. The Beast King had always been looking for her whereabouts. If they could capture her this time, the Beast King would definitely be very happy, and he would definitely not pursue the matter of the Canvas Moon restaurant. The Beast King's emissary, Xianxia, and the others immediately boarded the treasure ship from the divine world, and flew down the mountain. Hurry up, after we cross this mountain, we should be in Yudu. Between the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, close to 100 figures were struggling to escape forward. Among these people, there were men and women, and there were also some children. They looked very flustered. These people were the ones who were locked up in the Canvas Moon restaurant with Bo Bo and the others. After Bo Bo and Little Ying killed Nie Diao and burned down the Canvas Moon restaurant, they were also worried. They decided to escape first. But after Bo Bo and Little Ying brought along these people, their speed slowed down a lot. Especially since the Canvas Moon restaurant was originally built on top of a mountain, there were no spaceships or flying beasts, and the mountain roads were very difficult to travel. They rushed for a day and a night, but they only crossed 2 mountains. Little Ying, if we continue like this, we will be caught soon. Because of the long journey, Bo Bo's little face was flushed red. Bo Bo, why don't you go first? Little Ying's physical strength was much weaker than Bo Bo's. Little Ying also knew that Bo Bo could transform into wings and fly away. If she was caught, it would be because of her and the others. I won't leave you behind. Everyone, hurry up. If we don't escape this time, what awaits us is death. Bo Bo raised her voice. Those children, men, and women who were caught by the Canvas Moon restaurant were in a daze because they were under the illusion of the dream otter. Now that they woke up, they knew that they were in danger. When they heard that they were going to be caught, all of them were scared out of their wits. They didn't care about their fatigue and rushed with all their might. But how could 2 feet compare to the treasure ship of the divine world? Around noon, a dark cloud suddenly floated across the originally clear sky. When they realized that there was something wrong with the sky, Bo Bo and Little Ying looked up. In the sky, a treasured ship that was the size of 2 or 3 houses flew over while riding the wind and breaking the waves. Not good, it's the pursuers. Little Ying's face paled. Bo Bo also opened her eyes wide, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear on her face. When she killed Nie Diao, Bo Bo knew that she had chosen a path that went against the path of the divine world. The treasure ship quickly landed with an astonishing momentum. Those people who escaped from the Canvas Moon restaurant fled in all directions. Little Ying was also scared to the point that her face paled. But when she saw that Bo Bo didn't run away, and instead stood in place with a determined face, her heart couldn't help but surge with unprecedented courage. Bo Bo, I will accompany you. If we live together. If we die together. Little Ying walked forward and grabbed Bo Bo's hand. Okay, we live and die together. Bo Bo's heart warmed as she said in a crisp voice. Are you the ones who burned down the lunar pavilion? Even with the secret report from the Black Talisman divine weapon, when the Beast King's messenger found out that the ones who burned down the moon-embracing restaurant and killed Nie Diao were actually 2 little kids, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The messenger of the Beast King still remembered Bo Bo and Little Ying. Weren't these 2 little girls who he had captured from a city? At that time, he only thought that the 2 little girls were clever and cute, and because of Nie Diao's taste, he captured them. Who would have thought that these 2 little girls would cause the destruction of the lunar-embracing brothel? It was really a moment of carelessness, and 2 jinxes had appeared. Next to him, Nie Diao's eldest disciple, Xianxia, was also hesitant. Did these 2 cute little lolas kill Master? I killed him and I set the fire. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Bo Bo was not afraid at all. Her little face was as cold as ice and there was only coldness in her eyes. There were more pursuers than she had expected. Moreover, she saw dozens of soldiers behind the messenger of the Beast King. These soldiers were emitting an aura that Bo Bo hated. Even if Bo Bo had the help of the divine sickle, it would be difficult for her to defeat so many people at once. You little brat who doesn't know what's good for you. Wait, there's a fluctuation of divine power on your body. Nie Diao's eldest disciple, Qing, seemed to have discovered something as his eyelids twitched. Qing was from the realm of the gods. Naturally, he was more sensitive to divine power than ordinary people. He just realized that this little girl with rare hair and who looked exactly like a human had an obvious fluctuation of divine power in her body. This fluctuation was obviously much weaker than that of an ordinary master god in the realm of the gods. However, the aura was very pure and it was definitely divine power. It seemed that this child had just transformed into a human and her divine body had just been born. Everyone in the realm of the gods knew that the strength of a god at this stage was the most unstable. At the same time, it was also the easiest for them to be devoured. Lord Messenger of the gods, don't underestimate this little girl. Her true identity is that of a world god in the mortal realm. However, things are different now. She's just an abandoned god now. The messenger of the Beast King chuckled as he sized Bobo up. He had already found out from the soldiers that Bobo was the one who burned down the lunar pavilion and killed Rongyang and Nie Diao. The words abandoned deity made the Beast King and the divine envoy's eyes light up with greed. Anyone who knew a little about the realm would know what an abandoned god was. Abandoned god was a god who was exiled to another realm after he committed god. Of the god had committed a grave sins god. He god had god of the gods. However, the abandoned god still possessed a divine body. As long as one could obtain a divine body, anyone in the god realm who was not yet a core god, or any race in the human realm, or even magical beasts, could become a god. Whether it was the Beast King's messenger or Nie Diao's first disciple, although they were somewhat related to the divine realm, they were not true overgods in the end. If they wanted to become overgods, they would need to go through hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. However, they were not gods in the end, and their lifespans were at most 500 years, so they were unable to become gods. But if they could get an abandoned god's divine body, it would be a different story. In their eyes, Bobo was like a piece of Tang Sanzang's meat. So what if you're an abandoned god? You two are not even soldiers. You can't do anything to me. Bobo snorted coldly. Her small hands could not help but clench into fists. She hated the messenger of the Beast King and Qing Cheng's eyes. These people were not good people. Especially when she heard the words abandoned god, Bobo's heart could not help but twitch. She also knew what the abandoned god meant. She had been abandoned. This matter had been stabbing Bobo's heart all the time. In fact, Nie Diao was right before he died. It was best for Bobo to leave the mortal realm and go to the underworld. Perhaps with the protection of Ming's son, she could avoid the fate of being hunted down. In the past, Bobo might have done so without hesitation. At that time, she was weak and needed protection. She only knew how to hide behind Mother Goddess and Ming Sunday. But after her adventure in the mortal realm, Bobo was different from before. She was not willing to be a burden to Ming Sunday. That's not necessarily true. Lord Messenger, why don't we join forces? After we get the divine body, we can split it 50-50. This way, we can greatly increase our chances of becoming gods. The messenger of the Beast King could not help but lick his lips. He had already begun to imagine the wonderful taste of Bobo's divine body. The messenger of the Beast King secretly thought that it was fortunate that Nie Diao was dead. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to get a new body. Little Ying, stand aside. Bobo could also see that the two of them were up to no good. Her small body suddenly soared into the sky. The two divine sickles turned into a pink hurricane. The hurricane's momentum was very shocking. It made it impossible for people to get close. Black Talisman soldiers, go. The messenger of the Beast King had come prepared. At his command, dozens of Black Talisman soldiers behind him shot out like dozens of arrows. Bobo looked at the divine soldiers whose momentum had skyrocketed. There was some surprise in her eyes. She could feel that the energy fluctuations on the Black Talisman soldiers were very similar to the previous Black Talisman. They were all surging with divine power. Kill! The Black Talisman soldiers let out a furious roar, and divine bows appeared in their hands. Then, the divine bows flashed. Divine arrows condensed on the bowstrings. In an instant, countless arrows rained down on Bobo like a torrential rain. Bobo did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Her small face tensed up. Her body spun like a top. The two sickles protected her body. The divine soldiers also seemed to have spiritual consciousness. The bows in their hands gathered together. Boom! The earth shook. It was as if the entire mountain range was going to be razed to the ground. Countless divine bows gathered together to form a black python. The python opened its ferocious mouth. Like a tumbling flood, it blasted toward Bobo. The pink hurricane and the black python collided, forming a powerful energy fluctuation. The children and little Ying who were running in all directions were all sent flying by a huge force. The two forces weakened each other. Bobo's body was sent flying and rolled on the ground. Her pink curly hair scattered messily. Her body was also covered with various wounds. The messenger of the Beast King was delighted. He was about to summon the divine soldiers to launch the final attack. You really want to hang yourself. You don't want to live anymore. How dare you touch my people? A somewhat mocking voice made the messenger of the Beast King and the divine messenger, who thought that victory was in their hands, stop smiling. Hearing that voice, Popo and little Ying were dumbfounded. They looked at the source of the voice in disbelief. A fiery light shot out from the treasure ship behind the Beast King's emissary and Xianxia, charging towards the dozens of black talisman soldiers. The messenger of the Beast King and Xianxia stared at the flame with their mouths agape. The flame was dazzling, like a scorching sun. It stung their eyes. The flame was fierce and fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached them. Looking carefully, there was a person in the flame. It was a young lady. Like a phoenix bathing in fire, she walked out of the flame slowly. She was wearing a moon-white doctor's robe. Her smile was like a blooming summer lotus. She was alone, but it felt like she was the moon surrounded by stars. The most terrifying thing was the flame beside her. Wherever the flame passed, even the boulders were burned to ashes. However, the lady in the flame didn't seem to feel anything. The lady walked over leisurely. She was like a sun emitting light and heat. Especially her eyes. It was as if she could ignite a person with just one look. Facing the murderous black talisman soldiers, the lady didn't seem to care. She only glanced at Popo and little Ying. After making sure that they were fine, she looked around and stared at the messenger of the Beast King and Xianxia. What's going on? Where did this person come from? Xianxia was shocked to see someone jump out of the treasure ship. He didn't know that there was a person hiding on the treasure ship. If you want to snatch Popo's divine body, you have to ask me first. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and sneered. Xianxia always paid attention to being sure of victory. She had the chance to deal with the messenger of the Beast King and Xianxia on the treasure ship. However, she wanted to know more secrets. That was why she hid in the dark. As expected, she heard a lot of things. When the treasure ship caught up with Popo and the others, she heard everything that Popo and the messenger of the Beast King and the others said. As it turned out, Bobo's world deity position was threatened, and the mortal world deity had another strong competitor. However, unlike the last time, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to help when Bobo was attacked. She also wanted to see how long Bobo could last by himself. The incident of the universe god in the mortal world also made Xianxia realize that she had spoiled Bobo too much. Whether it was in the mortal world or the divine world, the survival of the strong and the elimination of the weak was the only law. Luckily, Bobo's performance was a lot better than Xianxia had expected. It was only at the last moment when Bobo could no longer hold on that Xianxia made a move. How dare he hit her people? Courting death, Yunxing's eyes turned sharp, and the divine lotus hellfire beside her turned into dozens of streaks, rushing towards those divine weapons like shooting stars. Those divine weapons were formed from mysterious black talismans, but in terms of their origin, they were still black talismans. In the mortal world, they could be considered invincible, and even divine weapons could hardly hurt them. However, today, they just had to meet Yunxing, who had the divine lotus hellfire. Once the hellfire touched those black divine weapons, it ignited. The dozens of black divine weapons made crackling sounds as they burned, and immediately turned into pieces of talisman paper, ignited, and fell from the sky. That fire was actually able to burn the black talisman divine weapon of the god realm to nothing. Xianxia didn't know who Yunxing was, but the messenger of the Beast King knew. Although the appearance was different, that voice, the messenger of the universe god's face twitched fiercely. It was her. This woman was the female miracle doctor that he had recruited into the Zhaori pavilion earlier. He clearly saw that Yunxing didn't have any aura or magic fluctuation, so how could she release such a powerful flame all of a sudden, and what's with the intense magic fluctuations around her? Damn it, he actually made mistakes one after another. Not only did he capture a universe god from the mortal world, he even provoked such a female fiend. After using the divine lotus hellfire to force back the divine weapons, Yunxing swept to the front of Popo and little Ying. You too, did you eat leopard guts? Murder? Arson? Who did you learn this from? So young and bad. Yunxing was angry and amused at the same time. Looking at these two little guys, their bodies were wounded and their clothes were dirty. These two little fellows really made her worry sick. Learned from you. Popo and little Ying said in unison. Yunxing rolled her eyes. These two little brats were really lawless, but it seemed that if she thought about it carefully, they did learn from her. Cough cough, alright, don't learn good things and bad things. But you're not good at learning, so I have to help you deal with the aftermath. This is not good. Look carefully, if you want to kill, you have to kill them until they cry for their parents and not leave a single one alive. As Yunxing said, her eyes suddenly turned cold and stared at the messenger of the Beast King and the messenger of God. Both of them shuddered. This woman, although not a god, had a suppressive force on her, which made people feel as if they were facing a god. Humph, no matter who you are, you offended the Master Beast King, so only death awaits you. The messenger of the Beast King sneered and suddenly took out a bottle. In the bottle, a viscous black blood was poured out, and the black blood sprayed on the ashes of the black talismans. On the ground, the dozens of black talisman soldiers that had been burned to ashes by Yunxing's divine lotus hellfire suddenly came back to life. Their ashes gathered together in an instant. This is? Yunxing's expression changed slightly. After the black talisman ashes were stained with the blood, there was a strange change. The paper gathered together, and the blood vessels and muscles kept growing. First, an arm appeared, and gradually, legs and a torso appeared, and then a body. In just a moment, the ashes had already formed a black humanoid figure. The humanoid figure reeked of blood and gave off a terrifying aura. Dear Master, that's a divine weapon of the realm of the gods. But looking at the situation, the bottle seems to contain some medicinal blood. After the divine weapon of the divine weapon was stained with the medicinal blood, it evolved, and I'm afraid it has become even more difficult to deal with. Bobo's little face was full of nervousness. Evolved? Yunxing couldn't help but frown. Don't underestimate these divine weapons. If they evolve properly, they can evolve into divine generals. A divine general possesses the strength of an overgod. Bobo didn't know who was behind the messenger of the Beast King to have such a powerful person. Comparable to a god, only then did Yunxing realize how troublesome the big guy she was about to face was. Hee, at least you have some foresight. That's right, this new divine weapon is not ordinary. It has evolved into a divine general. The messenger of the Beast King laughed proudly. Boom, the moment the messenger of the Beast King finished speaking, the divine weapon of the black talisman had finished its evolution. It stood in front of Yunxing, Bobo, and the others like a towering mountain. See that the protest night fox is not going to appear. Calm down, she will appear. Then, it will be the husband and wife struggle, laying eggs. I've missed the day to have babies, and the day to strive for sexual bliss. At the end of the month, please spend your votes. Also, thank you to all the cute girls and little shotas for your tips and subscriptions. Under the effect of the medicinal blood, black talisman ashes had become a new black talisman divine general. The divine general was about 5 or 6 meters tall. He held a blood-red sword and his body was covered in dark red blood. His eyes shone with red light, like a starving beast trapped in a cage. The black talisman divine general took a step forward with heavy steps. With one step, it was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. A hole several meters deep immediately appeared on the ground. What a terrifying power. Yunxing was secretly shocked. Divine General, kill these ants from immortal realm, the messenger of the Beast King shouted in triumph. King of the evil spirits, meet the enemy. The king of the evil spirits appeared behind Yunxing at the same time. The king of the evil spirits' eyes were red. He punched out, and a gust of evil spirits rushed toward the Black Talisman Divine General like a storm. In the next moment, the Black Talisman Divine General waved the sword in his hand. The sword wind was earth-shattering. It tore apart the evil spirits and stabbed toward the king of the evil spirits. The king of the evil spirits knew the power of the sword. After protecting his body, he looked serious and let out an angry roar. All of a sudden, its enormous body split into many parts, and countless evil ghosts and spirits attacked the Black Talisman Divine Weapon. The Black Talisman Divine General waved the sword. Divine power overflowed. Before the evil spirits could get close, they were turned into wisps of smoke. Even the king of the evil spirits was no match for her. Yunxing's face darkened. She jumped up and several divine lotus hellfire appeared on her fingertips. The hellfire turned into fireballs and smashed at the Black Talisman Divine General's feet like raindrops. The ground immediately turned into a crimson sea of fire. Scorching tongues of karmic fire continuously spat out in an attempt to devour the Divine General of Black Talisman. It's useless. The Divine General has been tempered by the medicinal blood. His skin is no longer black. So what if you have the divine fire? You can't do anything to the Black Talisman Divine General. In the eyes of the messenger of the Beast King, Yunxing's actions were like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was ridiculous. Yunxing was just a human. So what if she had the divine lotus hellfire? Sure enough, the Black Talisman Divine General stepped on the divine fire and was as steady as a mountain. A pair of black wings suddenly sprouted from his back and he flew into the air. Pooh! The Black Talisman Divine General turned his gaze and saw Yunxing. He suddenly swung his blood-colored greatsword at Yunxing. That sword was astonishingly fast. Master, be careful. Master, be careful. Popo and Little Ying felt like their guts were about to burst. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Out of the blue, a five-colored light shone from her beast language ring, and the 1,000-year-old ice zither flew out, spinning. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as if two metals had collided, a string of sparks shot out. Divine General Black Talisman's blood-colored broadsword had instantly penetrated the 1,000-year-old ice zither. Being blocked by ice harp, the big sword was stuck on ice harp. The sharp sword tip was only half an inch away from Yunxing's chest. TSK, you dare to destroy my zither. The 1,000-year-old ice zither was forged by her mother, Hu Jiuxing, and Yunxing. Yunxing cherished it very much and rarely used it. Who would have thought that it would be pierced by this bullshit Black Talisman Divine General's sword today? To Yunxing, injuring Bing Qin with a sword was like injuring herself. Seeing this scene, Yunxing's eyes turned sharp. She grabbed the ice zither and raised her 10 fingers. A thunderous sound flowed out from her fingers, and the Shenong medical bracelet on her wrist strangely emitted a blood-colored light. Under her fingers, the sound of the zither was sonorous and powerful. It was like the howling of the wind, like an army with thousands of men and horses, filled with murderous intent. An indescribable mysterious pressure gradually formed behind Yunxing. The Black Talisman Divine General, who was attacking, suddenly paused. The messenger of the Beast King and Qingqing were even more dumbfounded. They saw a figure appear behind the ant-like human. It was a man standing with his hands behind his back. He wore a golden dragon robe, and 9 fire dragons circled around him. The man's appearance was not clear, but the terrifying Emperor's aura that was enough to shake the heavens and earth made all living things within 100 miles feel like they were crawling on the ground. That's. The messenger of the Beast King and Qingqing were already unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. They became soft-footed shrimps, and with 2 plopping sounds, they knelt on the ground. The God Emperor's aura. Just a glimpse of it was enough to shock all the sovereigns in the sky. The 8th chapter of the Dihong Song, the pinnacle of the song. The God Emperor's aura suddenly appeared. Crack, crack, crack. Under the God Emperor's aura, the Black Talisman Divine General fell limp like mud. The messenger of the Beast King didn't even have time to scream before he felt a chill on his neck. He saw that his head was separated from his body, and then everything fell into darkness. Boss Peng and the Elven Queen arrived in time. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they watched the God Emperor's figure in the sky gradually disappear. The terrifying God Emperor's aura suppressed the black talisman Divine General. Almost at the same time, the 1,000-year-old ice zither in Yunxing's hand could not withstand the pressure and broke into 2 pieces. The moment the zither broke, the God Emperor's figure also disappeared. Old ancestor, this time, you have helped me again. Yunxing looked at the remains of the ice zither. While feeling emotional, she also felt very emotional. Just the back view of an Emperor God expert was able to kill the Divine General Black Talisman, who was a Lord God. One could only imagine how terrifying the real Flame Emperor of Shenong, or Emperor Jiu Yan of the Divine World, was. Master, the other people in the Sun Beckoning Pavilion have been killed. Only this guy is left. What do you plan to do with him? Boss Peng and the Elven Queen followed Yunxing all the way. Under Yunxing's orders, they washed the entire Sun Beckoning Pavilion with blood. My lords, please spare my life. Qingqing had originally thought that the other party was just an ant from the mortal world. Who would have thought that this human had hidden his strength so well that he could perform an ancient divine song that even a sovereign god couldn't play and attract the might of a god emperor? Qingqing did not dare to fight anymore. His legs were shaking like noodles as he knelt in front of Yunxing and the others and begged for mercy. This person is very annoying. Why don't we just kill him? Boss Peng hated people like Qingqing who fawned over others the most. Moreover, this person was with the Beast King and the others, so he must be the same kind of person. Don't be impulsive. He still has some uses. Yunxing rolled her eyes and looked at Qingqing. She had hidden on the ship just now and heard it very clearly. That's right. This person is Nie Diao's disciple. He'll be very useful if we keep him. Bobo also glared at Qingqing fiercely, but she did not kill him. She also had some more thoughts in her eyes. Becoming an abandoned god was a big blow to Bobo. However, there were pros and cons as well. It also made Bobo grow a lot. Since the so-called universe god candidate could use Nie Diao, why couldn't she, Bobo, use Nie Diao's disciple and frame that person instead? The subtle changes in Popo's heart were all seen by Yunxing. Unlike ordinary summoners and life-bonded beasts, for Yunxing, Popo was no ordinary magical beast. Yunxing could clearly feel Popo's pain. What she could do now was to help Popo rebuild his confidence. Whether the other party was a god or a demon, as long as Popo was hurt, Yunxing would kill him without hesitation. Popo is right. This person is still very useful. The matter of world gods has not been decided yet. If I'm not wrong, the Beast King is not an official world god yet. Popo and him still have a chance. And this person will become a very important bargaining chip for us, Yunxing said. Yunxing thought about it. That treasure ship was something from the divine realm. If she wanted to use it for herself, she needed someone who knew the ropes. More importantly, Yunxing and Popo both wanted to find out about the belief statue through Qingqing. Qingqing was forced into a corner and could only be escorted onto the ship by Boss Pingyu. Let me ask you, how is this belief statue used? What does the Beast King want to do with it? Yunxing pointed to the brand new belief statue on the ship. The belief statue is used to collect the power of belief. This belief statue made by Master has a small conversion magic array inside. As long as enough power of belief is collected, the belief statue can convert the power of belief into divine power. Qingqing was not willing to say, but he was frightened by Boss Pingyu's fierce eyes and immediately told her everything. After listening, Yunxing stepped forward and checked the belief statue. Sure enough, inside the belief statue, Yunxing found a very mysterious conversion magic array. This was Nie Diao's special point. Nie Diao's divine power was weak and could not even compare to Popo. Back then, he was able to get the favor of divine 4 directions by virtue of his special carving skills and was promoted to a master god. However, after Nie Diao became a chief god, the 4 cardinal divinity forbade him from casually making statues of faith to prevent him from misusing his special ability, let alone selling them to the mortal world. A statue of faith made by Nie Diao could continuously absorb the power of faith for 10 years and convert it into divine power. It can convert the power of faith into divine power? Ever since Bobo found out that she had become an abandoned god, she had been a little depressed. Now that she heard Xianxia's words, her eyes lit up a little. In other words, as long as she had enough statues of faith, it meant that she could also obtain an endless stream of divine power. But, even if I have divine power, it's useless. I've already been abandoned. She thought of something and lowered her little head again. That look made people feel that she was very pitiful. You're wrong. Bobo, if the other party is really a world deity, why would he sneakily use the statues of faith to obtain godly power? I'm guessing that the so-called Beast King is still in a waiting state like you. The two of you can still compete fairly, Xianxia said with certainty. That's right. All world deities have a boundary seal. Bobo's boundary seal is still hidden on her body. Mother God also did not order anyone to take away my boundary seal. Bobo's eyes were shining. After listening to her master's analysis, she felt a little more confident. My lords, actually, I've heard a little about the world deities. Lord Bobo and Lord Beast King are both candidates for the world deity position. Although Divine Four Directions had no way to stop the selection of candidates for the new world deity position, it was said that she had a big quarrel with the other Divine Four Directions. In the end, the Divine Four Directions made the other Divine Four Directions compromise. The candidates from both sides will compete fairly. Whoever wins the hearts of the people in the mortal world will be the true world deity. On the side, Xianxia, in order to save his life and curry favor with the two of them, told them all the gossip he had heard from Nie. Although the so-called Beast King had not taken office yet, the master gods including Nie all believed that Bobo, who did not have the strength, did not have the support of her clan, and did not have the help of Divine Four Directions and Underworld God, could never defeat the Beast King. That was why they were so certain that Bobo was already a deity. Let me ask you, how many statues of faith did Nie sell to the Beast King? Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia finally understood why the Beast King would go through so much trouble to establish the moon-embracing tower and the sun-beckoning pavilion, and use dirty means to collude with Nie in exchange for the statues of faith. Including this one, there are a total of 11. The previous 10 have already been transferred to the 8 desolates one after another. It's hard to take them back now. Xianxia was Nie's last disciple. He was very clear about the dirty tricks of Nie and the Beast King. He was also in charge of the previous 10 statues of the Beast King. Then is there any way to destroy those statues of faith and destroy the creation of new divine power? Xianxia questioned. I'm afraid this matter is a little tricky. If we go to the Beast King temples and destroy the statues of faith, I'm afraid we will attract public anger. You are Nie's last disciple, do you have any ideas? Xianxia said as she touched her chin and looked at Xianxia with a treacherous expression. Xianxia had been to the Beast King temple in Wu City. The people of Wu City had great respect for the Beast King. Xianxia was not a fool. Whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Needless to say, she was here to pacify the hearts of the people and collect the power of faith. Destroying the statues of faith was tantamount to singing a different tune from the people. Therefore, if force did not work, she could only use words. Xianxia's scalp went numb from Xianxia's stare. This, miss, my skills are not good, there's no way. Xianxia still wanted to evade. Not good? I have some corpse-rotting water, I don't mind turning you into a pool of corpse water. Xianxia curled her lips and a bottle of potion appeared in her hand. Spare my life, great aunt, this little one will kowtow to you. Let this little one think about it, there will definitely be a way. Xianxia cursed his bad luck in his heart. It was also his bad luck that the statue of faith fell into the hands of this she-devil. He really did not understand how this woman could obtain the protection of the God Emperor's divine might. Soon, Xianxia thought of a way. Actually, I really do have a way to transfer the Beast King's power of faith to Lord Bobo. Xianxia was able to become the last disciple of Nie because he knew how to take advantage of the situation. In order to save his life, he proposed 2 very good methods. The first method was to tamper with the magic array inside the statue of faith and change the transmission of divine power. As for the second method, it was to change the hearts of the people and make them no longer worship that rotten Beast King. That Xianxia didn't have a good character, but he was quite smart. Yunxing thought about the two methods he came up with and felt that they were feasible. The first method wasn't difficult with Xianxia around. As long as they monitored him and tampered with the 10 statues of faith that had already spread to Yudu, they would be able to do it. But the second method would have to rely on Bo Bo and Yunxing. The second method isn't actually that difficult to handle. The Beast King has only risen in the past few years, and it has only spread to a small area like Yudu. It hasn't expanded to the entire celestial fox tribe, so its influence is limited. Yunxing thought for a moment and quickly made a decision in her heart. She was now here as the celestial fox saintess. As long as she did good deeds in the local area and established the prestige of the celestial fox saintess, not only would she be able to complete her mission, but she would also be able to attack the Beast King's forces, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The reason why the Beast King was respected was because he had eradicated magical beasts for the people, defended the city, and done many so-called good deeds. However, these were only good deeds on the surface. As for the bad deeds he had done behind his back, they had always been hidden and unknown to the people. This time, the Moon Pavilion and the Sun Beckoning Pavilion had been cleared out. Yunxing, Bo Bo, and the others had rescued a portion of the hostages. As long as they were sent back to their respective cities, the truth would naturally be revealed. In the remaining months, Yunxing was confident that she could uproot the Beast King's forces in the Yudu area. Yunxing and Bo Bo brought Xianxia and the kidnapped people of Yudu and immediately boarded the treasure ship and rushed back to a city. After Yunxing's treatment, the kidnapped men, women, and children also regained their consciousness and returned to their homes one after another. As these people returned home, the ugly face of the Beast King was also revealed. Bad news spread thousands of miles. In just 10 days, the people in Yudu were in turmoil. The people's respect for the Beast King weakened a lot. The Beast King temple, which had been full of incense, suddenly became deserted. Under Yunxing's coercion, Xianxia went to the Beast King temple in the city. That's the statue of the Beast King's faith. Do it. Remember, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you'll end up like your master, Yunxing said coldly. How could Xianxia dare to say no? In his eyes, Yunxing was someone who had the protection of an emperor god. No matter how strong the Beast King was, he was only an over-god. How could he compare to the Emperor Huiyan, who was an emperor god? He obediently walked forward, took out a carving knife, and lightly dug at the base of the Beast King statue. At the base of the statue, a piece of clay fell off. Magical light flickered on the surface of the clay. There was a magical array. It was the conversion magic array with special functions drawn by Nidiao that Xianxia had mentioned earlier. It was unknown what Xianxia did to the conversion magic array, but after a while, the conversion magic array dimmed down. Lord Bobo, can I borrow your blood? Xianxia stole a glance at Yunxing and Bobo. What are you doing? Don't you dare have any bad intentions? Bobo glared at him. Lord Bobo, I'm innocent. This little one wants to help you. To tell you the truth, this little one has followed my master for a few hundred years. I'm quite familiar with the conversion magic array. As long as you use Lord Bobo's blood to draw a new magic array, this faith statue will be yours. In the future, the divine energy it absorbs will all belong to you, Xianxia said carefully. He only wanted to curry favor with this big and small female fiend so that he could escape as soon as possible. Really? Yunxing and Bobo were delighted when they heard this. Of course. This little one is confident. Xianxia's face was sincere. It didn't seem like he was lying. Master, why don't you use your and Bobo's blood to draw this magic array? Bobo raised her cute little face and stared at Yunxing. That won't do. Bobo, this faith statue belongs to you. Furthermore, using the conversion magic array to convert faith statue to divine energy is only for gods. Yunxing didn't want to take advantage of Bobo. She only wanted Bobo to grow stronger and make that Beast King scram out of the human world. That's right, Lord Bobo. Faith statue doesn't have much use for humans. It's only useful for master gods and gods above master gods. When Xianxia heard that Bobo wanted to share his faith statue with Yunxing, he was also shocked. Every master god was eager to obtain more divine energy. This world god Wai Gang was actually stupid enough to want to share his divine energy? Bobo, it's too lonely to be a god alone. Bobo wants to be with Master forever. Bobo sniffled. Gods had eternal life, but Master was just a body. When Bobo thought about how she wouldn't be able to see Yunxing for a long time in the future, her heart tightened. Bobo, you killed Nie Diao, and you still have his divine body. As long as Master devours Nie Diao's divine body, you can become a demigod. With Master's talent, you can definitely become a god. Master, promise Bobo that you'll become a god with Bobo? Bobo pitifully tugged at Yunxing's sleeve. Bobo was still a little narrow-minded when she killed Nie Diao that day. She kept Nie Diao's divine body because she wanted to let Master devour it when she met Yunxing. That way, Master could always be with her. Becoming a god. Countless figures flashed through Yunxing's mind. There was Night Fox, her parents, her good friends. Although becoming a god was good, if she became a god, it meant that she would be separated from her loved ones. Yunxing wasn't ready for all of this. But if she refused, Bobo would definitely be very sad. This little fellow had already experienced too many things that she couldn't accept. Moreover, was it really good to leave Bobo alone? Xianxia, who was listening at the side, was very envious. Divine body, this woman actually had the chance to devour a divine body. One must know that after devouring a divine body, the worst would be a demigod with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Compared to him, a slave of the Master God who only had a lifespan of 500 years, it was much better. He wanted a god body even in his dreams. This human woman was hesitating. Yunxing stared at Bobo. After a long time, she sighed. Bobo, Master won't leave you alone. Never. Yunxing bent down and gently hugged Bobo in her arms. Bobo's little body trembled slightly. Her face was full of joy. But I can't promise you to devour Nie Diao's divine body. Her joy didn't last long. Bobo was shocked again. Master? I will use my own strength to find the path of gods and become a god. At that time I will bring more people, like little Ying and Xiaohe. We will accompany you through the endless years in the future. We will always be with you. Yunxing's eyes moved, and the confidence on her face infected Bobo. It was just a short conversation, but for Yunxing and Popo, it was a promise that would never change. Bobo's heart was touched like never before. Master. Woo-woo, this was the master she was familiar with. Bobo blinked her eyes, trying hard not to let the tears in her eyes roll down. Bobo was still too selfish? Master still had her family and friends. Only by opening the path of the gods could Master and her loved ones become gods together. The path of the gods sounded very far away, but as long as her divine power continued to increase, she would definitely be able to find the path of the gods in the human world. Bobo believed that Master would definitely become a god. Refused? Xianxia thought he had heard wrong. Was this woman from the human race really going to give up on such a good opportunity? She actually said that she wanted to open the path of the gods by herself. How stupid. In the human world, spiritual energy was scarce. How could there be an existence like the path of the gods? Boy, that divine body is cheap for you, but I want you to swear on your divine body that you will always support Bobo in the future. Otherwise, even if I kill my way to the divine world, I will not leave your bones behind. Yunxing glanced at Xianxia from the corner of her eyes. This boy was much better than his wretched master. Bobo did not have much support in the divine world, so it was good to have one more person to support her. My lord, you are not joking, you want to give that divine body to this little one? Xianxia was suddenly stunned. He stammered. Humph, it doesn't matter if the master doesn't want to give it to you. However, you must leave a wisp of my soul consciousness in your body. Bobo pouted and reluctantly threw the god body to Xianxia. Master did not doubt the people she used. Since Master felt that this Xianxia was a talent, Bobo would trust him for the time being. Anyway, as long as there was a trace of her divine sense in Xianxia's body, if he had any disloyalty, Bobo could kill him anytime. I don't dare. Xianxia will be loyal to the two lords in this life. Xianxia knelt down excitedly. For a moment, he did not know what to say. His life experience was pitiful. He was an ordinary god born in the divine world. He had neither family background nor talent. When he was still a child, he was snatched by Nie Diao because of his handsome appearance and followed Nie Diao for hundreds of years. In the past few hundred years, Nie Diao had never thought of getting him a divine body. He had thought that he would only be able to die in the divine realm at the end of his lifespan. Who would have thought that he would obtain such a great opportunity in the mortal realm? Xianxia immediately took a portion of Bobo's divine blood and tampered with the magic conversion array in the Beast King's statue of faith. In the next few days, Boss Peng and Queen Yicha, who had been dispatched by Yunxing to various places in Yudu to investigate, also brought back news one after another. In the other 9 places in Yudu, they had also discovered statues of faith. Yunxing, Baby Bo, and Qingqing traveled non-stop to various places. It took them half a month to secretly swap out all the Beast King statues in the Beast King temples. Alright, this is already the 10th statue of faith. Qingqing put the last piece of clay back. After a moment, the 10 magic conversion arrays began to operate at the same time. Pop. Pop. She only felt 11 streams of energy rush into her body. That energy rushed from her limbs and bones all the way to the top of her skull. Master, Bobo feels like something is about to rush out of my body. Bobo's pink little face turned red as if she was drunk. Her eyes also turned red. Bobo, calm down. You haven't been in human form for long, and your body is still weak. The power of faith accumulated in those statues of faith is too much for you to bear. Guard your heart meridians, and I will help you with the rest. Yunxing also didn't expect that the 10 statues of faith would work at the same time and produce such a large amount of divine power. He could only think of a way to help Bobo get through this difficult time. Hearing Yunxing's words, Bobo quickly sat down. She tried her best to calm herself down, but waves of powerful power of faith washed over her internal organs, making her feel as if her body was on fire. It was very uncomfortable. Yunxing raised her hand and stabbed at many major acupoints on Bobo's body. A ray of light flashed on her fingertips, and she forced the power of the jade marrow technique into Bobo's acupoints in the form of a hidden needle. Bobo only felt that her body was like being pricked by needles. A cold but very comfortable feeling was constantly entangled with the divine power in her body. The burning feeling in her body was suppressed little by little. Her bones made a crisp sound like beans popping, and a burst of pink light flashed. Bobo, who was only 6 or 7 years old, was constantly growing, like a willow branch after the spring rain, and her posture was constantly changing. Witnessing this scene, no one dared to speak. After half a day, Bobo spat out a mouthful of turbid air. She opened her eyes, and her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered. A pair of beautiful big eyes swept around. Dear Master, Bobo is done. Bobo jumped up happily. No one said a word, and they all looked at her strangely. Little Ying, how did you become shorter? Bobo first noticed little Ying. This girl had always been calling her little sister Bobo because Bobo was shorter than her. But today, Bobo found that little Ying had obviously shrunk. Bobo, bully. Little Ying pouted. It's not me who became shorter, it's you who became bigger. Became bigger? Bobo looked at her hands and feet again, and found that her hands and feet, which were originally as tender as lotus roots, had all changed. At this time, Bobo was wearing a lotus pink gauze dress, and her pink curly hair was casually draped over her body. Her cheeks were evenly red, and her ice skin and jade bones revealed a bit of playfulness and cuteness. She had already become a bright and beautiful girl of 14 or 15 years old. The divine power actually made me grow up all of a sudden? Bobo was wild with joy. She put her hands on her hips and laughed inelegantly. Smelly Ming Ri, see? Let's see if you still dare to call me a weakling in the future. When Yunxing, little Ying, and the others saw this, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bobo was still Bobo. Even if her appearance changed and she grew taller, her temper was still the same. However, when Ming Ri saw Bobo like this, should he be happy or have a headache? Cough cough, Bobo, don't make a fuss. You've absorbed a lot of divine power. Other than your appearance, did you make any other progress? For example, did you learn any new divine skills? Yunxing asked. This was what Yunxing was most concerned about. As a world deity, just having an appearance was absolutely not enough. Divine skills? Bobo's smile froze. Looking at Bobo's appearance, Yunxing's mouth drooped. Bobo, this fellow, It was indeed easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. When Bobo was still an egg, Xianxia had also asked her about it, and she remembered her reaction then was similar to what she was doing now. Bobo, did you absorb all the divine power and use it to grow taller? Xianxia had the urge to facepalm. Dear master, Bobo was just teasing you. Of course I learned a new divine skill. Bobo was proud of herself. My new divine skill is, keeping it a secret for now. Everyone was speechless. AI, alright, I admit that I'm still not familiar with the application of my new divine skill. I still need some time to adapt before I can really use it. Don't look down on it. When it can be used, all of you will be begging me to use it. Seeing everyone's speechless expression, Bobo's face turned red. She was anxious to show off. Unfortunately, no one believed Bobo at all. Since the conversion magic formation in the Statue of Faith has been modified, it's time to go to the prefecture of Yudu. We need to think of a way to rebuild the celestial fox temples everywhere. Being interrupted by Bobo's matter, Xianxia almost missed the official business of this competition of celestial fox saintess. Fortunately, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. In addition, during this period of time, Xianxia and the rest had been passing by various cities and towns in Yudu, either doing free medical treatment or helping the local people to repel the devil beasts. More or less, they had gained a certain amount of reputation. Now in Yudu, there were fewer and fewer people who supported the Beast King, and the number of people who began to support Celestial Fox Saintess was increasing. Xianxia planned to bring the Celestial Fox statue to the prefecture of Yudu, Fengyu City, and begin to announce her identity as the Saintess of Celestial Fox through the local city lord's manor. At that time, she could officially start to collect the power of faith that belonged to her. Bobo's breakthrough made Xianxia's mood very good. Everyone talked and laughed as they boarded the treasure ship. The moment they boarded the ship, Xianxia suddenly turned her head sharply. You're not going to show yourself? Xianxia seemed to be muttering to herself. Dearest master, hurry up. Bobo called out from the boat. Xianxia shook her head helplessly and boarded the boat. Not long after the treasure ship took off, there was an energy fluctuation in the Beast King temple where everyone was. The son of the underworld appeared. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched the God Realm's treasured ship soar into the clouds. Bobo, I'm sorry. This time, I can't be by your side. A crack appeared on Mingri's cold face. Even though he couldn't personally appear in front of Bobo. But these days, the dignified underworld god, Underworld Sun, would follow beside Popo like a shadow. He still remembered Bobo's lovely appearance when she was sleeping soundly. He didn't appear because he was afraid that Popo would be disappointed. But fortunately, Popo had a group of friends who cherished her. Perhaps, with the help of these friends, she could become a qualified world deity. Mingri didn't say a word, and his figure disappeared. Half an hour ago, just as Bobo was absorbing divine power and breaking through for the second time, in a place far away from the human world, the God Realm, in a misty snowy region. On the vast ice and snow continent, an ice castle carved out of ice and snow stood alone. Outside the ice castle, it was snowing like goose feathers all year round. The ice castle was dozens of meters high, and on the ground at the bottom of the castle, there was a huge statue of the Beast King. In the middle of the statue, a magic array was constantly operating. Now that Xianxia was already a demigod, if he saw this magic array, he would definitely recognize that it was also a conversion magic array. On the magic array, there were 10 wisps of ice-blue flames. The 10 wisps of flames represented the 10 statues of faith that were originally enshrined in the Beast King temple in Yudu. Since the Beast King and Nie Diao established a partnership, this magic array had been operating for 3 years. In these 3 years, the power of faith had been continuously converted into divine power. What's going on these days? The divine power transmitted from the magic array is getting weaker and weaker. It was a handsome and devilishly handsome man. He stood tall and straight like a statue in the middle of the magic array. The man's white hair was like a waterfall, and under his frosty white eyebrows hid a pair of long and narrow wolf eyes. His thin lips were cold and ruthless, and his whole person was like a cheetah in the night, cold and arrogant, but also aggressive, with a strong aura around him. This person was the young patriarch of the Shi clan, Xianxia, who was competing with Bo Bo for the position of world god. This ice castle was where he was in seclusion, the 3,000 Ice Palace. In the god realm, Xianxia was famous for being cold and ruthless. This person was very ambitious and had a long-term vision. Unlike the other gods who were content with their own territory, Xianxia had long been dissatisfied with the territory of the Shi clan. He had always wanted to expand the territory of the Shi clan, but in the god realm, there were many strong powers, and the strength of the Shi clan was not enough to seize territory from the hands of other gods. Xianxia turned his gaze to the human world, which was a vast territory that the gods of the god realm thought was useless. However, since ancient times, the human world had its own world god. If Xianxia wanted to control the human world, he had to become a world god of the human world. Finally, he got the chance. The new world god of the human world was missing, and Xianxia got the chance to become a world god of the human world. Unfortunately, when Bo Bo, who was known as the weakest world god in history, disappeared, she also took the important token of a world god, the world god's seal. With Xianxia's current divine power, he was still unable to refine a new world god seal. Therefore, he secretly sent people to collect the power of faith in the human world and convert it into divine power. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, there were a few pu sounds in the magic array. The 10 strands of power of faith, which were originally very weak, quickly dimmed. The magic array that was originally flashing with divine power was like an extinguished candle, extinguishing all of a sudden. The entire magic array suddenly became lifeless. How could this be? This sudden change shocked Xianxia. How could the 10 strands of power of faith all disappear all of a sudden? Xianxia's heart suddenly surged with a bad premonition. Men! Xianxia shouted. Clan leader, we have already investigated. There has been no news from the Moon Pavilion and Sun Beckoning Pavilion in the human world these few days. The people sent there reported that they have been razed to the ground by unknown people. Our people have no way to enter the human world for the time being, so we can't investigate. A Shi clan warrior knelt on one knee and reported. Useless thing. In his fury, Xianxia waved his sleeves and a layer of icy chi appeared. With a bang, it struck the Shi tribe warrior. That person didn't even have time to beg for mercy before his body flew out with a bang. When he crashed to the ground, his entire body had already shattered into ice powder. With just one blow, he killed a magic soldier. Xianxia's strength could be imagined. After killing a divine soldier, Xianxia's anger had yet to subside. His icy blue eyes were filled with murderous intent. Moon Pavilion and Sun Beckoning Pavilion had been built by Xianxia over the past decade. Now, they had been destroyed by an unknown person, and he didn't know who that person was. How could Xianxia not be enraged? There was an ancient restriction between the mortal world and the god world. Over gods like Xianxia could enter, but it wouldn't be easy to send a large number of divine soldiers into the mortal world. Xianxia furrowed his brows, and a wave of hostility surged around him. There was no news of the messenger of the Beast King and the Nightmare Otter. Fortunately, he had other spies in the mortal world. He immediately summoned the Great Witch Doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe with the power of his consciousness. The Great Witch Doctor's voice was transmitted through his consciousness. Moon Pavilion and Sun Beckoning Pavilion were razed to the ground, and the messenger of the Beast King is dead. Do you have any leads? The Great Witch Doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe was also one of the spies Xianxia had sent to the mortal world long ago. Neither the 8 Desolation tribe nor Yushang knew about this. No one would have thought that the current Great Witch Doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe was a double agent. Divine Lord, I was just about to tell you something important. Half a month ago, I met a girl in Hoodoo. That girl had the power of a god. The girl Grand Magus Doctor was talking about was none other than Popo. A girl? How can someone from the mortal realm have divine power fluctuations? Describe what that little girl looks like. The mortal world and the god world were far apart. The Great Witch Doctor couldn't contact Xianxia normally. Only when Xianxia wanted to do so would the Great Witch Doctor have the opportunity to report. The Great Witch Doctor described Popo's appearance in detail, especially her mysterious scythe. It's her. Humph, I can't believe that trash is still alive. Xianxia's voice was cold enough to freeze a person to death. The world god storm was one of the divine skills that made Divine Lord Four Directions famous. As for the strange pink color, it was the same as the egg of that trash disciple of Divine Lord Four Directions. No one in the entire celestial realm had ever seen Popo's true appearance, but this characteristic was enough for Xianxia to confirm Popo's identity. Needless to say, the so-called mortal realm girl must be the universe deity who had been missing for many years. Pop pop. That piece of trash was actually still alive. Why hadn't it been killed in the great battle of the mortal world back then? A dark light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Great witch doctor, I will send you the blood of 100 godly soldiers and a godly general. No matter what method you use, you must kill universe god Y gang. Xianxia wished he could immediately head to the human world, but in a few days, his wife would be giving birth, so he was unable to leave for the human world. Understood, Divine Lord. Don't worry, I will not let you down. The great witch doctor was overjoyed. Divine soldiers and divine generals were the soldiers of the divine world. In the entire 8 desolates continent, perhaps only the patriarchs of the major tribes and a few existences in the beast god altar could contend against them. The great witch doctor was still worried about how to deal with Xianxia and Popo, but with these 2 weapons, killing them would be a piece of cake. At this time, Xianxia and Popo, who were rushing to Fengyu City, were completely unaware of this. In terms of flying speed, the Celestial Realm's treasure ship was not much faster than Boss Pengyu, who had transformed into a golden-backed giant peng. However, the treasure ship was big enough and had been modified with special space magic, so it was not a problem to squeeze in thousands of people. Moreover, Nie Diao, as a famous carver in the Celestial Realm, had put in a lot of effort when building the treasure ship. His treasure ship was very comfortable to travel on. With the help of the Celestial Realm's treasure ship, the huge Celestial Fox tribal nation became a small place in Xianxia's eyes. In just a day's work, they had already crossed Yudu. Master, I have already sent people to follow Yushang and her group. After Yushang entered the south, she has done many good deeds. Now, there are many people in the south who have started to praise Yushang as the new Celestial Fox Saintess. Before Yunxing left Hu City, she had already made a plan. She ordered Queen Night Demon's subordinates to secretly follow Yushang to the south. Yushang was also smart. She did not say that she was a saintess candidate. Every time she went to a place, she would call herself the Celestial Fox Saintess. Those ignorant Celestial Fox people had already believed Yushang's words and believed that she was the Celestial Fox Saintess from Hu City. My dear master, that woman is too despicable. I think that when you reach Fengyu City, you should just say that you are the saintess. Popo listened from the side with a look of disdain. That old witch was so shameless. That's normal. Yushang is a very smart person. However, if we compete fair and square, your master, I, will not lose to her. Yunxing smiled faintly. As she spoke, the treasured ship gradually descended. In front of them was Fengyu City, the largest prefecture in Yudu. In order to prevent the people in the city from panicking, Yunxing had Qingqing stop the treasured ship near the outskirts of Fengyu City. The Elf Queen and Boss Rock Feather accompanied them on the ship. As for Yunxing, she brought little Yingying, Popo, and the Dream Otter to Fengyu City. Once they entered Fengyu City, Yunxing asked the city guard about the whereabouts of the local Celestial Fox Temple. You are foreigners. When you reach Fengyu City, you must remember to pay your respects to the Celestial Fox Temple. There are many people there every day. When the guard heard the accent of Yunxing and the others, he knew that they were not from this city. He enthusiastically advised them to pay their respects to the Celestial Fox Temple. Master, from the looks of it, the people in Fengyu City seem to respect the Celestial Fox Saintess very much. After visiting so many places, only the people in Fengyu City paid their respects to the Celestial Fox Temple. In this way, it should be much easier for Yunxing to obtain the power of faith. Everyone instantly became optimistic. It seemed that this trip to Fengyu City was much smoother than the previous few cities. They should be able to complete the mission soon. Yunxing followed the guard's guidance and led them to the Celestial Fox Temple. Just as they walked to the main street in the city, they saw that the road was crowded with people. These people were all tiptoeing and squeezing in the direction of the street. Uncle, what are you guys doing? Popo and little Yingying both loved to join in the fun. Seeing so many people on the street, they were curious. "Miss, you guys are foreigners, right? Don't you know such a big thing? We are going to the Celestial Fox Temple to welcome the Saintess." A warm-hearted person on the side told Popo. "Welcome the Saintess?" Popo's eyes lit up. They hadn't arrived yet, and there were already so many people coming to welcome them. This was really the first time since the beginning of time. Bobo blushed and patted the uncle who was still squeezing forward. She also wanted to ask how these passers-by knew that her master was coming. One had to know that her master was very low-key all the way here, completely different from that Yushang. "Uncle, don't bother. The Saintess is standing right in front of you." Who knew that the uncle looked at Bobo and the others strangely as if he had seen a ghost. He cursed, "Crazy," and squeezed his way forward. "Hey, what's the matter? You want to see the Celestial Fox Saintess? You don't need to go to the Celestial Fox Temple." Bobo was speechless. "That's not right, Bobo, look at them. They don't look like they are welcoming us. They are clearly going to the Celestial Fox Temple." Yunxing paid attention to the direction of the flow of the crowd. Little Ying was pushed around by the crowd. With great difficulty, she grabbed Yunxing's sleeve. Among the people rushing to the Celestial Fox Temple, there were locals and foreigners. Many of them were not alone, but dragging their families. Many of them were carrying children. Everyone only had one goal, and that was the Celestial Fox Temple. No one noticed the existence of Yunxing, the real Celestial Fox Saintess. Being reminded by Yunxing, Bobo grabbed a passerby. With Bobo's strange strength, the passerby was suddenly lifted into the air, scaring that person so much that he almost screamed. Fortunately, the unlucky passerby saw that it was a few slim women and children in front of him, so he didn't shout for help. "Let me ask you, why is everyone rushing forward?" Bobo asked. I say, you guys are stopping me because of this? Everyone is going to the Celestial Fox Temple to see the Saintess. Of course, we have to go to the Celestial Fox Temple. If we are late, we won't be able to get a seat and receive the Saintess blessing. The resident of Fengyu City complained. Saintess blessing? What is that? Bobo was even more curious. Where did you bumpkins come from? You don't even know about the blessing of the Saintess. In the early days, the Saintess had gone to other places in Yudu to help the local people. She provided free medical treatment and beat back the devil beasts and bandits. The local residents said that as long as the Saintess touches their heads, all diseases will be cured. The passerby said as he tried to break free from Bobo's hand. It was precisely because of these rumors that the nearby citizens all rushed over when they heard that the Saintess Celestial Fox had arrived in Fengyu City 3 days ago. The city guards at the city gate also thought that Yunxing and the others were here to join in the fun, so they reminded them to go to the Celestial Fox Shrine. You've been deceived. She's the Celestial Fox Saintess. The Saintess in the Celestial Fox Temple is a fake. Bobo was furious. What free medical treatment, what beating back the devil beasts, weren't these all done by Master's devil beasts and the Queen? How did it all become the credit of the unknown fake in the Celestial Fox Shrine all of a sudden? Yunxing also frowned. What was going on, who was impersonating her, and even said that by touching her head, they would be able to receive the Saintess blessing and all diseases would be cured? Where did these rumors come from? What kind of joke is this? Why would the honorable Saintess be on the streets? Our Celestial Fox Tribe Saintess Seven-Tailed Celestial Fox Yunxing is in the Celestial Fox Shrine. You don't learn anything and just learn to be a liar. After the passerby heard Bobo's words, not only did he not believe it, he even had a look of disdain. Nowadays, anyone dared to impersonate the Celestial Fox Saintess. To think that he had thought that the few women in front of him were as beautiful as fairies. They were actually liars. Who are you calling a liar? Bobo waved his fist threateningly. Bobo, that's enough. Yunxing gave Bobo a look. Bobo could only let go of his hand resentfully. Seeing that the situation was not right, the passerby quickly slipped away. Something is wrong. Let's go to the Celestial Fox Shrine to take a look. Yunxing, Bobo, and the others followed the flow of people and walked in the direction of the Celestial Fox Shrine. The Celestial Fox Shrine in Fengyu City had just been renovated. Looking from afar, the scale was actually not inferior to the celestial fox shrine in Hu City. According to the passers-by, the local residents and rich families from all over the country had recently renovated it in order to thank the celestial fox saintess. The saintess has come out. There were too many people in the celestial fox shrine. Yunsheng, Bo, and the others could barely see a few people coming out of the entrance of the celestial fox shrine through the heads of the people. Among them, there were a few men and women. The woman in the middle was wearing a gorgeous saintess robe. Her eyes were black and her skin was flawless like jade. Her pair of black eyes were incomparably pure. Her graceful figure was as if bathed in the moonlight. Just looking at her made people feel a sense of holiness from the bottom of their hearts. Yunxing looked over. When she saw the woman coming out of the celestial fox shrine, they were all stunned. How could it be? Master, why does that woman look exactly the same as you? Bobo was stunned. The impostor who came out of the celestial fox shrine, whether it was her facial features or her appearance, was exactly the same as Yunsheng. Yunsheng was also full of doubts. In the Bahuang continent, besides Hu Xing, there shouldn't be a second person who looked like her. But where did this celestial fox saintess come from? Could it be that Hu Xing was resurrected again, but her ashes were clearly still in Hu Rulan's hands? Just as Yunxing was hesitating, a citizen of Fengyu City beside her was pushed by the crowd, and in a moment of carelessness, he bumped into Yunxing. "Ah, why do you look exactly like the saintess?" The citizen raised his head and looked at Yunxing. He was shocked and lost his voice. When this person shouted, everyone immediately looked over. Even the fake saintess who had just been replaced by Yunxing from the celestial fox shrine looked over. When the saintess saw Yunxing, her black eyes flashed slightly. She was full of hostility towards Yunxing. What's going on? Why are there two saintesses? The confused people looked at each other. They looked at Yunxing and then at the fake saintess. What a shameless woman, you actually dare to pretend to be our master. What kind of celestial fox saintess are you? Our master is the real celestial fox saintess. Bobo angrily rushed to the front of the fake saintess and scolded her. Presumptuous, you actually dare to slander the saintess. With your poor appearance, you still dare to call yourself a saintess. Behind the fake saintess, someone cursed in a strange tone. The onlookers looked at the clothes of Yunxing and the others and also showed a look of disdain. It turned out that Yunxing and the others had spent the past few days on the Heavenly Realm's treasure ship. They were travel-worn and did not have time to dress up. Indeed, they were a little dusty. Looking at Yunxing who walked out of the celestial fox shrine, her makeup was exquisite. Wearing the exquisite celestial fox saintess robe, her whole body was overflowing with holy light. No wonder when she appeared, these ignorant people thought that Yunxing and the others were the fake ones. Two saintesses who looked exactly the same stood together. Oh, I remember. Aren't you the swindlers who stopped me and asked about the celestial fox saintess? The passerby who was carried by Bobo earlier was also watching in the crowd. When he opened his mouth, everyone was even more convinced that Yunxing and others were swindlers. Shut up, she's the impostor. My master is the celestial fox saintess Yunxing who was sent to the north by Hu Du. She is the seven-tailed celestial fox Yunxing. She also has the celestial fox statue given by Hu Xianxia on her body. Seeing these people slandering her master for no reason, Bobo hurriedly argued. She didn't believe that the impostor could even fake these things. Who knew that when the impostor saintess heard these words, a smile appeared on her holy and flawless face. Behind the impostor, 7 fox tails suddenly appeared. She also took out a celestial fox statue. When she saw those two things, Bobo's face was full of disbelief. Those people, on the other hand, suddenly boiled up. Saintess, there's no need to talk to these swindlers. Swindlers, get lost. You've simply tarnished the celestial fox temple. The agitated people came forward and pushed Yunxing, Bobo, and others. Master, you should also show your fox tails and your celestial fox statue to them. We're not swindlers. Bobo was very annoyed, but she couldn't reason with these innocent people. Stop. The celestial fox saintess opened her mouth. Her voice was pleasant to the ear, and even her voice was exactly the same as Yunxing's. Yunxing and her stood facing each other, and there was a feeling of looking into a mirror. Everyone, calm down. This girl, I don't know who instigated you or what mentality you have, but you want to pretend to be this saintess. However, the identity of the saintess was not something that could be faked with just the 7 tails and celestial fox statues. Celestial Fox Saintess is the proud daughter of heaven chosen by the ancestor of Celestial Fox. She possesses great power. The Celestial Fox Saintess leisurely walked into the crowd. She kindly helped up a sickly old man who was coughing nonstop, and placed her hand on the old man's forehead. There was a flash of light in her palm, and the old man's bent back suddenly straightened. Not only that, her coughing stopped. It's this mysterious power. Saintess, please take a look at my child. Saintess, my father is bedridden. Could you please take a look at him? After witnessing this miraculous scene, the onlookers were all boiling with excitement. They had long heard that the Saintess of Heavenly Fox had healed many patients when she was in various places. She had even brought people back from the dead. Only the real Saintess of Heavenly Fox possessed such miraculous powers. How is it? Do you also have the ability to do this? The fake Celestial Fox Saintess had a face full of pride. Like a peacock spreading its tail, she stared at Xianxia. If you can't do it, then get lost. Without this ability, you still want to pretend to be the Celestial Fox Saintess. Get lost as far as you can. Get out of Fengyu City. The agitated crowd began to besiege Xianxia and Bobo. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xianxia and Bobo could only temporarily withdraw from Fengyu City. Everyone, don't crowd. The Saintess will stay in Fengyu City for many days. During this period, she will receive 50 patients every day. Everyone only needs to sincerely pay their respects to the Celestial Fox Temple and you will have a chance. The person who looked like a guard beside the fake Saintess maintained order. As for the fake Celestial Fox Saintess, she walked into the Celestial Fox Temple under the admiring gazes of the crowd. Get lost. I thought you guys were here to pay your respects to the Saintess, but you guys are actually imposters. You are not allowed to enter Fengyu City in the future. The city guard fiercely chased Xianxia and the rest out. After chasing away the real Celestial Fox Saintess Xianxia, Hu Linglong entered the Celestial Fox Temple. So annoying. These damned people are so noisy and crowded. They really don't make me feel at ease. The fake Saintess that could be passed off as the real one was Hu Linglong, who had taken on the appearance of Xianxia after receiving Great Shaman Doctor's potion. It was unknown what Great Shaman Doctor's potion was made of, but after Hu Linglong drank it, she could even transform into the appearance of the 7-tailed celestial fox. As for the celestial fox statue, Hu Linglong had stolen it from her clan through her father. After preparing everything, Hu Linglong left the city of Hulong before Xianxia and headed for Yudu. Along the way, she asked around for information about Xianxia and the rest. After Xianxia cleared out the Beast King's forces, Hu Linglong took the opportunity to arrive at Fengyu City in advance, taking advantage of the good deeds that Xianxia had done in various places. When Hu Linglong arrived at Fengyu City, Great Shaman Doctor ordered someone to send her a shaman weapon, saying that it could cure all kinds of illnesses. Apart from that, Great Shaman Doctor also sent some guards. Using this magic and these guards, Hu Linglong successfully settled down in the Celestial Fox Temple and won the hearts of the people, which led to the earlier scene. When she thought about how she had ruthlessly humiliated Xianxia and the rest and how they were chased away in a sorry state, Hu Linglong felt a burst of excitement. Xianxia, to think that you would have such a day. 7-tailed celestial fox? The strongest celestial fox inheritance? So what if you have these? In the end, you are not my match. Hu Linglong boasted that she had a few experts by her side, so she didn't take Xianxia seriously at all. Saintess, those people are not simple. You have to be careful from now on. The guard beside her saw Hu Linglong's smug face and was worried that she would get carried away, so he kindly reminded her. Hu Linglong's guard's eyesight was much better than Hu Linglong's. They were the divine soldiers and divine generals of the Shi clan, and the head of the guards was a divine general of the Shi clan called Fan Zhen. After Fan Zhen and the rest were sent to the human world, they were also reminded by Great Shaman Doctor that Xianxia was most likely with abandoned god Bo Bo. Earlier, dozens of black talisman divine soldiers and a divine medicine blood general had been killed for no reason. It was very likely that Yunxing and Bo Bo were the culprits. Fan Zhen, you are just a servant. What right do you have to order me around? The sun is shining brightly outside, and the people in the city are from all walks of life. They are dirty and smelly. I am too lazy to care about them. Hu Linglong was unruly. In her eyes, servants were servants. Although they were sent by great shaman doctor to assist her, they were still servants. How could a few servants have the right to order her around? Although Hu Linglong had Yunxing's face, her heart was still vicious. She was a pure-blooded celestial fox noble and rarely interacted with the common people. This time, in order to make the people respect her, she had no choice but to put on a holy and compassionate face. However, this was just her disguise. Besides, the sun is so strong. What if my face gets sunburned? Tell the people outside that I am not feeling well. I will give my blessings in the evening. Hu Linglong found a bronze mirror and looked at the face in it. Looking at that pretty face, Hu Linglong was envious and angry. Great shaman doctor was right. Because she was Hu Xing's cousin, Hu Linglong and Yunxing were originally quite similar. After receiving the secret medicine from great shaman doctor, Hu Linglong was conflicted for a while. However, in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and drank the medicine, turning into Yunxing. After drinking the medicine, Hu Linglong fell asleep in a daze. After a full day and night, when she woke up again, an unbelievable scene occurred. Hu Linglong had become Yunxing. From inside to outside, even after transforming into a fox, she still had 7 tails. When Hu Qiansui saw this, he almost couldn't recognize her. However, this sinister father and daughter pair soon calmed down. Especially Hu Qiansui, who was overjoyed. Daughter, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Immediately set off for Yudu and win the respect of the local people before Yunxing. When the time comes, you can officially become the saintess of Celestial Fox. In addition to your appearance, you are exactly the same as Yunxing. When you return to Hu capital, I will ask Chief to grant you and Lu a marriage. Only then did Hu Linglong arrive at Yudu with the face she hated the most in her life. However, when she thought about how everything she had was because of this face, Hu Linglong's face contorted again. Wait a minute, Great Witch Doctor said your abilities are very strong. Since that's the case, go and get rid of those eyesores. Even though Hu Linglong had chased away Yunxing and the rest, she still felt uneasy. Yunxing, that woman, had escaped death time and time again. Even in a hopeless situation like 8 Desolates mountain range, she could still come back alive. Hu Linglong might as well order people to kill her. Understood. God General Fan Zhen lowered his head with a respectful expression. However, his eyes were full of disdain. This lowly beast woman really thought she was something. Leaving her alive would only bring disaster sooner or later. It was a pity that they couldn't find anyone more suitable than her to pretend to be Yunxing. Hu Linglong was just a chess piece of Great Witch Doctor and Lord Beast King. These people who were pretending to be Celestial Fox's guards weren't ordinary people. They were divine soldiers that Xianxia had secretly sent to the human world. Among them, there were a few god generals. Fan Zhen was originally ordered to assist Great Witch Doctor. However, Great Witch Doctor wanted them to come to Yudu to help Hu Linglong. If it weren't for the fact that they were still alive, they wouldn't have obeyed this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Anyway, she only needed to serve her for a month or so. When the Great Witch Doctor finished his business in the south, the Great Witch Doctor said that she would kill this arrogant woman and take away her heavenly fox statue. Hu Linglong did not know about these things beforehand. She was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of being supported by others. Divine General Fan Zhen walked out and ordered the people of the Celestial Fox Temple to disperse the crowd temporarily. General, are we really going to kill those women? A few divine soldiers also heard Hu Linglong's order. An ant of the beast race wants to order us around? However, those women really couldn't be left alive. Especially that pink-haired one. If I'm not mistaken, that woman should be the abandoned god. Bo Bo Fan Zhen had been in the crowd just now, so he had noticed Bo Bo at first glance. It wasn't just the abandoned god, Bo Bo, that made the divine general avoid her. He was even more wary of the woman beside Bo Bo. That woman should be the real celestial fox saintess candidate, Xianxia. General, she's just an ant of the beast race. Even if she's the seven-tailed celestial fox, we don't have to avoid her too much. The divine soldiers had looks of contempt. They weren't the black talisman divine soldiers made of paper. They were true divine soldiers of the god realm who had undergone strict training. In their eyes, humans and beasts were simply too weak to withstand a single blow. That woman has an aura of power, Fanzhen muttered to himself. Even though he couldn't tell what that aura was, Fanzhen had a premonition that it was similar to Lord Xianxia's. It was also because of this that Fanzhen didn't kill her on the spot. However, we don't have to do anything for now. The few of you, go and spread the news that the abandoned god has appeared in Yudu. Naturally, someone will kill the abandoned god on our behalf. Fanzhen's brain was obviously much better than the other divine soldiers. Wouldn't it be easier to get someone else to do the dirty work? As long as Bobo's identity was announced, there should be many people in the 8 wastelands who wanted her divine body. Why not wait at ease and wait for an exhausted enemy? Ever since that day, the Celestial Fox Shrine was still bustling with activity. Every day, there was an endless stream of people entering Fengyu City. Some people even queued up overnight and waited for a few days and nights just for a chance to be blessed by the Celestial Fox Shrine. In comparison, the morale of Yunxing and Bobo's camp was low. Because they were bewitched by the fake Celestial Fox Shrine, Yunxing and the others couldn't enter the city with their real faces. Helpless, they could only change their appearances and enter the city after disguising themselves. It was a pity that there were simply too many people who went to the Celestial Fox Shrine to pay their respects to the Celestial Fox Shrine. Yunxing and the others couldn't get close. It wasn't until the 4th day that Yunxing and Bobo sat in a restaurant opposite the Celestial Fox Shrine. Through the window, they looked at the Celestial Fox Shrine in front of them. From morning to noon, the threshold of the Celestial Fox Shrine was almost broken by people. There was an endless stream of foreigners and local residents entering the Celestial Fox Shrine. Those who were sick asked for treatment, while those who weren't sick asked for blessings. Seeing how the people in the city worshipped the fake Celestial Fox Shrine as if they were gods, Bobo and little Ying were filled with righteous indignation. Especially Bobo. She knew that the other party was an imposter in disguise, but she couldn't expose her. She gritted her teeth in hatred. I'm so angry. Master, why don't you let me go up and tear that imposter's face apart? Her face must be fake. Bobo's little face was red from anger. Bobo, don't be impulsive. That woman is not simple. Didn't you notice that the people beside her are all divine soldiers? And I also feel that there are many people next to the Celestial Fox Shrine. Yunxing was also annoyed. She had never been so angry. She was the real Celestial Fox Shrine, but a fake Celestial Fox Shrine had taken over her place and driven her out. However, what made Yunxing feel the most strange was that the fake Celestial Fox Shrine. Not only did she have the same appearance as her, she could even imitate the Celestial Fox Shrine and the 7 tails. Obviously, this person must be very familiar with the Celestial Fox Shrine selection. What was even more strange was her godly medical skills just now. Yunxing was conceited. Using the water of life, she could also cure a patient in a short period of time. However, that also required a process. Just now, that imposter had actually cured a patient in an instant. This made it even more obvious that she was not simple. Hu Linglong, who was in the Celestial Fox Shrine, didn't expect that Yunxing and the others had already begun to doubt her medical skills. So what if she's a divine soldier? Master, didn't you already kill a divine soldier and dozens of divine soldiers? Bobo was still somewhat unconvinced. Happy May Day, everyone. This month is the month that the main text will be completed. I've been writing for almost a year. Sigh, this is the last month. Yunxing smiled bitterly and shook her head. How could the divine soldiers and divine generals of the divine realm be so easy to deal with? Moreover, Yunxing could see that the divine soldiers and immortal generals beside Hu Linglong were much more powerful than the divine soldiers and immortal generals transformed from black runes that the messengers of the Beast King's messengers had sent this time. Just by looking at the light in their eyes and their restrained divine power, she knew that they were not ordinary people. Moreover, last time when they were fighting against the divine generals, Yunxing used the Millennium Ice Scyther to win. But the Ice Scyther was also destroyed in that competition. This time, the number of opponents was several times more than the last time. Without the Millennium Ice Scyther, Yunxing did not have full confidence to defeat those divine soldiers and divine generals. Unless, she could comprehend the last eight-tailed celestial fox inheritance. Perhaps she still had the ability to fight against those divine soldiers and divine generals. But master, are we just going to watch that woman occupy the celestial fox temple? If this goes on, we will not be able to obtain the power of faith. Bobo was somewhat anxious. Now, it was difficult for them to even enter the city. Needless to say, that woman's tricks had already penetrated deep into the hearts of the people. Wait and see. I feel that woman gives me a very familiar feeling. Do you still remember her proud expression? Yunxing muttered. Speaking of which, I also feel that the smell on her body is very familiar. Bobo recalled for a moment and suddenly patted her head. I remember, that proud peacock-like look. That look is exactly the same as that hateful Hu Linglong. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit. Some people, even if their appearance changed, but their temper and some details of their actions could not be changed. Bobo could not bear to continue watching. But 3 to 4 days have passed. We can't just keep waiting. Bobo was so angry that he kicked the table in the restaurant. His monstrous strength caused the table to collapse. Bobo, don't be impatient. I have already ordered Boss Pingyu to sneak into the Celestial Fox Temple. Compared to Bobo's irritation, Yunxing was much calmer. After leaving the Celestial Fox Shrine, Yunxing had been secretly on guard. However, what surprised Yunxing was that nothing had happened in the past few days. None of the divine soldiers and divine generals under Hu Linglong's command made a move. Could it be that Hu Linglong had changed? Or could it be that those divine soldiers and generals did not notice Popo's divine power? Thinking of this, Yunxing's eyes turned and fixed on the unusually lively Celestial Fox Shrine. Yunxing chose the best place in the restaurant. Opposite the window was the gate of the Celestial Fox Shrine. Unfortunately, Hu Linglong had been receiving treatment in the Celestial Fox Temple, so he couldn't see clearly from here. Therefore, Yunxing had no choice but to arrange for Boss Pingyu to blend into the worshipping crowd and think of a way to lure Hu Linglong out. In this way, Yunxing could see more clearly how Hu Linglong was being treated. As there were too many people, even the tall and strong Boss Pingyu took half a day to get the qualification to be blessed by the Saintess today. Finally, it was Boss Pingyu's turn at dusk. At this moment, Boss Pingyu no longer looked like a desperado in the 8 desolate mountain range. He was dressed shabbily, like a man from a poor family, and there were wounds on his body. Saintess, please save my sister. Boss Pingyu's acting skills couldn't be described with just the word good. As soon as he saw Hu Linglong walking over, he hurriedly rushed up and knelt beside Hu Linglong. An additional trace of disgust appeared in Hu Linglong's eyes when she smelled the sweat and blood coming from the other party's body. She really wanted to shoo such a lowly person away. However, she could only barely squeeze out a smile in front of so many people. Don't panic. What happened? Are you here to treat her or to bless her? After being an imposter for so many days, Hu Linglong could be said to be familiar with this. The way she saw it, those ignorant Celestial Fox residents had come to the Celestial Fox Shrine for nothing more than 2 purposes. For the former, she would need to exert some effort. As for the latter, it would be much easier. Treat her. I've come to treat her. However, the person who's injured is not me. My daughter has been bitten. She's lying outside. The injured cannot be moved. Saintess, please take a few steps outside. Boss Pingyu appeared to be burning with anxiety. As he spoke, he staggered outside. In order to show that she was close to the people, Hu Linglong could only walk out. Sure enough, there was a female injured person at the entrance of the Celestial Fox Shrine. She was a blonde woman with white skin. Her long hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her appearance. There were many wounds on her body. However, the most fatal wound was on her calf. She had been bitten to the point that even her bones were exposed. From the looks of it, she was bitten by a devil beast. Hu Linglong frowned slightly. The security around Yudu wasn't very good. There were often people who were bitten by devil beasts. From the looks of it, the daughter of this poor man had also been bitten by some poisonous devil beast. The wound was also poisonous. The poison caused the woman's wound to bleed non-stop. The female injured person had already fainted. Even her breathing sounded very weak. The injury is quite serious. Don't worry too much. Hu Linglong didn't even look at the female patient's condition. She stretched out her hand and, as usual, covered the wound with her hand. A white light shone under Hu Linglong's hand. That magical white light burrowed into the body of the female injured person. After a moment, the wound that was originally bleeding non-stop immediately stopped bleeding. What was even more magical was that the wound healed. After a moment, the breathing of the female injured person stabilized. She lifted her long hair and revealed a very beautiful face. Such a boar could actually give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Hu Linglong didn't expect the female injured person to be so beautiful. There was always a natural hostility between beautiful women and beautiful women. Lord Saintess, thank you so much. Boss Pingyu and the female injured person both looked grateful. As Hu Linglong spoke, she put her hand on the head of Boss Pingyu and the female injured person. After pretending for a while, she turned around to treat the others. Boss Pingyu and the female injured person left the Celestial Fox Temple. When they turned around, the two of them looked at each other. The female injured person was the elf queen in disguise. The two of them went up to the restaurant and prepared to meet up with Yunxing. By the window of the restaurant, thanks to Boss Pingyu and the elf queen, Yunxing, Bo, and the others also saw clearly. They all had strange expressions on their faces. Judging from the situation just now, the fake saintess Hu Linglong actually had magical medical skills. It was only about half a month. Where did she get these magical medical skills from, especially Yunxing? She was even more baffled. Yunxing was a medical practitioner. At the same time, she was also a magician. Regardless of whether it was ordinary ancient medical skills or magical treatment, it was impossible for her to learn them in such a short period of time. There must be some sort of shameful secret behind Hu Linglong. Master, did you see it clearly? After the Elven Queen returned, she showed the wound to Yunxing. The Elven Queen's calf was white and flawless. There was not even a blemish, let alone a wound. In order to prevent Hu Linglong from seeing through her, the Night Demon Queen had left the wound on her own accord. There was even poison on it. However, the wound had already healed. If one did not look carefully, one would not even be able to tell that it had been injured. Elven Queen, tell me how you felt when you were being treated. Yunxing glanced at the Elven Queen. She had a motive for making the Elven Queen pretend to be injured. The Elven Queen was the only one among all of Yunxing's magical beasts who knew how to treat injuries. That fake saintess's treatment was very special. If I'm not wrong, she should have mastered a very advanced light magic. To be exact, it should be a god-level light magic that could heal all wounds in an instant. The Elven Queen described her feelings in detail. The Elven Queen's water-based healing skills were very advanced. However, she was not confident that she could heal all injuries in such a short time, regardless of the body's constitution. It was indeed light magic. Yunxing had the same opinion as the Elven Queen. It can't be. How could that bad woman, Hu Linglong, master a god-level light magic? Bobo opened her mouth wide in disbelief. God-level light magic. At the mention of light magic, Yunxing could not help but think of a person. That person was the former #1 genius of the Dharma Temple, Ji Romo of Punlai of Gojoseon. The true genius of the boundless land who was proficient in light magic and was born from the heavenly fate mirror. If he was here, he might give Yunxing some advice. It was a pity that the heavenly fate mirror was broken. An indescribable melancholy welled up in Yunxing's heart. Every time she thought of the man who had died in her arms, who was as perfect as an immortal, Yunxing would always feel a sense of guilt. Bobo, do you have a way to send me back to the human realm? I want to find Gufeng and ask him about divine light magic. Yunxing thought of Ji Rumo, and at the same time, thought of another person. That was her good friend, Gufeng, who was trapped in the Dutian blood realm and was supporting the new Dutian blood seal. Gufeng was also a light magician. Perhaps he would know something about divine light magic. no problem, dear master. Don't forget, Bobo is a world deity. Bobo's godly power is enough to set you up. Bobo patted his chest confidently. Back then, when she was still an egg, her ability to banish was a little weak. However, things were different now. As long as it was a place where Popo had been before, she was confident that she could accurately banish her master to that place in an instant. However, there was still a time limit to the banishment. Yunxing could only stay in the boundless land for a short period of time, about 12 hours. 12 hours was enough for Yunxing to find Gufeng and ask about divine light magic. It's decided then. I will temporarily return to the boundless land. The few of you, stay on the divine realm's treasured ship for the next few days. If there's anything amiss, immediately pilot the treasured ship and leave. Yunxing was still worried that Hu Linglong's group would make some strange movements during her absence. Fortunately, they now had the divine realm's treasure ship and the demigod Qingqing. If there was really any trouble, they would be able to escape on the divine realm's treasure ship. Hence, with Bobo's help, Yunxing temporarily bid farewell to the few of them and headed to the boundless land. Dear master, the taste of banishment is not good. Bear with it and close your eyes. Bobo playfully stuck out her tongue. Her pink long hair fluttered as she pointed her slender finger to the sky and mumbled. A strong energy fluctuation could be seen. A 1-meter wide black hole appeared under Yunxing's feet. In just a breath's time, Yunxing disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, Bobo also disappeared. Beside her ears was a whistling sound. Yunxing felt as if she was sealed in a sealed space. Fortunately, this feeling did not last for long. Soon, she heard Bobo's cheerful voice. Dear master, we have arrived at the Dutian blood realm. Yunxing opened her eyes. Around her was a familiar red aura. The sky, the ground, and even the flowing river nearby were all red. The Dutian blood realm. Ever since the blood seal collapsed, Yunxing had not come here again. Seeing the familiar soil and the whistling sound of the wind, Yunxing's eyes could not help but have a hint of disappointment. Gufeng. Her good friend. She had come to see him. Yunxing and Bobo walked towards the depths of the Dutian blood realm together. There, imprisoned the bravest person in the boundless continent. In the depths of the Dutian blood realm, where the former Beast King tomb of the Ba Huang clan leader was located. A seal like the golden bell shield supported the new Dutian blood seal. It was also this blood seal that stopped the beast race of the Ba Huang continent at the last moment when the Black Qilin tribe's patriarch, He Yao, and the others invaded. In the blood seal, there was a man. He was like a stone statue, sitting there. Several years had passed. Other than the occasional wind that passed by the blood seal, the man had been sitting alone. He was originally only in his early 20s, but because he had used the life-burning technique, the man looked much older than his actual age. His hair was a little gray and his back was slightly hunched. He looked like a middle-aged man. That was Gufeng. The waiting time was always long. In his ears, there were waves of beast roars. At this moment, a rustling sound of footsteps was heard. Gufeng's ears twitched slightly. Footsteps? No one had come here for many years. Ever since the new Dutian blood seal appeared, the 5 major countries and several major forces on the continent issued a joint order that no one was allowed to enter the Dutian blood seal. Who dared to violate the ban and approach this place? Or could it be that the Bakra orcs had risen from the ashes and were here again? Gufeng could not help but feel nervous. He raised his eyes and stared at the dense murderous aura in front of him. He saw 2 figures walking out of the murderous aura. When he saw the person walking in front, Gufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunxing. As he had not spoken to anyone for too long, Gufeng's pronunciation was very unnatural. He seemed to have suddenly become the little stutterer that Yunxing had just met. Gufeng, you. This was the first time Yunxing saw Gufeng after several years. Although she knew that Gufeng would age more easily after using the life-burning technique, Yunxing did not expect that Gufeng would suddenly become so old. When Yunxing saw Gufeng, she felt a lump in her throat and her eyes became moist. She suddenly felt lucky that Ling didn't come with her. Otherwise, Ling would definitely be very sad to see Gufeng like this. Haha, have I become much more mature? Gufeng scratched his head. Although his appearance had become old and haggard, from between his brows, one could still vaguely see the honest and simple Gufeng from back then. "I'm sorry, Gufeng. I didn't know." Yunxing suddenly had mixed feelings. She felt very sorry for Gufeng. Back then, when Gufeng sacrificed himself to rebuild the Dutian blood print, she had promised that she would definitely think of a way to save Gufeng. However, all these years, she had completely forgotten about Gufeng because of her own matters. This time, if it weren't for the god-tier super magic, Yunxing probably wouldn't have thought of coming to see Gufeng. "Yunxing, don't be sad. Who doesn't die? It's the same whether you die early or late. Why are you here? Did something happen to Ling and the others?" Gufeng had been in the Dutian blood print all this time. He didn't know anything that happened in the outside world. He only knew that back then, he told Qi, Ling and Yunxing not to come and see him. After that, the three of them went their separate ways. Qi returned to the mainland's magic elite camp, Ling became the queen of the East Imperial dynasty, and Yunxing returned to Zhou state. However, seeing Yunxing suddenly appear today, something must have happened. Gufeng was puzzled. Then, he looked at Yunxing's side. Beside her stood a very playful girl. The girl had pink hair and pink eyes. At first glance, she looked very familiar. However, Gufeng couldn't remember where he had seen this girl before. "Dearest master, don't be sad. Don't worry. When you become a god in the future, you can bring this silly boy to the divine world. At that time, you will have a way to let him regain his youth." Seeing Yunxing's sad face, Popo couldn't bear it and comforted her. You are that egg, no, that sheep." Gufeng heard Popo's tone and thought back, and he almost jumped up. "You're the egg, you're the sheep. This is the true face of this world deity." She glared at Gufeng with her big eyes, as if she was about to quarrel with him. "Alright, Popo. Stop fooling around. Gufeng, Popo is a world god beast. Her previous appearance was because she had yet to evolve." Yunxing was amused by the two of them. However, Popo's words rekindled Yunxing's hope. That's right. If she could find the path of gods in the future, she might be able to bring Gufeng, Ling and the others to become gods. However, before that, she had more important things to complete. "Gufeng, don't worry. Lu and Ling are fine. I came to find you this time to ask about the god-level light magic." Yunxing spoke of the purpose of her visit today. God-level light magic? When Gufeng heard about light magic, he was immediately interested. "Yunxing, why did you suddenly ask about this? On the boundless continent, there is no god-level light magic. No, to be exact, the heavenly fate mirror's ability to reflect all attacks is considered a god-level light magic. However, the heavenly fate mirror is already broken. Therefore, on the boundless continent, there should be no one who knows god-level light magic." Gufeng's answer made Yunxing very disappointed. However, in the hands of the Bakra orcs, there might still be people who know god-level magic. Gufeng suddenly changed the topic. "Hey, silly boy. Can't you say it all at once?" Popo, who was listening at the side, rolled her eyes. She was almost angered to death by Gufeng. Gufeng smiled embarrassedly. He also just thought of it. When Gufeng was in the continent's magic elite camp, he was asked by his teacher to study many books about the continent's history of magic. Among them, there was a small section about the battle between the 8 great experts and the Bakra clan leader. The human race had the powerful Bakra divine weapon. However, in the beast race, it was rumored that the great witch doctor of the celestial fox tribe, who was the most powerful in magic at that time, might have a god-level light weapon that had been lost in the boundless continent for a long time. Legend has it that the light magic weapon has a very strong healing power. It can instantly heal wounds and even repair all kinds of damaged weapons. However, this is only a legend. Moreover, it was something that happened many years ago. I'm just guessing. I can't be 100% sure that this news is true. Gufeng was also not very sure whether this record was true or not. Gufeng, this record is very likely not just a legend. That god-level light magic weapon might really exist. Yunxing combined what Gufeng said and thought about Hu Linglong's miraculous healing power. She was 99% sure that Hu Linglong should have that light magic weapon on her. Moreover, this light magic weapon was probably given to her by the Great Witch Doctor. So all of this was instigated by the Great Witch Doctor. It seemed that the Great Witch Doctor of this generation of the Celestial Fox tribe was also in cahoots with the God realm. Yunxing briefly told Gufeng about how she escorted Hu Xing's ashes to the Bakra continent, met the Celestial Fox Saintess ceremony, and then went to Yudu. After Gufeng heard this, he knew that so many things had happened to Yunxing in the past few years. Yunxing, you have to take back that light magic weapon no matter what. You have to know that light magic weapons are different from God weapons. If the person who has the light magic weapon is determined enough, they might be able to control the light magic weapon. However, if it is as you said, the other party is an unruly celestial fox noble lady. It is definitely not a good thing that the light magic weapon is in her hands. Gufeng's face was solemn. The beast clan of the 8 Wastelands was different from the human clan. Their Great Witch Doctor mostly cultivated dark magic. This group of people had great power, but if this power was not used properly, it would bring about terrible consequences. It is a pity that we don't know what the light magic weapon is. We can only be sure that the light magic weapon is definitely with Hu Linglong. Gufeng, my time in the Boundless Land is limited. You have to take care of yourself. I believe that Ling-Chi, and I will one day come to take you away from the Dutian blood seal. After Yunxing investigated the matter, she considered the safety of the few people in Fengyu City and did not stay any longer. Don't worry, Yunxing. I will definitely wait for all of you. Gufeng revealed a silly smile. He watched as Yunxing and the rest disappeared into the murderous aura. The loneliness in his eyes was concealed. Although she had figured out the secret of Hu Linglong, Yunxing's heart was still heavy. She did not know if Gufeng would still be around the next time she saw him. Dearest master. Bobo looked at Yunxing from the side with a worried face. She had known Master for so long, and Master rarely revealed such a depressed expression. Thank you for your double monthly tickets. Looking at Yunxing's sad appearance, Bobo also felt sad. Her master's character seemed cold, but in fact, she was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Once she recognized someone, he would be her friend for life. She had to think of a way to comfort her master. My dear master, don't be sad. Bobo promises that the silly boy will not die, because Bobo can feel that somewhere in the human world, there is still the path of the gods left behind from ancient times. As long as we settle the matter of the 8 Wastelands and find the lost path of the gods, that silly boy will be saved. Bobo hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but open her mouth. Bobo, is what you said true? You can feel the existence of the path of the gods? Yunxing suddenly raised her head. In the divine world, the worst life expectancy was 500 years. Once one became a demigod, one could live up to 1,000 years. When one became a god, one's lifespan was unlimited. In this way, Gufeng could be saved. My dear master, when did Bobo lie to you? In fact, Bobo also said that this time, Bobo has a new divine skill. That divine skill is called Treasure Eye. Using Treasure Eye, Bobo can find divine tools and even divine relics like the path of the gods in the human world. Bobo's eyes shone brightly. This special Treasure Eye special skill, Bobo was actually not particularly willing to talk about, because its function was also very weak. Think about it, the human world was not the divine world. What path of the gods, divine tools, they were rarer than phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The probability of finding them was comparable to 1 in a billion. Moreover, Bobo had just advanced, and was not yet proficient in the new divine skill. She also considered this point, and intended to tell Yunxing after familiarizing herself with Treasure Eye and determining the location of the path of the gods, to give her a surprise. This time, it was exposed early, and Bobo was a little discouraged. She had a big mouth and couldn't keep a secret, but she just couldn't bear to see her master's depressed appearance. Bobo's words made Yunxing suddenly happy. Bobo's progress these days was obvious to all. Coupled with the help of the faith statue, her cultivation must be growing day and night. Since the mortal realm still had the path of all gods, Yunxing believed that within a few years, Popo would be able to find the exact location of the path of all gods. At that time, Gufeng would be saved. Haha, I'll wait for your good news then. Right now, we should first return to the Eight Desolates continent and find the location of the divine-level sorcery weapon. Then, we can expose Hu Linglong's true colors. Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. Bobo nodded and began to chant. In the blink of an eye, the two of them returned to Fengyu City. After Bobo transformed into his human form, his sense of direction was indeed much better. However, as soon as they returned to their original place, Yunxing and Baby were stunned. The deity world's treasured ship was gone. Boss Peng, Little Ing, and the others were also gone. In just half a day's time, there were several corpses lying on the ground where the ship was originally anchored. The surroundings were a mess. It was obvious that a battle had just taken place here. Master, the situation is not right. Little Ing and the others will be fine, right? Bobo looked anxious. Yunxing's beautiful eyes swept over. Fortunately, there were no people from her side among these corpses. She was slightly relieved. Obviously, the situation just now must have been very critical, so Boss Peng and the others drove the deity world's treasured ship and temporarily escaped. However, after seeing the appearance of those corpses, Yunxing's brows furrowed tightly again. These corpses were all unfamiliar faces. They were not the divine soldiers and divine generals from the Celestial Fox Temple. It seemed that they were also not people from any of the Bakra orcs. Instead, they seemed to be people from other beast clans on the continent. Among these people, there were tiger people and some half-wolf people. Without exception, they were all very ferocious beast clans. Why did these people attack the deity world's treasured ship? Haha. A burst of gloomy laughter, like a ghost, suddenly appeared. Immediately after, dozens of shadows, among which were beasts and half-orcs, appeared from all directions and corners. These beast clans were not Bakra orcs. They were some other powerful beast clans that wandered around Yudu. Other beast clans actually dared to barge into the Celestial Fox tribal nation without permission. If this was in the past, it would be an extremely daring thing to do. In the Eight Wastelands continent, the Bakra orcs were undoubtedly the noblest beast clans. Just like the nobles of the human race, the other beast clans had been respectful to the Bakra orcs in the past thousands of years. However, as the Celestial Fox tribal nation was declining day by day, the governance of the surrounding areas, especially the poorer cities, was getting lax. Even some of the stronger beast clans dared to enter the capital city of the Celestial Fox tribal nation. The beast clan army in front of them, which was a mix of beast clans and half-orcs, was one of them. 10 feet away from Yunxing and Bobo was a burly werewolf. He had silver-gray skin, and there was a row of steel-like gray hair on his back and spine. This person's hands and feet had nails like iron claws, and his pair of gray eyes were sinister. He looked indescribably ferocious. Demon Wolf Clan of Hell? Yunxing had a photographic memory. When she was in Songdu, she had obtained some information about the beast clans of the Eight Wastelands continent from Crane. She remembered that she had seen this clan before. It was the most powerful beast clan of the Wolf Clan. They were good at appearing at night, and they were the most feared assassins in the Eight Wastelands continent. It was said that the claws of the Demon Wolf Clan of Hell were comparable to sacred weapons. Even the Black Chelan tribe and the Behemoth giants, who had always had amazing defense, had a headache when facing them. However, after Yunxing came to the Eight Wastelands continent, she had never interacted with the Demon Wolf Clan of Hell. Why would they want to kill them? However, Yunxing soon had an answer to her question. Abandoned. God. The most burly demon wolf of hell lowered his head and growled a few times with the other demon wolves beside him. The Demon Wolf Clan of Hell was a very reclusive beast clan. They disdained to interact with humans, so their language skills were poor. They only knew how to communicate in the Wolf Clan's language. However, after Yunxing received the beast language inheritance from Celestial Fox, she had become proficient in all the beast clan languages of the Eight Wastelands continent. From the conversation of the demon wolves, she could roughly understand what was going on. The leader of the demon wolves was called Man Luo, and he was the current chief of the Demon Wolf Clan of Hell. They had received a secret report from somewhere, saying that the abandoned god of the god realm had appeared in the outskirts of Yudu. When they rushed to the outskirts, they had a fierce battle with Boss Feather Rock on the god realm's treasure ship. In the end, Boss Feather Rock and the others were no match for the abandoned god and could only rely on the speed of the treasure ship to escape. Just as the demon wolves of hell were furious, they sharply smelled the aura of the god realm nearby. Only then did they come back to outflank them. Man Luo just didn't know which of the two women in front of him was the real abandoned god. This person can understand our language? Man Luo quickly realized that Yunxing could actually understand their language. Previously, I had made abandoned god green. Thank you for everyone's reminder. Big Fuzi, whose brain was stuck, bowed and apologized. End of chapter 1308. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.